Good morning and welcome to Nathan Benderson Park and sunny Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. We are here for day 2 of the Youth National Rowing Championships. We'll have AB semifinals go down the course today, all day long, starting at 7:30. But first, please rise and remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem. Good morning and welcome again to day 2 of the USRowing Youth National Rowing Championships. I'm here with Grace Luzak. I'm Lindsay Grace Luzak. Grace Latz. I'm so sorry. My gosh.
You know, we've rowed together for years, and honestly, she's a great person. It's a compliment.
Talking about your mind being blank first thing in the morning. No, it was not
Right?
blank, but I don't know why I just said that. I am so sorry.
It's all right.
I am Lindsay Shoup. Let's try that again. And this is Grace Latz, and we are still in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. Thank you for joining us again for day 2. Up today, we will have the semifinals, AB semifinals. Yesterday, all of the time trials were held. Those ran from about 7:30 until about 5 o'clock last night, just like a train, one boat after the next. It was the longest line of boats that you'll see really at any regatta, quite honestly, apart from the head of the Charles.
It's a long boat parade.
It's a long boat parade. 4,010 athletes here this year. That's about 500 or so more than last year. There are about 225 different clubs represented, 835 entries, something like that for this regatta. This is the best of the best in the country meeting here on the water here in South Florida. So today, Grace Latz and I were just chatting. Oh, I'm never going to live that down. Grace and I were just chatting about, you just mentioned that today would feel like a pressure cooker bit of a day. Why would you say that compared to yesterday or the consecutive days?
Right. So we were talking about yesterday, time trial wise, you're out there with just your boat, your teammates in that single file lane, you know, and alternating lanes with the time trial just to lay down a time, see what you can do. You don't have the extra stimulus of racing with 6 boats across, you know, and having that little extra push or maybe a little bit of an external focus of, you know, just a little bit outside of your head. You've got some more distractions to work with. And then also the stakes are higher because every athlete here gets at least 2 races. They advance from the semifinals or from the time trials to their respective semifinals to then be able to have the opportunity to progress on to the next stage. And so I think this day, even though it may not be the end of the racing, is kind of one of those like peak points in a regatta where things can really change up for an athlete or a team.
And I know when I was looking at the results from the time trials yesterday, we were talking about you don't know how it's a race against the clock because the boats are in staggered lanes. So one boat goes and then the next boat goes. So there's space and your alternated lanes so that the next boat ahead of you is many, many boat lengths ahead. So in terms of, you know, unless your depth perception is very, very good, which is probably not something you're focusing on while you're, you know, pushing all the way down the course, you don't know how you're doing relative to the other crews. And some of the times came down to tenths, hundredths of a second.
Yeah.
And when the difference maker between making it through to the A-B semifinal or the C and D finals, which will be held tomorrow, comes down to maybe tenths or a second or something like that, a boat length in most boat categories, depending on give or take how fast you're traveling, is about 3 seconds of time. So we're talking just tiny portions of a boat length that may have separated you from making into the A-B semi or making it in the CD.
Right.
A lot of these crews, you know, I haven't done the full examination of how everyone did last year, but some of them have advanced from last year's, you know, how they play. Some of them may be about similar, some maybe a little bit behind. That is always relative to what everyone is doing. You know, you could have gotten 3 boat lengths faster since last year and maybe placed lower. It just depends on how everyone or what everyone around the country has done. People graduating off of teams, people staying for extra years, you know.
People just picking it up.
People just picking it up. A lot of new people in the sport.
Yeah.
I know, speaking of people graduating, before the event even started yesterday, there was a special graduation ceremony that I know that you were a part of. So a lot of different things are happening while we're here, apart from the racing itself as we progress through the weekend, to really showcase the rowing community and bring people together, and not just bring rowers, but bring the Sarasota community here. I know that you were working on a piece of artwork with the athletes.
Yep.
So can you explain the piece of artwork that is being done?
Yeah, so we're doing a collaborative art piece. It kicked off with the opening ceremonies, and we had the seniors lay down some of these first lines. But the concept is, what will happen is everyone here at the regatta will lay down a brush stroke, and it's paint made from the water here in Sarasota. And just to symbolize our one moment in time here together. And, you know, for those seniors who laid down those first marks, it's symbolic of their last strokes. You know, this is their last youth national championships for many of them. And we had them started off, and then, you know, parents, supporters, underclassmen, volunteers, refs, staff, all can contribute to this. And over time, the design will be revealed because there's some masking to it, and it will then be rolled off, and the final design will be revealed.
So going back to that pressure cooker situation, you know, you say their final strokes represented not just in the painting, but also here on the water, that for those who are coming to their first national championships and for those who it may be their last youth rowing national championships because they're graduating, going on to different things, I imagine that would certainly add fuel to the speed that we'll see come down the race course
Definitely.
today.
A lot of heart behind those races.
Yeah, yeah. The remainder of the progression for the weekend, so let's update on that. We'll have the A-B semifinals today, so there'll be 2 of each of those all the way running through to the evening this afternoon, and we will cover all of that. So it's myself, Grace, and we have Marie Scott as well, so there'll be 3 of us here covering everything, all of the races, try to bring you as much interesting information and action as possible and keep the energy up. They're going to feed us all the donuts this morning to keep us going.
All the donuts, all the great Sarasota donuts, and all the cinnamon rolls, and all the coffee.
Which actually would make us crash. So just so you know.
But pace ourselves. We're going to pace ourselves.
Yes.
Don't worry.
But we will be here bringing you all of the racing and all of the action so that you can listen, watch. We'll give a little bit of insight. You know, Grace raced at the Olympic Games. I raced at the Olympic Games. Maurice has raced all over the world. We have 3 very different backgrounds in terms of how we got into the sport, but we just love the sport, and we hope that comes through to you all with everything that we say here over the course of the weekend, because we get to bring you, I don't know how many, 10 hours of racing today.
It's a long one today, but I'm excited because these, I think, are going to be some of the closest races we see over the course of the weekend, because people are vying for that next spot.
Yeah, and so when we say they're vying for that next spot, you have the A-B semifinals today, which means you have to come in the top portion of your respective semifinal to see whether you're going to make it to the A or B final. So that's going to determine your progression as to whether or not you're going to go for that national championship,
right?
Versus the B finals, which would be the next placements down from there. So those will be held, the finals will be held over the course of the rest of the weekend, with the B, C, and D finals happening on Saturday, and then A finals and the remaining B finals happening on Sunday, wrapping up a little after 2 o'clock. So Sunday is our technically shortest day, but the awards will be peppered in throughout that day as well, starting around 10 a.m. on Sunday. But within later today, starting around 10 o'clock, apart from racing, if you're around, if you're waiting, if you're just milling around and wanting to learn a little bit about rowing and what the heck else is out there, you can hop on over and check out some of the vendor tents. There are food trucks that'll be here. I know that Grace and I will both be heading over to the USRowing tent to do a little meet and greet.
Yeah.
Between, you know, all the things that we're saying up here. If you have specific questions, you want to just come over and say hi, tell us how much you think we're wonderful. Come on over and meet us. We'll be there starting around 10 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to do a little tag team action because there are just 3 of us here to cover all of the action that is happening. Getting some fantastic thumbs up over there from our wonderful referee friends, and I cannot reiterate this enough. There is a fleet of highly trained professionals.
They're sharp.
What do you want to say? You look like you have something to say about the referees.
I just love the referee corps, and I think sometimes they go a little bit unrecognized or unnoticed at times, because that means that they're running things incredibly effectively and efficiently, and kind of when they blend into the background, it means they're doing their job like 100%.
Yeah.
And I think being here, and we're in the finish tower, we're announcing from the finish tower, we see all of the work and all of the thought ahead of what the start time of this practice is that these referees put in to make sure that the conditions are exactly what we need to have for racing, that, you know, what unfolds in a race is fair, and being able to execute things in a safe and fair manner is just, it's really important. It's why we are all here. We all want a fair opportunity in racing, and they come here to implement that. And
they're highly trained, and they do, I mean, a lot of these folks, you know, you see as refs for all of the different regional championships, all of the different national championships. They cover the IRAs, they cover the NCAAs, they cover the Olympics, they cover all the world rowing races. They are there to make sure that it is as fair as it can possibly be and as safe as you mentioned, as possibly as can be. There is an entire team upstairs just eyeing for safety, watching weather, watching debris, watching anything that might happen, paying attention to just the eye in the sky. Honestly, there's a lot going on down here at the tower that goes on behind the scenes. That's one of the beautiful things about being on this side of the perspective, the spectator perspective, is that you really get a feel for all of the things that it takes to put on a production like this.
Absolutely.
Before I jump ahead to all of the crew that's running around here with all the matching US Rowing gear and all the volunteers that are wearing volunteer shirts and things like that, but with the referees, imagine being in a boat all day long. And they're going back and forth on the course. There are no umbrellas out there. They're out in the sun. You know, they need to stay hydrated. I know that I would need to use the restroom. You know, so there's a lot that they really take on, which really I think is a testament to their love of the sport.
I mean, honestly, it's just up there with the athletes. You have to keep your mental focus super high for hours on end, because you're watching every single moment of a race. You're watching across all lanes of a race. You're watching the finish line. You're watching the start line. I mean, they've got so many of them here because that's a really intensive job. And I hope they get some popsicles today. Some recovery popsicles.
That'll still be frozen by the time that they're done.
Just like roll it out there for the folks.
And then, of course, you know, we have all the people behind the scenes with US Rowing that are putting this event together. The venue itself stands as
It's beautiful.
Honestly, we talked about that. Whenever I describe this venue to people who do or don't know rowing, I'm like, as far as I know, this is the only one in basically the entire Western Hemisphere that is built in this way.
Yes.
So this is a race course where you could literally host an Olympic Games if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You said you raced here.
Yeah, I raced here in 2017 when Sarasota hosted the World Championships, and I found this course to be, incredibly fair, like the actual race course. Very sharp, great viewing areas for spectators. There's a couple of lanes for, bikes and coaches and things like that on one side. They've got the wave attenuator. And it's really clean, fast water as well. I personally love that. There's a good tailwind kick in most days. Separate, warm-up area, the regatta island. This finish tower is super sharp. It's just very well organized, and I love the flow. You can accommodate a ton of races with fairly good centers.
That's very true, very true. And that's another thing that the referees add to as well, with keeping everything on time. Because if anything got a little bit behind, that is a lot of races to start to back up and make things run long. And so all over the rest of the course, we have all the people that are running around putting everything together, all the tents that you see. This has been a lot. The people that work here at Nathan Benderson Park, the people that work in the area with the company that backs up Nathan Benderson Park to put on all of these events. So all the tents that you see, everything that goes into sports goes beyond the athletes to support what the athletes are doing, because again, we love the sport. So thank you to everyone who is out there making this happen. I see flat water more than anything else from where we are. We don't have any boats going. We have a few spectators milling around already this morning. It's a very nice morning to be racing.
It's very nice. Yeah, this water is flat. I'm imagining the athletes shoving off the dock, doing their initial warm-up strokes for that first race. It's kind of nice to be able to be the first ones cutting the glass, if you will.
Yeah. You get that little grin. We were talking about you go and you're just like, please be calm. Please don't be windy. You're thinking about that on your days to practice. And then when you get to go to a race and the weather's pretty nice, you're like, oh, all right.
This is nice.
A little taller. You've put on your pump-up jams. You know that this is you're trained. You know all the things and you're just ready to release the beast, I guess.
Yeah,
right? Get out there and lay down a great 4 quarters of racing.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else do we have going on? This evening, we're going to jump right ahead to that. This evening, I cannot forget. So we have at 6:30 p.m., we have a toast in the tower.
Oh, yes. Yes, we do.
Yeah. So do you want to tell everyone who is either here at home what's going on with the toast in the tower?
Yes.
Putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So Toast in the Tower, it's a meetup for all the Black, Indigenous, and BIPOC peoples here in the rowing community, athletes, coaches, staff, all people who are in that community, and it's an opportunity to also meet 2 of our great elite athletes who qualified for the Pan America Games this summer in South America. So that Games will be next year, but they've already qualified, so it's pretty exciting to be able to meet those athletes ahead of time. I know in our experience, sometimes athletes don't get that opportunity to know what's going to pan out. So, and they laid down some great times, some great racing. I'm excited to meet them. And so come and join us at Toast in the Tower for meeting those Pan American athletes.
6:30 tonight here in the tower. I actually had the great luxury, the wonderful experience to get to coach one of them at a camp that I was coaching last April. And this athlete, her name is Maddie. She said she'll be here. It's very exciting. So I'm stoked to see her. It's just a wonderful person who's just loves to row. She was, I believe it was the 800, was a runner in college, and so came to rowing. Joan Van Blum was the person that got her involved in that. She started rowing out in Long Beach down in Southern California and just kind of progressed through the single. Her erg score is faster than mine ever was.
I've seen her name pop up on that list. Yeah, she's got some pretty good times.
And it's just been really fun to watch her progress over the last year and just kind of explore the sport and experiment with it. And that's really the beauty of this sport, is that it's a grand experimentation.
Oh, yeah.
This is how my spaghetti brain works, is things that people say to me that strike me, pop out in the moment. This grand exploration, you said yesterday, the quote about the man in the river.
Yeah, so I mentioned this in our opening ceremony, and especially ahead of the seniors' graduation. One quote that got me through a lot of my Olympic training was that no man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and it's not the same man.
And so every time, that you get out on the water, people are always thinking about the technique of it being the same thing over and over and over again. But much like swimming, because it's a fluid environment, you have the flow state, the water is literally always changing.
Yeah.
You know, it is not
like
a
scientifically changing.
Yeah.
Like literally not the same water.
On many layers, it is constantly changing, you know. And so when it comes to figuring out the technique, that delicate feel of how it should feel you relative to the boat and relative to the water, if you always go to a certain point with a certain cue, you're going to miss out on something because the water is literally different. It might not be where it was the stroke before. I mean, it's literally a different portion of the same water. But again, it's never the same twice. So this grand experiment that we get to have through rowing, I think that's one of the beautiful things about water sports in particular, is that you just have to continuously, constantly evolve through everything that you're doing. So, and have some joy in that.
Oh, yeah.
When it came to, let's say, training and racing, can you recall moments where you felt just joy?
Oh, yeah.
In what you were doing?
I think also, when we talk about like the practice of rowing, you know, we were talking about like the flow and how we're constantly in these new environments.
Yeah.
But you're learning to adapt to those changes through the practice of rowing.
Yeah.
And I always found joy in feeling a sense of mastery over something. And so knowing like, okay, well, if it's a tailwind, I'm going to sharpen up this, do this, row a little longer here, a little shorter here. And with each practice, with each piece, I put myself into a challenge. Every race opportunity and feeling like a little sense of accomplishment, even if it was a small sliver of maybe it's only one stroke that I got it, but it was one stroke more than I had a couple strokes ago, a couple 100 meters ago. And so having that sense of accomplishment build over time, I think, is something that when I have the awareness to acknowledge and point out for myself, that was one of the joys. And then the higher you go in the sport, the more levels you can unlock. And that's, I think, honestly,
sounds like a video game. But
I know. Rowing, join us.
Yeah. Unlock all the levels.
Yeah. But that's honestly what I think brought the most joy as far as that kind of self-endeavor of mastery, but then also doing that alongside other people and supporting them being able to unlock those levels as well. Because you know, for everyone, even in a single, you're not rowing by yourself. You're rowing alongside other teammates. You've got your coaches. You've got other people there supporting you. And bringing them with you is another aspect that I think is huge to rowing. Like we talked about yesterday, even with Maurice, like I think we all keep being involved with the sport because of the community, because they bring us with them and we bring them with us. And that sort of boatmanship, teammate aspect, whether you've known them for a couple of minutes or you've trained with them for years. Yeah.
You know, gosh, that brings to mind so many different things. Some we talked about yesterday, some we have not. You know, we, in 2014, they inducted my teammates and me into the Hall of Fame. And we go to this, and not all of us could be there, which was, you know, unfortunate. I wish that everybody could have been there. But they said, okay, you have time for one of you to speak. And we're all kind of standing there like, and everybody goes, Shoop, you're going to talk. But then as soon as they walked away, we figured that out. Everybody proceeded to tell me exactly what they wanted me to talk about. So everybody wanted to talk. So I took it all in, you know, but when I got up there, I look at the audience of people that were there, and there were athletes who we had trained with all that time and who also raced at the Olympics, but were in other boats and just didn't happen to be inducted when we were, because we were inducted for what we had done in our 8 specifically. And my eyes just caught Portia Now McGee in the audience, you know, and I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm fast because of Portia.
Oh, absolutely.
and it just brought to mind this flood of people that helped me figure things out along the way, you know. And so what I ended up talking about was how this boat is fast, not just because of the 9 people that got to be in it on that particular day, because some of it is dumb luck, you know, in terms of who gets to go where. Because when it comes to all the days that go into all the training that you're doing and who makes the boat and who doesn't, sometimes I don't even as a coach really use seat racing as the way that I gauge things. There are all these other measures. And then I check in with the seat race at the end to go, okay, all of this is tracking this way. This is who I think should be here. This is who seems to work the best together. Because sometimes seat racing comes down to a 10th or a 100th, just like we saw in the time trials yesterday. And that's too close to call. You can't say that that's on that one person because it is a unit out there, you know. And so to be able to like wholeheartedly, I believe that with my full heart, that I am the product of a series of people and the accumulation of those experiences.
Yeah, I would definitely second that. I mean, I was one of the last people to make the 2016 team.
You make me want to hug you right now.
I know. I mean, and I will always take the opportunity to make sure people acknowledge that, you know, we're seeing some top athletes here, but like you said, they have other teammates here who are supporting them and maybe racing at different events. There are people back home who are on their team, who are watching this live stream, who are like cheering for them from afar. But there's also the competitors who put themselves out there the same amount of time, day in, day out, to push them in the regionals, because there were some really tight regional racing qualifiers to get to this national championship. And so I think we all need to just like think about how many people supported our journey to get here, whether we met them or not.
Yeah.
And that's a huge aspect to sport in general. You know, not everyone wins out there. But we're all a community of people who we know the grind. Yeah. And we're just looking for some fast races and the opportunity to just lay it out there and see what happens.
You know, a friend of mine who played collegiate basketball, super cool. She actually lives over in Tampa. May or may not be watching right now, but either way, she was actually the first walk-on athlete to the University of Connecticut women's basketball team.
Wow.
And, you know, not that big, but just super, super feisty. And she shared a quote with me that this is not a perfect version of the quote, but basically that the best way to honor your opponent is to give your best effort.
Yes.
Like, go out and race your heart out.
Yeah.
Go out and do the best race that you have had so far up to this point in your career, because that is the best way to honor all of those people that you may or may not know who, as you said, supported your journey along this way, like helped you be here by pushing you.
Yeah. I mean, what athlete doesn't like a challenge? That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah. Because, and what is it about that challenge? Like, why would you say that, you know, why do we like a bit of a challenge? Why?
I think it's a little bit of the fear of the unknown, of what kind of potential do I hold inside of myself, and what can we as like a unit put together. I think that unknown is a bit of an exciting adventure to be going on and something to be shooting for. Yeah. And I think athletes tend to we always want to improve. It's always a drive. Yeah. It's always, and maybe it's a part of this mastery aspect or this mastery mindset that I keep coming back to of learning. Like, you're never done learning. Like, up until the last day of me training for like at the elite level at the National Team Training Center, I was constantly improving. And that's all I wanted to aim for. And all of that adds up over time at whatever level of sport you're competing at. And I think it becomes addicting. Yeah.
You know, wherever you are right now in your career in rowing or in any of your careers, you know, when you look at someone who is at a level a little bit higher than you might look and go, oh my gosh, like, look how great they are at this thing. And they're probably thinking the same thing about the next level up. I say it jokingly, but I mean it very genuinely, that I always tell people that I learned how to row 4 days before our Olympic final. Right? Because we were constantly evolving. Our coach was constantly asking us to do new things because it would help us feel a little bit more, find a little bit more speed. We literally changed parts of how we rode after we raced the heat at the Olympic Games, and then went out and had a couple of technical changes in the days between, you know? And here you are, you're thinking, okay, we're at the Games, we're just going to let it be, just go out and do your thing. No, there's still ways, there's still time to find those little things that do speak to that mastery concept, which I know I've read a zillion times. Not 10,000 times, I haven't read that many books yet, but it's always this 10,000 hour rule to be a master in something. And I think, you know, my career as a rower was not even 10,000 hours long, but we did okay. You know, like, we figured a lot out without reaching whoever set that rule of 10,000 hours, you know. Right. But that constant evolution, that constant learning, I think, is something that makes life incredibly interesting.
Oh, yeah. And we're about to see some of that lay down right now, because I think we're about to get started with some of those initial semis. It must be coming up soon.
Yeah, so the first semifinals of the day, everything kicks off at 10:30. And it's 10:30. I said 10:30. 7:30. In just a few moments, it's 7:30. We've been sitting here for 3 hours.
I know, right?
7:30, we're going to get going with some of those A-B semifinals. Are we kicking it upstairs?
Are we kicking it up to Maurice? So we'll pick it up and leave it to you, Maurice.
And we are about to be underway at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I am Maurice Scott, and I am sitting here on the fourth floor of the tower with a very, very beautiful view, flat water. I am super excited to get this going. This is where the season wraps up. This is where we see the 1,000 meters, the blisters, the blood, sweat, and tears all come down to this, where national champions will be crowned. And I am super excited to see this. This may be a year of an underdog. I've been doing this announcing thing for a little bit now, and this year in particular has been a couple upsets throughout these major races, such as the Stokesbury Cup Regatta and a lot of the regional championships. So it will be super exciting to see how these crews pan out, especially side by side. Yesterday was the time trials, but today is now the semifinals for the top spots in the finals. So we will see how it will pan out. The first race will be the men's youth single A/B semifinal 1, where we will have in lane 0 Devin Godfrey from Woodlands, lane 1 William Tran from Lincoln Park, lane 2 Nate Harris from Ridgewood, lane 3 Kyle Rucker from Central Ohio, lane 4 Cooper Hagen from SORA, lane 5 Owen Benincosa from Lake Oswego Community. Lane 6, we will have Carter Pollock from Huntsville, Madison County. And in lane 7, we will have Winston Stoll from Cambridge. And I just love how we're starting off with the single scullers. I'm not biased or anything, but being a single sculler takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of mental toughness, because as you guys can see, if you're looking in the back by the trailers, you'll see the bigger boats. You'll have multiple teammates in a boat, but with the single sculling, you will have just that one athlete. And so these scullers are definitely something special, especially doing this in high school. The training that they have to rely on themselves, and so it can definitely be a mental challenge. And as I said yesterday, you can be your own worst enemy. And so this right here will be very, very interesting to see how they all respond to each other. And it really looks like there's still connection between all of these athletes right now. There may the biggest gap may be about 50 meters, if that. And so this looks like it's going to be a tight race, at least coming through that first 500 meters here. And right now, it looks like we will have lane 4 leading the pack, and that will be Cooper Hagen, and followed by possibly lane 0, which will be Devin Godfrey. But again, it is a pretty tight race. There is some separation between lanes 7, 6, and 5, and then the rest of the pack, which will be lane 0, lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I love it. It looks like lane 0 is right now making a minor moving up towards that front of the pack. And that will be, again, Devin Godfrey from Woodlands. And super excited to have, it's almost like you snap the finger and you just appear here, Grace.
I know. I mean, it's bringing me back to Southeast Youth just a couple of weeks ago. And I kind of had to laugh because I think I remember watching Cooper Hagen race at that event in that flashy red shell. I remember him dominating the field there at Southeast Use.
Yeah, you're definitely going to stand out with the red shell. So
Yeah, we're all about like having a little bit of pizzazz there.
but yeah, it's definitely looking like we're about halfway through the pieces, and there is obvious now separation in open water. But for the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth spot will still be in contention.
This is a tight race,
Very.
especially for singles. There's usually a lot of separation that occurs. You know, a smaller boat, it's harder to make those differences in speed against your competitors. And we have, you know, it's bow balls across with lane 1 kind of edging out ahead, maybe not open water yet on the other four, maybe a hair, just a hair, over in lane 0. But, you know, the single is probably one of the tougher boats to be racing here. I mean, it's just you in your lane and your blades and your own self-talk. We were talking about yesterday. Sometimes you can be your own worst enemy and you can be your own best teammate. And this is one of those boat classes that really amplifies that sort of mental edge.
And yeah, it looks like we're now coming down to that finish, that last 250, and each of these athletes are picking it up. And again, there are only a limited number of spots. And correct me if I'm wrong, will it be top 3 or top 4 that will be advancing on?
But it's close either way.
It is close either way.
Over there in lane 0, clear win, but then these middle 4 boats, oh my gosh.
And they're fighting for a spot, and I can tell you there isn't 5 spots in the finals. And
taking those rates up.
That's going to be very, very close here.
There may be some good photo finishes there, even in the single. Photo finishes in the single. Lindsay and I were talking earlier downstairs on how today, being the day that most of these athletes will qualify into the next round or have an opportunity to qualify into that next final, this is some of the tighter racing that we'll see over the course of this weekend. And what better example than this first race of youth men's singles being so close in just those first 5 spots. I mean, that speaks to the fantastic athletic ability of these athletes in a single at the youth level. I mean, I think this sets us up for some pretty exciting finish line opportunities here.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Again, as a single sculler, and for that race to be that close, for the limited number of spots onto the A final, for them to respond to each other all the way down the court, I mean, that's a mental toughness that I feel like is uncomparable to. And I don't know anything that will be, you know, like a mental strain than to come down to 250 and still be, you know, next to your competitor and knowing there may be only 1 spot left.
Right. Absolutely.
And so next up, we will have coming down the line will be the men's youth single semifinal 2. A and B, which will be in lane 0, Henry Davison. Lane 1, Matthew Simmons from Oakneck Academy. Henry Davison, also Oakneck Academy. Lane 2, we will have Ian Riley from Brophy. Lane 3, we will have Will Foucher from Near Reed. Lane 4, we will have Brandy Channel from Temple Junior. Lane 5, we will have Jackson Phillips from Gem City. Lane 6, we will have David Pearson from Vancouver Lake. And lane 7, we will have Jonathan Wang from Cambridge. And we are underway here for that second semifinal number 2, where the rest of the spots and tickets will be punched for the A final.
And as these athletes come down the course, you are looking at lanes 0 through 7 that we're using for 8 boats across in all of these lanes. How do you know which lane is which? You're riding in the launch with the referee. Think left to right, read it left to right. So 0 is on the far right of the picture or the far side of the race course. And those are going to be some of your fastest finishers out of yesterday's time trials. Barely a second separated Devin Godfrey, who just came down in semifinal 1, and Henry Davison. So those were your 2 fastest qualifiers coming out of the time trials yesterday. So as you read left to right, lane 0 to lane 7, Henry Davison was second in yesterday's time trial. Matthew Simmons came in third. Ian O'Reilly 6th. Will Fouché 7th. Brady Shanley out of Tempe Juniors, he placed 10th yesterday. So we have these top speeds all very close across the course. I know a couple of these athletes out on the water right now have trained together, so they know each other's speed coming into this race. I'm thinking about Ian O'Reilly and Brady Shanley. Both of those athletes are out of Arizona right now, and so they've raced across the course and practiced and trained together coming down the race course here on the water today in Sarasota Bradenton. But right now, our early leaders still very tight across in this singles race that we are seeing, our second race of the morning. Henry Davison does look like to be one of our early leaders, but look all the way across as well at Jackson Phillips out of Gem City, those green blades, 3 from the left side of your screen. So that's a huge reflection of time trial versus side-by-side racing. Jackson Phillips came in 11th yesterday out of the time trial, but here he is showing speed on par with the top 2 and 3 athletes from yesterday's racing that we saw. That was day 1. Wouldn't be surprising to see progress through each of these races as these athletes continue to make strides, learning. Have you raced the single, Maurice?
I did. Or I still do.
You still do. Exactly. And there's always a way to find a little more speed. And my gosh, this water this morning.
Pristine.
Talk about being able to find more speed. If I'm a single sculler, these folks are coming into the last 500 here in the next couple of strokes. If I'm a single sculler and I get to race first thing in the morning on water like this, how are you feeling when it's like this?
Oh, it's great. It's just like one less thing that I have to worry about amongst the chaos that's going on in my brain.
That's a great point. It is one less thing to really have to think about. It allows you to find some relaxation that maybe you weren't able to yesterday, which also might be what we're seeing here.
Right.
It was a little bit bumpier yesterday, a little bit more chaotic. There was just, with the time trial, just a lot of boats out on the water all at the same time. But these folks here are not letting any of that. They're like, okay, race number 1 done. We're in our AB semifinal. Here we are coming into 500 meters to go. Look how close this is.
Very close.
5 boats across.
Just like the last race. And that
all in contact.
This is going to be a very good race. For at least, especially in the finals, like with these boats being this close together in the semis, like, whew,
yes,
it's only going to get tighter.
Absolutely. And we've seen this over the last couple of years where these races at the Youth Nationals are just getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
But you love to see it.
Yes, the number of photo finishes. For those of you, if you watched last year, there were a zillion uncountable photo finishes that happened across the course. Boats being overlapped like this means there's barely a couple of seconds separating 5 boats right now. And you have maybe, 250 meters, what's that, 20 or 30 strokes, depending on how fast you're going and what your stroke rate is?
Yep. I'll say 30 if they're because they're probably picking it up probably a little closer to the upper 30 mark, early 40 mark. So yeah.
So you're in the race if you're in the race right now, Maurice, and you know that you're this close, what would be your plan? What would you make happen right now?
Go. Like that's that. Remember how we said that one syllables and just thinking one word? Just go. I mean, it's 250. It's going to go by quick, and you have to be able to fight through that lactic acid buildup. You got to be able to fight through that pain because guess what? This is all or nothing. There's only a limited number of spots. Whether there's 3 or 4, there's a limited number of spots.
Half the group will move through. Yeah, and Henry Davison is still out in front just a little bit. It looks like he might be taking a hair of a lead over Matthew Simmons out of Oak Neck Academy. Jackson Phillips and Gem City with those green blades put on a huge push early on in the race that I'm sure gave those other racers on the 4 boats on the inside, Henry Davison, Matthew Simmons, Ian O'Reilly, and Will Fouché there out of Nereid. Those 4 boats are the 4 that are coming across in first, second, third, and fourth. What unofficially from the tower, as we see it, about a half length to a length between each of those. Look like maybe a half of a length between first, second, and third, a length back to fourth as he crosses the line. And then with the green blades, it looks to be Jackson Phillips there out of Gem City. And then we've got a very tight, almost photo finish, just barely a few feet coming across the line in these near side lanes with David Pearson and Jonathan Wang. That was very close all the way down the course.
And again, you love to see it. I mean, especially when, again, going down, these athletes may know that, they're going to go to that B final, but they are still fighting it out. And I mean, coming here is not it. obviously everybody wants to be on that podium at the end of the day, but unfortunately there's only 3 spots up there. But at the end of the day, this is where new standards are set,
Yeah.
and taking this into the summer season and taking it into the fall, like you build upon this, and that's, I mean, I think some of the best athletes here didn't start out winning here.
Yeah.
They probably, came here, was in a D final, but they progressively throughout their years being a junior athlete have started to rise. And some of these athletes that are going to the finals, are those athletes that have learned from their past mistakes and have learned how to operate their bodies, have learned to push their limits, how to push the envelope without getting injured, but being able to push the envelope to increase their speed. And now they're going to that A final for that top 3 spots.
And to and up the ante for everyone else that's on the race course in subsequent years, right? You lay down the best race that you can. It's only going to elevate youth rowing in this country for years on end.
Exactly.
Go out there. Go out there and lay down the best course that you can. We just received an update. We're going to update our heat sheets here to make sure that we are bringing you the most accurate lane assignments as we come down the course. Because on the inside lanes, it did look like they staggered it almost like in a fastest to slowest kind of speed across the course. So we'll bring that to you here shortly as we get ready for the start of the next race, which will be the women's youth single AB semifinal 1.
And we are underway with the women's youth single A and B semifinal 1. We will have in lane 0, Catherine Berry. Lane 1, Ella Gusick from Lake Las Vegas. Catherine Berry from Oak Neck Academy. Lane 2, Grace Moore from Newport. Lane 3, Anna Holtley from Waterford. Lane 4, Sadie Bell from Putney. Lane 5, Lily Finch from Seattle Scullers. Lane 6, Ella Ahern from Annapolis Juniors. And lane 7, hope I do not butcher this name, Maive Cohane from Narragansett. And this is going to be an interesting heat. There are some power players within this first semifinal, with starting out with Grace Moore, who just won the Stokesbury Cup Regatta a few weeks ago. Lily Finch from Seattle Scullers coming in second at the Northwest Regionals. And we have Ella Ahern from Annapolis Juniors, who is trying to make a statement here today as well. So this will be some interesting racing. Right now, what we can see on the screen here is lane 3 leading the pack, which will be Anna Holtley from Waterford, but also right behind her will be Catherine Berry from Oak Neck Academy, going stroke for stroke at this point of the race. And then that will be followed by Ella Gusick in lane 1 and Grace Moore, who is also in that grouping in contention.
Catherine Berry out there in the far side of the course, lane either 0 or 1, however you would like to call it over there, was the fastest finisher. That's Catherine Berry out of Oak Neck Academy, was the fastest finisher through the time trial yesterday by quite a significant margin. But if that is her out on the far lane right now, it looks as though she is trailing to Anna Hotley out of Waterford there in that blue hull in the center of the race course. That seems to be some of the quickest speed that we're seeing out on the course right now between Catherine Berry and Anna Holte there. And as they are well into the last 500, looking like about 300 meters or so to go in the race, those are your two front runners in this first of two semifinals this morning in the women's youth single. Sandwiched in between them are Ella Gusick out of Lake Las Vegas and Grace Moore out of Newport. A lot of these names we've heard in this event before in previous years, so you can see them taking steps to improve their speeds from previous years by looking to advance either from the B to the A final here, and that is exactly what will happen for the top half finishers in this particular event. That will put them on a path toward that A final, which will then decide how they will place 1 through 8 in the country.
And right now, as you know, you talked about before with the time trials, it looks like lane 0 obviously will have that that lower time in the time trials, the best time in the time trials. But we're seeing lane 3 with also a commanding lead coming through to this finish, and so this is a very, very interesting start to the semifinals.
Catherine Berry certainly turned it on there just a few moments ago, about 20 strokes or so ago. You can see her body being much more expressive. You can see her pouring more into it. She actually just peeked over to see if she could break clear water of Anna Holte, which she certainly has done, which means she has more than 3 seconds of time based on the distance that she is ahead of that second place. Now she just looked across to see where that bow ball is, or that buoy line is, to see the last couple of strokes that she could take. That is Ella Gusick then out of Lake Las Vegas, unofficially coming across in 3rd, followed by Grace Moore in the green hull, unofficially in 4th. On the next 4 inside lanes here are going to be Sadie Bell, Lily Finch, Ella Ahern, and Maeve Keohane. As they come across the line. And again, in these 2 closest to shore lanes, it is barely a bow ball, a few feet, a foot separating as the next 2 finishers across the line, Ella Ahern and Maeve Keohane. I cannot tell you with my eye who came across first between those 2 to round out this field of 8 in the first of 2 semifinals that we just saw come down the race course in the women's youth single. Up next, we will bring you the action from the start line in the women's youth single AB semifinal 2. Check out Here Now for all official events, any photo finishes that may happen. I know that we've seen those for a few years now. Just many, many photo finishes happen throughout the duration of the regatta in previous years. So if you're curious about official results and photo finish images, make sure that you head on over to herenow.com. And let's set the field here as we are well underway. When you see those public restrooms in the back, you know that you're already 500 meters into this race. So these athletes are well past that. They've already begun. They are deep into the second 500 of the race. From left to right as the referee sees, or as right to left as you would see if you're watching on the screen, is Annalise Hull out of Triangle there in that blue hull, who appears to be our early leader. She did come into this race having the second fastest time out of the time trial yesterday. In the next lane over will be Alexandra Pearson. The next lane from there, Erin Morley out of Y Quad Cities. Next lane in the center there is going to be Ellie Rosenfeld out of Tempe Juniors out in Arizona. In the next lane over, Shannon Bremer. Next lane, Catherine Nordheim. In the next, Stella Toro. And rounding out the field of 8 is Yana Krivoshiva. All connected with at least one other boat on the field right now. Our early leader of Annalise Hall out of Triangle might have some open water on a few of the crew or the few of the other competitors in the race right now. But all of these boats, as we are getting into the second 1,000 here of the race here shortly, the second half of the race, are still very well connected. Still a lot of close times happening right now.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, especially coming through that first 500. You normally start to, see some separation, but through, these last couple races that we've had, I mean, you'll have a group of 4 or 5 boats like staying with each other at least until that last bit of the last 500. And so it's really, really, really interesting. I mean, and it's awesome to see these clubs. I mean, Triangle, Newport Sea Base, White Quad Cities. I mean, these are Miami Beach, Sarasota. These are names that you constantly see in the upper echelon of rowers in the A finals, and so it's awesome to see them perform out here. And again, obviously, these athletes are the fastest, at least out of the time trials, and so we're coming to that funnel where more will be eliminated from that A final. And so this is, again, it all comes down to that top 4 spots, and with 8 athletes. So.
And we have 3 Florida teams represented here out of North Palm Beach, Miami Beach, and Sarasota, local, obviously. And then teams that are coming from all the way across the country, some teams out of the Northeast, some athletes representing their teams coming from all the way out west. We have Newport Sea Base, and then, of course, Y Quad Cities out of the YMCA there in Iowa. A lot of the teams that are represented here are perennial powerhouses almost in sculling. We see similar names over a few years. We see similar teams over a few years. Of course, Y Quad Cities having been very strong in sculling for a very long time, especially in the team events. But still, as we are out on the course, still a lot of close racing happening. It is beautiful water. We already have mentioned that, which means if you've never raced a single, it is so quiet out there except for the sound of maybe the engine of the referee's launch. You have the sound of the blades entering the water. You hear your own breathing. That's about all that you're feeling out there, except for what can I do in my lane to be the best that I can be, to push myself and to push my competitors to be the best that they can be. And that's exactly what we're seeing, just so much. Imagine you come from all over the country and you practice every day and you know how fast you are. You have no idea how fast everyone else is until you were on the same water. Most of these athletes probably have some overlaps in terms of how they're training. They probably row in bumpy water. They probably row in flat water. They row in heat. They row in cold. They're on the machine. But you never know what it's going to all amount to. And so when you end up on the same race course and you end up with such a similar time to someone else, even though you came from such a different series of circumstances, that is almost one of the mind-boggling things about this. You get out there and you're like, well, what is it all worth? Very similar to that person that's right next to me. How can I find one more inch? You don't have to be 200 strokes faster. You need to be 1 stroke faster. And right now we have out there still Annalise Hall is in that front pack, and next to her, Alexandra Pearson. We have Erin Morley in the front pack, as well as Ellie Rosenfeld in the center lanes there, as well as 3 lanes in from the shoreline out of North Palm Beach. Catherine Nordheim. Remember, folks, how many spots on the line here for that next layer, Maurice?
Only 4.
4 spots, and 5 boats are currently in contention for those 4 spots. This may be yet another photo finish. This is something David and I talked about a lot last year. It's going to be another tight race.
It really is.
Put on your racing shoes, folks. It's going to be a fantastic weekend of racing here. Bringing it down, start to finish. Annalise Hall in that blue hull on the far side, looking pretty composed out there. Doesn't look to, maybe just now, as soon as I said that, looks like she started to sprint a little bit. You see Ellie Rosenfeld out there. She peeked over to see where she was. Is she in one of those top 3 spots? The next racer next to her is Erin Morley out of Y Quad Cities, ramping it up for that sprint. And then we also have...
And Catherine might have walked through.
Yes,
to
Catherine Nordheim.
secure that 4th spot in the A final.
What a tight race between unofficial second and third place there. But those are unofficially the 4 that will go through to the next layer of racing. Everyone else will also race again, but just in a different level of final. Gosh, fields of 8 in a single.
chaos.
Well, just an opportunity that rarely happens.
Yeah.
It just speaks again to the power of the venue, the elevation of the sport. I mean, I didn't hop in a single until I was 20 years old, and it was daunting then. So to be at this age, managing yourself with, your stroke rate, your race plan, you have all of your equipment, you have everything, and to be out on the water away from your coach. You can't check in at halftime. You can't check in on the sideline. You shove off and you go and do your thing for the better part of 45 minutes or an hour.
See, my anxiety is just already, I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, my heart is starting to race.
Race day butterflies.
Yes.
Not anxiety, race day butterflies, right?
Just
Grace and I were talking about this yesterday, that it's that feeling, though. That's because you care, and you're like, your body wants to give you everything you have to make it the best that you can be. It's elevating your state of awareness.
Right.
If you can't tell, this racing has elevated my state of awareness.
So getting the blood pumping at 8 a.m. in the morning.
I have no idea what time it is. There's no clock up here. I wish I had one. Here we go. 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
The next race is already on the course and underway. That's just a testament to these referees keeping everything running so that everyone can be out here on time, keep the races fair and direct. That way no one's waiting, because an athlete warms up and is prepared for a specific time, and that's how well they time their warm-ups so that they're primed right on cue. And so to start off on time really helps them continue on, helps them out.
So, yes, we will have the men's youth pair semifinal number 1. We will have in lane 0, Oars, lane 1, Montclair, lane 2, Canisius, lane 3, Triangle, lane 4, Brookline, lane 5, Charlotte Youth, lane 6, Pacific, and lane 7, Oak Neck Academy. And I feel like next to, being single sculler is like one of the hardest things to do. I think the pair is a very, very, close one, because it's you each have one oar.
There is no easy boat to row.
Well, on the grand scheme of things, but again, I'm a little biased, and being a single sculler is, being somebody that's rowed in a couple, except the pair. When I got in the pair, I was like, oh, I hate this. So actually, that being in the pair might beat the single scullers out. But yeah, so for the pair, you have 2 athletes, 2 oars. So it's not like what we've seen before with the single sculls, and each athlete has a pair of oars, a pair of oars. But in this category, each athlete has 1 oar that they are responsible for. And so it's very, very important for these athletes to match up, because, for simple science, if one is pulling harder than the other, you start to go in circles. And so the chemistry in these boats has to be very pristine, and also the awareness as well, because there is no coxswain in this boat. And so if you're veering off into another lane, you have to be able to communicate that, and either, depending upon which seat you're sitting, whether you're in stroke or bow, you have to either give more pressure or let up some pressure in order to stay in the middle of the lane and prevent yourself from getting any type of penalties.
And that all depends on how well matched you are with your partner, because some of these athletes might have a toe steering where they are also required to steer the boat with their foot. There's a mechanism attached to the shoe, and it can swivel back and forth. I know that I've coached very fast pairs up to the national level here, and they actually preferred not to have toe steering just because they were matched up that well. The toe messed them up. So there may be boats out here that have steering to help them stay straight in the lane, because, if you're staying straight down the middle of your lane, you are traveling the fewest meters. You are taking the shortest distance between the 2 points of start and finish. And the beautiful thing about that is, every moment that you can just stay right down the center, you know that you're matched up. You know that the boat's humming along. There is nothing. The pair is a sweet boat, but it's also a coxless boat. So it is a boat that is very quiet as well, but you are working in unison with the other person there with you. Right now, it is Murphy and Ballard out of Oars on the far side of the race course, who had the fastest time out of the time trial, who is one of the fastest moving crews on the water. I would say a few lanes over from them out of Triangle is another fast moving crew. Triangle, I know, has done very well here in the pairs in particular in previous years. And then another few lanes over, Pacific Pacific. Those look to be 3 of the fastest of the 4. And then, okay, as I say that, those inside lanes are starting to ramp up for the sprint. I would say Canisius in particular looked like they started to sprint early with just under 500 meters, or excuse me, with just under 250 meters to go. You can see the coach bikes accumulating on the other side because they're excited about what's happening on the water right now. There is definitely sprinting happening out of oars on the far side in that blue hull. Yes, it's going to be another photo finish. 5 crews for 4 spots.
4 spots. And so, yes, if lane to oars wants that spot, they need to pick that up now, which I don't know if they'll have enough room.
If Pacific. It's Pacific out here on the inside bowman, and they're in Pacific peeked over because wants to go. You can see the boat to stay level in the lane, and this is how it happens. The stakes are high. You want to go, but you got to keep matching 5 boats very tight here for 4 spots. Fantastic racing by all crews. Valiant effort, Pacific, in the final portions, final strokes of this race. Approaching the line now is Charlotte Youth, followed by Oak Neck Academy, as well as Brookline. But unofficially, again, anything we say out of the tower is not an official result. You have to go to herenow.com to make sure of the results. And again, check out those photo finishes because there will be some, and they're so interesting to examine. All close racing down the course, inside lanes, oars, Montclair, Canisius Triangle, as well as Pacific. We're in the 5 top crews. Again, 4 advance, so 8-boat semifinals mean the top half advance. And then you combine the 4 from each semifinal to create the field of 8 that will create whatever final, either A or B from there that it will be. But I love watching pairs because it's so evident when they pick up to sprint and they get so excited, and the boat is so light that you can just feel it elevate out of the water and just take off. And then, you can just see them get a little distressed. Someone peeks over their shoulder, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it just throws things way off.
Yep. But that just goes to show you, again, like the focus, especially in these smaller boats, it's not like in an 8 you may, have a little mishap, but because there's, 7 other athletes, it may be a little diluted and it may not affect the boat as much. But when you're in these smaller boats, singles,
you're
doubles,
50% of the input.
You are.
Yeah.
And so if you mess up, it's going to show. And I mean, I've definitely, been there where, just a specific race, that digger going through the end because the pressure's on. And so it's all about that whole mental toughness again and that focus.
We used to always say that in a pair, when you got a partner that you were working well with, you got a new best friend. But if it wasn't going so well, even if it was your best friend outside of the boat, you might have an extra tiff.
Right.
But as true to form, the referees are keeping things running on time. Let's set the field here for you. We are not going to have any breaks in between what we're talking about. We get excited about rowing. We love rowing, so hopefully we don't digress into all of the rowing conversation without bringing you all of the racing action as well. Early leaders, as you can tell, maybe seeing the trends, all of these semifinals are going to follow the same lane assignments based on your finish out of the time trials. Crews that came in the top 16 through the time trials are separated into 2 semifinals. Everyone else was separated into the C or D final at this point. So everyone has at minimum 2 races here in Southern Florida this weekend for the Youth National Rowing Championships. This is much more separation than we've seen out of the other races so far this morning. As in the far side of the course, setting the field is Newport. They were your second fastest finishers out of the time trial, and you can see that U-shape. They look to be about a boat length ahead of current second place Lake Oswego Community, with third place in the boat next to them out of Capital. Capital, another perennial name that you hear year after year. But across the field, from the far side to the near side, Newport, Capital, Pinecrest, the Hun School, Oregon Unlimited, Row New Jersey, Row America Rye, and another Lake Oswego as well. So, again, 4 crews advance to the A final, 4 crews advance to the B final. Everyone on the water right now can say, I'm top 16 in the country in my event. It's pretty spectacular. Sweet 16.
Sweet 16.
If rowing had a Sweet 16, congratulations, pairs. You are in the Sweet 16.
Yes.
But early leaders and still leaders looking looks like they're extending to clear water on the field, meaning if you were to look perfectly sideways across the course, there wouldn't be overlap of boat. There would be water in between. Our early leaders out of Newport before the next crew from there, and they are extending. It was Lake Oswego looking to push with them, but as you get into that third 500, you will hear me at least talk about the third 500 at least once or twice this weekend. But in this 2,000-meter race, which is different from scholastic rowing, scholastic races 1,500. But this is 2,000 meters, which I guess will change eventually at the Olympic level. So who knows what will happen. But get back to the racing at hand. Newport, over the course of that third 500, they have only extended their lead, where you can see that the physical demand of the sport is starting to wear a little bit on the crews. That's exactly what you see. This is what all of the meters are for. This is why you must stay in touch with the rowing machine and find joy in the training, because all of those days show up when you want them, or they will be demanded of you when you need them, and they're there because you've put in the time day in and day out.
So let's talk about that third 500 though.
Let's talk about this sprint that's about to happen.
That too.
We are 250 meters away. Let's go ahead and ramp this up. This is a race, folks.
So they've gotten through that third 500, which is, in my opinion, the hardest 500. But they're now through that, and we will see who's going to punch their tickets to the A final.
Adrenaline, 250 meters to go, 20 to 25 strokes. We're going to see a sprint. I love it when crews that are even ahead by open water are going to sprint, because you cannot count it sealed in the books until you see official. Anything could happen. Stay clean at this point. If I'm in the lead right now, I'm thinking, breathe, relax, where's the finish line? And stay clean. Support my partner. Stay clean, because you've done the work all year. You've done the work for 1,750 meters, and now it's paying off. And as we speak, so there is one race out in front with our lone leaders of Newport, and then for those next three spots, it looks as though we've got Capital still in there, and it looks the Hun School is in there in the middle with the black and red blades, very straight down the course the whole way. And then Lake Oswego still there in contention for one of those top four spots. The other crew on the other side, it looks like Pinecrest is over there with the green blades. They're out of Fort Lauderdale. So they're in those top five as well, maybe having a little steering difficulty. The next two crews to come across the line after the first five that appear to cross the line are going to be Row America Rye, as well as Row New Jersey. Those are two teams that probably see each other throughout the year, along with Oregon Unlimited.
And we are bringing it back to the women's youth pair, AB semi. Over there in lane 0, we've got Connecticut, Naride in lane 2, Miami Beach, lane 3, lane 4, Charlotte Youth, lane 5, Williamsburg, lane 6, Indianapolis, lane 7, Saugatuck, and out there, Hawkeye. So, going over from 0 to 7, that will be our lane assignment for these women's pairs. So yeah, we were talking about how pairs are a tough boat class. You've got to have equal pressure either side to be able to find that quickest line from the start to the finish. And that is a tough one to do between the steering, between matching with your partner, between whoever's choosing to call the race plan. These crews have set a lot of effort into making sure they can distill down their race plan to maybe just a few words or maybe some guttural sounds that
Right,
they
some
know
motivation.
that they know means something. And so it's always a tough one in the pair because you don't have that coxswain to be able to communicate that plan
Exactly.
and make those changes as need be.
And yeah, and you know, you can have, you know, a crosswind that is push you one side or the others, and it may strain, depending upon where that crosswind is coming from. It may strain either the stroke seat or the bow seat. Like
yeah,
it's
whether it's
just
port
don't
or
know.
starboard, and you'll see boats rigged either way, either port stroked or starboard stroked. It sort of just depends on the chemistry between you and your partner, the
Exactly.
strengths that each person brings to the table, whether it's they're great at matching, which usually suits a bow person, sometimes a little bit shorter, not always. Stroke seat has to have solid rhythm and really consistent, great level-headed mindset as well. And so you can see all of these crews have probably worked out that combination because it does look like a tighter field.
It does, and it looks like from our screens that lane 0 will be leading the pack here, which will be Connecticut, and followed by a very tight race with Near Reed, Miami Beach, Charlotte Youth.
Yeah, and you can see here through this middle 1,000 too, where you're starting to be a little bit more taxed. You're starting to feel you've gotten those jitters out for that first 500, and then you come into this middle 1,000. This is the meat of the race. And so you start to see who's really practicing that good technique under pressure and who's really practiced that mental stamina going through this thick part of the race.
And speaking of that, how did you get through that middle,
I mean, sometimes I just tuned it out, and I just tried to just live in the pain cave. It's a dark place sometimes,
Yes.
the pain cave. And I think especially early on in the race, you're thinking, you're just trying to stick to your plan. I think especially in the pair, something I enjoy about the pair is being able to have that pair partner that you're accountable to. They've put in just as many strokes as you, especially in this boat class. And so, I was always motivated by that. And so I know that the combinations here probably have a lot of heart, a lot of, you've got that friendship with each other.
Right.
And you're pulling for your teammate. They're pulling for you. You got to go.
Right. And as Lindsay said, the top 18, the top 18 in the country right now, that's what we're witnessing in each of those 18 or 16.
Sweet
sorry,
16.
Sweet 16.
Well, technically, I guess in the pair, it's going to be 32, At least as far as athletes.
Is that how math works?
Yeah, that's the maths. That's how the maths work out. That's how the maths go. But now we're coming into this last bit here, and it looks like, we do have a bit of a
lead here.
Yes, a commanding lead over there in lane 0 from Connecticut. Followed soon thereafter is probably contact there over between lanes 1 and 2, Nereid and Miami Beach. Followed very closely thereafter by Charlotte Youth. And then Williamsburg, Indianapolis, and Saugatuck kind of neck and neck over there. And then Hawkeye Community.
And again, top 4 spots will punch their ticket to the A final, and the rest of the field will go to that B final. And it looks like they're opening it up quite a bit here with Connecticut. I mean, they having that leg drive. They're just soaring through that water right now.
Oh, yeah.
And just opening it up. They haven't picked up rate much, and that's why I say it's the leg drive.
But I think, they're rowing very efficiently. Nice long strokes. And then I think over in lane 2 and 3, Nereid and Miami Beach, and lane 4 over there too, Charlotte Youth. I mean, there's some good rowing happening out here, and this is the toughest part. As they come into the red buoys, those last 250 meters, there's a lot that can still happen between being able to steer, to bump up the rate, to be able to maximize your distance per stroke. That's one measurement we use in rowing to measure your effectiveness. And who can do that when you've already put in 7 minutes of racing at near max? It's impossible to race an entire 2K at 100%.
Exactly, and we are now going to that last 250 of the race here, and we pretty much have clear-cut winners as long as everything stays the same right now. And so it will look like Connecticut will run away with that first place spot to punch their ticket to the A final with a very, very commanding lead. And then in the second, we will see lane 1 near Reed coming through to punch that second spot.
You can hear that finish line horn. You know it's coming, especially when you're racing. You can't look behind you. You put an ear out for that horn.
And Miami Beach, followed by Charlotte Youth, who will punch that final ticket to the A final.
And then we've got Williamsburg coming up here, bringing it all the way to the line. Still great bump up in speed there from Indianapolis, followed by Saugatuck. And then Hawkeye Community. Great racing in the pairs. That's always a tough one. I've spent a lot of time racing in pairs on my path. I was able to row pairs a little bit in college, and a lot of time spent in pairs in the national team. It's a great way to develop your skills as a small sweep boat. I mean, you have to be very technically good. You've got one person representing port side, one person representing starboard side. And so it's a great boat to be able to have race opportunities in.
I think it'll be safe to say that those rowers that are in pairs are probably your most technically sound sweep rowers amongst the group.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
you're forced to.
You have to. You've got to be. I mean, there's no off strokes in rowing, but I mean you've got to have every stroke be perfectly matched as much as possible. So our next race here, we've got the women's youth pair AB Semi 2. Over there in lane 0, we've got a PNRA Mercer boat. We've got Nardin Academy. We have Montclair over in lane 2. Lane 3, we've got Palm River Training Center. Lane 4, Dallas United. Lane 5, Triangle. Lane 6, WJ. And lane 7, Wayland Weston. And kind of a nice change up here. We've got a little bit of a early lead over in lane 1.
We do, and it looks like they are making a statement early,
early. And a great shot here that I really like is you get a shot of this course's wave attenuator. That's that line over on the left-hand side of the screen that mitigates any wake coming in from the crews that are warming up on the way to their start, or any referees. And the referees, again, working out here to make sure that everyone has a fair and equal opportunity to race. Wake is a really important factor to try to lessen when you're out there racing. And so you'll notice the 2 chase launches that the referees get to follow the race in, probably the best seat in the house aside from what you and I have up here in the finish tower, especially on the live stream. But they make sure that the wake does not interfere with these small boats. These small boats are a little bit tippier than the bigger boats we'll see later today. And wake is something that affects them. And especially in a small boat race, we can watch the wake kind of veer off the side of each individual boat. And it may not look like much, but if you have a boat ahead of you and you have to row in their wake, it's very, very challenging. And so for right now, the boats are still close enough together that there's no wake throwing off anybody else. But as the race unfolds, sometimes similar in swimming with drag and resistance, you get a little bit of that factor in these races of catching a little bit of water, or maybe some puddles. Maybe an oar crosses the line and over the buoy line, and you have to row in some puddles. And that is all just imperfect water to be rowing in. So the referees are there to help divert any of these crews to prevent any misadventure. They're there to make sure that there's limited wake. We've got the wave attenuator here over at Nathan Benderson. It looks perfectly flat. Look at that clean, flat water. It had all of these crews, each crew in this race taking very sharp strokes, keeping it clean. And we've got a little bit of a push there over in the PNRA Mercer boat, kind of taking a little chunks every stroke into lane 1.
And yeah, this is that middle 1,000 of the race here. They'll be approaching that last 500 probably within a minute and a half. But during that that third 500 piece, that's kind of where you train to be the fastest in, because most crews slow down during that. I mean, that's where your lactic acid is built up. That's where you're just like, why did I sign up for this? It's like all this is going through your head, but it's, again, that you build that mental toughness through practice. And so a lot of times you'll see who, especially through that 3,500, who has trained for that specific moment. Because again, that is, again, in my opinion, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is where, where you kind of solidify your spot going into that
Absolutely.
last sprint.
It's a really great opportunity. I mean, I've seen in the first 4 lanes here, 0 through 3. I mean, a lot can change in the third 500. These crews, there's been a little bit of a change up in their kind of how they're lining up with each other. PNRA Mercer has pulled ahead of lane 1, Narden Academy. And, Montclair and Palm River Training Center, they are they are charging down this course.
And yeah, I mean, they're all connected to each other's, decks. So it's just like there is no open water right now at all, at least between the first four places, which will be, again, lanes that will be PNRA, Narden, Montclair, Palm River, and Dallas, all going, stroke for stroke with each other.
Yeah. And watching them come down this course, I mean, it's sending me sometimes when I was racing here in 2017, this last 500 of this course can be very fast. And a great thing about that, we all love fast racing, but it also commands that you need to be technically very proficient. The pair is a perfect boat to express that. Again, because you only got one port, you only got one starboard. So this is the mental crunch time. You see a little bit of close action happening there over in lane 1 and 2 between Narden and Montclair. Neck and neck. Boats are getting a little bit close together, but PNRA Mercer over there in lane 0 doing a great job just staying in there between their gunnels and between their lanes, rowing their own race as other things unfold. But it's neck and neck over there between lane 1 and 2, between Narden and Montclair. Coming in towards the line, they're looking across. They're looking across at each other, trying to figure out, where is that finish line? How close am I? Where's my bow ball on their bow ball? You see a little bit of a lift in rate from Montclair, trying to take out a little bit more room. I think they're starting to get there.
And this is for lanes at this point, because they are going stroke for stroke. And I mean, the top 4 have that lead to walk off with those 4 spots. But now this is for lanes at this point.
You watch them, you can see them shortening up the stroke. And sometimes you want to keep those long strokes, but as you come to the red buoys towards this finish line, you want to keep the rate up. You want to keep the boat lifted out of the water.
And Montclair, they are actually in another lane now.
Ooh, very close, very close. Keep it going.
Yeah,
they've got it. They're rowing, but it's still top 4.
It is top 4.
PNRA Mercer,
but that's going to be
Narden,
interesting.
Montclair, and Palm River Training Center. The times came a little bit closer together there. Followed in then crossing Dallas United, Triangle, WJ, and Wayland Weston.
Now for lanes, I'm not sure how rows work, but that might be.
This is a time that the referees, this is where they come in to step in and try to make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity in racing. I don't see any hands here from the finish tower in protest, because all of those boats who were affected will advance into the next semi, the A final, excuse me. And so I did see a little bit of a hand to just double check. That may be an acknowledgement, but we'll see what happens here. You can see a ref boat just going in to check in on it here at the finish line. But the times will be unofficial as of now, but just check in with herenow.com for official results, and we'll see what happens out of that race.
And next, what we have underway will be the men's youth double A and B semifinal.
An event near and dear to your heart.
Oh, yes, I love the doubles. Love it. And so in lane 0, we will have Redwood Scullers. Lane 1, White Quad Cities. Lane 2, Great Miami. Lane 3, Pocock. Lane 4, Golden State. Lane 5, Miami Beach. Lane 6, Concord. And lane 7, Episcopal School of Dallas.
And you can see here, this is a great shot of the course. You get to see a little bit on the right-hand side of the screen, coaches over in their bikes or their rollerblades. You get to kind of follow the race with your athletes. It's really great. And now, again, still small boats. You don't hear a lot when you're out there, especially at this point in the race. So you're really only hearing the flurry of oars and water and oar locks, maybe, like Lindsay was saying, hearing a little bit of the referee launch boat's motor, but it's still a very quiet race on the outside, but maybe like a little bit of chaos on the inside.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. I mean, most of these boats, all of these boats are very, very in time with each other, very, very in sync. It's almost like hypnotizing.
Oh, especially I love the symmetry of sculling boats. I know Maurice and I have spent a fair amount of time sculling,
And seeing a lot of these sculling boats out here at the youth level, it warms my heart.
It does.
It warms my
heart. It really does.
And there's just beautiful geometry here, and especially all these crews doing a great job staying in time with each other, perfectly timed. I'm watching the blades, the little flurries of their blade work here, in time together, their puddles, leaving the boat together. Really excellent racing here.
Yes, and what we see here, we see lane 0, leading the pack, and that'll be your fastest time, which will be the Redwood Scullers, and then it will be followed by lane 2, which will be Great Miami, and in that third place spot will be lane 3, Wide Quad Cities, and for that fourth place spot looks like, that'll be maybe Miami Beach. I want to say I see that pink in that fourth spot.
Maybe Great Miami.
Yeah, it's going to be
this
close.
is a tight race. We've got that early lead over there by Redwood Scullers, but then anything from lane 3 to lane 7, really anything could happen, especially if we've got 4 spots. This is really up for grabs still here. So really great early racing through the middle here. They've just crossed over that 1,000-meter mark.
And I think that's, again, the importance of that third 500 is to be able to get through that and don't slow down. It's like who can go through that pain cave,
right?
I guess unfazed, for lack of better terms.
Or at least try to attempt to choose to be unfazed. So I think of it kind of almost like taking a volume button, and your max speed is your max volume, and you're trying throughout the whole race, trying to ramp up that volume and ramp up those beats, because especially with the rate too. Rate sometimes comes up.
Right.
You got a little bit of a move, and this is a tough section of the race.
And this fourth place spot is going to be real interesting. I'm actually super, super excited to see what that fourth place spot, like who that goes to, because right now, again,
we've almost got a little bit of a staircase happening. So we definitely have Redwood Scullers out in front, open water, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
And then neck and neck, Quad Cities and Great Miami, really right next to each other. And then you've got Pocock, Golden State, Miami Beach, and Concord, and really Episcopal School.
They're not completely out of it, but I will say they will have to make a move at this point, because you'll run out of room real quick, especially coming through that 500.
But again, here at Sarasota, there's a great tailwind today, and sometimes if you row really technically, you can kind of square up those blades a little earlier, catch a little bit more wind, and you never know what happens. You never really know, but you've got a little bit of. We definitely have that lead by Redwood Scullers. They've clean, good finish. They're laying down a good time. I think that's their goal. Try to see where they stack up between their other semifinal, and then you've got good, strong second place there over in Y Quad Cities and Great Miami, and then I think we're going to have probably another great photo finish there for that fourth place spot.
Exactly.
Coming into those red buoys, and we all know what the red means.
It means go.
Yeah. Red means go.
Red means go on this course.
Yep. I know we love. Yes, definitely in rowing, red means go. So they're coming into these red buoys, really trying to squeeze everything out of each other, trying to push up the rate, push up the pressure.
And again, lane 0, which would be Redwood Scullers, are going to take that one, but there's a push to the line at this point, especially for that fourth place spot here, and they'll fight for second as well. So you'll have Wide Quad Cities and Great Miami. Great Miami is trying to hunt them down right now. Can they get them? I don't know.
And this is great focus between all of these crews. Definitely Redwood Scullers, Wide Quad Cities, Great Miami.
Oh, we have a push by lane 6, but it may not be enough room.
We'll see.
Beautiful port. It may not be enough room, but that was a beautiful push.
Great job there by Great Miami.
Concord.
Miami Beach, Concord. Great push there from the outside lanes. And then Miami Beach and Episcopal School of Dallas rounding out this very interesting race of the men's youth double semifinal 1. Whew, it's getting spicy here on today.
It is. And I'm excited for this next one that's coming down, which will be the men's double A and B semifinal number 2.
It's anything like that race. You never know.
It is, but I have some fellow teammates in this race here, so I'm excited. So yeah, in lane 0 we have California Yacht Club, lane 1 Albemarle High School, lane 2 Artemis, lane 3 Wedgwood, lane 4 Oak Neck Academy, lane 5 Potomac Boat Club, lane 6 White Marsh, and lane 7 Narragansett. And yeah, I'm excited to.
Who are you rooting for over here?
I mean, no bias or anything, but Potomac Boat Club bleed red. But yes, it's.
You got to share some of the club love,
Oh, I do, and I told those guys, Mason and Decker, I said I'm going to embarrass them when they're out here.
Oh,
just
good.
because I know they. So the special thing about being at Potomac is a lot of the top juniors at the club will train with us, the high performance program.
That's
and so
a great
those
opportunity to have some mentors up above and try to be able to model the great rowing you're seeing up above. I think that's a great thing about rowing is some of these clubs are junior clubs and focus solely on that, but then when you also have an opportunity to learn from either a really proficient masters rower or a high performance group, it just makes everybody stronger.
It is, and again, you're at least the first couple strokes here. You'll see Potomac right now up in that front of that pack there, and I have the fun fact for them. We've done long pieces, and typically when we're doing pieces that are about 90 minutes long, Decker, which is in that double, will eat applesauce in between. He'll bring like cases of applesauce in the boat, and I'll see him literally just.
Hey,
I'm just like, wow, I'm judging you. Absolutely.
You don't want a snack attack. I'm all about it. I mean, I think they're just dialed in with the nutrition game.
They are. No, he definitely is, and he's taught me some things. I'm like, really? That's a thing? And he said, yeah. Look, and it's awesome. I love training with these guys, going stroke for stroke with these guys, and pushing them down the line. And I'm excited to see how they do today. And again, right now, who's leading the pack will be Potomac Boat Club in lane 5, followed by. Lane 6 will be White Marsh.
Yeah. And I'm
so
seeing here,
we're seeing a little.
This is their third trip to Sarasota, at least for Cornelius, and the first for Will, the combination in that pair, in that double. So, I mean, again, we were talking about dialing in that nutrition game, modeling some professionalism. I mean, this is a tight race for a youth event in a small boat. It's really a small margins here. And so each athlete going to maximize each inch and every single ounce of effort that's put into their blades.
Right, and again, these are your top Sweet 16 of the races, and so they're trying to punch that ticket. 4 spots, 8 boats, so it'll be real interesting to see. And right now we're approaching that third 500 shortly.
And again,
here.
Really close
Very
racing.
tight.
I mean, this is 6 out of 8 boats within contact of each other
And
through the middle. Whew.
I know. I'm like at the edge of my seat, and we're not even like,
literally on the edge of our seats. If you could see us up here now, we are literally on the edge of our seats watching this race, going just past that middle 1,000, heading to the last 750 meters. It is exciting. It's crazy.
And it's really, again, a lot of these schools here. I mean, Marlboro, Artemis, Oak Neck Academy, White Marsh. I mean, these are Narragansett. Like, these are, again, names that you see over and over again. I know White Marsh is in the Philadelphia area. Shout out to all the Philly teams here. Born and raised, home is where the heart is.
Go Philly.
And so, yeah, it's showing now. I mean, you have.
I mean, there's a lot of proficient rowers here. I mean, I'm looking at some of the bio information that people put in. And so we've got also in this race from Ridgewood, we've got Clark and Bugart, who have gotten, 7th in the youth double at the head of the Charles last fall, and Stotesbury Championships in the senior boys double.
Love it.
Cole will be rowing at UPenn next year, and was on the Can-Am-X team last year. As a junior, Jack is beginning his college search. I mean, a lot of athletes here who are kind of got their eyes on some collegiate spots there. We got a lot of college coaches out here watching these really tight races. I mean, this is an amazing opportunity for these athletes to lay down some fast time, show their stuff, all the work they put in this year. So coming to this last 500 meters.
And, as that side shot, it really looks like each of these boats are very calm and collected, and that just goes to show you, like, their training, the mental toughness that they've built to do this. But I can guarantee you every single one of those athletes are hurting right now.
Oh, every single one of them, especially when it's so tight. Maybe you designate one person within your combination to look left or right, but I cannot call this race to see who has got their bow ball out ahead. Maybe over a little bit there in lane 1.
Yep,
but
that's what I would have to say as well.
You've got lane 0, lane 2. You've got California Yacht Club, Artemis, Ridgewood, and Oak Neck Academy. We've got Potomac, White Marsh, and Narragansett. But really,
it is getting tight here as they come into the red
is the sprint.
buoys. Lots of overlap. There will definitely be a photo finish for this event.
And Potomac looks like they have picked up the rate because they're in that 5th place spot right now. Can
you
they
see
claw back up?
Those red blades with the white stars? Is that what that is?
That is.
That's Potomac. But look at how tight this field is. Great internal racing. They are dialed into each other, bringing all boats across, are bringing up the rate, I would say, probably every 10 strokes.
I mean, each of them are going close for or stroke for stroke, and it's going to be really hard to
so
tell.
Unofficially, it does look like that lane 1 is going to be a little bit out of head, but those 3 boats.
Yep, it's going to be very, very very
unofficially
tight.
very hard to call. I mean, Albemarle High School unofficially did look like it had a little bit of an edge out there, but do check the official times at here now. They'll be the unofficial times until the referees wave the white flag, and then they will be confirmed times and change over into official times. I mean, we should be keeping tally of how many photo finishes we have here today.
I know, and this again, it's only going to get tighter. Like the final is going to be insane, and I'm super excited for that.
And also for small boats, usually your margin between first and 8th place here is going to be multiple seconds, given that these boats move slower because you've only got a two horsepower engine in the double here. But the bigger the boat, the faster they go, the smaller the margins. And to see these sort of margins here today in the small boats is really exciting. It's very, very exciting.
Super, super exciting to see. And so what we will have next will be the women's youth double A and B semifinal 1, where in lane 0 we will have Cambridge. Lane 1 we will have Episcopal School of Dallas. Lane 2 Litchfield Hills. Lane 3 South Jersey. Lane 4 Redwood Scholars. Lane 5 Narragansett. Lane 6 River City. And lane 7 Row House. And again, I mean, these are all powerhouse programs. I'm seeing Redwood Scholars, Row House, Cambridge. I mean, it's got some Narragansett, and so there's a lot of history with these clubs and the success of these clubs and programs in high schools, whether private, public, and again, they all come down to this one moment.
Yeah, whether they row scholastic or whether they do that 1500, whether they do 2K, these are athletes who are really displaying a lot of adaptability, and they've put in the work doing all of that training for probably the entire season, the whole year, maybe multiple years. Especially in the youth event, we've got a little bit of a deeper pool of experience, but not always. So it's very exciting to see this whole event unfold. So early lead there over in the first 2 lanes of Cambridge and Episcopal School of Dallas. But after that first 500, definitely level field. Lots of contact over there between Litchfield Hills, South Jersey, Redwood Scholars, Narragansett, River City, and Row House. So definitely tight racing here. Again, just crossing after that first 500 meters, probably into the 750 meters. Yet I can see it over there on the screen here. If you're watching the live stream, you can see a little bit of some of these markers of the different 500s and some of the 250s. Yep. So that smaller black and yellow sign over there is the 750. So these boats are charging towards the 1,000-meter mark. So they're halfway through the second 500, trying to go into the halfway point of this race. And we were talking a little bit earlier about pacing yourself through this race. So it's physiologically impossible to go at 100% for a 2,000-meter race. And you've got the nerves and the jitters and the adrenaline in the first couple strokes just to get the boat from a dead stop up to speed. And then you kind of bring the rate down to try to find your sustainable base pace for your race. And different crews have different approaches here. And so it sort of is something that you determine ahead of time. Maybe it's by program, maybe it's by boat. You try to figure out, are you going to try to keep that pace through the middle 1,000, or you're going to try to ramp it up? It's a game of averages and a game of inches.
But it's also a game of knowing yourself, but also being able to trust yourself. I like in my experience, racing in these smaller boats. I mean, you know what you're capable of, or at least you think you know what you're capable of. So you have an idea on where you should be. And so it's like, and one of my good friends, John Oberst, he's now overseas doing his thing in Europe or whatever, but he made a very good point. He said you start out a race with a box of matches, and how many of those matches will you burn? Will you burn them all in the beginning of race, and we call that flying and dying? Will you have like a build, like maybe burn half a match in the first half and then burn them all at the end of the sprint? Like, it's all about knowing what you can and cannot do.
Right.
But still, again, pushing that envelope, but that envelope can only be pushed so far. So it's all about knowing that and knowing where you are in a race and using that to your advantage. So you may have some crews out here that may be sitting maybe in third, fourth, fifth place, but they're amazing sprinters. And so all they need to do is hold on onto that stern deck of that boat in front of, that stern deck of that boat in front of them. And at that end of that sprint, they're that confident enough that they can walk through that boat to secure that spot. And so it's all about, again, knowing what you can do, especially in these smaller boats.
Definitely. And it looks like good planning there on the part of Cambridge over there in lane 0. We've got Episcopal School of Dallas, lane 2, lane 3, Litchfield Hills, and then again for that fourth place spot, that has been the toughest spot to race for so far this morning, and so that does look to be
determined.
TBD. TBD between South Jersey, Redwood Scholars, Narragansett, and River City.
So yes, and so now we're in that last 500. We're in that. Yes, we're going into that last 500, and so
a little bump in right there. I saw a couple moves taken by a few of these crews, trying to make some more separation.
And yeah, look at that swing by Cambridge. I mean, they're that power application. I mean, you can tell by their puddles, like they are. That body swing is just propelling them through the water, and they're swinging together, and it looks like they're trying to respond because lane 1 is like our turn. And I'm excited. They're like,
they're definitely
we're hawking you down.
Yeah, they are hunting them down. You can see the bow ball of lane 1 sitting on the stroke seat of lane 0.
And that'll be Episcopal School of Dallas trying to make that move, come into the beach. They hear their fans, their supporters, their coaches.
And I just want to take note over there in lane 6, River City making a bit of a move there, challenging for that 4th place spot. I would say they're going to give South Jersey a little run for their money here, so it will be exciting to see them come into the red buoys.
Absolutely.
The last 250 meters.
And we'll see what River City can do, because I know their coach Ben, and he has a nasty sprint himself as a single sculler. And so we'll see if that juice can go on to them, and if they can walk up to secure one of those top 4 finishes.
And so it does look like Cambridge still holding onto that lead, but being pushed by Episcopal School of Dallas down the course. Litchfield Hills followed soon thereafter, but that 4th place boat, I mean, that 4th place spot is tight. And again, here at Sarasota, there's a good push in this last 500 meters.
Will South Jersey be able to hold them off?
Oh, River City, Narragansett, and South Jersey.
Like I said, River City has a nasty sprint here, trying to move up, but
Redwood Scholars as well.
Might be a very it's too tight. It's not enough room, and South Jersey will take that last ticket going into the
that was a
final.
Fantastic sprint here.
And then we will have Row House finishing up that first of the A and B women's youth double.
Right.
And we will now be going into commercial, and we will be right back shortly.
like fallen in love with this FLX design. Everyone I put into the boat kind of raves about it, and I've just seen good jumps in speed.
The FLX especially, it just feels great as it moves through the water. It's very responsive. It reacts to what you want it to do and runs out really nice in between the strokes.
And we are now back from commercial here, and we are now underway with the women's youth double AB semifinal number 2 here. And we will have in lane 0, Y Quad Cities. Lane 1, California Yacht Club. Lane 2, Y Quad Cities. Lane 3, Ransom Everglades. Lane 4, Albemarle High School. Lane 5, Harpeth Hall. Lane 6, Rockland. And Lane 7, Founders.
It's the double-double semifinal 2 for the women's youth double. Another tight race, I expect.
And again, we're seeing some very, very familiar names here. I mean, Albemarle High School, small public school that is showing a statement here at Nationals. We have Y Quad Cities. We have 2 doubles in the same semifinal, and so.
And it's always hard.
This is
You're
not.
racing your teammates. You race them at practice. You race them on the race course. We're gonna see what happens. But it's always exciting because I think it's almost an advantage, to be able to come into a race and know where you stand, at least against one of your competitors. A lot of these athletes have not seen each other unless they've met in competition at their designated regionals. So every single athlete qualified here through a regional qualifier. And so I would say for those 2 Y Quad City boats, small advantage of being able to know where they stand against their own teammates. And it looks like over there, one of those Y Quad City boats out ahead over in lane 0. But again, lots of contact here early in the race. Things are still unfolding.
And yes, we have some very some bragging rights that's going to be for today. I mean, again, small high school, Albemarle High School, public high school here. We have again Y Quad Cities, who's been very, very dominant in a lot of these national races for both here and the Summer Nationals. And we also have Ransom Everglades, which has been undefeated from what I've been told throughout this whole season, even through regionals. And so it's a lot at stake here for each of these crews.
And definitely a lot of experience across this field. We've got 2 boats, both in those Y Quad City boats, who have entered into the Youth National Championships before. Actually, the entry of Olivia Meskin and Miller, they won this event in 2021. And Alexa got 4th in this event in 2021. In 2022, also placed 4th in the quad. Sometimes athletes are here racing one event. Sometimes they're racing multiple events. It depends on the caliber of their athlete and their strengths across their crew and combinations. So we'll watch them cross into this last squeeze of the race here. And, I'm seeing a bit. We definitely have a great lead from Y Quad Cities over in lane 0. Mm-hmm. But I would say Ransom Everglades is kind of throwing it down for that second place spot. Yep. Kind of an unusual moment through the middle of the field. We haven't seen that very often. Challenging California Yacht Club with then the Y Quad Cities there in 4th as it stands now. But again, every single race we've seen so far in the last 500 meters, things can become tighter and closer.
They can, and we're now approaching that beach, and we're approaching that last 500 meters of the race here, and so we'll see who has enough matches to burn their spots and punch their tickets into that A final.
Yes, coming down the course here, you'll start to see the beach over there on the left-hand side of the screen. And again, the race is usually typically very quiet up until this point. The athletes start to hear more of a flurry of the oarlocks go as they take the strokes up in rate. They start to come by some of the spectators and fans. Things are filing in here at Sarasota. By the end of this regatta, we're going to have just a raucous crowd down there. And so they're starting to hear those cheers. They're taking it up in rate.
And that is the energy that we love. And again, as you said, I mean, we have top 4 spots pretty much might be, I would say, solidified if it keeps
I mean,
going the way it is,
top
but
four-
where they're going to end up might be a little bit different.
A race for lanes too. That's always important.
Yep.
You want to, as these athletes come down, they are vying for their spot in their lanes. So out of this, different lane assignments depending on conditions, but typically we've seen the faster crews seated into the farthest lane or the lanes on the right-hand side of the screen coming down through. And it does look like that boat over in lane 0, Wide Quad Cities, doing a fantastic job of continuing to push the pedal all the way down. And tight racing there.
Now,
Look
see,
at that.
for that fourth spot. So now we will have lane 3, Ransom Everglades, pushing for that lane at this point. And very, very tight.
Maybe that red shell edged out in front by a hair.
Yep.
But again, really tight racing over in lane 7 and lane 5, Founders and Harpeth Hall. And great rowing there in that blue shell of Rockland. I mean, it's a fantastic race. And crews totally spent here at the finish line. Look at that. I mean, you start out the race with all of the energy and nervous jitters trying to keep it together, and they poured everything out on the line here for this women's youth double AB semi. That was a tight race. They will all have another race opportunity for the A final and B final happening either tomorrow or Sunday. Next event here, we're starting to get into some of these bigger boats. We've seen singles, we've seen pairs, we've seen doubles for both men and women youth. And we are now on to the men's youth 4 with coxswain. This is the AB semi number 1. So this is 4 athletes, sweep boat. So we've got 2 athletes on port, 2 athletes on starboard, in whichever combination best fits these athletes. Over in lane 0, we've got NorCal, lane 1, PNRA Mercer, lane 2, Chicago, lane 3, we've got Brooks School, lane 4, Miami, lane 5, Greenwich, lane 6, Row America, and then over in lane 7, Vancouver.
What a beautiful overhead shot we're seeing there from those drones. They're really taking some fantastic shots of all angles this morning.
Absolutely.
Really doing a great job of giving us the full field, the full idea of just what separates these crews, and also just the uniformity, the symmetry of what's happening on the course within each hull itself, but also within each lane. If you've never raced on the race course on a rowing, like, imagine a swimming pool that's 1.25 miles long. A lot of similar principles apply. The water is a similar depth in all of the different lanes. That's one of the requirements for international racing, believe it or not. Yep, they intentionally dug the depth. That factors into, how fair, again, everything is down the course. Someone told me, a swimmer friend of mine told me once upon a time that when you swim, if you veer to the side of the lane and back to center, that it could be about a body length of distance that you
definitely
gain. So
the hypotenuse. I mean, I'm all about the maths and the geometry, and that's longer, Yeah. It's longer than just the straight point directly across from the start line to the finish line.
And so as you're coming down the course, imagine going completely to one side and then just back to center. If you waver just a little bit, right, that's really where
it's more distance and also a little bit more drag. So a lot of these shells, we see a lot of what happens above the water, but below the water as well. These boats are manufactured and created in such a way that it's like a knife cutting through butter. And imagine you try to take that knife and you're hacking at the butter sideways. No one likes that.
I like sideways butter.
I mean, if you want butter, you want a clean cut. You want to have it just go straight down the middle in these hulls. It's a beautiful thing to walk around the boatyard as well. All of those shells.
Yes.
The perfection and the thought and the all the maths
go
into it.
And this is racing. So a lot of principles that they're applying to how these boats can only be so technologically advanced. So this is sort of as advanced as they can be, but then boat manufacturers are also looking at sailboats, looking at all types of racing hulls to go, what shape, what type of paint should we use, how can we help them go as fast as possible. But really, at the end of the day, it's not just the chariot; it's the people in the boat,
it's the horsepower.
Which right now, as if you're looking at the screen on the far side of the lane, that's going to be lane 0 or lane 1, depending on. It might even be lane 2 that I think they might be using at this point. But far side to near side, we can still call them 1 through 7 or 0 through 7. Is NorCal out there in front, really setting a tone? Clear water over the rest of the field right now as we're getting into. They're about 800 meters into the race course. They're about to approach that last 500 meters. You'll see that orange orange buoy marking the last 500 meters to go. Each of the 500-meter marks have kind of placards, sponsorship signs next to them, so that's another helpful marker there. So NorCal out in front. It looks like a very tight race between the second and third potentially, and then third and fourth place. Second and third right now, as my eye might tell me, is PNRA Mercer, who looks to be currently in second place. Out there on the far side with Row America Rye, it looks very, very tight between those two teams, both out of New Jersey, I believe.
And I'd also say Greenwich Crew. It's harder to tell with the darker colored shells. You know, we're seeing a lot of light colored shells, but there's sometimes a little bit of a dark horse. You can't always see it against the water, which is sometimes hard if you're a coxswain. A lot of these coxswains are in what we call bow-loaded fours. And so they are really only seeing what's out ahead. They get a very limited view side to side. They try to limit their movement so they don't distract the rowers. They don't make a difference with the set of the boat as they try to run level as they get towards the finish line.
That head really tucked down in there. I said something about heads yesterday just because I'm staring at the head of the coxswain just being as minimally invasive as possible. The other interesting thing about being a bow loader, meaning they are slipped down like into a stocking almost in the bow of the boat. They can't see what's happening behind them. So once you're out ahead, as NorCal has been from the very beginning and still is, they don't necessarily have an idea of what's going on in the racing that's unfolding behind them. All they know is I need to urge my crew along to the best of my ability and adhere to my plan because I don't have external information. But here we are.
Yeah,
go
they've got
for
their
it.
crosshairs.
Red buoys, here we go. Red and rowing means go.
Red and rowing means go.
Not just port, it means go.
Exactly. They've got the crosshairs set on the finish line buoys. Definitely clean, solid racing over there in that far lane by NorCal. And then again, these fourth place spots really tight. There's lots of overlap between all of these
PNRA
crews.
Mercer has ramped it up, but Greenwich, you're right, and that blue hull is snuck by. Greenwich might even take it for second. They're right there with PNRA Mercer, who is right next to Chicago. Those are the four boats that are out in the lead right now, fighting for it. Row America Rye trying to find a little bit more, as it looks like Brooks School in the yellow hull in the middle of the lane is going to be very tight with Row America Rye. But again, 4 spots advanced to the A final. Very tight racing, especially between PNRA Mercer and Chicago there in lanes 2 and 3. NorCal was our early leaders, came all the way across as the leader by about clear water. Greenwich seems to be one of those crews that came across in the top 4 as well. And then it was very close between Row America Rye, Brooks School, then we had Vancouver Lake over here, as well as Miami rounding out the field.
Rounding out the field and totally spent here. I think all the coxswains, great job on their part for squeezing the most out of their crews. They're just totally spent. I mean, great racing. They all get an opportunity to race in their respective A final or B final coming up this weekend.
Yeah. It's only Friday.
It's only Friday. I knew today was going to be the pressure cooker day, as I said, because everyone's trying to vie for those top 4 spots. And really tight racing across all crews, all events so far.
And it's the first opportunity to be side by side since whatever your last race might have been. You know,
Right.
It's rare to have buoyed courses like this. So even when you're practicing
And
a
8
lot of
lanes
times,
across.
yeah. It's going to be floating starts. So side by side action, not time trial like yesterday. It might have been a couple weeks depending on when you're
Absolutely.
depending on when regionals was. It's like a time vacuum. When were my regional?
It's on regatta time. It's regatta time.
Zipping back up to the start. My gosh, it really just is beautiful.
It's gorgeous. Look at those professional little starting blocks. I love it.
The start gate is something that, you know, spectators once upon a time, not that long ago, didn't have much eye on, had no idea what was going on there. You have this start bridge all the way across where the crews have rowed under that bridge that you see in your image from the left. You can see crews awaiting their races off to the left side. You have a referee holding them, telling them when it's their turn. Then you get in your lane, you back into your start gate. There's what we call a little finger down there that can be adjusted to make sure that all of these crews are dead level at the start. There are refs up there, like literally making sure that no crew is an inch
ahead. Yeah, you've got the volunteers usually also holding what we call the stern deck of the boat, working with the referees with the headset to figure out, okay, lane 2 out an inch, lane 4 back an inch, trying to give as level a playing field as possible for these athletes as they try to vie for their spots going into these finals, because again, we're seeing lots of photo finishes here that come down to just, I mean, inches. You know, we were talking about bow balls, maybe only a golf ball distance apart over the course of 2,000 meters. And they are off. A flurry of oars happening here in the starting sequence as they try to get their boats from a dead stop up to race speed.
And one of the things that the coxswains will do as they go to take off is they want to make sure they're as straight in the lane as possible.
Yes.
We've already talked about the
and
straightness.
you can see across these lines, you can see the puddles. You can watch the wake leave these boats. Excellent job on the part of all of these coxswains.
And then you take off. You want to set the field for us there, Grace?
All right, we'll set the field. Over in lane 0, we've got Belmont Hill. Lane 1, the Brunswick School. We've got Newport Sea Base in lane 2. Lane 3, Bainbridge Island. Lane 4, Row, New Jersey. Lane 5, Broomfield Action. Lane 6, Cincinnati Juniors. And in lane 7, Montclair.
My gosh, in the first 200 meters as they take off, we've got 5 boats that want to show that they're the fastest starters. Montclair over on the inside here, inside lane nearest to the wave attenuator, far left of your picture right now, closest to the shoreline if you're watching. They were maybe the quickest in the first 20 strokes or so, but then the two programs on the inside out of Belmont Hill and Brunswick School, those are the two that are also going along that maybe have regained the lead from the early quickest starter in those first 20 strokes of Montclair, and very close between Brunswick School and Belmont Hill right now.
Yeah, and it's definitely, I think, said in the rowing community, you can lose a race off the start, but you don't always win. So it's still, it's exciting to get out ahead. You definitely have that mental advantage of being like, I'm a seat ahead, I'm 2 seats ahead. But you got to keep that lead.
Yeah.
You've got to keep your eye on the prize. So great job on the part of these coxswains, keeping their crew's focus internal, trying to execute their race plan as they cross over this meter mark. I believe they're through the first 500, close to that.
Just about, yeah.
Just about to that first 500. And it's a beautiful day here in Sarasota. So great water, a little puff of tailwind, I believe.
Yeah. Coming out of south, that's usually what it does. Runs a little bit south to north. It also brings some warm weather. We have some clouds in the sky, but it's less windy than it was yesterday, which I'm sure these athletes are all savoring. Neck and neck, barely a quarter of a length, maybe a deck or so separates Brunswick School and Belmont Hill right now. It's Belmont Hill appears to be our still leaders. They were one of the 3 fastest starters off of the start gates. And as we're into the second 500, looking at getting into the 750 meters or so into the race, those 2 programs, Brunswick School and Belmont Hill, are starting to create a little bit of pace. They look to be like they are just a hair per stroke faster than the other programs out on the water right now. Another very tight race for the remaining 6 boats that are out there right now, but very, very tight between Newport Sea Base and Bainbridge Island coming out of the west coast over there. Those, I mean, it looks like bow ball to bow ball, maybe a foot, if that. And as I say that, you have Row, New Jersey slipping back just a little bit from them, but Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough is putting on some pressure right now, creeping into that. It's going to be a 3-boat race, very tight. But again, apart from the 2 boats that are out in the lead, Belmont Hill extending a little bit of their lead from Brunswick School. It's almost, they're about 3/4 of a length now. It is almost 6 boats cross for the remaining 6 on the field.
I mean, that is some exciting racing. And we were talking about the geometry, and I'm noticing a couple of bucket-rigged boats here. So typically in sweep rowing, you'll have to, in order to go straight, you have to have equal number of rowers on port side and in starboard side, each rower with 1 oar each. And it depends on the strength of the crew. It depends on what's happening within the boat as far as power and technique and experience. You'll see some of them port stroked. You'll see some of them starboard stroked. You'll see what we're calling the bucket, which is 2 rowers right next to each other with their oars on the same side. So it creates a little bit of a bucket shape. That's why we call it that. So, or a battle bucket. It's very common.
Battleship.
A battleship. And so you see that here in the forest quite often, and we will see how this strength pans out of the rest of this 2,000 meters.
I believe once upon a time, forgive my rowing history if someone out there knows the true, like all of the foundational roots of it, but I believe it was called the Italian rig once upon a time because they may have been the first to really go down the adventure route with the rigging concept of the bucket. If you've ever rowed in the back side of a bucket, it's almost like when you get into a sculling boat and you have less space. When you go to sit out, there's not as much space between you and the next oar. You have to move along with them a little bit. Sometimes the bucket is done for steering. That's usually the steering and leverage. That's usually the case in a 4. Sometimes you'll see it in a bigger boat like an 8, in which case sometimes it can be for the technical advantage of one of the rowers that's involved in the bucket, just to give a little bit better of a mirror for that person to follow, a better example for that person to follow. Here we are talking about buckets, which we see in the boat in the 4 lanes across. So in Bainbridge Island, they're rowing with a bucket, but the more without rowing a bucket, Belmont Hill still showing that they're just a hair faster than everyone else per stroke.
Yes.
I said before, it's not about being 200 strokes faster. It's about being 1 stroke faster. But really, when you're a half an inch faster per stroke, multiply that by the number of strokes that you take in the race. That's what they're showing. We haven't seen a major move. It's been one long, consistent base rhythm that has allowed them to extend their lead over what appears to be second place at Brunswick School. But here we are, 300 miles, 300-ish meters to go.
Sometimes in the sprint, it feels like
300 miles. It sure does. Where's that finish line? Where's that for 1-1-1 at a time? Still very tight across the field, with the exception of Belmont Hill, who has been the leaders and still are our leaders. You know, I love watching from this point because some crews, this is still very early in the weekend, some crews, you'll see them turn that switch. You know that the coxswain maybe 2 strokes ahead said, we go now. Because, again, still, just like all the races that we'll see all day, 4 boats advance to the A. The next 4 go to the next level final, which would be the B in this situation. Belmont Hill is being hunted by the secondary races that were happening on the inside lane. So it's important, whatever you do early on. I know I've been in races where I've been out and ahead and then got sneaked at the very, very end. So you want to make sure, stay clean, keep doing what we're doing. It's been working. Stay composed, because right now pressure is being poured. Newport Seabase there is putting pressure on Brunswick School, who was the second place. Newport Seabase looks to be moving very clean, very sleekly, taking Bainbridge Island along with them as well.
New Jersey, as well as over the, is it Broomfield Action as well?
Yeah, Broomfield Acton Boxborough in the blue there as well wants to get up there into those top 4, but they may just run out of some race course. Top 4 go through. If you're the 5th person out, you just kind of ran out of race course. You ran out of time to go fast. And look how, even as they start to paddle, going through the finish line, look how quickly they're sliding along, even just at a glide. These boats are covering a lot of water.
A lot of distance.
In very quick times.
Yes, great racing across all crews. Seeing great sportsmanship out there. Congratulating their challengers. So now we are on to the women's youth 4-width coxswain AB semifinal 1. Over in lane 0, we've got Detroit. Lane 1, we've got Greenwich. Lane 2, NorCal. Lane 3, we've got Pocock. Lane 4, Brooks School. Lane 5, Broomfield Acton Boxborough. Lane 6, Pittsford. And lane 7, Culver.
And staying on cue, staying on time, we are already into 500 meters, so just under 1,500 meters to go in this event. And it's still boats across. On the inside lanes, you have Detroit, Greenwich, and NorCal. It looks like Detroit and NorCal may be our top 2 contenders right now, with Greenwich making sure that they are staying in touch. Greenwich, of course, one of those powerhouse programs as well. They are commonly mentioned coming out of Connecticut, of course, in that dark hole sandwiched in between NorCal and Detroit. So those are the 3 programs that are inching out on the rest of the field. Lanes 5 through 8, basically Pocock, Brooks School, Broomfield Acton Boxborough, Pittsford, and Culver are those other 5 programs that are out there that are all within a half a length or less of one another right now, with 750 meters or so down in the race. So at this point in the race, what are you thinking? You're not halfway. What are you thinking? Can you even think at this point?
I mean, especially in the 4-width, as a rower, I was outsourcing my thinking to the coxswain. I'm allowing them to brainwash me, to be the little voices inside my head commanding my body to do what it does, so I don't allow those negative thoughts or, allowing the pain to seep in, to sort of permeate my thought process. All of these athletes have run through their race plan together. There's probably a lot of visualization that has occurred over the preceding days to prepare them for different situations, and the coxswains are the ones who are commanding the race, they're commanding the athletes, they're updating them with who's moving where on the course when appropriate, so that they can motivate those athletes to get a little bit more. Because again, Detroit over there, lane 0, doing a great job of having their bow out in front. We've got NorCal kind of in that second place position. The blue boat from Greenwich pushing into that other boat, NorCal, giving them a little bit of a hot seat. But then over there on the left side of the screen, the closer side of the course between Pocock, Brooks, Broomfield, Pittsford, and Culver, it's so so close. There's still contact, rowers on top of rowers when they look across, and we were talking about bow-loaded fours. This is a difficult situation for these coxswains to be able to communicate clearly and concisely to their athletes when their athletes are compromised because they're pulling their brains out, trying to figure out who is where and where can they reach into the depths of their soul through this middle part of the race to get them ahead. It is a tough job.
It's always interesting looking at placements from previous races and how did it go. You never know if the teams that you're racing against in, say, the time trials like we had yesterday laid down their best race. Maybe they figured out some things and thought, you know what? There are 20 things we could have done better. We're going to pick one or two and focus on those. And that could elevate your speed. Detroit, who is our current leader, they look like they have about a length, which is just about 3 seconds on the rest of the field right now as we are just past 12:50 in as we approach 500 meters to go. They were the fastest speed coming through the time trial by about 3 seconds. That's on par with what they're showing right now. It was barely a half a second that separated Greenwich and NorCal, which is also very much what we're seeing right now.
I think it attests to their probably internal drive
And
within
maturity,
the time trial. To be so close together and then replicate the same thing in a side-by-side race is a very challenging.
That focus, that bubble that we had talked about earlier, where they shove from the dock, they focus on what they're doing, they're able to stay internal, and that just shows the elevation of what's happening at the youth rowing level. Hashtag rowing is growing,
Rowing is growing, people.
And it's getting better, which also speaks to the coaching and the elevation of the coaching that's happening, imparting that knowledge, the ability to sit at the start line of these big races, to gain the experience that allows you to be confident, to have that preparation, to have races under your belt and strokes under your belt in high pressure situations like this. To be totally alone and internal is one thing, but to be next to a boat and you can even just hear them unless your ears are ringing at this point, which mine usually were. I could sense because there was motion occurring, but the black starts to close in on the side of your eyes and you're just kind of going blank and you're doing what you spent all those strokes patterning in your nervous system so that it's just flow state. Not in the red buoys yet, but we are about to be Detroit, showing that yes, they were the fastest out of the time trial and they are looking to put even more space between them and the rest of the field. It's more than 3 seconds of speed right now, space between them and the next placed crew. It's NorCal and Greenwich so close the whole time, but NorCal has maintained their edge this whole time. Does it look to you, Grace, like NorCal has maybe taken an extra foot?
A little bit, yeah. I would say maybe they've got, so the bow ball of Greenwich is probably sitting on the 2 seat, maybe the 3 seat, the middle of the boat over there on NorCal. So there's a little bit of separation happening as they come towards the finish line, as they dial up the speed and the rate. Sometimes a little bit of distance occurs there, but we're getting a good push over on Pocock next to NorCal.
Brooks School is pushing on Pocock right now.
Look at them go. They are dialing it up. It's amazing to see them push themselves, these coxswains. I can start to hear the fans as well cheering on all of these athletes as they charge towards these final buoys.
But it is Detroit unofficially coming across with a comfortable margin over the rest of the field. It was NorCal having that edge, and they are just about a quarter the deck ahead of Greenwich. So just for the bow ball, just a very, very tight race between those two. Pocock looks to be, they were the next fastest finishers, coming in 8th across with the time trial. Brooks School after them, they were 9th in time trial. Bromfield and Boxborough in the blue hull. Unofficially coming across in 6th, with Pittsford and Culver rounding out the field of 8 here. That was a very tight race. What a great experience to have under your belt. Some of these athletes may choose to row in college. There are lots of programs out there, whether it's Division 1, 2, or 3 on both sides, whether it's an NCAA or a club sport or a varsity sport, depending on gender and all of that, whether you're open weight, lightweight. There are lots of opportunities if you choose to go out there and row beyond the high school level. And what an experience to have before you even get to that point.
Yeah, such tight racing. I mean, on this professional race course that has hosted world championships, it's hosted NCAAs, these other national championships. Already to say that you've raced down this course is just another tool in your toolkit, a little feather in your cap here by competing in the 2023 Youth National Championships.
Second of 2 semifinals in this particular event is already underway. Yep. And we are not at 500 meters in because I always look for the public restroom that's down there. It's very handy. For all the coaches that are on bicycles, I know that they head over there quite a bit. But we are already underway, and early on, that red hull, very indicative of Windsor. They are a program that we've seen over many, many years as well. There are lots of programs that are repeats. We have 225 clubs represented. So new clubs and old clubs that have been around for a long time or here for the first time showing speed on the water. It's wonderful to, again, just see this growth. Windsor, let's set the field before we move forward with who's where. We've got left to right, right to left on the screen, left to right as the referee reads. Windsor, Blair, SA, Nobles, Brookline, Row, New Jersey, Marion Mercy Academy B, PNRA Mercer to round out our field of 8. Windsor was our early leader, but it looks as though Blair has overtaken that lead by about a quarter of a length again. But right now in that dark hull next to them, SA, St. Andrew. I believe that's St. Andrew. Pardon my miss there. This entered us as
Someone will
SA.
flag us down.
But in the dark, they would be in the dark hull. So in the dark hull, they look to be on the charge here, not only from the kind of energy that you see coming out of the blade, but the hull itself. That looks as though maybe they took a move. They want to make sure that with 750 meters, maybe 750 was their race plan. Let's really make sure that we're in the upper echelon of speed.
A little extra push there.
Yeah, exactly. And right now it is working for them. One of the things you got to make sure of, though, at this point, because you're not halfway, is you got to stay clean and efficient, because that will require more physical demand later on. You really want to be as efficient as possible. You know, I remember shoving from the dock at one point, and our national team coach said to us, breathe early so that you can later.
Yes.
You know, you got to be as relaxed as possible early on so that you don't waste energy on, just that tension, the grabbing.
Got to stay loose.
Yes.
You got to stay loose to be able to be precise. It's kind of, one of those really interesting dichotomies within rowing. You got to stay loose to be fast.
Yeah. Plain it. And okay, there are more layers to that for sure. But look, right at 750 meters, there was that push by SA. And then that hasn't quite given them the opportunity to overtake the lead, but the energy and the emotion is still there. But the hull that's in between the red and the dark hull, that is Blair, who has been in front. And Blair, they are also a program that they have been here for a number of years, or at least throughout history. They've had boats make it to nationals on a regular basis. They look pretty chill at the moment, and as soon as I said they look pretty chill, it looks like the coxswain is asking them for a little bit more, which may be part of their race plan as well. You know, if you race some of these schools enough or some of these programs enough, you get a sense for maybe what their moves are when, and you kind of have a little conversation of, okay, if we need to wait a few strokes, let's wait. Let's let them throw theirs out there. Let's let them throw their nitrous first, and then we're gonna go. Right?
Yeah.
But this is so tight. It's a matter of feet separating these two schools, and if it was a micro millimeter that SA was taking per stroke relative to the other two schools that had faster starts than them, they have come back a little bit.
They have, that distance per stroke over and over for all these meters up until this point.
It's almost imperceptible at this point.
Yes.
But it really has. They have inched up, and it's a dark hull. It's hard to see on the water.
SA and Blair, neck and neck.
Yeah. And the energy and the emotion is still there out of that SA boat. They are looking like they want to overtake the lead, but it is still Blair out in front. Windsor still hanging on there, but it does look like Blair and SA are top two right now, with Windsor right there. But I'll bet you there's a sprint that's going to happen, and we're going to see it. We're going to see the switch flips. We'll probably see athletes sit a little more stable in the boat. We'll see the blades come together. We'll see the rate start to come up, but you got to zip it up technically first.
Yes, and I think I did see a shift in rate. I know that Blair seemed to have a little bit of a longer stroke at that point, but they seem to be matching up a little bit with their blade work and kind of pushing out ahead. There's similar strokes per minute. That's something that we use as sort of a revolutions per minute if you're familiar with cycling, but it's the gears that you have left. And so they are both kind of shifting gears, trying to make moves on each other. And I will say, I believe that SA has edged out a hair ahead of Blair, just a smidge, I think, because they were able to make that gear change really effectively. But Blair's still holding on. Windsor right on that probably 2-seat, I would say, maybe 3-seat.
Maybe half length.
Maybe half
and
length.
And they might
Blair
be crawling back up. Yeah. And remember, this is 4 boats through. So we've been talking about these 3 that are out in front now.
Yeah.
But it is Nobles and Row, New Jersey who are over there. Row, New Jersey was pouring it on just a few moments ago to see if they could eke back in there. And it's barely half length. And you can see their blades are striking striking the water at a slightly higher rate now as they are looking to sprint their coxswain. They, as athletes, know they're a little bit off of the pace for one of those top 4 spots. Nobles is maintaining it on them right now, but they are going to apply the pressure. And look how it does become a slightly shorter stroke, especially with the body and arms. Tired legs are still stronger than strong arms.
Yep, they're
rely
longer
on
and
them.
stronger. Use the legs, people. You heard it
Rely
here
on
first.
them. And they, Row, New Jersey made that decision. You could see the energy change. You could see that technical ask happen. And as that has happened, Nobles has sensed it, and they are also sprinting at this point. That very minuscule millimeter per stroke that St. Andrew had throughout the middle of the race, that has now proven effective. As when they went to sprint, it was the momentum. They were behind.
Momentum. It was millimeter work.
Just the trajectory, right?
Yeah.
Just gave them, and now they're almost 3/4 of a length over current second place Blair and third place Windsor, coming across the line unofficially top 3 with Nobles rounding out those top 4. Row, New Jersey, followed by
Brookline. And then we've got Marion Mercy and PNRA Mercer wrapping up this women's youth 4-width semifinal 2. What an exciting race.
I can feel my lungs burning right now.
Yeah, I can feel it burn. I can feel the lactic acid. And sometimes, I mean, you can't see us up here in the finish tower, but I'm like kicking my legs against the floor trying to just push, because it's just, I know what it's like to be in those situations where things are tight and you just got to rely on your legs and your training and the willpower you've got between all of the athletes in your crew. So great job, all crews in that race. That was a great composure.
Yeah, great. And the just that tiny, near imperceptible momentum that allowed the crew that SA came across in first unofficially to have the confidence to believe that, you know what, maybe we could get this.
Every stroke.
They came down in the time trial in 6th. And
Wow.
here they are. They took one of the semis, you know. So just keep leveling it up. You have opportunities with every warm-up and every stroke that you take to find more speed. And more speed is already happening on the course. So I'll stop digressing. Here we go. Men's youth quad. So we are on to sculling events once again. The first of 2 AB semis is already well underway, nearly almost 750 meters into this race. Across the lanes are Los Gatos, Indianapolis, Maritime B, Haddon Township, Camp Randall, Long Beach Juniors, White Marsh B, and Conestoga. So 8 crews out on the field right now. What's that? My math is 32 athletes and 64 oars.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot going on. There's a lot. And then this one, again, 4 athletes, each athlete 2 oars each, but without coxswain. So having rowed the quad myself multiple times, you know, the role of that coxswain in this boat class is distributed equally among the different athletes in the race. So you've got the steering set by the person in stroke seat, so on top of the rhythm and the rate, they are also sometimes controlling a bit of a tow. So we talked about that in the pairs. Sometimes in a junior boat that happens in the bow seat as well. So bow seat does a lot of the navigation, especially in the warm-up area where they may have to navigate around different crews doing different stuff. Depending on the boat, sometimes the 2 seat is calling the race plan. So a little 1 or 2 words that everyone recognizes where the shifts are occurring. And 3 seat there for the meat and potatoes of the engine. So, you know, depending on where you are, you've
3
got...
seat with the meat, you said. It
Yes.
rhymed. It just that rhyme struck me. You know, the thing about quads, too, is how fast they
Yes.
get up to speed. And so not only, you know, what we're going to see is that we have 7-minute centers here, but with the boats going faster and faster,
More boats on the
we
course
might
at the
see
same
more
time.
and more of the race because
Yeah.
we're going to get back up to the top. And speaking of the speed that we have, there is open water right now for Los Gatos. They were our early leaders. You know, they're going to correct their steering just a little bit right now as they get back into the center of the lane. That might be happening with a foot. It might be happening with a little bit of stroke length. I always recommend a little stroke length instead of pressure because when you're already at max, how do you go more max, right? You just have to do it a little bit technically differently. So Los Gatos out there in front. 2 lanes over is Maritime B. Maritime has had a fantastic last couple of years developing, especially on the sculling side. So Maritime B there right now sitting in second, not quite a length over Indianapolis, but look on the far side whose rate has gone up. The sprint is happening even more is White Marsh B. They want to be in those top 4 spots, sprinting it out, being pressed by Conestoga on the outside as well. And on the next lane over from these 3 lead crews is Haddon Township. Township. So those are the crews right now. Haddon Township looks to be potentially in 6th right now because Conestoga is really pouring on the pressure, which is helping White Marsh hunt down that line. White Marsh here in those kind of green and bluish blades as we see on the inside, staying tidy, releasing in front, making sure they aren't yanking the boat down the course, but continuing to push and then let it have its free speed. But it is Los Gatos out in front in that white hull on the far side with right now it still is Maritime B, who wants to get back and not let them have clear water. Bow seat just checked over. They know, took a little peek to see where they were. Gosh, there's a lot of clean, solid, strong rowing happening right now. Indianapolis is there, top 3 right now. So tight between White Marsh and Haddon Township. Haddon Township was in there the whole time, and White Marsh's sprint, unofficial. That's going to be a photo finish. That sprint, White Marsh was way back there out of everyone's periphery on the left. They made the decision without a coxswain to make that happen.
Yes.
Fantastic racing by all crews. A very mature decision to sprint potentially early. Maybe it was their plan.
Maybe it was the plan, but maybe it's one of those last-minute calls. You got to have trust in your crew.
Yeah.
If someone says, you know, and again, in short words, because everyone's going as hard as they can, like, we got to go now.
Yeah.
And then you just feel the boat pick up and you just add to that momentum. So great job on the part of that White Marsh crew from either, again, by the plan or maybe just because of the situation.
Yeah.
They've changed the game, and we'll have to check back to the results, see how that advancement happened. But again, quads, it's crazy.
Speedy, speedy, speedy. You got to move those hands very fast. Very fast.
Legs and hands, legs and hands, legs and hands. So swinging back up to the start of the next race, semifinal 2 of the same event, the men's youth quads. Again, top 4 will progress into the A final. The next 4 will progress into the B final. So, lots of racing here. So these athletes will already get at least 3 race opportunities, first day being yesterday, and then today they will have their semis, and then they will have their respective finals. Beautiful shot here. Nice clean water. You notice there's barely any waves or ripples across the race lanes here. And then lots of boats warming up over in the warm-up area because we've got a full slate of racing today. To set up who we've got in our lanes, we've got Maritime over in lane 0, Texas in lane 1, lane 2, Seattle Preparatory School, lane 3, Miami, lane 4, Woodlands, lane 5, another White Marsh boat, lane 6, Vero Beach, and lane 7, Oregon Unlimited.
You know, it's a similar kind of play out here where whomever is over here is 2 away from the spectator side of the beach is really making stuff happen. So on these insides, Vero Beach and Oregon Unlimited over here are putting a little sneak attack from the outside. Sometimes it can be hard. These lanes are not stacked out of the time trial from the center in your traditional chevron. They're right now kind of left to right stacked based on finishes. So this is, you know, out of yesterday's time trials, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14, 15 are the places. Normally it would be stacked so that the speed would be toward the center and then create that kind of, imagine like a flock of geese swimming, right? Or ducks, and they create that V shape down the course. So that is not what we're seeing here in terms of predicted speed,
right?
Which is also making it so much more interesting across the course in terms of where the predicted speed lies. Right now, Maritime early leaders, as I said, Maritime developing, especially on the sculling side. So we just saw 2 entries, Maritime and Maritime B in the previous race, Maritime in this one. Same thing happening with White Marsh. They poured on that sprint in the previous race. That was their B entry. This is now their non-B. I would assume A. We don't label it as A. There's just no letter next to it. Their A entry here. So Maritime out in front right now, and it's very close for second between several crews. Right now, Texas in that pretty bluish
teal turquoise,
the bluish hull that you see here, whatever beautiful shade that is. You're the artist, I'll let you select the extra words. Aquamarine. Oh yeah, that's a beautiful Texas there as well. 2 lanes over, you've got Miami in all of the dark colors right now. It looks like dark unis, dark blades, dark hull, everything being sneaky in there, being very direct in what they're doing, which is helping them stay in the top 3. Next over from them is going to be Woodlands, staying about a half a length, and by virtue of being next to Miami, who is staying in touch with what's going on in the front of the pack, that's going to help Woodlands almost slingshot. You grab on and you move right along with them.
Yeah, and then good push over there by Vero Beach over in lane 6 as well. Again, we're seeing, you know, sometimes we've got the early leads like we've seen in Maritime, again, speaking to the seeding of what's coming out of the time trials. But interesting as the day unfolds, a lot of spicy action happening in the lanes closest to us for those here
on site and on the live stream over on the left-hand side of your screen. So very exciting things unfolding.
Big push out of the team. I believe Woodlands is out of Texas, right?
Yes.
So big push happening in the center portion of the race through that third 500. That, as a coach, is the type of thing that you want to see, where you see the crew, you as a crew want to feel that you
Right.
feel yourselves moving forward in the progression of the rest of the field. A lot of times, these boats get up to speed very quickly, but as you said, a race is not won at the start, but it can be
Lost.
or maybe I said it the opposite there. But the idea being that it's not always the crew that accelerates that wins the race. It's the crew that gets up to speed and maintains
Correct.
speed. Make sure that you continue to just stay very consistent in your trajectory throughout the course, which is what we saw in the few races before with
Yes,
SA. Just
absolutely.
keep the trajectory.
Just keep it going.
Right.
And definitely Maritime adding to that momentum, stroke after stroke. Nice long blades in the water, using those legs, and a little bit higher rate across all of the boats as we get into the higher boat classes.
Yeah. You can see a little run happening out of that boat, out of Maritime. You can just see almost the little breath of run.
Yeah.
You want to do some work and then let the boat work for you. And that's
Yes.
a little bit of what we're seeing out of that Maritime crew,
Great efficiency.
which is potentially what is helping them. I don't say hard and fast, but I say potentially what is helping them be open water over current second place of Texas in that aquamarine hull, as Grace so lovely described it. And then it does look as
And
though that push
Woodlands.
that Woodlands had allowed them to get in front of Miami. So Woodlands now among the top three. Miami is hotly being pressed by Seattle Preparatory School there in the next lane over as well. So you've got Maritime out in front. Texas, they're coming into the last 250 meters. So expect, even as fast as these blades are moving, that you'll see them disappear under the water even more quickly than they have been the whole time down the course. Maritime still the leaders by open water. Texas next to them, and those next crews, it looks like Woodlands is in third right now. Miami and Seattle Preparatory School are the next two that create your top five right now. Remember, 4 go through. But as that race out front is happening, we have a race here in the back as well between White Marsh, Vero Beach, and Oregon Unlimited on the inside lanes by the beach. If you're down there, even if you don't know somebody in this race, give them a holler, cheer and yell. There is no coxswain. They can hear every bit of holler that you give them. So support them as they are coming down to the final strokes of this race. They know you're there. Give them a holler.
And charging towards that finish line. Definitely Maritime rowing with class all the way through this line, getting there. And then again, look at this. The next 4 boats to follow, just high rates, high speeds. So definitely Maritime taking that one. Texas out there. And then, is that Miami? Ooh, really close race. Some photo finishes as we get through this semifinal. Only day 2, and this is that hot time in the racing where you've got all the pressure laid on, the stakes in the game for those crews who want to advance to the A finals. Then they get to the B finals as well. So it is a tough day of racing out here, close margins, and these highly technical boats as well. The quads demand a lot of the athletes, both mentally and physically, between the obvious demands of the 2K course, but also having to have that trust within each other of when they're going to take up the rate, when they're going to adjust their race plan depending on what's happening. And great job across all crews with the tight margins.
So here we are underway. We are into the women's youth quads, the first of two A-B semifinals. A quick set of the field because we already have an early leader here as we're 500 meters, past 500 meters in Oregon Unlimited out there in the far lane. They are also your current leader right now. In the next lane over, as they get closer to the spectator side of the beach, are Nereid, White Marsh, North Palm Beach, Woodlands, Oakland Strokes, Connecticut, and South Jersey. Those are your 8 crews out on the water right now. But again, it is Oregon Unlimited already out to clear water over the rest of the field with just under 1,000 meters down in this race. It looks like the other crews making some speed happen right now are going to be Woodlands. We saw their male counterpart in the previous race pour on a good middle 1,000 that allowed them to unofficially advance through to the A final here. So that Woodlands boat also making a great push here in the second 500 of the race. Nereid and White Marsh also in there with North Palm Beach in the dark hull in the center as well. Very similar image to what we just saw in the previous race where Miami was in the dark hull and then Woodlands made a push in the middle of the race. And that is literally the same 2 lanes that they were in before, just a different crew in that dark hull this time, but a Florida crew nonetheless. But as you can see right now, Oregon Unlimited, even if you are on the beach and you're looking down the course, you can see how there's a little more space between them and the other crews. Instead of being an even distance side to side, it almost looks like they're rowing away from you, but that's because they are closer to you than the other crews are right now. There's a great side shot that we're happening. You need, when you see these side shots, to make sure that you get a good line on the buoys. Right now, that wasn't the perfectly straight across shot, but that is a beautiful shot of what it looks like down on water level.
It is, and again, Oregon Unlimited is leading the pack right now, and I'm starting to guess. I mean, unlimited power. Like, is that what that means? Because they are showing that right now with that well open water in the front right now. But it looks like second, third, fourth place will be contested by both Nereid, White Marsh, North Palm Beach, and Woodlands, and so it is not going to be clear how that will be placed at the end of this race here.
You know, I'm curious what difference it might make having 8 boats on the field instead of 6. Does that bring boats tighter than you normally see? A lot of times when you go through semis and you have 6 boats on the field, it'll be 3 boats and then 3 boats, if not, 6 boats straight across, But this is turned into several 5 boats really, really, really vying for those 4 spots. There's something that we didn't see in the previous race. North Palm Beach has now pushed back on Woodlands. Woodlands took the edge over North Palm Beach in the second 500, and North Palm Beach has answered with maybe a foot over Woodlands, and so they regained maybe a deck length in the last 250 or so meters of the race. Meanwhile, that's kind of multiple races we're happening. That unlimited. We are not limited out here with Oregon. They are way out ahead right now by several seconds, a few seconds of open water. But that next stagger between Nereid, White Marsh, North Palm Beach, and Woodlands is barely the length of the deck of the boat, separating each one of those, with what looks to be like North Palm Beach with the most energy. I see emotion just coming out of what the bodies are doing together, perfectly in sync. Maybe that was part of their plan. Maybe they're just really feeling the energy right now, and so they're really moving together, and that's allowing them to walk away from Woodlands right now and almost overtake White Marsh. They haven't done it quite yet, but it's quite possible that they will if they keep this trajectory and stay nice and tidy in their lane as well. So 3 boats across behind Oregon Unlimited as we get into 250 meters to go. Let's ramp this up. Oregon Unlimited, stay clean. That's what they're thinking. Stay clean, race our race. We can see everybody. It's a little more, quote, comfortable. Nothing's comfortable for anyone at this point, but as far as the spectator's eye goes, it's not bell ball to bell ball for Oregon Unlimited. They have a decent amount of space where they can see that crews are behind them. Barring any mishaps, they have 20 strokes or so before they are looking to unofficially step through to the next. However, it is North Palm Beach, White Marsh, and Nereid fighting it out for those next 3 spots. Who will it be? What order will it be? It will be very, very close. Woodlands is that 5th crew in the top 4 right now, but Woodlands has slipped back off of that pace, and with this few strokes left to go, it may be hard for them to overtake that margin. You never know, though, until you cross that line because, you just never know what could happen. I've seen all kinds of things happen with just a few strokes left to go.
And there's 8 oars that you have to be responsible for, so anything can happen, especially now.
And White Marsh has seemed to, with those green blades right there, holding true to some of the racing that we've seen out of their teammates so far. That has allowed them to stay. They've maintained the composure down the course that has allowed them about a quarter of a length right now over Nereid, who looks to be in third place unofficially, with North Palm Beach in that dark hull having a great middle thousand to come back into one of those top 4 spots to unofficially come across in top 4, with Woodlands there as well in 5th. With Oakland Strokes and those trademark orange hats there, with Oakland Strokes coming across after them. South Jersey and Connecticut in the neon green, which is also trademark. We see a lot of black and neon green out of that crew from Connecticut. Ooh.
Right. Ooh, yeah. So I'm like, seeing all these races, I'm like, I feel like I'm getting tired up here just looking at it. And I mean, you see the exhaustion,
works, right?
how each of these athletes just collapse at the end, and are just like, they gave it their all, and you don't want to go home thinking maybe I could have gave more. Like, when you give your all, the results is you feel content with it because there was nothing more that you can give.
Yeah. People always ask that, how does it, no matter what you do, as long as you learn, you can never lose. And when you alone, you are the only person that really knows in your heart of hearts if you've given everything. And when that is what it is, as a coach, I firmly believe that what more can we ask?
Exactly.
But all you have, the best you got on any given day. Yep. And that is what we are seeing, at least from as we sit. Only the crews know when they cross the line.
Right.
That's truly it. And that's always the first question I ask. Did you do absolutely everything you feel you could in that moment? All right, so we've got more happening in the moment here. Everything being poured out on the line right now for our next, the second of 2 semifinals in the women's youth double. We have Los Gatos out on the field right now. Los Gatos, Oak Neck Academy, Conestoga, Redwood Scullers, Artemis, Atomic, Seattle Preparatory School, and Oak Neck Academy B.
It's going to be a long ride home for one of those crews. I can tell you that right now.
It was probably a long ride here, too.
Exactly.
That's something that I know that when I was off air and you guys were talking earlier, you mentioned, okay, what does that do psychologically? You know how your speed measures up against some of your teammates. Yep. Okay, cool. We know where they are. We know that we're, and you're not thinking all those things maybe mid-race, but it does kind of feel good to have, some familiar legs out on the field at that point, out on the race course at that point. So all boats across right now. It does look like on the far side, Oak Neck Academy, Los Gatos producing some good speed, as well as Oak Neck Academy right next to them. Over on that far side, Oak Neck Academy may be our early leaders. Oak Neck has had, over the last several years that I've been getting to do some of these youth races, have produced some strong single scullers. Sure. They've definitely produced scullers, and now just to see it go from singles doing well to now bigger boats doing really well, and now we have 2. They have 2 of these boats. They have at least 8 scullers that are top 16. Let's do the maths again. Top 16. They have 2 youth women's quads in the top 16 in the country, which is great. And that's just happened over the last couple of years. So it's amazing what happens. We mentioned it earlier. When you lay down your race, you elevate youth rowing, not just when you're within your own team, but through the whole picture of things across the country. So. Another beautiful shot here, and it does look like Oak Neck Academy has taken the lead over from, or had the lead, and then has extended their lead over Los Gatos across the lanes as well. It looks as like we have some speed coming out of various lanes across.
Yeah, it's very close, and not as the margins are a bit smaller in this race, and that's my favorite thing about the quad. I mean, it's a very, very fast boat, and the race is going to be done quicker than, if you're in a double, single, whatever, but that just means that you have so little, the minimum amount of strokes in comparison to like that single and double. So it's very important, like you were talking about, being efficient with each stroke and being that 1 stroke faster, not the 200 strokes faster. So no, that's very, very important when it comes to these quads. And I don't know if we talked about it, but in the quads, there is no coxswain. And so that bow person or that, that 2-seat, depending upon the coach, whoever they designate, has to be the one that's motivating the boat, but also pulling their heart out as well. Yeah. And so they're communicating and they're giving their all. And so
an exasperated breath of maybe here, go, too, small things like that they're feeding to the rest of the crew. Oak Neck Academy got there out in front. And we just saw them cross through the 1,000. All of the crews are into the third 500 right now. And as they crossed that 1,000-meter mark, 2 lanes over was Redwood Scullers. Again, another program that has produced fast scullers in the past, hence the name Redwood Scullers. But they've produced fast doubles in the past. Now we're seeing quads out on the field. I love seeing, again, the growth. It becomes interesting. Like when you have an opportunity to step on a bigger stage, other people are looking around like, oh, what's that rowing thing all about? And here we go. Someone comes into it. That's why really expanding, making rowing more accessible is so important, because it really is a vehicle for positively impacting lives, not just the lives in the boat, but the lives that those lives might touch outside of the boat as well. And Redwood Scullers made that decision. I don't know if it was part of their race plan a few strokes before the 1,000. Maybe it was, okay, at the 1,000, press reset. Here we go. Let's really show our proficiency. Yeah, that refocus. Focus first, then give it a little more quickness in the legs. Oak Neck Academy is still out in front, but Redwood Scullers wants that lead. They want to take it over. They're putting on some pressure 2 lanes over, and it's a very similar stagger with Los Gatos and Conestoga in between those. Those are your 4 boats in the picture right now. If you're looking at the Jumbotron or you're watching at home, left to right, as you see, is Los Gatos, Oak Neck, Conestoga, and Redwood Scullers. Again, Oak Neck and Redwood Scullers out in front. Los Gatos and Conestoga currently sitting in second and third. As David Wyatt might say, trading punches here, looking to see who's going to take first versus second and third versus fourth. And there is another race well outside of this picture that you can't see right now on the other 4 lanes, and we have 3 boats that are very close together as well, between Artemis Atomic and Seattle Preparatory School, with only Oak Neck Academy B a little bit off of that pace. But it's just like every other race that we've mentioned, top 4 go through. And so you want to solidify one of those top 4 spots.
We'll find that out in about a minute.
Just under a minute. This is a quad you're talking about, how much ground they're covering. They are going to move at a good clip here. Red buoys. I love that you said that earlier. In rowing, red means go. Literally no one ever said that to me all these years. It's the opposite of what you might think. It's like a bull. Go right at it. Right? Here we go. Rev is still very, very tight. It was Redwood Scullers with a very mature middle 1,000 that has allowed them to get 6 inches, maybe, over Oak Neck Academy right now. No one is giving anything up, period, at this point. Such maturity by all the athletes on the water. Los Gatos looks like they maybe, or that they were able to overtake Conestoga for a solid third here. Oak Neck Academy is responding to what Redwood Scullers did. It looks like they absolutely found another gear and were able to eke it out by half a deck over Redwood Scullers, with Los Gatos coming in unofficially top 3. You've got Conestoga in there in the top 4, and a very tight race still happening here. Whatever Artemis and Seattle Preparatory School,
and this is going to be a photo finish, in my opinion.
And it was 3 crews with Atomic in there as well, but Atomic, they just weren't able to hang with what was going on in the 2 lanes next to them for those last 250 meters. But keep digging in. You have more racing happening this weekend, and of course for future races as well. Oak Neck Academy B coming across unofficially in 8th.
All right. So we are sending Lindsay down for the Olympic meet and greet. You will see her down at 10 a.m. either at the USRowing tent or the 776 BC tent. So be sure to meet in person, one of your announcing voices here today. So go and meet Lindsay Shoup down there at 10 a.m. and meet the legend. So we are now on to our next race. Why don't you set the field for us, Maurice?
Yes, for sure. So we are now in the men's youth straight 4 here. This will be in lane 0, Los Gatos. Lane 1, Dallas United. Lane 2, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 3, CRI. Lane 4, Maritime. Lane 5, Miami. Lane 6, another St. Joe's Prep. And lane 7, OKC Riversport.
Yeah, and it does look like Los Gatos, that crew out in front, did lay down the fastest time in the time trial just yesterday with a time of 6:04. Next crew, though, CRI and that red shell, you know, they've really bumped up their place in going side by side. So they were at 8th place in the time trial. And look at them challenging early on for that 2nd place. So far in this semifinal 1 against Los Gatos, they've got then the boats near side of them over in lane 3. St. Joe's Prep doing a great job. And then level boats across there. I mean, maybe a little bit of edge over in at Dallas United, ahead of Maritime Miami and St. Joe's Prep and the OKC River Sport Cruise. But I mean, it's so exciting when you translate from time trial to a semifinal and that side by side, because things can happen like that. Just like for CRI, where they have moved from 8 in the time trial up to really be challenging an overlap with Los Gatos.
Yes, it's definitely it sets another fire under you when you're next to someone, and so that's why again time trial is a little bit different than being side to side. It's a different mental game. It
is a different mental game. And again, this being the men's youth straight 4, so we've seen some 4 with coxswain, so you'll see that notated with either a hyphen or a cross. And this means that we have 4 athletes, 1 or each, without coxswain. So again, a really challenging boat class, because on top of not having the coxswain's voice telling you what to do and when to do it, you also need to steer the boat. And again, another added layer with sweep, the boat is also inherently uneven between, you know, having a boat or an oar either side of port and starboard side of your shell. So an additional challenge. I'm really excited to see this boat class here. The straight 4 is one of my favorite events. Because of that layered challenge. On top of having to do the 2K, you've got to be able to navigate a lot of other jobs and roles and responsibilities. So rowing's hard. Every boat class is hard, but this one is honestly very difficult, especially in a sweep boat. I mean, it's tough to be able to manage all of that. You've got the balance side to side. You're moving forward and back with your teammates, and it's a hard thing to balance. So these crews doing a great job. Up here in the finish tower, still looking like Los Gatos has got a little bit of lead, but hard to see. So we've definitely got the 2nd place CRI. I'll say that. That looks good for now. But then we've got Dallas and St. Joe's Prep side by side, maybe a hair lead or a bow ball lead with Dallas United over St. Joe's Prep. But it's changing. You know, there's a little bit of a different rate going on between each boat, and perhaps there's a move coming in as all of the field is advancing past the 750 through the 500. They're coming in towards this finish line. So a lot of things can change. You know, sometimes crews take a little bit of bump in rate right before the 500. Some choose at the 500. Some choose then to ramp it up even further at the 250, or maybe it's the 350 to go.
That just comes with the strategy. It comes
with the
where
strategy.
you are, how many positions there are, what position you're in at that very moment, and you have to, know. And I think that could be a challenge. Like, do we have enough room to get into that 1 through 4 spot to punch that ticket, and you have to know how fast you can pick it up. Because at this point of the race, we're approaching that 250, and again, as we said, red means go.
Red means go.
If you want that spot, if you want those top 4 spots, you got to go now.
Yep. And we saw the referees kind of swinging over there just to make sure everyone's going straight in their lanes. Again, an added challenge in this boat class because these athletes do not have a coxswain. And you see a little bit of looking side to side out there, trying to figure out whose bow ball is ahead of which. Los Gatos definitely still keeping that strong lead.
Absolutely.
St. Joe's Prep there. And we've also got CRI. We've got Dallas United all in those top 4 positions, but still there is a good push and speed from that red boat over there in Miami. Good little bump in rate, sharper blade work, good charge by St. Joe's Prep over in lane 6 as well. Los Gatos still walking away with this early lead in this semifinal on to the A final, and we are seeing that red CRI boat. They are laying down a good one, but then St. Joe's Prep, I think, has edged out ahead of Dallas United. Will come into the final strokes to really see good effort here put in, and this blue boat of Miami trying to figure out what they can squeeze of the race course. But it does look like Dallas United unofficially has edged out Miami. Great racing there in the next 3 crews between Maritime, St. Joe's Prep, and OKC River Sport. Totally spent here at the finish line. It is a tough race, the straight 4. But again, exciting. So many photo finishes, so many close calls, all over 2,000 meters for things to come within a half a second. That is hard work. Great sportsmanship out there as well. All the crews at the finish line giving a little bit of a hoot and a holler, or thanks to all crews as they've pulled across the finish line into that alleyway that then will take them back to the boatyard. But we are on to the next semifinal of the same event, the men's youth straight 4 semifinal 2.
And yes, in lane 0, we will have PNRA Mercer. Lane 1, we will have Oars. Lane 2, Bainbridge Island. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Northville. Lane 5, CRIB. Lane 6, Royal America Rye. And lane 7, Montclair.
Great shot here, too, where you can see some of the steering aspects needed to be proficient in this race. We were talking a little bit earlier today about the importance of being able to have the straightest line from A to B to reduce any sort of drag or longer course taken, if not shooting straight down the lane. But these crews are figuring it out. They have a straight line as they charge past this 500-meter mark into the thick of this race. Again, early lead by PNRA Mercer over there in lane 0. I would say probably second place would go to Bainbridge Island. Would you say that, Maurice?
I would say that as well.
Yeah. And then third place, maybe another lane over. So it's sort of an every other on this one with Northville. They're kind of making a little bit, but also Royal America Rye. This is a neat race unfolding that it's almost every other so far. Not a U shape, not an easy lead left to right or right to left. It's a bit of, it's anyone's game at this point.
It's like a zigzag.
It's a good zigzag, you know? Yeah, so we've got definitely PNRA Mercer, but man, all overlap the next 6-7 boats. Beautiful drone shot here up and over. We're just going to take a moment to admire how beautiful this is.
Yes. Much love to Five Tribes Media for getting these awesome shots. I mean, it really captures the environment, captures the feeling of these races from all angles, and you got to love it.
Gotta love it. It's a beautiful shot. And I mean, it's so amazing to see the advances that have been able to come with, technology to be able to share these stories of rowing and also be able to give the perspective. A lot of people, I mean, all of us rowers love rowing, but some people see only rowing from the side, from far ways away, and they don't know this about it. So it's really cool to be able to share this on a live stream and in person with just the beauty of rowing.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are now coming through to that next half of the race here. And it looks like PNRA Mercer will still hold on. It looks like they're pulling away a little bit here.
Yeah, and I was looking at their times as well. They placed second in their time trial, just behind Los Gatos, but clear win on the field here. But these other boats, all through the thick of the middle of the time trial times, seeding them into here, very, very close times as well. I'm just noticing that between PNRA's time in the time trial down to about one of the other last boats in this final, it's really only about 10 seconds that really would have separated them in the time trial. And look at the closeness in this race as it translates to side-by-side racing. So much changes. Right.
And again, and this will highlight the importance of that third 500, because I guarantee you there's going to be some movement within that, and we'll see who can make that movement and solidify their position. And if they're not in the position that they want to be, what they're going to do to respond.
Yeah, and the trust in their teammates to be able to make that call. Again, this is a boat class without a coxswain, so depending on who makes the call within the boat, again, predetermined usually ahead of the race. Is it your second seat? Is it your bow seat?
Right.
Is it your stroke seat who maybe gives sort of an instinctual call to be like, let's go.
Bump. Yep.
Exactly. And you feel that, especially when you don't have the coxswain to communicate it. If maybe it's something outside of your plan, you feel the boat pick up and move and send the bow ball a little bit faster. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that unfold.
We are. We're seeing some movement. So right now we no longer have that perfect zigzag that we had before. We now have like I don't even know what you call that. I don't know, a heartbeat or something.
Real close, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, so PNRA is stretching that lead, and obviously that third 500 is very crucial for them to do that. And as I stated before, they train in those zones, and it's showing now, and they're stretching the rest of the pack. But now we're seeing, you know, Oars, Bainbridge, and they're starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. Northville is also, you know, moving on up. And so again, there's only 4 spots, 8 boats, and so we are now approaching the beach and approaching that last 250. And so for that second, third, and fourth spot is still up for grabs.
It is up for grabs. I mean, again, we've seen a lot of really close racing here, a lot of last-minute surges from the lanes in the higher numbers, or the lanes closest to us here in the finish line tower. Things are happening out there. PNRA Mercer still with their lead, but Bainbridge, Northville, and Row America Rye really neck and neck, and it is hard to tell from the finish line tower that as the rates come up, I mean, those margins are slim. And look at them, that you can tell there's some precision happening. I can definitely see Row America Rye taking a look across, because I think they may be surprising themselves here. But look at them. They are charging for it. These next 4 boats.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight one. There's 5 boats, 4 spots. Who's going to take it?
This highlight just on the spots 2 through 5.
Oh, my.
Definitely. So
who wants it more at this point? Who wants it more? They got to go.
Shorten it up, and I am seeing a tight race. Definitely Bainbridge taking that, but
Row America Rye walks through,
maybe unofficially just ahead of Northville. Bainbridge Island as well. That was a great surge here, and then followed through by Pacific, and then rounded out here CRI and Montclair.
Wow.
That is a tight race, yes. I mean, it is hard to tell. Again, another photo finish. We will wait until the referees wave their white flag for the official times to be set, but that is a rough one.
But you love to see how tight these races are. I mean, it's a fight, and again, it's a funnel. Like, it's only going to get, the margins are only going to get smaller, and so they fought for that. Like, that was awesome.
That was some great decision making also between all of the crews. You know, again, without a coxswain, you've got to have that trust in your teammates, and I mean, a lot of it is spirit. You know, I know we practice a lot, and rowers love to be precise and put in our work and log everything and have control with what we can, control the controllables. But then sometimes you've got to have that gusto with each other to then make those last minute shifts and calls. Like, I really think that Row America Rye there just sort of surprised themselves here.
No, I mean, that was a beautiful move. I mean, they came out from that trench that they were in, and like just just had that last minute surge that, you know, that was their difference between going to that B&A final, and they punched that ticket.
Yeah, they did.
Sure, unofficially.
Unofficially.
I'm not a referee.
I know.
Or official, so.
Yeah, but do check out the final times here now, and I challenge anyone out there to take a tally of how many finishes so far today have been under a half a second across the small boats as we edge into the big boats. I mean, you love to see it.
You do.
So our next race of the day will be the Women's Youth 4 without coxswain, the AB Semifinal 1. Again, 4 athletes, 1 oar each, without a coxswain. So over in lane 0, we have Oakland Strokes. In lane 1, Row America Rye. Lane 2, Greenwich. Lane 3, Wayland Weston. Lane 4, San Diego. Lane 5, Nobles. Lane 6, Dayton. And lane 7, OKC Riversport. Yeah, we were looking up some of these other times here. It's juicy.
I mean, if you're on here now, I would strongly suggest you guys looking at the difference between that 4th and 5th place between Row America Rye and Northville, because it is less than a second that determined that race unofficially. Actually, it says official now.
Now it's turned over.
It's turned over.
Excellent. So that is your official result.
Rye surged through the pack to punch their ticket.
That was a fantastic surge, especially I would say in that last 400 meters on the part of Row America Rye. Great speedy racing. I'm thinking we're starting to see more of that happen. You know, it's not just that even lane across of the far lanes being seated first out of the time trial, evening out as we get closer to the beach, but it's things can get crazy when it goes side by side.
It does.
You never know.
And so, yes, we are now in that women's youth straight four. And so hopefully we can see some spiciness going on in this race too. And yeah, as you guys can see on your screens, look at the difference between Royal America Rye and Northville. Like, that is less than half a second. And that was for the last spot in the A final. Royal America Rye, what a move.
And here in this race, hard to tell just yet where everyone lays, but it's in that second 500, maybe closing in on that 1,000 actually. Now that I'm looking at it here from the finish tower, we have a great perspective. It's a wonderful sunny day in Sarasota, a little bit of clouds, a little puff of tailwind. It's a beautiful day and great clean water. Again, this race looks similar to the last one in that things are close across the field. Actually, surprisingly, I think we're seeing a somewhat early lead over there with Nobles potentially out of lane 5. Yeah.
Yep. Like, I would say that too. I mean, we're at a weird angle here right now, but I would definitely be safe to say that. I mean, lanes 5, 6, 7, which would be Noble, Dayton, OKC, Riversport, looks like they are up, up in front of that in that front pack, and they may be in front of Oakland Strokes and Royal America Rye right now. Again, the angle is a little off, so please don't quote me on that. But we have a race on our hands.
We do have a race on our hands. And coming into that third 500, closing, and on the last 500 meters of the race, everyone's looking to jockey for position here, especially as they run out of race course. They're trying to figure out what can we lay down here, there, and everywhere. Again, calls made just between the athletes, either their designated race plan or trying to make a different call than planned. So Oakland Strokes kind of making a good push there. They may be in second, as we can, it's hard to tell again from our angle that we can see from here, but great. I think they're definitely in contention for that A final spot. Up there also with Wayland Weston over in lane 3, and probably, let's see, we've got San Diego as well. I mean, they're familiar with some good warm weather rowing, some nice calm waters. Yeah, great push here. And Dayton's trying to catch onto Nobles, and OKC hanging on there as well. I'm sorry, I would say, yeah, over there in that far lane.
Yeah, and so we're now going to be approaching that last 500, walking on through there. And again, based upon what we can see here, we still have, again, a race on our hands. We're seeing some might be some steering difficulties here.
Yeah, again, it's really tough, especially in a sweep boat, inherently within both of the pairs that we saw early this morning and the straight fours. I mean,
hard.
It's very difficult. I mean, you've got port and starboard instead of each athlete having control of both sides of the boat. And then also without the coxswain, these athletes under pressure will also have to steer. So you may see the referees kind of follow behind some boats to make sure that they give a little nod, hey, let's make sure that we're over here, so that they can make sure all of these athletes have a fair shot at the top 4 spots to make it into the A final. So sometimes you'll see those chase launches kind of following some of the boat happening, just to make sure that fairness is even across all boats.
And it looks like Oakland Strokes will be leading this pack here.
They started out by a little bit behind, but look at them go.
Yeah, they're now, I mean, this is it right here. And so it looks like in second we may have Wayland Weston.
I would say
that second place spot, and followed by, I would say, lane 1, which is Royal America Rye. And as their counterparts done before, let's see if they can sprint up and solidify their spot here now.
And hard to tell with the angle, but maybe Greenwich out ahead, especially with this drone footage. They can see that bow ball. It's hard to tell with the darker shell ahead of Nobles, but trying to vie for that 4th place spot.
And it looks like they are moving up, and Royal America Rye is doing that final push. They may not have enough room, but they still will punch their ticket to the A final here, with Greenwich punching that last ticket.
And great race, a great push there by Nobles. And then we've got Dayton, San Diego, and OKC Riversport wrapping out a tight finish for those next 4 spots. Another opportunity to race each other in the B finals either tomorrow or Sunday. So tight racing, whether you're in the A final or the B final. I think it's always a great opportunity to have a tight race. You work so hard, you don't want to take it easy, you know?
True.
At the end.
I mean, even though if you're in the front and, by a commanding lead, you're like, yes, and you bring down the rate and just, send those legs and, it's less painful, I guess.
No, I want a challenge. I want to earn it. And so every single person's going to have an opportunity to earn their race spots, either in their A final or B final coming out of this race. Great job to all of those crews.
And yes, and now we will be underway with the women's youth straight 4 AB semifinal number 2, where we will have in lane 0 Los Gatos, lane 1 Hockaday, lane 2 Miami Beach, lane 3 PNRA Mercer, lane 4 Wayland Weston, lane 5 Dallas United, lane 6 First Coast, and lane 7 Charlotte Youth.
And again, in the finish tower here, we can start to see a lot of the fans pile in. And so make sure that you give all of these crews a shout when they row by. It's harder in these coxless boats to have that little extra pizzazz or that extra energy. So do give them a shout as they come down the race course. Things are filing in. We're getting towards lunch soon. There's lots of food trucks here. There's vendor opportunities, lots of sweet gear, as I'd say. And you get to see some of the different boat manufacturers. There's a great vendor marketplace happening here at Sarasota Bradenton. Lots of fan representation, different clubs and tents going on, the parents, the supporters, the families. I mean, it's a really cool vibe. I took a moment to step outside before Lindsay had to step out for the Olympic Day signing. So do check her out over in the USRowing area. And the vibes are high.
They are. They really are. And, speaking of vibes and speaking of fun facts here, in this race, we will have Hockaday, which this is their first boat in their school's history to ever come.
Hats off to them.
Youth Nationals. And so they're in lane 1, which is one of the faster times coming out of the time trial. And so they definitely have a chip on their shoulders going up against powerhouses like Los Gatos, Miami Beach, PNRA Mercer, Wayland Weston. I mean, all of these schools have, solidified their names in this country, where Hockaday, this is the first, and this is the first start of their great run.
It's a fantastic thing to see, and it looks like Los Gatos has got a little bit of an edge over Hockaday, but Hockaday hanging in there. Their bow ball is probably sitting on 2-seat. Then again, swinging all the way over to the left side of our screen or over to those higher lanes, I believe Dallas is kind of potentially in that third place spot.
Yes, and as we're crossing into that third 500, the beautiful 500, the
pain cave.
The
it's
very,
definitely
very
the
dark
pain cave. It's a hard one, and especially again, I know I've said it a million times, but the straight 4, I mean, you're in it together. It's a really quiet boat. I mean, it's sweep, so sometimes there's a lot of Orlux happening, but I mean, these athletes are pushing each other.
You can see it. I mean, in their faces, the pool, they're like, we want this.
Yes, you can tell it in their faces, you can tell it in their body language, and even though we all want to try to execute our most technical rowing, there's still a little bit of expression there that they really, really want this. So definitely Los Gatos, followed by Hockaday, but I mean, Hockaday is not giving up.
They're not, and they're here to make a statement. Like I said, this is the first boat that they've sent to youth nationals that has ever qualified. Like, this is history in the books, and they're not going down without a fight, and you can see that right now where they're stretching. This is like a personal race between Los Gatos and Hockaday right now, because they are now on an island by themselves at this point. And Hockaday's like, no, you're not getting away from us.
They're gonna try to put down some good speed before they see each other in the A final. But then again, for that 4th place spot, a huge race happening in the back of the field between PNRA Mercer, Wayland Weston, Dallas United, First Coast, and Charlotte.
Awesome. This is gonna be a sick race.
It's gonna be a good one.
I'm excited.
I'm excited for it too. It's too hard to call exactly, but I mean, I would say that Dallas United out ahead of, that's hard to say, Charlotte Youth and PNRA Mercer.
I would have to agree with that for sure. It's going to be it's tight. It's going to be a tight one.
It's a tight one,
and we'll see as they approach that last 500. I mean, if I mean they're all within striking distance, as I would like to
Absolutely.
say. Like you're a snake, you're waiting, lying in wait, you're holding on and waiting for that right moment to strike.
Absolutely.
And you hope that you don't strike too early to where that person, they get away because they hold off your move and then they make their move and they open it up.
Yeah.
But you don't want to strike too late where you don't have enough room. And so you have to time it perfectly and know your teammates and know yourself.
Absolutely. And we're seeing some of that unfold. Like, I'm surprised to see also out there Charlotte Youth over in lane 7. They've taken it up a notch, and they've got overlap over on Dallas and PNRA, and also Miami in that battle bucket. They are doing a good push here. They are not giving it up as well. Again, only top 4 into the A final from here, but it's a toss-up for that 4th spot, even 3rd and 4th.
It is, and it might be a toss-up for that 1st and 2nd spot because Hockaday look like they're closing in, maybe have gotten a seat on Los Gatos right now, and it's like they don't care. Obviously, it's very obvious they do not care about punching that ticket. They care about where they're placed at.
They've got their eyes on the prize for their A finals, and they're taking this as seriously today as they will be in their final, and putting down a really professional race, very composed, very internal. Again, no coxswain to tell them where they are in the race. Both of those boats out in front, Los Gatos and Hockaday, not looking side to side. They can hear each other. That's one of my favorite things in racing. When you're in a coxless boat, you can hear the other boat make calls, and you hear them. They say, "Oh, we're moving." You say, "No, I'm not." And so these two boats out ahead, definitely having that occur. But this 4th place spot, oh my goodness. Piana Ray, look at that surge that they have made. Wayland Weston, Dallas, and First Coast. Oh my goodness. Miami coming up.
The move.
This 3rd, 4th, and 5th place may come down to a photo finish. But I would say this closer crew in the white shell. Dallas for 3rd.
Dallas walked on through.
But I cannot tell the difference.
I don't know who got the
between PNRA, Mercer, and Miami Beach. That is 100% a photo finish that we cannot call here from the finish tower. We are sitting right on the finish line, seeing dead across where the timing system is, and that is too close to call with eyesight.
But again, I got to catch my breath.
Whew, I know. I'm excited. I'm sweating. Where's my deodorant?
Right. I done jumped up and down. I don't know if anybody saw that from like down there on the beach, but that was awesome racing. That was so exciting.
Down to the line.
Down to the line.
And now onto some bigger boats. We have the men's youth 2v8 AB semifinal 1. So our first 8s of the day. We've got over in lane 1, we have Marin. Lane 1, we've got St. Joe's Prep. Lane 2, Deerfield. Lane 3, CRI. Lane 4, Greenwich B. Lane 5, Sarasota. Lane 6, St. Louis. And lane 7, Saratoga.
And the 8s.
In the 2v8. So this does mean each one of these crews has sent both a 2v8 and a 1v8, or just simply a v8. So these programs have an incredible depth to their programs to be able to send 2 8s. So it's fantastic to be able to see some of these larger clubs be able to throw it down on the course. And it does look like those first 2 lanes, Marin and St. Joe's Prep, early lead, probably a little bit more lead in Marin's black boat. And then closing in 3rd is Deerfield. And then over there next to them, CRI and the red shell. And then, it's still pretty close over there between Greenwich, Sarasota and St. Louis. It's maybe only a seat difference between those. I mean, we're seeing sort of a little bit of a slant here happening in how the race is unfolding.
This is really cool.
Yeah,
it's like a really I don't know.
On this live stream, it means a
like
beautiful drone,
boats,
drone footage. Oh yeah, I'm all about the colorful shells. Yeah, looking good's half the battle. So having these colorful shells, it makes it easy. Our job's easy here in the finish line tower to be able to spot and see them. And a beautiful shot here crossing over the 1,000-meter mark, and all of those athletes pouring their hearts and souls into that third 500.
And the 8s, I just love the 8s because obviously they are the powerhouse of rowing, and so that's a boat that's just like, it's just monstrous. Like that is it is the ultimate team boat, because that is, you're responsible for not only yourself but actually 8 others, because you have the coxswain in the front, and then you have the 8 athletes. And so it's one of those things where you don't want to let your fellow athlete down, but it's also a boat that you can tend to maybe get lost in, and so you have to be able to reel that in. Like, you have to be able to, like, realize that, hey, you're not just pulling for yourself, you're pulling for these 8 other athletes in this boat.
Agreed. A huge team boat. Really interesting with the team dynamics as well, you know, especially, aside from the technical aspect that you've got the coxswain steering and motivating, you've got the stern pair laying down the rhythm, you've got the next 5 and 6 seat translating that rhythm to the athletes behind them, you've got the 3 and 4 seat adding to the engine power, and you've got the bow pair setting it up.
Right.
You've got that technical aspect, but it's also, like you said, that mental aspect, the team dynamic. And there's a lot of minds in that boat.
Right.
You know, and you got to try to align your thoughts and spirits together to battle through that third 500 and come into this last 500 together and on time. It's a crazy one.
Can we appreciate between 4th and 5th place? Do you
in that
see
previous,
how small of a margin that is?
Yeah, we're looking on screen here at the women's youth straight 4. I mean, down to the thousandth of a second.
For
so
that 4th place
not
spot.
a tenth out of the 100th. I mean, that is a tight racing field. And again, tight racing field. I think we're going to see something very similar unfold in the 8s as well, between St. Joe's, Deerfield, CRI, and Greenwich. They are 4 across. Definitely Marin out in front over there in lane 0, but 4 across in these 8s. Over there outside on the beach, I hope you're all losing your minds out there cheering for your crew.
We can hear you guys up here.
We can hear it from our glass tower. So cheer them on. They're going into this last red buoy is 4 across still. We cannot call it here from the finish tower.
Nope.
The
It's
rates
very close. I mean, you have, again, 4 spots, 5 boats in contention at this point, but we have the other boats in lane 7, 6, and 5 trying to make a charge.
I would say Deerfield they've shortened up the stroke, but they are charging. Their boat is lifting out of the water. St. Joe's Prep right there with them as well. Maybe a second. They've also taken their move, St. Joe's Prep, over Deerfield. CRI not letting it out, and then this Greenwich boat also trying to do. This is a close one, but I'm going to say unofficially St. Joe's, Deerfield, and CRI followed very closely by Greenwich, rounded out by Sarasota, St. Louis, and Saratoga. I mean, to see these close margins, especially that margin between St. Joe's, Deerfield, and CRI in that order unofficially in the semis, what are we going to see on the A final?
Exactly.
What are we going to see in the B final? I'm
ready for it.
And in 2v8 as well. It's really exciting to see this occur for these depths of program, these high-level athletes coming into these races. Such close margins. You love to see it.
And next up, we will have the men's youth 2v8 A and B semifinal number 2, where we have in lane 0 Oakland Strokes, lane 1 Royal America Rye, lane 2 Greenwich, lane 3 New Trier, lane 4 Newport, lane 5 Marin B, lane 6 PNRA Mercer, and lane 7 Saugatuck. And we're seeing some repeat names here: Royal America Rye, Oakland Strokes, Greenwich, Newport, Marin. Like, I mean, again, Saugatuck, PNRA. I mean, these are powerhouses.
Definitely.
Powerhouses here.
Definitely the times to look for, I would say, too. You know, Oakland Strokes, they're out there in lane 0, did lay down the fastest time in the time trials, with Royal America Rye next, right there after them. And, I mean, looking even at the time trials, there's probably about a 10-second spread across, maybe 12-second spread between all the boats who are in this race. So, again, I think we're going to be looking at a fast start. And this shot here on the live stream of the starting blocks, you'll see some of these 2 seats, maybe some of the stern pairs, backing the boats into the starting blocks, with the bow athletes helping out with the coxswain to get the boat straight. There's the aligners with the referees and the volunteers, making sure that, I mean, as we've seen, as they get closer to the finish line, the margins are smaller. So even in the beginning of this race, trying to get that precise level field before the race even takes off. Still a relatively calm day, though, so there's not too much wind blowing them around, but Eights are always they are a difficult boat to steer on the part of the coxswain, especially off the start. So something that we'll be looking for is the mastery at the 2v8 level of making sure off the start, harnessing all of that power and all of that energy before the race begins to create the straightest line from A to B to who can get to that finish line first. They've got their eyes set on it. They've got the crosshairs on the red buoys, and we will see what unfolds.
I know, it's like the calm before the storm.
Definitely. Different teams have different approaches to how they like to handle the starting blocks. It's honestly one of my favorite times, but I know it causes a lot of nervousness for most crews. But I enjoy the starting blocks. It's the moment in the race where you've got the most opportunity to unfold. And then once the first stroke is taken, those opportunities are one stroke less, and then one stroke less. So we're seeing them pull into the starting blocks and kind of have that moment to themselves, usually pretty quiet up there, I'd say.
It's like that deep breath, trying to control your breathing, trying to control your heart rate.
You just
relaxing that face, not being super clenched. Because that's one thing I learned actually within the last couple years is like when you're when you're tight, like when you're, and you'll like just second nature will like be a little tense. When you relax, like you really like, it's like energy has been, like you're not using energy.
Yeah,
like
you're letting it, you're allowing it to go. Also, another cue that I really liked that a coxswain told me once was to allow your tongue to not sit at the top. So you're relaxing your tongue, you're relaxing your jaw. Usually for athletes, it's a lot where we store our stress. So moment of calm before the storm begins.
Which it is now underway.
And they are taking it off with their high strokes, trying to get these big, heavy eights up to speed as efficiently as possible. I don't have a stroke counter here, but I would dare to say they are in the high 30s, just trying to get it up to speed. Good lead there over in lane 1, Row America Rye. Maybe a little bit of a push over here on Newport straight ahead. So fast racing unfolding here over, I would say, in lane 1, Row America Rye, and then potentially holding on between Oakland Strokes and I'd say Newport. They've got an early lead, but again, hard to say so early in the race. I think a lot of eights, the race really unfolds in the second half.
Right.
Like who can carry the momentum off of those high strokes in over the 1,000 towards the finish line.
No, absolutely, and these boats, I feel like again they're like the juggernauts of the water. Like you have to build up that momentum, but once you build it up, they're just
gotta keep adding to
slicing
it.
through. You're just slicing through.
Yep.
Like.
So it's a hard one to keep up at momentum, but also an easy one because it's kind of you've got that added momentum of all of your crewmates around you, and also I love eights racing, especially ones this tight through the middle of the field. Coxswains are making their calls both technical and mental, but then also using the boat side to side to say, oh, we've got New Trier on our left and Marin on our right, and we're trying to figure out what can we do ahead of time. Are we going to focus on our leg drive? Are we going to focus on our catches? Are we going to focus on swing together? Each program working on whatever technical focuses they want, and the command of the coxswains to be the both the devil and the angel, speaking to the minds of the rowers out there. Still a good lead by Row America Rye, followed closely thereafter by Oakland. I would say Greenwich now, just over Newport.
Yep, I would say the same thing as well.
And then New Trier and Marin B, they're level across for that spot. And then PNRA Mercer and Saugatuck kind of battling it out over there in lanes 6 and 7.
So there's still connection all across the board.
Definitely. Again, the depth of the field for for a 2v8, that's a really fantastic thing to see at the youth level.
Exactly, and these are going to be, again, like the next 8 fastest scullers, rowers from their programs. And
yes.
So these are going to be your rising, your rising boats into that 1V, and
We'll probably see a lot of repeat athletes here next year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is where it starts out, because you'll see most of these athletes will move into that 1V spot. And so you might see repeats again next year.
And I'm noticing here that the Nutria boat has done a couple of scholastic races as well. They were second at the Midwest Scholastic Championships, 0.7 behind Central Catholic. And interesting, I'm new to the world of youth rowing and junior rowing, and to have the difference between training and rowing at a 1,500 meter race versus a 2,000 meter race, that extra 500 really it makes a difference. You would think, oh, it's only about 2 minutes. What's the big deal? But it's huge physiologically and mentally with how you make your race plan, what it feels like. So hats off to them to be able to race 2 different distances and adapt that race plan to stretch it out an additional 500 meters and keep that momentum within the difference between scholastic rowing and the rowing that we're seeing here on a 2K course. But tight racing. I would say still lead by Row America Rye, but Oakland Strokes edging in. They've definitely created a bit of a push there. They're level with Greenwich out there in the blue boat. And then we've got over, I would say, Marin and Newport neck and neck, probably used to racing each other a fair amount over there on the West Coast, maybe. So that will be interesting to see how this unfolds as they come into the last 250 meters. They're just about there. But again, we're looking for top 4. And so far, I do see that Oakland, Row America Rye, and Greenwich using that top 3 spot effectively.
But that 4th spot.
That 4th spot. And, I mean, it could be a good sprint, too. I feel like the battle for 4th is pushing the 3rd place at Greenwich.
Exactly.
And, again, Nutria, Newport, and Marin B pushing into that 4th place spot right now. From the angle that we can see, it does look like Marin B is got a hair or a bow ball ahead of Newport, but things can change. I mean, every 10 strokes, usually there is a bump in speed and rate when it comes to the sprint. And how effectively can the coxswain command their rowers to keep their precision and their technique and clean strokes as they come into the last strokes here?
And again, it looks like Row America Rye is still going to hold on to their spot, but Oakland Strokes is pushing them to the line. And they may be taking some seats away from Row America Rye and pushing into that 1st place spot here. And so they are now fighting for those lanes for that A final. But it looks like it'll be up for grabs for that 4th place spot here. And it is not going to be easy for any of these boats here. And so they are all trying to make a statement at this point. And who's going to punch that 4th place ticket? Will it be lane 4? Will that be Newport that'll punch that ticket for that last spot? Or will lane 5, Marin, take that? But it doesn't look like. It looks like Newport will hold them off and march on to the A final.
And good push over there by Nutria as well, holding onto the momentum that was built between Newport and Marin B. We'll round this out with PNRA, Mercer, and Saugatuck. Oh, some thick racing.
Very,
you know?
very.
Oh, like you can't see us up here, but every time the finish comes up, we're all standing and we're on our feet, and we're like, oh, I want to be out there. And so it's very exciting racing. Great job to all of those crews having to battle for it. You know, there's no easy wins out there.
No.
And so I think that is going to lead to some very exciting finals racing in both the A and B finals, across the different finals as well. You know, it's going to be a battle out there, folks, and we're happy to bring it to you.
Yes, and here we go again with next up, the Women's Youth 2V 8 A and B semifinal 1. We're in lane 0. We will have Marin. Lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Saugatuck. Lane 3, Chicago. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, Sarasota. Lane 6, Cincinnati Juniors. And lane 7, Mount St. Joe's. The Mount. Love the Philly schools.
Go Philly. So, again, beautiful day in Sarasota. A wonderful shot over here on the live stream of the starting blocks, watching the referees kind of troll around in their boats. Again, I'd like to say that they probably have the best seat in the house. They get to follow all the exciting races, whether it be from the finish line, the chase launch, the starting blocks, the finish tower. There's also control commission. They handle a lot of jobs here at the regatta to make sure that things run smoothly, hand in hand with the USRowing staff and volunteers from the LOC. So a lot of hearts and minds going into making this event a fantastic one. and things running smoothly and on time. We love to see it. So great job and thank you to everybody out there making this event what it is.
Yes, and so, all the volunteers, regardless of what you're doing, because we have a lot of them.
Yes.
And it wouldn't be possible to have this major production without them. And so the officials to the camera folks to
there's a lot of things that go into it.
So much to the people that are keeping people hydrated, the coaches, families, support system, everything. Even the people that's watching it, that support means so much to these athletes because, again, this is the ultimate show. This is the big show of all the hard work and effort, blood, sweat, tears, blisters, thousands of meters. It all comes to this point, and it wouldn't be possible without a strong support system.
Absolutely. And speaking of volunteers, I've had the opportunity to volunteer as a stake boat holder, or the person who gets to hold on to the stern of each one of these eights. And watching eights take off is one of my favorite things from that position.
Same.
And it's so exciting. All of these boats kind of proving that true. These high rates being able to be taken just in the first 10, 15 strokes. Really good push by Marin and St. Joe's, Mount St. Joseph out there either side of the race course. Early lead in the first high strokes. Hard to tell through the middle of the pack, but potentially Sarasota edging ahead of Chicago, ahead of Newport and Saugatuck. So again, early lead by Marin over in lane 0, but good solid push from all three boats out on the higher lanes, Sarasota, Cincinnati, and Mount St. Joseph.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because, again, Marin's obviously a powerhouse, but Mount St. Joe's, who was in lane 7, had a clean sweep at the Stokesbury Cup Regatta in all 4 8s, and so it'll be interesting to see how they do again at the big stage where the best of the best are going to duke it out for those first, second, and third place spots overall. So,
and it does look like Newport over there in the darker shell edging into Marin a little bit. They seem to be providing the most challenge to them out from lane 1 and lane 0, but I would dare to say that Sarasota and Newport are probably having a bit of a battle. And again, what's your favorite second 500 call?
Favorite second, I would have to say, normally I think for the second 500 is probably like a 10. But then after that, like right after that 1,000 meter, it's almost is the refocus, because that's when everything is really starting to hurt. And so that refocus is like, okay, let's not focus on the pain. Let's focus on the technical part. There's a technique 10 on that efficiency of the blade going into the water, being on time with the person in front of you, getting that V splash, locking in that blade and being able to, push away. And move that boat. So I think that refocus is like key, because it gets your mind again away from that pain that you're feeling and back into the boat.
Right, I'd agree. And I think something I like to do too is like off of the high strokes and you're lengthening out to try to find your base speed. I like to think about slingshot. So you're taking up the early momentum and you're trying to throw it and you're trying to go with it. And try to outsource, just trying to keep the momentum you already built up and keep the energy, but just kind of dial it in as far as like your focus with what you're saying with the technical aspect to just like keep it going.
Right. And so again, and it seems like there's a common denominator here, which is focusing on other things besides, again, the pain that you're going through. Focus on how you can make that next stroke better, because that next stroke can be that tad bit faster than the crew that's next to you, and that's what's going to get you that spot.
And how can you maintain that focus as early in the race as possible, because these close races that come down to these photo finishes, just trying to keep like your distance per stroke, you're trying to add on to that as the race goes on. Like ideally you want to try to be as fast as possible by the end of the race, but like like your match analogy earlier, how do you kind of pace yourself with your output between the start and the finish? It's a really hard challenge. All of these crews doing a great job making it a tough race to call, but it still looked like Marin and Newport out in front, but then really pretty level out there between Chicago, Newport, Sarasota, and Cincinnati. Also Saugatuck in there. And as they come probably around the 750, I dare say, it's still too close to call here from the finish tower. But look at this. we've got a drone shot here over on the
Very
live stream and the
beautiful drone shot.
Jumbotron. I mean, fantastic blade work happening here. I would say maybe a touch more run in the blue boat over in Newport. So doing a great job of that. I'm looking at the puddles of the boat. So what happens is, the more effective rowing, the more efficient rowing, you see a little bit more space between the stern pair's blades and then the bow pair's puddles. So I think we're starting to see a little push there in that green boat out ahead of the boat next to them, just by that hair, just that maybe it's a half inch of stroke, and all of that adding up as they come into the last 500 meters.
Yes, again, now we're approaching the end of that third 500, and it's really hard to tell like who's where. I mean, we've seen the leaders pretty much. It seems like Marin and Newport are leading the pack, but again, it's not very commanding at this point.
Yeah, I think it still could unfold. Anything can unfold, and again, like you're saying, trying to not focus on the pain, focus on the gains that you can make in this last stretch.
Exactly.
The coxswains are making calls to sharpen up here or there. It does look like Newport has pulled out half boat ahead of Marin, just in that that third 500, and then following through Saugatuck, Chicago, Newport, Sarasota, and then a bit of a race happening there between Cincinnati and Mount St. Joseph out there on the higher lane lines. But it does look like Newport is taking this charge, trying to lay down a time. I mean, they were fast in the time trials, but not the fastest. So they are trying to challenge that. Hey, we can throw it down in that A final. So Newport, who were fourth in the time trial, now beating out Marin, who were first in the time trial, but still neck and neck. Marin really being pushed by them, but they're not giving it up. So
they aren't. And yeah, we're now coming through that last 250, that red here, and I'm sure they can hear all the supporters just yelling from the sidelines here, hoping that their crew can punch that ticket to that A final.
And it does look like a tough call for the fourth place. We do see Marin out ahead in the darker shed. Newport out ahead in the darker shell. Marin and then Saugatuck. But then for that fourth place, again, another tough call for the fourth place that will take them to the A final. All crews here able to have a third race, in whether it's the A or B. A great class act of rowing from Newport coming across the line here.
And yes, and so that third place spot looks like it may go to Saugatuck as they hold them off. But that fourth place, Chicago is holding on, but Newport is trying to push, but it looks like Chicago will run away with that last ticket to the A final.
Love to see some good Midwest representation here. And then all of that is rounded out by Newport, Sarasota, Cincinnati, and Mount St. Joseph. Again, this is going to lead to some very exciting races, both A and B finals. I'm excited to see such a depth across our men's and women's event in the 2v8. Excited to see what throws down in the other 2v events.
And so now we are underway with the women's youth 2v8 semifinal number 2. In lane 0, we will have Greenwich. Lane 1, Royal America Rye. Lane 2, St. Louis. Lane 3, White Marsh. Lane 4, CRI. Lane 5, Holy Names. Lane 6, Greenwich, and lane 7, Capital.
And so they are probably around the first 200. They're past the first 250 meters. They're heading into the 500, and it looks like a tough race. We've got all of these crews in sunny Sarasota trying to find who is going to put down the best speed to get into the A final, who's going to go into the B final, and I'm blown away. I'm blown away by all these eights, blown away by all the athletes here. We've got a depth of field. We've seen some repeats between both the men and the women's events, the Greenwich, Row America Rye, White Marsh, CRI, Greenwich. You know, we've seen a lot of these crews that are able to have a big program, but then also some newer names. So it's great to see some newcomers to this eights game, but as well as some of our repeat customers, as I would say. And America always, you know, we have a depth of a program to be able to field eights at the youth level and then have a 2V event as well. A very exciting thing to offer internationally. So I think it just speaks to the level of rowing that we can offer here in the United States, and trying to keep this accessible, trying to get as many people in boats as possible. We all are here because we love rowing. We spend the time doing it day in and day out, and be able to share that with more people every year. Again, this is the largest youth nationals that USRowing has ever put on, with 4,010 athletes. And we're just seeing the growth in the sport, be it within the larger boats like these 2V8s, down to the singles, doubles, and pairs, to be able to introduce people to small boat rowing at the youth level as well. So rowing is growing.
Rowing is growing. Hashtag
Rowing is growing.
And so now we are going past that 1,000. We're now in that third 500 of the piece here. And it does look, I don't want to call it because I can't see it.
I know, it's hard to tell, but I mean, Row America Rye and Greenwich.
Looks like they're on their island. They're on an island.
They're on their little race island way out there, but thick race happening between St. Louis, White Marsh, CRI, Holy Names, and Greenwich Capital as well. Beautiful overhead shot. I think eights and quads are probably my favorite ones to watch overhead. The little bird's eye view we're able to see over on the live stream and the Jumbotron. Just the symmetry and the coordination within all of these rowers. Both port-stroked boats, all in time, watching those. It's very meditative to watch all these puddles get pushed every stroke past each rower, and it looks beautiful and calm from above. But in that boat, it is pure chaos, especially when you're so close and neck. So even though there's really some great rowing happening between Greenwich and Row America, we know that there's probably some chaos between the ears.
Oh, for sure. I mean, both of those crews are. I mean, they are one of the best, you know, crews in the country, for sure. I mean, from youth summer nats to nationals, I mean, they are top contenders, and they want to beat each other up. I mean, everybody wants to beat everybody up at this point. Like, right? Everybody wants to get to that, you know, top spot. But again, as we were saying time and time again, that third and fourth place spot is so highly contested.
And I love seeing Holy Names out there. I think that they out there in lane 5 may be in that third position. Hard to tell from this spot, but it's great to see that name here. So again, this is the 2V8, the women's youth 2V8. Definitely good race happening between Greenwich and Row America, but Holy Names, I think they got the third place position thus far, but followed very closely by Greenwich, CRI, White Marsh, and Capital around them. So as they come into the red buoys, you never know.
And are they the sleeper? Like, I mean, are they just holding on just until that right moment to strike, and then they just blow everybody away? We don't know. Or Row America Rye, I mean, we've seen that all of their boats had some nasty sprints in previous events prior to this one, and it's just like
you got to look out for them.
Yeah, you have to. Like, you can't just think, oh, we're a couple seats on. Like, no, their sprint is nasty. So you might want to, open up that field a little bit more to give yourself a little bit more room.
Yeah, so you don't want to let anything to chance. And that is what is happening for Greenwich and Row America. They're not leaving anything to chance as far as being able to advance onto the A final, but they are still racing each other. Each one's visualizing their race, that they're going to be seeing each other again in the A final. But it is hard to tell between third and fifth again.
No, this is going to be nuts.
Yeah, so we've got Holy Names out there in lane 5 being pushed by CRI every stroke. I see a bump in speed from White Marsh over in lane 3. Ooh, maybe CRI's, they're surging. They may be pulling ahead of Holy Names by a hair. We will see this as the bow balls come more level across, but Holy Names holding onto it.
CRI, like, there's 2 more spots, four boats going towards the line. Who's going to take it? CRI looks like they have a little edge, but Holy Names is going to make a move to edge out CRI, but CRI, I believe, will punch that last ticket to the A final.
And White Marsh and St. Louis neck and neck there all the way to the end, and rounded out by Greenwich and Capital for this second semi of the women's youth 2v8. That is a tight one.
Another one.
Again, we need to start keeping a little tally up here
Right.
of how many photo finishes, how many finishes have we had so far just today, within a half second, within a tenth of a second, within a thousandth of a second. All of that work put in. Rowing is definitely something that is a long-range sort of effort, long-term gratification, and all of that coming down to just slivers of a second.
Right.
I mean, that's, I think, one of the things that makes the sport really exciting. It's all of those moments, all those early mornings, all of those blisters like we're talking about that lead into just the smallest of margins, and make it really exciting. And I think that's kind of speaks to the heart of the sport of like always pushing ourselves and bringing our best selves to the line.
Yep, and even a little beyond the limit, And so next up, we will have the men's youth 8s. AB semifinal 1. We're in lane 0. We will have Royal America Rye. Lane 1, Bell and Jesuit. Lane 2, Deerfield. Lane 3, PCRA. Lane 4, PNRA, Mercer. I'm getting like tongue twister here. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, DC National. And lane 7, St. Joe's Prep.
Again, so we're seeing these men's youth 8s. They've just taken off. Great early strokes over in lane 2. Bell and Jesuit, followed very closely and hunted down by Row America Rye over to their port side. But I think this is one of the first times I've seen actually over in lane 7, St. Joe's Prep, keeping with it, hanging with it off of the start.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They have a pretty strong program. I mean, when I was in high school, I was in the public schools, and so us in the private schools just
battled it out.
Yeah. But, I'll show them some love because that is Philly.
Yeah,
so.
you got to represent Boathouse Row.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it does look like DC National is hanging on to that surge that St. Joe's Prep has put down. And they're like, if we can hang with them, we'll see where we end up. And again, you never know because so much changes between the time trials and the side-by-side racing. It definitely can be a toss-up, but it does look like Row America Rye has kind of edged out that after coming off their high strokes and leveling into a more sustainable base pace. They are taking inches every stroke ahead of Bell and Jesuit. I would say Bell and Jesuit just a hair ahead of DC National and St. Joe's Prep over there in lane 6 and 7. Maybe Deerfield level with DC National at this point in the race.
And for some reason, I just got a feeling like it's going to be the same thing here for 4th and 3rd. Like I feel like it's going to be tight. I mean, you're looking at our screens right now. It's almost like a U shape. And again, that's not. It does not reflect what the places that they got into that time trial. And if you're looking on the screen right now, see how close this 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place finishes here. I mean, these are all less than a second. I mean, between 5th and 6th, like each of these athletes really pushed themselves to a limit. So for that women's youth 2v8 semifinal 2, like, good job, ladies. Y'all killed that one.
So we are watching Row America Rye, who actually won the time trial yesterday with a time of 5:32. And so they're out there with Bell and Jesuit and DC National and St. Joe's Prep out there on the far lanes. And eights when it comes through that 3rd 500, I think is my spirited boat. It's so interesting when you have the coxswain to be able to make those calls. And I love when coxswains take some liberty to customize their calls based on, maybe the vibe of your crew is a little bit silly.
Right.
Maybe it's really serious. Maybe there's something technical that needs to be called there. But, it's really the heart and soul of a race. It's 750 to the end.
Right.
So what kind of cards are you going to pull out to squeeze the most out of your crew? I mean,
absolutely.
All of these athletes know how to put their blade in the water, some more effectively than others, but how can you perfect it as you go down the course? And how can you push more distance per stroke? And not only the physical aspect, but it's really these races are so tight and so fast what can you speak to the heart of the athletes that you're commanding? So
Right, exactly. What keywords can you use that sets a fire? And everybody, again, is different. Every boat is different. Every team is different. But the coxswain has to know what gets their rowers going, what gets them to the finish line first.
Yep, absolutely. And that's really spent with days of practice and maybe some feedback from their athletes. But it's just from all of the time spent together, all the early mornings or the late afternoons, working together and figuring out all the things that can try to pull at the heartstrings of these athletes as they come through that third 500 and the last 500 meters.
All right, and you see them. If you're looking on that beach right now, that red buoy will be the last 500 of this race here, which will, as they're all connected by, I mean, all these boats are connected. So at this point, this is where the separation needs to happen, and who's going to, again, make that move, because 500 meters isn't a lot of space,
It's not
especially
that long.
in eights.
It feels like forever when you're out there, but it is a short amount of time. And so from what we can see, Row America Rye does have an early lead, but St. Joe's Prep has not given up. I
No.
think it's very difficult as a coxswain too, with 8 boats across, to look to the left, to look to the right, a much farther distance than some of these athletes are used to be able to manage both the boat and your own speed. But what's happening the other side of the race course? Still hard to tell. Row America Rye looks to be ahead, but second through sixth, I'd say.
And I'm honestly not surprised with St. Joe's Prep. I mean, they were for the men's boats, they swept all the 8s at the Stokesbury Cup Regatta. So it will be interesting to see how they respond here. Can they punch their ticket to the finals, to a final here? We'll see just very shortly. And it looks like they are picking it up and they are moving the boat very, very well, but it looks like
Bell and Jesuit there in the yellow shell, holding on to the bump in rate from Row America Rye. I mean, they are eating up every stroke as much as possible, but I think Row America Rye is squeezing out the race course ahead, followed by Bell and Jesuit. Great push by Deerfield and PCRA.
PCRA will punch that final ticket.
And then great speed here by PNRA. Surge from St. Joe's Prep here, just ahead of DC National and San Diego.
That was close. That was very close between DC National and St. Joe's Prep. They went stroke for stroke for that finish there.
And what an amazing speed to see within the men's youth 8s here in the semifinal. 2, half the field proceeding on to the A final, the second half proceeding going into the B final. Very great racing, tight racing all the way across, and we cannot wait to see what happens.
No, it's just like it's awesome. It's so awesome.
It's fantastic. So next up, we've got the second semifinal of the same event, the men's youth 8. So over in lane 0, we have Marin, lane 1, Oakland, lane 2, Greenwich, lane 3, Central Catholic Pitt, in lane 4, St. Louis, lane 5, Newport, lane 6, New Trier, and lane 7, Gonzaga.
And again, we're seeing some repeats here. Marin, Oakland Strokes, Marin, Oakland Strokes, Greenwich. We're seeing New Trier, which I did some research, and they've done very, very well this year. I mean, especially at regionals, placing in the top 3, and obviously that's why they're here. But they also are public school, so I gotta show some love to the public schools here, because
gotta love it.
Yeah, exactly. And Gonzaga, that's DC. Newport, I mean, we got a lot of powerhouses here.
Yeah, and it does look like Newport has that early lead, probably an early lead over both Marin and Oakland in lane 0 and 1. But I would say New Trier is trying to hold on to that early lead of Newport, trying to hang with it. And I would say Newport, New Trier kind of out there with Oakland and Marin. Greenwich making an early surge there in that dark shell, trying to hang with Oakland right next to them. Again, another tight race. I mean, it's gonna be speed all day.
It is speedy vibes.
Speedy vibes. So, again, in the 8s, trying to manage those margins, not just at the end of the race, but at the beginning of the race and through the thick of the middle of the race. Even though there's a lot going on, there's more people that you're rowing with, more boats than maybe you're used to side to side, staying within your lane and staying within your gunnels and between your own ears, I think is where some of the difference happens in this race.
Yes, and we're in that third, or entering into that third 500, and it looks like, I mean, it doesn't look like anybody is taking this away, and it looks like Newport may be leading the pack from this angle.
Yes, look at that. And we haven't yet seen this too many times today, but it does look like from this overhead shot we're seeing. Yep, I think you called it right, Maurice, that so far Newport is out ahead of those other crews. Oakland and Marin and Greenwich are all just, as I speak, taking some moves, but New Trier holding on to the speed that Newport has. They're trying to surf that wave with them. But Oakland and Marin not giving it up. Greenwich right there with them. I mean, strokes across.
No, you love to see it. I mean, this isn't, this isn't your random, race that's put together. This is your best of the best in the country. Like, so I don't expect anything less from what we've been seeing all day today. And it doesn't matter, like, how you race before, those races that happened before today. I mean, this is the big dance. Like, this is where you get first place here. You can say, yeah, we're the #1 junior 8, junior 4, junior double, whatever event you are the #1 in the country.
Yep. So, I mean, like we've been saying, we're seeing like basically the Sweet 16 today, and then who's going to advance into the final 8 and then in that top championship position. But so hard to call. I mean, again, between the time trial times and comparing them against what we're seeing play out today in these side-by-sides, I mean, great job on the part of the athletes and the coxswains and the coaches who've prepared them to stick to their plan, but be adaptable enough to switch things up. And so love to see, we're looking at an angle currently that shows Newport out in front.
Right, by a couple seats. I say like 3 seats maybe.
Yep, I would say
front spot.
Yep, and then New Trier holding on probably about 2 seats, like you said, ahead of or behind Newport. And then over there in lane 1, Oakland seems to be currently in 3rd place. 4th place, somewhere between Marin and then sent in Greenwich.
Yeah, again, these are powerhouse schools, and so it's not. I mean, this is going to come down to the line. I mean, you have 5 boats right now in contention. They're all connected, stern deck to bow ball. Like, this is going to go to the last stroke here.
I know
they're like first place is not even solidified. Like,
no,
Newport
first place in this one
is getting challenged.
They're getting challenged. So everyone out there, give them a shout. They need your energy to fuel them just a hair ahead of where they need to be. Come on. They are coming towards the finish line. It does look like we have a great surge out there on lane 1 by Oakland Strokes challenging Newport.
Absolutely. And Oakland Strokes is going to take that first place spot back. But Newport and Marin is going to battle it out
as well as fighting Greenwich.
Walk through for that 4th spot.
Ooh,
oh my goodness!
Too close to call here from the finish tower.
New Trier might have got that last spot.
They may have unofficially
to call. It's hard to call.
But they surfed that wave. That Newport way to lay down such a fast speed out in lane 5 and lane 6. New Trier trying to hold on to that. We will have to confirm with here now with where those times stand.
This might be the best racing I've seen all year.
Yeah, I would say
and
so.
And again, not surprised. This is the big dance.
The top of the top. I mean, fantastic margins, and you can see the athletes here past the finish line just completely spent.
Wow.
I mean, squeezing everything out of every stroke, especially in that last 1,000. I always want to say the last 2,000, honestly.
New Trier moved. They moved like they knew they needed to pull that trigger to go.
Yes.
Like, that was it. They had that little room, and I want to say that they pulled that one off. I want to say unofficially. If I'm wrong, I will stand corrected. But from here, I'm just.
That was a valiant effort. I mean, it's hard. It's a hard thing to change those gears, and then you think you've given all you've got, but like you're operating on your soul,
right?
To try to find something extra to put in there. So it's really an exciting race day, and it's really tough when even the rowers themselves might not yet know, and they might not know until they go into the receiving dock. That's always a a hard thing to have to experience because the racing again is so tight here.
Right.
So tight here.
That was awesome. That was an awesome race.
That was fantastic.
Like, I got to catch my breath again.
Whew.
I'm like, whoo.
Yeah, I gotta take a sip of water.
Right.
Whew. And it's hot out there, guys. But it's beautiful. It's sunny. There's enough clouds to kind of cut the sun a little bit. The wind, again, is just a little bit of tailwind. We're seeing some really pretty fast times here as well. So great racing underway. So now we are on to the Women's Youth 8 AB semis, semifinal number 1. In lane 0, we have Marin. Lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Cincinnati Juniors. Lane 3, New Trier. Lane 4, Holy Names. Lane 5, White Marsh. Lane 6, Morristown High School Rowing. And lane 7, Saratoga.
And again, these are all powerhouses. I mean, we're seeing familiar names: White Marsh, Marin, Newport, Cincinnati, New Trier, Morristown. I mean, powerhouse in the Philly, Jersey area. Saratoga. Like, I mean, these are holy names. Like, it's just time and time again. And I feel like this is going to be close too. Like,
it has to be. It already is at the beginning. I mean, early lead, just like from our angle that we can see, by Marin over in lane 0. But it's hard to tell. I mean, I loved watching that last race with some of the outside competition overs in lanes 5 through 7. I mean, things are changing up again. You never know what happens between time trials and side by side. It pulls at the heartstrings of people differently.
Right.
So it is interesting to see. But it does look like Marin is a hair ahead of Newport. Again, a common battle we've seen played out here so far today. But then I would say maybe Cincinnati Juniors out there next, maybe just a seat or two ahead of New Trier. New Trier's a little bit higher rate may kind of edge into Cincinnati Juniors. And then way out there in lane 7, Saratoga is holding on, I think, into that kind of 4th, 5th place spot. But hopefully all the coxswains are looking across because they know things can happen.
Absolutely. And this is the Women's Youth 8, so will be the fastest boat, the fastest 8s that these teams can put together. And so you're seeing pretty much majority of those in these boats probably are seniors, and a lot of these are, committed to Division 1 schools, Division 2 schools going on, Division 3 schools going on to college. And so this is the best of the best here in this boat. And giving a special shout out to Newport in that 3-seat Lauren Brown, who committed to UCLA, a good friend of mine, her and her family. And so again, there's some good powerhouses within this race here.
Yeah, so Marin putting down the first place time coming out of the time trials yesterday. Next fastest boat in this heat, I believe, would be Newport, which in the time trial was about a 7-8 second difference, but it is not that today. It's a much closer margin, just even in the first 750,000 meters of the race. Look at this beautiful shot across all of the lanes. Beautiful to see. All the boats really all have contact aside from the first 2 boats, Marin and Newport, a little bit more out in front, and then lanes 2 through 7, contact on each other. But Cincinnati Juniors I believe that they are currently now in the 3rd place. 4th place currently held by New Trier. But again, as we've seen, so much can unfold over the course of 2,000 meters. And especially it seems like in that last 750 meters, down to even some of the last 10 strokes.
Literally down to the line. And here again, I mean, we have, as you guys can see on that screen, at 3rd and 4th place. I mean, every boat is connected at this point, except 1st and 2nd place right now, which will be Marin and Newport. But the rest of the field, I mean, is still connected by just a couple seats, if that.
Yeah, so it's amazing to see. These athletes are all training in their different places around the country with, rowing is perhaps a simple sport, but it's also hard to gauge. Like, how much time are you putting in? How much time together are you putting in? How many meters and what boats? I mean, they may be practicing in different boat classes, and this is just the combination that they sent to a regional qualifier and then to these youth national championships. So it's amazing that across the country you spend so much time training maybe on your own little body of water, your own boathouse row, your river, your lake, and then you come to this and you really get an opportunity to throw down your speed and see where you lay. It all comes down to a couple of races.
Yeah, and a lot of these crews, they train in different waterways, different weather. Like, so it's interesting, different current. Like, it's interesting to see how that all comes down to here, which, again, it's not much that is, you know,
It's
helping.
almost perfect race state here today.
Exactly. And so it's interesting to see, like, hey, did it help rowing in headwinds every morning? Or did it help rowing in tailwinds? Or did it help just having perfect water every single day of, you know, your morning or afternoon practices?
Right. Because, I mean, highly technical rowing here, too. A little bit of tailwind, so people like to make sure that you've got clean exit, clean entry with your blade work to make sure that you've got as clean of blade work as possible. And it does look like Marin is out in front, Newport second, third, Cincinnati Juniors, but that fourth place spot, again, I know currently New Trier is out in front by about a third of a boat ahead of Holy Names, but we've seen so much change in the last 500 meters. It's hard to say what could unfold.
And yeah, so it looks like Marin will have that lead here, and if all goes well going to the finish, they will solidify that first spot, punch that first ticket to the A final, followed by Newport, who is right off of their stern deck, and they will solidify that second place spot. Third spot looks like it will go to Cincinnati Juniors.
But again, a little bit of a fight there for fourth.
New Trier Holy Names, who wants it? And it looks like New Trier will walk away with that last spot in the A final, followed by Holy Names.
Really close race there. I mean, back and forth for that fourth place spot.
Then lane 6, we will have Morristown, followed by lane 7, Saratoga. And then right behind them will be White Marsh.
Again, all of these boats will have another chance to race each other, whether they're in the A final or the B final. So it's really been fun for us to track, okay, this is where they stood in the time trial. They were here, they were there. And then it's almost like you're taking a deck of cards, throwing it in the air, and sometimes it lands completely differently than you expect. So it'll be very cool to see what happens in those respective A and B finals. Next event up will be the second semifinal of this event, the Women's Youth 8s. So again, we've seen some repeat names between our two V8s and our V8s. They are combined tickets. So we've got Greenwich, Row America Rye. In lane 2, we've got Sarasota. Lane 3, Deerfield. Lane 4, CRI. Lane 5, Chicago. Lane 6, Milwaukee. And lane 7, Saugatuck. So they're already underway. Again, I believe coming into that first 500-meter mark, right around where that dock stands out. You can follow on the live stream and the Jumbotron. It's fun to see the coaches on their little bikes over there to the right-hand side of the screen. Hard to keep up with 8s on a bike.
Oh, for sure.
And then also looking sideways. Be safe out there, coaches. That's a lot to juggle because we know that you care as much about these athletes' races as they do. So be safe out there on those bikes.
For sure. And so it looks like we have like ourselves a little zigzag here, little mini zigzag. It looks like it'll be Row America Rye that will be leading the pack, but not by much, followed by Greenwich. And then we will have, I'll say,
a push out there on the front lanes.
That's in third, but then they look like they'll be challenged by Chicago. So it's very tight to see that third place spot right now, third and fourth.
Yeah.
And again, that just goes to show that's a foreshadow of what's to come once they get to the beach.
Oh, man. And so, it does look like there's a battle happening for third place between Deerfield and Chicago. Greenwich and Row America Rye, definitely in that first and second, but third and fourth, fifth even. And even as I say that, the field seems to be tightening up. So everything from third place to eighth place at the moment, that field seems to have brought a little bit close together, probably some similar moves in their race plans, some similar focuses to make sure, okay, all right, come on, crew, like, let's pull this together here. So there's some just solid race plans, some great execution of both technique and their plans and their, like, heart and soul going into this second 500, trying to hold on for the third 500.
And again, as you guys can see on that screen, New Trier, I mean, a little over a second. It's just so small. So small.
Really, really tight margins.
And so we're now going into that third 500, and it looks, or sorry, yes, that third 500, and it looks like Royal America Rye will still hold on to that first place spot, but they are not going to walk away as they are still connected with the rest of the field. Look like Greenwich will be holding on. Royal America Rye will maybe have 2-3 seats ahead, but that's about it, followed by, what would you say, Grace?
Ooh, it's really hard. I think, again, we're seeing another push out from those farther lanes, potentially Chicago, followed very closely by Deerfield. And it's interesting to point out, too, like we were talking about the differences between time trials and side-by-side. Royal America Rye did throw down a third-place time in the time trial, but Greenwich, they were only 2 seconds apart in the time trial, and they are neck and neck here side-by-side. They're pushing each other, and it's going to be a great race.
It looks like Greenwich is actually trying to make a move here. They have gotten about 2 seats back, and they may be looks like they may be in front now. They may be pushing up.
I know
ahead.
Greenwich, they can row pretty sharply through that last 500 meters. So not to be counted out. I think they are fighting for that first place. Neither one of those teams are giving up.
No, at all.
And neither is the back of the pack of trying to find, again, just 3rd through 8th is a battle. Chicago looked to be out in front, then close by Deerfield, and then Saugatuck, CRI, and Milwaukee all contact with each other. So deep field here in the women's youth 8s.
Yes, and we are now approaching, as you guys can see, from the beach. Again, that orange buoy will be that 500-meter mark, that orange buoy closest to you. And so this is where the moves will have to be made at this point.
And again, we were talking about some of those sprint moves. Again, here at Sarasota, a lot of fast speed and gear changes happening in the last 600 meters.
Yep.
So even this shot that we're able to see between Greenwich and Royal America Rye, there's stroke for stroke, maybe a little bit higher rate over in the Greenwich crew, but great execution of their blade work together, and they are trying to stay as internal as possible, honing in on whatever their coxswain is directing them to say or to do, because this is a race for lanes, people. So Greenwich and Royal America Rye doing a fantastic job out there in front. Too close to call just yet with what's happening 3rd through 8th, but very tight as we can see it here in the finish tower. Potentially Chicago out there. Still close between Deerfield, but seeing a good push by Sarasota in the yellow shell as well. Red CRI holding on to Chicago. And then out there over in lane 7, Saugatuck probably still contact with the rest of the field.
And no, this is definitely about to be a fight for that 4th place spot here. Actually, that 3rd place spot, because they're all connected. And it looks like lane 2, Sarasota will be duking it out.
Quintessential Sarasota hats, the pink.
Yes.
Local, Sarasota, and they know that they are going to fight to the very end for these last 20 strokes. Two clear front runners between Greenwich and Royal America Rye going. Those are 2 crews that see each other throughout the season, but it is Sarasota looking like they are taking almost a half a length through that grittiness, digging in there to make this very interesting between 3, 4, 5,
but who's
going
to get that 4th
place right next to Sarasota? It's Deerfield right now with an advantage over the next 2 crews of CRI and Chicago. Chicago with an advantage over CRI, and now CRI with an advantage over Chicago. That's going to be a photo finish there.
Too tough to call.
Top 4 though were clear. It was like
yep,
2 boats, 2 boats, 2 boats.
Yep.
Ugh, but
coming across the line now with Saugatuck and then Milwaukee in the blue coming across to round out the 8. I was down on the field listening to you guys, and I'm like, I want to be back up in there and seeing what's going on.
Yes. So Lindsay is back. Hopefully some of you got to be able to do a meet and greet down at the tents down there in the vendor area. And I am going to transition out. So if you would like to meet me, Grace Latz, I will also be down in that same area to do some meet and greet sightings. So
you guys are
be
so
on the
cool.
lookout.
I tell you, it's a lunch break. So take the time. Racers, if you're continuing to race, take care of yourselves. If you're out there, hydrate, get some sun off of those shoulders, put on a long sleeve, put on a cool long sleeve. But if you are a parent or you don't have a race upcoming or a friend you're supporting, go meet Grace. She's awesome and is a wealth of knowledge. We're just people who love to row, who happen to have rowed
a lot of circles,
whole lot, and all over the world. So there's a lot of great knowledge on that. You never know who's out there. The referees sometimes are also retired Olympic caliber athletes. So if you have an opportunity to talk to anybody, just talk. That's how community works. touch base with one another.
So this is Grace Latz signing out for a little bit. I will meet you down there, and I hopefully will get to meet some of you and get to congratulate some of those fast rowers who've already qualified here at the 2023 National Championships who are awaiting their next races.
Yes.
Won the varsity women's A.
We won the Women's Masters F trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started round number 4, ended up winning.
Hello, and welcome to the 2023 USRowing Youth National Championships. My name is Keir Gums, and I am the Chief Legal Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of USRowing. On behalf of my colleagues at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all of the athletes on their accomplishments in getting to this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here is incredible, and I want to acknowledge all of you for getting to this point. We hope that you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all of the athletes.
As we await the start of our final 2 races of the morning before our lunch break, these will be the men's U15 Coxed Quads semifinals. The first and second, the 2 AB semifinals will happen upcoming as we await that start. Though for all of you who are out there, if you are interested during this lunch break, I can see from where I stand here on kind of one of the main corners, there are some pretty awesome looking coastal shells out there. And during the break, you can either watch or have an opportunity to jump in and test out what it's like to jump into a coastal shell. Coastal Rowing Beach Sprint is a world rowing sanctioned event. There is a world championships in these events. It's another opportunity to love rowing in all the ways. Rowing is growing everywhere. You have what you're watching right now is the flat water rowing. We have coastal that is in the bigger, slightly wider hulls. To give you a point of comparison, I want to say if you were to row a flat water elite single here, it's going to weigh somewhere, give or take 30 pounds. Give or take 30 pounds or so. But when you hop into a coastal solo, it's somewhere around 80 pounds, but goes very, very fast as well. You're also, on open water when you're in those. So an opportunity, there are very few of these available in the country. So this is a rare opportunity if you are interested in checking out coastal rowing and seeing what that is all about. You can check it out during the lunch break. You can also stick around and listen to an interview that I'm really excited about, to be sitting down with Dick Vitale and Mark Cuban as well this afternoon during the lunch break starting around noon. I knew I grew up playing basketball, so getting to talk to some basketball folks about how you get into rowing and what rowing truly can do is going to be a really interesting conversation. If you know anything about those two, there are all kinds of things I'm sure that we could talk about. Rowing, the venue, this location, the community that surrounds it. But let me get back to what is upcoming. What time do we have? We are just about ready for the start of the final two races before the lunch break. We will resume right about 1 o'clock after the lunch break. So everyone that's out there, make sure you have on your sunscreen, you have on a long sleeve, you're drinking some water. It's going to be a long weekend. It is still just day two of the 2023 Youth National Rowing Championships. Maurice, what are these two events that we have happening before lunch?
So we will have the men's U15 Coxed Quad coming up before lunchtime, and this is a really, I think this is like the foundational race for our future scullers. Typically, with the U15, they'll have a coxed quad. Typically, the other quads aren't coxed as either the
it's
bow
rare that you
seat
see
or
the X and the plus together anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But this is made particularly to help develop younger athletes, so they don't have to worry about steering the boat, but it can help them develop in sculling, in that art of sculling and being in that
sculling
exactly in a bigger boat as well. And so that's what's special about that. And we are now going to be off on that first semifinal, which in lane 0 we will have White Marsh. Lane 1 we will have Sarasota. Lane 2 Oregon Unlimited. Lane 3 San Miguel Academy B. Lane 4 River City. Lane 5 Great Miami, and lane 6 Sarasota B.
So two local teams out of Sarasota there. Speaks to the growth. That is a large program that rows down in Osprey, not far from here. So this is not their home course. So rowing on this buoyed course is not something they necessarily do all day, every day. They are from the area, so the weather is in their best interest being
Very
out
true.
here. But great to see growth in the sculling programs. But just as Maurice said, this is a coxed quad. So usually a quad does not have someone steering. You're normally doing it with your foot, but having the coxswain in there is really a nice little piece of pressure that you get to take off, because the quad alone is already a challenging boat because everything's moving so fast. And as I'm staring here looking at the screen and looking down the race courses at what is happening, I can barely see the coxswain because they're slid down there, tucked into the bow of that boat, just almost lying down. Sometimes you'll put a little ball down there, like a dodgeball or something like that, to give them something to push on, depending on how tall the coxswain happens to be. But let me stop talking about where the coxswain is sitting and tell you what's going on in the course. Those green blades of White Marsh. I have personally said White Marsh several times this morning through especially sculling events. So cool to see that the growth of that specific program, seeing more boats in these A and B semifinals, just putting themselves up there with the higher and higher caliber. It really sometimes starts with one athlete that might make it to nationals, that goes and takes that experience home, and then their teammates go, oh, that's possible.
Yep, and
right?
there's a lot of schools here that I mentioned Hockaday. Like that is the first boat they've ever sent to youth nationals, and so there's a lot of standards that are being set, whether it's this is their first time or this is their 100th boat. But there's always something that
maybe the crew in there. Hockaday has a few entries here coming out of Dallas.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
Girl
it's
Scout
like
school down
there's
there.
a lot of history being made at these schools and programs that you just love to see, especially at such a big event as this.
And I love the symmetry of the quad, right? You're not rotating to one side or the other. You are straight down the middle of the boat. You're reaching the arms a little long and low by staying pretty upright in the torso and just keeping everything as parallel to one another as you possibly can as far as the blades go on either side. White Marsh still, they were our early leaders, looking like they now have about a boat length. They've broken clear water over Sarasota. The Sarasota A entry in this particular event is in that blue hull next to White Marsh. The 2 lanes over from them, it's San Miguel Academy B, who looks to be in 3rd place right now by just about a deck over Oregon Unlimited. You were talking about what that unlimited means earlier. I left off on Oregon. Yeah. So Oregon out there doing some great things as well on the sculling side. Love to see sculling because when I was coaching in the NCAA collegiately, I had a lot of athletes that came out of sculling and they had never swept before. And traditionally, we say it's a little bit easier to go from sculling to sweep because it really isn't any different. You just approach the same way and just hang a left or a right. So this just opens up options. It also at this age, maintains relative amount of symmetry throughout the system. So that can do a lot for longevity from a young age in the sport without, having to do the rotation action.
Exactly.
Get the mechanics down, and then the nuance can develop as you continue to race. Not just within this one race. We just passed 1,000 meters down.
We did. So now we're on the other side of that hill.
And now we'll see who's going to snowball all the way down to the finish line. Right now, in a positive snowball. I must call it a positive snowball. Beautiful. Gosh, these drones are really doing a fantastic job feeding not only beautiful shots, but feeding information to people who are watching. Keep an eye. And sometimes if you think about how you look at things in the dark, you look slightly to the side to see it better. When you're trying to see what's going on across a field, don't necessarily look at any one particular boat. See if you can see as much of the whole picture as you can, and then look for what's different. See if one looks like they're advancing. See if they're moving imperceptibly faster than another crew.
And you can see that right here with White Marsh. I mean, it looks like they have taken a lead and have ripped open that open water in between them and Sarasota.
Yep, Sarasota in that blue hole, 2 lanes over again, looking at San Miguel Academy. Oregon Unlimited is coming back on them, making sure they are answering the call of San Miguel in that 3rd 500, one of those places that we see a lot of story unfold because that's where the strokes really start to wear on you physically, which causes psychological wear. And you really got to do that conversation back and forth. So fantastic race for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right now.
Right. And so also we have to mention, I mean, with these athletes, these are 13, 14 years old, and this is a 2K.
Anyone under 15, yeah.
This is a 2,000-meter race. So I can tell you right now, I wasn't doing a 2K at 13, 14 years old.
I played in goal in 2 field sports because I did not like doing endurance things.
Yeah, same.
I did not know there was an engine inside. So this is a daunting challenge for anyone. And at this age to choose to do it. And that's the great thing about these team boats, right? Providing this opportunity in such a cool team boat, really can give you that taste of just, oh, this is about more than just me. This is about more things. It's about the people in the boat with me. It's about the people across the lanes and the people watching and just something bigger. So we've got Sarasota there in the blue hole, this 3-boat race that is behind because there's one boat racing out in front that is still White Marsh, multiple lengths of open water at this point as they are into the last 500. Looks like the last 400 or so meters to go for White Marsh, getting into the last 350. Sarasota, Oregon Unlimited, San Miguel B. That's how you see it in your picture, left to right. Sarasota in the blue hole, Oregon Unlimited in the center, just a little bit still behind San Miguel B. San Miguel maintaining just about now. You know what? It looks like they're making a move about half length, you think?
I think so. They picked it up just a bit.
And they're going to pour the pressure onto Sarasota.
They are. Can Sarasota respond?
We just saw Sarasota in that 8 a few races ago pour on a great sprint. So that's something that they're going to need right now coming down to the wire here in the last 265 meters of this men's U15 coxed quad, first of 2 AB semifinals.
And I'm like, hey, Sarasota, this is your home, so what you going to do? You going to defend it or what?
Yeah, I heard cowbells earlier, so everyone out there, even if you don't have someone racing, last 2 races of the morning before that lunch break, so get out there and give a holler. This is rowing. This is people pushing themselves, so support them in their endeavors. This is basic human passion and love and endeavor, doing something really, really cool right now. White Marsh, leaders from the
Walks
beginning,
away.
leaders all the way to the end, major amounts of open water, very large lead for that group. Fantastic racing by all crews out on the water. Stay clean, stay clean, stay clean in that blue hull, because San Miguel Academy B is pouring on that pressure.
Wait a minute. Does it look like we have – are they just rowing 3?
He got a little bit.
Oh, no.
2-seat looks like they got a little bit off, and they're trying to find that timing. That's like jumping back into double dutch. If you've ever done that, you got to time it and get right back in there.
Wow.
That is allowing Oregon Unlimited. Oh, my gosh, 1 foot 6 inches. Oregon Unlimited may have just taken it.
There might be some difficulties there. There might be something wrong.
There were some difficulties happening there, but it's just all the way down the course. That's why I say you can never know until you hear those horns and you see it stamped in the book of official on herenow.com. First 4 crews across the line in no particular order.
Right.
Unofficially, White Marsh, Sarasota, Oregon Unlimited, and San Miguel B, with River City, it looks to be the next crew across the line. Then you will have Great Miami and Sarasota B coming down the course as well. What an array of experiences out on the water just now.
Yeah, and I mean, what you're looking at is the next generation of U.S. rowing. Like, I mean, this is where it starts, like right here. These are your freshmen, sophomores that are going to be rising, going to be in that 1V one day for high school, going to be that 1V for whichever college, D1, D2, D3, wherever you decide to go. This is, I mean, you're looking at maybe your future national team member or the future you. The future Lindsay Shute. You just never know. Olympic champion. One of the most dominant women's eights in the world in Olympic history. One of the most dominant teams in Olympic history. Not just rowing. We're talking in the whole Olympic realm.
You know,
so
I gotta go back to. I appreciate that, Maurice.
I gotta give credit where it's due. Like, let's be real here. Like, come on.
This is as real as it gets, the words coming out of this tower. I have to say, going back to the sculling, I used to say with sweep rowing, you wished you could have a third arm because you never wanted to take even a single hand off of the handle. Even if, you know, if the water's salty, that splashes in your eye, it's going to burn. If the sweat's coming down your face, that's going to burn. If there's, you know, something you want to wipe away, you just can't do it. If your sunglasses are slippery and you haven't figured that out yet, they're slipping down your face. Now imagine you're sculling. You really have no opportunity but to stay in control of those handles. And sometimes if you like clip a wave or something, the handle can get twisted in your hand. And you've got to figure out how to get it resituated without catching a crab. You know? So there are a lot of little things happening out there that we sometimes take for granted.
We do. But
or don't even realize.
Right. But we've been lucky with today's weather and not having to deal with that. And that's what's so special about Nathan Benderson. Is just like it is protected. It is very rare that you will have anything outside of wind that is influencing this race. So
maybe some storms if that happens. But
maybe some knock on wood. Knock on wood. Everybody knock on wood.
So gosh, these shots are just so beautiful. This is a special treat here, folks. If you haven't realized it yet, to watch a race like this at a course like this. But getting back up, 7-minute centers. So right back up to the start, just waiting for the last race before the lunch break to get underway. Set started 11:35. This is the men's U15 coxed quads. This is the second of 2 AB semifinals. This time we will have 6 boats out on the race course instead of 7 like the previous. And so let me set the field before we take off. It looks like we have some boats that are not quite aligned yet. So the referees are going to do everything they can to help these young folks get aligned so they can go as straight as possible down the course. We already mentioned that they're up there they have, I don't know if they use a laser up there, but I know that they use a straight line and a sight, to basically like a surveyor would, to make sure that all the bow balls are as close to perfectly aligned, equidistant from the finish line as they can possibly be in an outdoor sport, in an external environment impacted by the weather, impacted by conditions, let alone the human element
Right.
involved in it. So they're going to make sure that everyone's as close as they can get them before they take off.
And they are now off.
And let's set the field here. And the reason I say this is because in lane 0 or 1, whichever one is the farthest one away from us, is Saratoga, not to be confused with Sarasota. Saratoga. Next lane, NorCal, Treasure Coast, Maritime, Treasure Coast B, and San Miguel Academy. So it's cool to see multiple programs here bringing a couple of these coxed quads to this event.
Right, it's like inter squad competition here, like in bragging rights. Again, it's long ride home, whoever beats who.
And Treasure Coast is from Florida, so.
They're right. So maybe a short ride, but it's going to be a long ride because of all the trash talk in the bands. Like, we beat you. Whatever. My 2K is bigger than yours.
Did you do that when you were,
Yeah.
Are you speaking from experience on that one?
I plead the fifth.
I could see that happening on those bus rides.
Yep.
In Philly when you were younger.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It still happens. We have like a little group chat from all the guys that I raced with in high school, and they'll send me their erg scores after like 10 years of not rowing, and they're just like, what you doing? What's up? It's great.
What's happening with you?
That's the community that we build, the family, the camaraderie. It just never really goes away.
That banter, that beautiful banter that is, it's all in good fun.
Absolutely.
As long as it stays all in good fun.
Right. Exactly. And, families argue too. Let's not, but we bring it back together because we have that one mission, that one goal, that one stroke.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That pursuit of that just, golly, I'm sitting here, the flow, the feeling of that. My goodness, when you
crossing that line first at the Olympic Games multiple times, how'd that feel for you?
My favorite stroke of every race is the stride. When you stride out off of your start sequence and you know that you nailed it. And what I mean by that is these boats coming off of the start line, you go from a dead stop. We talk about that. You usually take about 5 strokes that are short relative to your full stroke length to get the boat up to speed because it's a little heavier. A full stroke at that point would just wash out. You cannot stay connected with that much boat load and weight. So then as the boat picks up speed from the start, the length of the stroke lengthens out, the stroke rate stays high, but then as soon as you hear, especially because they're coxed boats that we're looking at right now, you hear the coxswain make the call to lengthen to your base rhythm, you know when all people hit it, like really blades are in and you shove the boat.
You feel it like
Mary Whipple phrase is the shove of a lifetime, and that just keeps the boat humming along, and you just smile and savor it because you know that it's going to be a sweet 4 quarters of racing. In the very beginning, Maritime, longtime name in sculling, is our early leader, duking it out with Saratoga. They're in that blue hull. That is Treasure Coast in that aquamarine, I would say, which is very typical.
Very beautiful color.
Yeah, very
like
typical of that program. That is definitely one of their colors that they often use. These 4 boats that are out in front. You have Saratoga and Maritime as our leaders right now, as we are about 1,000 meters into this race, or we're not quite right about to cross into 1,000 meters down in this 2,000-meter race, sandwiched between them, Treasure Coast and the Blue Hull, NorCal next to them.
Yeah, and again, this is very, very nice to see. I mean, again, with these ages of these athletes, I mean, them being able to row in a sculling boat and the technique that goes into it. I mean, they don't look bad at all. I mean, you're just looking at them and, staying together, getting that, they're locking in at that catch, they're swinging together. Like, I mean, it's like very hypnotizing to see, and that goes to show you not only the athletes and the greatness that's behind them, but also the coaches that have put time and effort. And I could tell you, as a 13, 14-year-old, you had to have patience with me. And so I'm sure some of these athletes, you might need some patience.
That's not where I thought you were going with that, but I appreciate that.
Yes, I had my times, and so at 13, 14, that's like a very crucial moment in like your teenage years, and so I think in my experience coaching, like that takes some energy, it takes some effort to do that, and then to have them come out here do this 2K and rowing the way they're rowing right now, which is awesome. It's a testament of that program.
And I was going to say, so this right now is a great shot. That is, Saratoga out there in front, not quite clear water of next place, Maritime. That is a diagonal line that you're looking at. You got to look for the little glinting buoys that are equally distant. They're right now at a slight angle, so the lead for Saratoga is slightly slightly less than what it might seem through that angle there we go. As we go, it's about 3/4 of a length, right about a bow ball of Maritime is on right about that edge of the deck at the stroke seat's feet of the Saratoga boat as they look to find a little more distance every stroke that they can get. That's Saratoga's plan, but Maritime ain't having it. They are not giving it up. They are putting on a great third 500 right now. Treasure Coast still in between them, just ahead of NorCal by maybe about a half length, looking to extend that lead that they have on them. I was going to say, Maurice, you said, you had to have patience with you when you were 13, 14 years old. That's huge self-awareness. Two pieces to that. Self-awareness is something that you need to be able to row team boats, know how you're doing, what you're doing, but move with other people as well. And the part of the coach to be able to have enough empathy to be able to recognize that in you. So it's like a two-way street there, that self-awareness and that empathy on both parties that are involved in there. But that right now, and the coxswain. I keep forgetting that these boats are coxed. I'm sitting here thinking, my gosh, they're going so straight, too. The coxswain is in there, and they're kind of the onboard coach. So that coxswain hopefully is in there, also self-aware.
Exactly.
Also kind of being the onboard coach with a bit of empathy going, hey, all right, let's stay in it. Let's stay focused. Let's do our thing. I'm sure distraction is very easy at that age, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can attest to that one. I can definitely attest to that one.
What, 350 meters to go for our leaders?
We are. And so it looks like we will still have Saratoga leading the pack, and I will say followed by Maritime, who has that second place, and then we will have Treasure Coast holding on to that third.
Just as NorCal is surging. NorCal is looking for it. They've been sitting on, the bow ball has been sitting on the coxswain of Treasure Coast for a while. And Treasure Coast has probably been saying, I want to get one more foot. I want that bow ball to be advanced. And so right now, as they know the sprint is happening, they're just outside of 250 meters. That's Treasure Coast and NorCal. NorCal sprinted a little bit earlier than the other crews. And that, by virtue of them pushing on Treasure Coast has started pushing on Maritime. Maritime made an advance in the third 500, wanting to hunt down Saratoga. And as they did that, Treasure Coast and NorCal either waited or their plan was just slightly different, which has allowed them to kind of crawl back into any lead that Maritime held over them. So very tight across these boats. What has not changed is Saratoga out in that far side lane. But as I've been saying that, I have this pillar between me and what I can see on the course. Maritime sees what's happening.
Yes. They do, and they're walking up, and they're not allowing Treasure Coast nor NorCal to come up. NorCal is pushing, though. NorCal is pushing on Treasure Coast, and I don't know if Treasure Coast will be able to and they look like they just jumped it up a little bit towards that end and has responded to NorCal, so they were able to take that spot back. So it looked like it'll be, I would say, Maritime, NorCal,
Maritime, Treasure Coast, and NorCal.
Yeah.
About a half length for Maritime over Treasure Coast, and about just over a deck, maybe a foot past a deck for Treasure Coast over NorCal. That coxswain did get that extra foot.
Yeah, that's what I was like, oof.
But not much more. That was basically dead level for 1,500 meters. Whatever lead Treasure Coast had, that was the margin that stayed pretty much the whole time.
And this is the younger of the group. So imagine once these athletes develop and get to these bigger boats, and this is the competition that the U.S. needs. This is what we need that's going to feed eventually to that national
Speaking of which,
team.
we were talking earlier about the cross the course having the that was Treasure Coast B that came across. I'm like, wow, they're dressed very similarly. Right, Treasure Coast B is out there as well.
Yeah,
so
it's the competition.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats out there right now. Yeah, 2 in the top 5 of this particular semifinal. The next crew across the finish line is San Miguel Academy.
And we will be done with racing before the lunch break, and so we will have a live interview with yours truly, Lindsay Shoup, Dick Vitale, and Mark Cuban. So
from
be
somewhere,
prepared for that.
wherever that's going to be happening.
Yeah, wherever that's going to be happening. Yeah. So be prepared for that.
And I was going to say, I see at least one coastal solo looking like it's ready to be launched by some intrepid person out there that wants to try a coastal shell, see what it's like to go and row in a coastal boat here on this waterway. That opportunity exists during the break. Anything else you want to give them before we sign out for the lunch?
Oh, I'm excited for the round 2. This has been awesome racing, and so let's hit it. The vibes, get some good food, hydrate, get in the shade, get off those legs, and be ready for the second half of the day.
All right. With that, from me, Lindsay Shoup, and Maurice Scott up here in the tower, Grace Latz, if you haven't gone to visit her at the 776 tent, please go down there and say hi. She is awesome.
Definitely.
And is down there. She's the person on the street answering all the questions. So hydrate, have fun, enjoy your time here in sunny Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. And we'll be back here at 1 o'clock with the women's U15 Coxed Quads semifinals A and B.
fallen in love with this FLX design. Everyone I put into the boat kind of raves about it, and I've just seen good jumps in speed.
The FLX especially, it just feels great as it moves through the water. It's very responsive. It reacts to what you want it to do and runs out really nice in between the strokes.
So for those of you who are down here at the race course still, you are in for a special treat this afternoon during our lunch break. If you are not already down toward the finish line end of the race course, join us down here in the shade or as close as you can be, because we're going to have a cool live interview up here. We're already having some really fantastic conversations with me, Lindsay Shoup, and we have Mark Cuban and Dick Vitale up here as well. But before we get that started, we are also going to pay tribute to someone whom I've thought about a lot this past week, because we actually had our last opportunity to work together last week at the NCAA Championships. David Wyant is someone who is local to Sarasota, raised in Sarasota, started coxing when he was in high school. He is a wealth of knowledge at the junior level in particular. I know that having the opportunity to sit next to him and call races, he just has the capacity to pull information out of almost the ether. You think you've heard everything he could possibly say, and then he'll just come out with a random phrase that you've never heard before that then you think gets passed off to you, and you just can't help but laugh, chuckle, say to yourself, how did you just come up with that in the moment? I say last week was my last opportunity to work with David after having gotten to call the Youth Nationals a number of times, the NCAA Championships a number of times. David and I literally sat in the back seat of a Chevy Spark driving back and forth on that wave attenuator that you see that divides this race course. We watched every single stroke of the NCAA Championships together from their last year. Literally, imagine sitting on the bow ball of any of these races. Those are the types of things that David and I were able to do together. This past week, he unfortunately passed away from a liver cancer. He passed away on Friday, and we would like you to join us down here at the finish line end for a special tribute as we pay just our respects and appreciation for the person that David has always been. I'm going to continue here. This is a little bit off script. You can see his picture down there at the finish line at the Jumbotron.
Both
the
in
things that you
Sarasota
learn by just getting to sit next to someone and share a mic.
Rowing regattas, which has been tremendously fun, and it's the skills necessary are analogous to my job. I'm kind of having to constantly talk. I'm having to think on my feet, and it's actually very much improved my public speaking.
She's looking over at the bow deck of Washington. She's saying, look, we can do this. This is exactly the scenario we're looking for. If we can get past Stanford, we might win a team national championship here. Out front, it continues to be Stanford with 450 meters left to go. It's a deck for Stanford, 10 feet over Texas. Texas trying to break the overlap on third place Washington. Washington trying to break the overlap on fourth place Michigan. What's going to happen here, Mary?
I think what I will miss most about David is just his quick comebacks, his spiciness for knowing the momentum of a race, and that's why I loved calling races with him, because as two coxswains, we just knew when to hand it off to each other, the chemistry, but the momentum of the race. So I miss everybody in the room. Love you guys all dearly, and David, you're a class act.
There are just so many things that I could say about David, having had the opportunity to work with him over the years. And just last week, he was still delivering his lines. He had all these Davidisms, you know, like throwing punches. And obviously in rowing, you don't throw punches. But here we are in the tower at NCAAs, and he's talking about throwing punches. The man just had impeccable style, like Mary said, had the ability to just feel that energy, the trajectory of the race. I'm even wearing my spicy neon tennis shoes today because he had a tennis shoe collection. He was wearing Nike pumps last week when we worked together. Always had his hat collection. If he was here right now, we'd be talking about the Stanley Cup Finals. Probably not because his team was not in contention right now, but for why maybe they should have been. We definitely talked about that a lot over the years being up here in the tower. But you know, the things that I learned by getting to sit next to him, the knowledge that he had, particularly at the junior level, has allowed me to be better at this, to share air, to be able to talk about a sport that clearly he loved. Here he was, you know, in the last week that we could spend together at a race doing what he really, really loved. He also coached rowing, also at the University of Miami where I did, just at different times. He became a lawyer. He just was but tireless in his love of sport. He literally made Benderson get a remote headset so that he could sit in a golf cart covered in soot and sunburned to bring life to these races that even just 10 years ago, it was just parents in the bushes going, what's happening a mile away? Well, David was the guy that said, give me a golf cart, give me a boat. I'm going to be out there and tell them exactly what's happening until they can see it. So being able to pick up on his preparation, the amounts of pieces of paper that are on this table in front of us up here, that amount of preparation is something that I learned very much from him and look forward to sharing with others. But up here today with me to talk a little bit about announcing and commentary and sport and just the beauty of sport and what we can do with it. And I want to know why you two love it so much and what value you see in it. I know what I think, you know, I know what sport has done for me, but now being able to be on the commentary side of things and sit back here, it's so funny to sit up here and you watch a race. And one of the things that people said about David and I delivering youth nationals last year was, you're talking about the heats for the whatever race that it was, like it is the Olympic final. Every race for 3 straight days was like that, because when you have a chance to really get into it, one of the things that I love about being in the sport and behind the sport in all the different ways is that I just love it more and more and more. I know I actually came to rowing when I was 20. I grew up playing basketball. I started playing basketball in 3rd grade. I didn't think I was good enough to play a sport in college. So I left basketball, volleyball, baseball, field hockey, soccer, tennis, swimming, horseback riding, even ballet behind. Because no matter how many points I scored, which was upwards of 30 in a game, I still did not think that I was good enough, because I grew up in Central Virginia, went to the University of Virginia, watched those athletes, and I thought, whoa, those are real athletes. And I grew up watching people like Rebecca Lobo, Heidi and Heather Burge out of the University of Virginia, Lisa Leslie. People used to ask me all the time if I could dunk. I'm like, I'm 72.5 inches tall. Lisa Leslie is 6'5", she can dunk, right? You know, so I'm looking at these people, making this comparison. But first, being able to see people like that on the screen was something that was very inspiring to me. It told me that maybe I could be there someday, you know, even though that confidence wasn't quite there. Now, rowing was the sport when I finally found it at age 20 that allowed me to develop at my own pace, the pace that I needed to develop my confidence every single day. So that's one of the things that I love imparting upon young people and people that are watching this sport, because it's like, come to it. It is a place to gather. It is a way to learn about yourself and others. I'm up here. I'm not going to tell stories all day long because I am next to 2 amazing people that I hope to hear a lot about. I'm up here with, I can call you Dick Vitale.
Call me anything you want. Call me anything you want.
It's not late for dinner.
Now, you know, you make some great points, Lindsay. And I think Mark starting to echo this, his career.
And Mark Cuban, where the three of us are up here today.
Mark's
yeah.
career has been unbelievable. What he's done in his life. Not only
I've heard about you guys.
Well, not only owning the Mavericks, but it's all his things he does with his businesses that he's involved in. But let me share this. You know, anything I've ever done in life, if we can pass on to people, if you do it with a sense of passion, and you do it with pride. I've often said, you know, when I do motivational speeches, talk about pride, perseverance. You better be able to persevere, man. Things get tough in life. It's not all smooth. I don't care who you are, how much money you have. Bottom line is there are times in life you got to really persevere.
Yeah.
And then there's our respect. You respect all your competition, but you fear none. If you're prepared, you don't fear anybody. I used to tell my grandkids to get ready for, oh my God, these tests are so tough we got coming up. I said, I don't want to hear that. I said, if you prepare, you walk in that classroom and you say, Mr. Professor, give me that test. I'm ready for that sucker. I'm ready. Now, if you don't prepare, you're not ready.
Exactly.
Then it's I for intelligence. Just common knowledge. I'm not talking intelligence books. I'm talking making good decisions in your life. I tell young people, I just talked to a bunch of young kids, and I said, hey, make good decisions. Stay away from drugs, alcohol. You've heard this 5 million times. Can't win that game. Can't win. You think you can win, but you can't. So the bottom line is, if you make good decisions and you can wake up and say, you know what? I made a great decision in my life today. You're going to be a better person. And then it's self-explanatory. I always say the 4 Ds of life. You need desire, dedication, discipline, and a determination. Nobody's been a success without desire. I'm guaranteed this guy wakes up with such desire. I have an idea, and I'm going to make it happen. And then the final one, people always said, oh, you're so enthusiastic. I was getting things, today's my 84th birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
And I was getting things on Twitter.
You share a birthday with one of my Olympic teammates, by the way.
I do?
Yeah.
June, that's a good day.
That's a good
But
day.
anyway, I was getting people today on Twitter that were writing and saying, oh, my God, where do you get that energy? Where do you get that energy?
Yeah.
Just live life, be enthusiastic. Do I have ups and downs like people? Of course.
Yeah.
Bottom line, I went through 1 year, I was telling Mark earlier, it was a tough year battling melanoma and lymphoma, then lost my voice. But you know what? Through it all, I had such support and love. But most of all, I had, and I used to always hear my mother's word. I grew up in a family, my mother and father were uneducated. Fifth grade education. But a doctorate of love. I lost my eye as a kid, and my mother used to say, I don't want to, Richie was never Dick, Richie, this is America. You can be what you want to be. You can't believe in can't. Don't let can't part of your life. And all that stuff has really helped me big time. So now that I gave you mine, now it's up to Mark.
I got nothing to say.
I actually had one of the biggest difference makers, and I love, this is again with the commentary, putting it out there, one of the biggest difference makers through the women's 8 that I was fortunate enough to be in. We broke the world record. The year after, we had demoralizing loss. We were winning the race and got passed by 2 boats with 10 strokes left in the race. And it was 0.3 seconds between 4th and 2nd place. And what happened after that, coach sat us down and said, control what you can, ignore what you can't, and preparation equals confidence. Let every day your preparation add up to the confidence that you need. Because when it comes to the Olympics, you got to be good enough to win to come away with a medal at all.
You know, my kids, they're so sick of my sayings, practice till you can't get it wrong. How you do anything is how you do everything. There's 2 types of pain, the pain of doing the job or the pain of regret of not having tried.
Yeah.
And the pain of regret's always worse, right? So, there's all kinds of ways to simplify it. But, with rowing, I mean, I've never rowed, but watching my daughter, 16-year-old daughter, right? Watching her when she first started and her hands are just chopped up, and they're bleeding and they Band-Aids. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, right? And what turned out, it showed that she was committed to it. Like Dick was saying, you've got to have the desire, the determination, and to fight through that, because you know what it's like. Normally, that's where kids turn around and run.
Yeah,
Just taking those hurdles, and to be able to see you in rowing. And the most amazing thing to me, and I go to as many as I can, but my wife goes to all of them, is rowing's a cult. I don't care what anybody says. Rowing is a cult. You have to be so committed, because you got to get up early. You got to carry the boat. You got to ship the boat. You got to put it on the water, take it off the water. And most other sports, you roll the ball out. You pick up the you pick up the ball, you pick up a racket, you pick up, your gear, your golf clubs, whatever.
Yeah.
Rowing, you got to work just to be able to play.
We always joke about this, where it is the ultimate we literally disassemble our equipment, put it on a truck with our own physical, selves, and then you have to reassemble it, and then you get to go row it again.
But it's not just little equipment, right? It's a big old boat.
Yeah. So the 8 is 60 feet long, weighs just under 200 pounds, 9 people sit in it. That's what we talk about when you're at a dead stop. It's heavy. You got to do it together,
So, Lindsay, I was talking to Mark before. I know nothing about rowing.
Yeah. I can teach you anything you want to know.
But I talked to some kids today when I was having breakfast. We were here rowing.
Yeah.
And at the First Watch, at a great place if you want breakfast. And they support the V Foundation. But let me say this. They were telling me what a great team sport it is. It's a sport, and Mark and I were talking, if you don't all work in sync, what is it, 8 in a boat?
It depends on the boat class, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but let's say it's 8. My God, everyone has to perform because they're letting down their partners.
Yeah.
So it's the teamwork, togetherness, the enthusiasm, the attitude, the mental toughness that's needed in that time. I think that's great. And what they're learning and what they're doing, as Mark said, the commitment is beyond. There's not a lot of money, not a lot of fame. I mean, we see things now. College athletics has gotten totally chaotic with the NIL. Look, I believe players should get paid in terms of some money. I always thought a guy makes an appearance and he can get $5,000.
College scholarships are very expensive these days, I hear.
But I'm telling you.
It's a lot of real money.
But today the NIL is out of control.
Yeah.
Totally out of control. When players are getting $1 million and all, that's not what college. And then the other
are
thing,
rowers getting NIL?
It depends. I mean, I don't personally know of any. It's interesting because one of our coaches, when I was rowing, she said, when it comes to, pursuit, like that pure, it's about something greater than money. And when you use the NIL, it kind of teaches us that that's the ultimate thing. So here's the reason why I say this. For instance, we got to do a coin toss after we came back from the Olympics. We're standing at this NFL game, standing in the center. All the teams are lined up, and this big guy looks down at me, and he sees the medal around my neck, and he goes, I'd rather play for those any day over a Super Bowl ring.
You can't buy that.
Yeah.
Can't buy it. Can't walk in and say, hey, that's why watch the NBA right now.
Yeah.
Those guys play with such pride and passion right now. Why?
Yeah.
They're all getting major checks. Probably, I don't know, they probably take a cut a little bit playing in the playoffs, don't they?
No, but they would,
Yeah, I mean, based prorated on their salaries.
Yep.
But the bottom line is they're playing for that gold ring.
Yeah.
You can't buy that. You have to earn it.
Yeah.
You gotta, and that's what makes it special. But as Mark said, the thing about commitment, see, what I don't like about our transfer portal now, we're teaching kids to quit. Things don't go well.
When things
I'm
move
out
on,
of here, man. I'm out of here. I'm gone.
Yeah.
Well, life's not that way.
Yeah.
Life's got those bumps, man.
Yeah.
It's got those bruises. One of the most special honors I ever received in my life, to me, because he was my buddy, was the Jimmy V Award last year for perseverance at the ESPYs. And as I said to that crowd, which was filled with every major star you could think about, from Stephen Curry right on, Lindsey Vonn, I told them I can guarantee that everybody in this room really buys into my philosophy, a simple formula. You look at a great athlete or a great performer, a great businessman, I will guarantee they had pride plus passion plus perseverance, because that equals win in the game of life, the game we all play.
The interesting thing, over the years, one of the things why I wrote my book, because people kept saying, oh, but you're you. And I'm like, yeah, I'm literally this awkward, lanky kid from the country in Virginia that stumbled upon a really cool sport that helped me be better at being me.
What really has gotten me to appreciate rowing is my daughter gets up in the morning, right, and gets to the lake at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30. And then they work out, they go to school.
Yeah.
And then she goes and works out after school.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a commitment. You don't just show up. It's not like, in basketball, at certain level, up until a certain level, if you're athletically gifted enough, then you're going to be successful to a certain point, right? You can dunk on people, you can run faster, jump higher, maybe make a shot, maybe not have to shoot at all. You can't do that in rowing. There's technique, you have to get it right, you have to be in sync, and you have to keep on working harder and harder and harder, and so do the people around you, because you can only go as far as they do. And so that camaraderie has been amazing.
Yeah, you know, with rowing itself, because I, believe it or not, I was actually one of the smaller athletes when it came to racing at the elite level. And when I walked into my first day of rowing practice when I was in college, I almost ran away. I was like, there are 50 people here who are bigger than I am. What in the world?
Really? Bigger?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I was average for national team standards. Our stroke seat was about 3.5 inches taller than me. A couple of them were about 2 inches taller than me. So when it came to how I helped the boat go faster, it wasn't just me plus everyone else. It goes back to the philosophy of you are greater than the sum of your parts.
Bigger? You're 6'1", and they were all bigger than you.
Mine
were like 5'8", 5'9", 5'10".
When I was in college, a few, but we had kind of like a lot of just kind of tall, lanky, goofy folks.
I didn't see that many big ones today when I was at
We're still developing. I wasn't this big in ninth grade.
But curiously, for the national rowing team, for the women's national in the eights, what was the average height?
About 6 feet, maybe about 6'1". Since it wavers from there to there, the kind of the sweet spot size-wise is like that 5'10" to 6'2"-ish, but there are outliers that go very, very fast.
Of course, yeah. But that's because of the torque and the
Yeah, and it's not that it's synchronized swimming, but to match, it does make it easier if you're similarly sized.
Scholarships available now for
there
rowing.
Are, yeah. Rowing as soon as women's rowing became a thing in mid '90s, that's when the number of women's spots really caught up to what was going on with men. Rowing, one quick thing about that is that, a lot of times, the sport itself has thrived because of the rowing response through Title IX.
And venues like this.
Yes,
too,
yeah.
Benderson's amazing.
Yeah, and I always tell people, this is hands down the only course of its caliber really in the Western Hemisphere.
Without
we
question,
could have the Olympics here tomorrow. The water is a certain depth, the lanes are a certain width. It has to be, if it's bad, equally as bad for everyone. It can be total crapola, which also exposes technical dexterity. Those challenges. You always hope that it's flat, but rarely is it flat when you're at major competitions. But this is for young people to come. Like, what would be the most amazing basketball facility that you've ever been to?
Courts outside with a metal net.
But then the wind and the way that it rolls up here, it's an unforgiving rim outside.
Go to New York City and the kids playing on the pavement.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. That's how I grew up.
When I got aware with rowing as far as scholarships, we had a local girl here. Got to know her family really well. She was playing tennis. My granddaughter played tennis. She's out at Notre Dame. But she reached a point with tennis where she didn't see the chance to reap the reward she wanted. She wanted some financial aid for school. She needed, etc. So she stops playing tennis after sophomore year. And I was like surprised. And she says, I'm trying this other sport. Somebody told me to try it, rowing. She goes there at the end of her junior year. She told me there's a boat you go in, they test your speed or something, and this without being in the water. It's just
the ergs. Yeah.
I mean, on the rowing machine. Yes. Yes.
So anyway, she tested really high. She was getting offers because I took her on me to Notre Dame. I was trying to get her to go to Notre Dame, but she got more money. She went to Princeton, and she had Princeton, Stanford. Every major school has come out in a matter of.
Stanford just won the NCAA championship in women's rowing.
She ended up being a captain of Princeton, and she loved it.
And Princeton got third this year as a team.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's really cool to see the growth too. There are a handful of schools that have kind of always been in the upper echelon on the women's side, but the growth through the big public programs. I came out of a public program. Grace is also an Olympic athlete back here. She learned how to row at the University of Wisconsin. So these large public schools, Indiana, Iowa,
I know I keep on.
Cal,
I went to Indiana, so I keep on pointing my daughter.
Yeah, exactly. They've done quite well.
How many colleges, Division I, are there?
Division I? About 89, I want to say, was the last I checked. There are about 89 for Division I, and then Division II and Division III also have programs. There's somewhere around
it's like
about 150
lacrosse
or so.
Keeps growing.
Yeah.
My grandson plays lacrosse. Was telling Mark they just won the national championship in Notre Dame, but there's only 70-some programs that participate. But it's getting bigger every year.
Yeah. And when it comes to bring it all back to it, announcing and the venue and the value of the sport and the community that it creates, we're trying to figure out all the different ways to get people exposed to rowing. I lived in Miami for 12 years before I ended up moving back up to Virginia, and I know that you're local to the area. Do you feel that by virtue of having this venue here and just having people kind of messing around in boats, even like we have some young folks out here in the coastal shells giving those a go, Do you feel like the local community has gotten behind the sport and even just been like, what's going on down there? And
Well, first of all, I want to thank Randy Benderson and his family who built this park in memory of his dad.
Yeah.
Randy does a lot, for people in this area. He's really a generous, giving kind of guy. And I think this venue has brought economically. I mean, just what I've seen, the little first watch of all the rowers coming there,
Yeah.
the hotels, all the money being spent, dinner, going to restaurants. I think it's just been fantastic for our area, which, by the way, Lakewood Ranch, which is part of Sarasota, where I live, we're proud to announce Sarasota was just listed in U.S. World Report. Top 5 in the country to live, place to live.
I believe it. I almost moved here.
I get people get mad at me in this area because they say, you promote it all the time when you're doing games on ESPN. We don't need all these people.
Got enough.
The secret is out.
Got enough.
Yeah.
No, this place is amazing. Having gone to a lot of regattas, a lot of meets, a lot of times it's just a dock and water, and everybody's setting up boats and tents, and there's no consistency. This is a real venue.
Yeah.
This is something when you come in, it was built for a purpose.
Yeah.
As opposed to, okay, there's water, so let's make it work.
Yeah.
And so I think this, like you mentioned earlier, it's Olympics ready.
Yeah.
And that's why the Nationals are here.
Yeah.
Bendersons have done a phenomenal job. It really is.
Yeah.
It stands apart and stands alone.
Yeah, I actually, because I was over in Miami, I've coached high school, Division II, Division I. I actually started coming over here when all the trailers were over on the other side of the course,
really?
when this island was put in and it was just a crusty dirt patch, so the development of everything over time, this has been more than 10 years in the making, and well more than 10 years in the making. And so now to see it as it is something that, had I not lived in Florida, I wouldn't have been privy to that information.
No idea.
How did this show up?
What would be the steps right now if someone's listening to us and they have a child, and the kid wants to, looking for something to be successful? What's the first step in trying to get involved in rowing? What should they do?
Find and see if there's a local club, right? And at the very, very least, something that was really cool, an email got passed to me where a kid had a question just about rowing in general, literally emailed USRowing directly, and a person answered the email, So even if you don't know where to go in terms of how do I Google search local clubs in my home area, whatever my city is, then you can literally go straight to the USRowing.org and put out a question. Come to a local event. If you hear about a rowing race happening, go down there and just ask questions about rowing. Rowing people love to talk about
they do.
Rowing things.
Like I said, rowing is a cult. I said that in a good way.
How did your daughter get involved?
Yeah, I was about
with
to
her
ask
school.
that.
Yeah, her
Yes.
school Hockey Day
Yeah.
rowing has got a program, and so she plays basketball and wanted to try something different, and she had friends and talked to people who liked it. And she went at it, and turned out she was pretty good at it. And so, I mean, obviously she's not too bad because she's here. Here we are in Nationals, right? So, I mean, I'm not allowed to mention her name, Alyssa Cuban, because she told me that she was going to sue me and disown me, Alyssa Cuban. But otherwise, I mean, Alyssa Cuban is doing great.
What's her name, Alyssa? Alyssa Cuban.
Yeah.
I met all her teammates the other day.
Yeah, I know, at first watch,
Then the assistant coach came over, Maria. Maria said, but you can't mention Alyssa Cuban.
We try to tell everybody, don't mention Alyssa Cuban. Where's my wife? My wife is running, going, oh no, we're in trouble.
So what would it take to get you guys in boats?
No chance.
I get on ARG. I've gotten on ARGs before. Yeah, that's far enough.
I can't swim.
Yeah. Oh, you can't swim?
That is a safety concern, and that is a requirement. That's part of, because USRowing, we have all the safety. I ran a junior program for 150 athletes out of one junior program. We had 5 coaches, and there was one kid on the team who was an exchange student, didn't know how to swim. And no one had really asked. And I went out of my way to teach this one kid how to swim because he was such a hard worker. How could I hold him back from being on the water? And his teammates supported him. They knew that
you could ask Alyssa Cuban. She knows how to swim.
Hey, you mentioned a swim. Listen,
the boat floats though. If you flip, just grab it.
Grab it, yeah.
I've been in one cruise in my life. I get sick in the water. I get sick in a boat. So on one cruise, and only reason I went, I get a phone call from my boss at ESPN. He says, look, Disney's having their first cruise, and they want you to go on there with 2 other great.
You've been with ESPN since 1979.
Yeah, 45 years.
Yeah.
So anyway, they said, we want you to go on this cruise, be like a host full of people and all that jazz, have some fun. I said, well, look, I don't go. My wife gets mad at me because I don't go on any cruises. I'm on the water just, no, we got to go on this one. And it's not going to be bad. They'll get you this. And it's going to be with Dr. J and Joe Namath.
Oh, wow.
And this is about 20 years ago. So I said, well, if Dr. J and Joe Namath go, I'm going.
Gotta go, yeah.
And I went, and I had the time of my life with those two guys. But what they didn't know, when I'm back to my room,
oh no,
I was sick.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I just couldn't.
You're a trooper, yeah.
My stomach can't take it.
That resonates with me a bit. If it gets bumpy on a boat like that, I do, Which is kind of funny because that was never an issue out here or in the coaching launches because you sit there sometimes and you're out there. So have you been on a cruise since? You said it was only one cruise you've been on?
No, it's only one cruise. That's
half of Florida is probably like, how do you live in Florida and not like
going to cruise, right?
It's crazy.
Do you get behind the mic and deliver commentary?
I have.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I'm not that good at it. I mean, I'm next to a legend.
Right.
But
He gets interviewed so often. It's unbelievable.
but I'm used to it, yeah.
Talking about the passion, people always say, how are you passionate? I read in an article how you said, I might not always be right, but you can never accuse me not being passionate about something. I feel like when you get to tell stories, when you get to share something that you love, when you get to connect with people to learn about why they love something too, how can you not be passionate?
Well, I meet so many great people along the way.
Yeah.
My president at ESPN for years was a guy named, you probably know him, George Bodenheimer.
Yeah, of course.
George, everybody knows George. George, in 1980, I started at ESPN 79. 1980, guy picks me up at the airport in Bristol, Connecticut area, and he's introduced himself. My name's George, and he's moaning and groaning. I got a great education, Dickie V. I got a great education. And all I'm doing is working in the mailroom, driving, picking guys like you up. And there was something about him. There was something just about him I liked right away.
Yeah.
So he told me my girlfriend's even upset with me. I said, don't worry about her.
She did not like him.
You're going to get 20 other girlfriends. George, there's something about you're going to make it.
Yeah.
Just be patient.
And he did.
So this is a true story, 1990, I think 4 or 5 in the mid-90s, I'm in the Atlanta airport, and the plane is delayed, weather, whatever. I grab USA Today, and I'm just thumbing the pages, sports section. Name the president of ESPN.
George
Bodenheimer. I said, holy shit. I said, that's my former driver. And he wrote about this in his first chapter of his book. I call up his office, and I tell the secretary, I don't want to speak to him. Give me his voicemail. I'm going nowhere with my life. What am I doing? I'm trying
and you never let it live it down.
I said, George, I don't want a wristwatch for 25 years, man. Give me a new contract. George took care of me for lots of years.
Yeah.
But there's
George
an American story that, you got to believe life. People want to get to the top of the mountain too quick. They're not willing to take the baby steps and really understand. It's a grind, as he said, a commitment. It doesn't happen overnight. I watch my grandkids. They were scholarship offers all over for their tennis. They got the top 15 in the nation. I have a girl right now, my youngest granddaughter. We're going out as a family tonight, celebrating my birthday. We're going to Chart House, which is on the water.
I was going to say you're going to say that out loud.
He's always selling. Always selling.
But we're going. So we're going to go. My granddaughter Ava now, she's a junior, rising senior. And she got all kinds of offers. She's top, I think she's 11th right now in the country in tennis. But she's just committed to Duke. So she's going with her brothers, her twin brothers. But I watched it's no accident. It's as he said. They're on the courts every day, 7 in the morning to 9:30. They go out, they do weight training program. Then they go back out 2:30 in the afternoon to 5. That's how you become top 20 in the country. You just don't wake up one day. When I got into the Hall of Fame, Magic Johnson is sitting in front of me with Pat Riley, because Pat was a part of my class, was Pat Riley, Hakeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, Kathy Rush, and Adrian Dantley. There's Magic right in front of me. He's there to honor Pat Riley, and he's sitting with Jerry West. I opened up my speech. In fact, people Google, just go to Dick Vitale, Google Hall of Fame speech. I talked right from my heart, and the first thing I saw was Magic sitting there. And I said, Magic, I'm going to tell the people why you're called Magic and why you became Magic. And he's laughing. When I was coaching University of Detroit, I walked in one day. I said to my staff, I said, we're going 5:30 in the morning. We're getting up. We're leaving, driving to Lansing, and we're going to see Irvin Johnson before school starts. And we go up snow and ice, man. It's unbelievable. We drive, we get up there, and knock on the door. Mrs. Chott, she's in her bathrobe. It's 6:30, 6:45. Can we say hello to Magic before? She says, Magic's not here. I said, excuse me? She said, not here. He's on the playground working. He does it every morning.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I seen.
Yeah.
There's this kid. Just didn't happen to become what he is. You just wake up one day and say, hey, God, make me a great player. And God says, you know, I like you better than the next one. I'll make you a great player.
Yeah.
Gives you the physical skills, and then you got to take those and do something with them.
Yeah.
And that's what champs do.
Yeah.
And that's why he was a champion.
Yeah.
You know what, Bobby Knight said it best. He goes, everybody's got the will to win, but it's only those with the will to prepare that do win.
I like that.
Yep.
You know, the thing when we trained with the national team at the time, which still part of it is based in New Jersey, right? So I lived in Jersey for 7 years.
Jersey, yeah.
And what is Jersey like in December? What is
Yeah,
Jersey?
you're not getting on the lake,
What is Jersey like basically from November to April? You know, and when you are out on the water, if it's not frozen, you know, you're running circles around the lake in the snow and laughing when your teammate falls in the hole. And
I was going to ask you, how do they
laughed through a lot of
they
that
train
stuff,
at
though.
schools like, you know, Notre Dame, obviously.
where it gets cold.
And Harvard's and those places.
Yep.
How do they do it?
A lot of time on the rowing machine, a lot of cross training that happens. Teams take a lot of teams are actually coming down here to Benderson for spring and
So
winter
there's an
and spring.
advantage being down here.
So there are limitations to the amount of time that you can spend on the water if you're training collegiately to speak to that exact situation, because you have schools that are in Florida and Texas and California that would be able to row all the time. Washington.
It's kind of like baseball.
Yeah. So then to balance it out, it's like you can't go on the water until this date, and you have to be off the water by this date. That kind of takes care of it. But then you can still row quite a lot throughout the year. I had a lot of athletes that were international athletes when I coached in Division II. They said, "What do you mean we can't row in December? It's Miami."
Yeah, right.
Are you coaching now?
I do coach, but I coach kind of on different level, different terms. But I've basically coached everyone through middle school up through
But you
collegiate.
coach college?
Sort of.
So you do individual coaching.
Yeah. And I coached the NCAA for 5 years. The age range that I've coached over the last 13 years has been 14 to 84.
There you go.
And I love one of the things. We have this thing called Masters rowing too, which once upon a time you had to be over 26, but now it's basically like you're out of the national team for a number of years, or you're out of college, and then there are age handicaps and things like that. One of my favorite things about working with Masters athletes is they could have been rowing for 50 years already, and then they go, I just learned something today.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And so it's this constant evolution, and they make the connections to their overall life health, you know? And so it's quality of life.
What are the enhancements? I'm just curious, the improvements that are changing technique in rowing?
Across the board in terms of rowing?
In rowing, yeah.
So I would say some of the biggest changes in the last 20 years have been sort of technology. So most things are carbon fiber. The oars, even
But not so much in terms of the boats, but individual effort, like, you know, individual rowers, things that make you better that wasn't there.
We have had everyone in US Rowing, do you really want to know what my opinion is? I see all the things. Read the book.
You're going to fly around Dallas, work with the group.
Right. But there's a lot. So because there's volume. Right now, for instance, in the women's NCAA side, I said how women's rowing is just growing the sport overall because people know about it. And so then everybody's being drawn to it through some way, shape, or form. But because now there are more scholarships available, how do I get? And so the backwards thing is kind of happening. The Germans did a study 40 years ago where they basically had people specialize or diversify their training. And they found people that specialized had early achievement, whereas those that delayed didn't achieve as much as a young age, but they had longer careers, healthier careers, and more wins.
And you don't have the repeat use injuries like you do.
Yeah. And so now we're kind of cycling through that system. That's how history works. You know, we're learning from what we're doing, but erg scores have changed the most. More people are in it because there's money involved. So people are starting to train younger, very specifically, which is leading to erg scores happening. There is better knowledge happening, better technology happening, better education happening, but still the demand is.
But it's more individualized coaching.
Well, not individual coaches for things per se, but by virtue of upping the ante in terms of competition, that creates a natural fervor around things.
So are the colleges
You did that. There was a woman, I don't mean to interrupt, there was a woman who actually also just recently passed away. Amy Fuller was one of these people who on the women's side was one of the first women to do some pretty major things on the rowing machine. So those little benchmarks where like someone's going this fast and then you go, oh my gosh, like that's the benchmark. So when I was in college, to go faster than 7 minutes for 2,000 meters on the rowing machine was a big deal. I went from 7:58 to 6:58 in 1 year. So that was a flag.
Right.
It took me the rest of my career to get 10 seconds faster. So it took me 1 year to get
like
a
track
minute.
and field, yeah.
It took me 6 more years to get 10 more seconds, you know. But then, ever since then, 7 minutes is kind of not as much of a big deal anymore.
As it used to be, yeah.
The women's world record now on the rowing machine is 6:21.
Wow.
6:21 by an American, which we hadn't had it for a little while. And so it just that's the biggest.
For 2,000 meters?
For 2,000 meters.
Okay, Dickie, we're going to go find an erg. Let's go.
There are a few down at just one floor, right? Third floor?
Let me ask you this, Lindsay. Yeah. So I'm a little bit naive about all this. College, you took basketball now and took all different sports. They have all kinds of the nutrition, the weight training, the specialized. Are they giving that to the rowers at colleges?
Well, from just a parity perspective, they have to. But from a reality perspective, there is a lot of self-reporting, so it still remains a little bit lopsided. With the more that we push, basketball and football, the rest of the sports miss out for both men and women, and so we have to make sure that, because sport experiences in different sports teach different lessons and different people have different access to different sports. And I need to circle back to that erg score thing real quick, because I guess I didn't button that up very well for people out there. But to go back to, the idea of the opportunity and the growth through all of the different sports, the more that we just look at the main revenue generation sports, circles all the way back to we're teaching people that money is what really. But that's not what strikes us to our core. That's not why you're pushing yourself to the point where you feel like your teeth are falling out. I can make a lot more money not feeling that way, like the most money that I ever made in the Olympic year, while rowing, including the prize money that they gave us.
Speaking engagements, right?
Well, through rowing, because you can do 3 things if you really want to do something like that. To be the absolute best that you can be at something, you can do that sport or do that thing, whatever that thing is. Figure out how to pay for yourself to be able to do that thing, and then you spend the rest of your time recovering. Any other distraction is just energy that you don't get to spend to be better and to recover from that thing. So you don't have the time. Like if sponsorships were involved, that's a distraction. It's a layer of now you have a portion, and that's time that you can't now dedicate to your endeavor. So to go back real quick to the thing when you were asking about what's changed the most, erg scores have changed the most. But the boat is not going faster proportionate to that increase. So we need to get back to the basics. People always ask, what was the special sauce?
So erg scores are getting a lot better, but the timing is not on the water hasn't changed all that much.
Because if you're too strong, you get in your own way, and you can't let the boat do the work. Right?
Oh,
you want to keep pulling, but you want to push the boat and then get out of the way. Right. And that's a technical thing that you really got to be patient with. Yeah, yeah.
So it's technique at that point more than just strength.
Yeah. And CrossFit's growing. People are on the rowing machine, so that's also upping the ante. Yep. Those athletes are now showing up at indoor rowing events. Yep. So then people who are traditional rowers are like, what's happening over there?
Yeah, you got Peloton with one. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is this huge growth of this really incredible sport that even I was watching a prescription drug commercial. I can't remember what it was, and there are 2 people on rowing machines just in the background. So there's a lot of what's happening over there, and just sitting up here talking to you guys is another layer of exposure.
What kind of attendance will this get?
I don't know, because we have a live stream, and in the past, it depends on the numbers. We have 4,010 athletes competing over 835
and their families,
different events. Their families potentially
37 states. I heard.
Yeah, I know. Yes, and I know that there are people at home who are watching, because all of us are interconnected, so we all get the text messages of what time is this thing happening? What's happening? Why can I hear an open mic somewhere?
So now a race is what, 2,000 meters?
2,000 meters. So like 5 laps on a track.
People want to get to the last 200 meters where the excitement is, right?
That's the excitement. It really is. And the bigger that the races get, there is more and more happening. So back there where the island kind of ends, that's just past 250 meters down. The race is 2,000 meters. It's traditionally broken up into 500s, but then you have markers at every 250 meters. You'll also see there are a couple of paths over there, which is also part of the development, where you can see both sides. There are no trees in the way. You can actually ride a bicycle on the path and follow the whole race, which oftentimes coaches will do.
What would be a championship time of a 2,000 meters?
Let's see, gosh, the world, every boat class has a world record.
What about high school, right?
Yeah, well, so what I was going to say about this is that it's a very fast course, so I actually haven't even seen some of the times. What were does anybody have some of the fastest times in the biggest boats off the top of their heads?
Here you go. Right there.
Well,
that's
that's last year.
Yeah,
That was last year. We can take a look at last year's too, because it was in the same location. Out of the last 8 youth national championships over the last 9 years, 6 have been held here. Let's see. A finals days. Actually, one of the young gentlemen who is in the single this year, who won it last year, went 7-11 in the men's single as a junior. He's here again competing. It's cool to see them develop.
Individual?
7 minutes. That's in the single, so that's the
Single,
slowest
double,
of the guys'
quad,
boats.
eights,
Yeah. So there are. At the Olympic level, there are 14 different events, but you have a single, a double, and a quad. Thank you. So then let's look at 8. Some of the races, that's the 2v8s coming down. So in the 2v, so the way that the 2v works is it's like your JV, basically. If you were to only field 8s on your team, then you're just tiered. Your fastest 8, your next fastest 8. So if we're looking at the women's side in the AB semifinals, just under 7 minutes for those, and then there would be boats that would be faster than that. On the men's side in the 2v, right around 6 minutes. So anywhere between 6 minutes and 8 minutes is where most of the boats will come in.
What's your girls' team do?
I think we did like 7:13. I forget, but they've gotten better. Yeah.
And that was very, very close because it was 16 to go to the 80s, and I saw that they came in 17th.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the hard thing. So time trial. Have you ever raced a time trial? You ever run a triathlon? Just yesterday. They're all the time. They run triathlons here. They do all kinds of events here at this course. But the way the first day of racing works is they do it time trial style. So it's totally against the clock, and they alternate the lanes. That way, if someone does advance and is a little faster than the crew in front of them, there's plenty of clear water. That way, it's as pristine of an environment for every crew as fair as possible. So they start here, and then they start here, just staggering like that. So you don't know how you're doing until you cross the line. You have to be completely internal. And some of the times that came across, so top 16, that would put you in the A and B semifinals. That would then be the next step to see whether you go to A and B.
And what happens if you don't make the top 16?
Then you're in a C or a D, and you'll race tomorrow.
It's kind of like NIT was with, losers bracket, winners bracket.
Yeah, but then some of these times were just a 10th or 100th of a second.
Just milliseconds. Yeah, it's crazy.
And I mean, we're talking, you go out and run 5 laps on a track and then have someone beat you by your nose.
Yeah, it's
right? Like that I think is one of the way, from a commentary standpoint, you find yourself articulating things that you just don't realize until you're in that moment of, man, I never thought of it that way. You can literally, we'll have these photo finishes. We've mentioned it in the commentary. I can even look at last year's results. It's a photo finish. David and I talked about this a lot. Oh my goodness, there are just photo finishes left and right.
That's a good thing. Yeah, cool.
But what that means is the photo finish, it's going to be so stretched out to make sure of the spacing that it distorts the image so that it looks like the same oar is now curved or like some are in the same boat, opposite of one another. Like that's how much they stretch it out.
But I think the biggest challenge for the sport, not to jump too far.
No, go for it.
Is the hardest part is just from a spectator perspective.
Okay.
Right? Because you're either at the beginning, which doesn't show you a whole lot, or you're at the end and everybody's screaming, right?
Yeah.
And so if there's, that to me has always been the challenge.
Yeah.
Because you only get to watch 30 seconds of the sport where all the action happens.
So so from your, you say naive, outside perspective, and you're now watching some racing, what are some of the things?
So I would have just, like if you go to a big event and, you go and there's huge screens, I would have huge screens set up
across the way.
Yeah, across the way where you could see here where you just have a video camera at the beginning and then another video camera halfway through, so you can sit there and see what's going on, because there are a lot of outdoor types of presentations like that.
Should make him the commissioner of rowing.
No, I don't want to be the commissioner of rowing. I'm just a business guy. I always think, like, how can I make the customers happier? How can I consume it better?
Results and following and things like that. I know at like the World Championship stage, sometimes they'll put even a results board on the opposite side, so you can know who's done what.
But like when you're here, because like I played rugby and it was a club sport, right? And the big events like this, the big tournaments, it's mostly family, friends, and all that. And everybody just screams and yells the whole time for who they like. And so, but at the same time, there's got to be a connection for the entire race.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Because right now there's not.
Yeah.
You get to see the last 30 seconds. We bring cowbells and everybody cheers and yells. Because if it's close like that, you want to try to propel your team, right?
Yes.
And you scream, "Let's go, let's go!"
Yeah.
But you can't have it everywhere. But what makes this place special
Yeah.
at Benderson is it's unique in that it's organized. It's designed for this purpose.
Yeah.
And I think the next step, like even here, you're at the finish line, but there should be screens here because it takes nothing to set up a camera every 250 meters.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
I like that idea.
Yeah, there have been iterations of how to film, where to film. Drones made a big difference because even
and drones would be cool too, right? Just being able to follow them.
Yeah, there are a couple up, and that's where we're getting these overhead shots. Even just people are like, when did camera really change? Between 2008 and 2012, it changed. They were still running cameras on wires,
yeah.
right? And
I'm watching the YouTube feeds all the time, right? If I can't make it to my daughter's event, and it's just or I'm on my phone or on the TV, but just being a way to connect the entire race because it's not that long, right? 8 minutes at the worst, but being able to follow that whole thing would be amazing.
500 meters have been some of the things in the past, and then the challenge too is that how do you have to have the support behind the sport too, and that's another reason why it's just like
that's the catch-22, right?
It is.
That's the catch-22, right? Because the first thing a new rowing parent does is, wait, it's only 30 seconds. I get to watch my kid.
It is the most work. We call it hurry up and wait.
Yeah, right.
That's the name of what rowing is.
Because you want to get that full
exposure. You got to be on time.
Yeah.
You got to be sitting there. All of the work that it takes to literally take things apart, make sure everything's adjusted, all the nuance that goes into it. Have they talked to you about rigging and all the nuance that goes into that?
A little bit, yeah.
Because you can literally change how foot angles are this way, that way, high, low, change where the oarlock's moving, and it's the physics. It's pure physics.
All physics, yeah.
There's a lot of physics involved. That's why there are some coaches that coach at the Division I level on the women's side who never actually rowed, but apply other knowledge to then
whatever gives you an edge, right?
The training elements of it. Michigan is an example of that. Wisconsin, but recently retired, is an example of that. People that have sport backgrounds, and then how can I bring my other sports to kind of elevate?
I think a lot of sports have people coaching that weren't stars. Maybe basketball's an exception, but
no.
Really,
you look at the David Nurses. I mean, I mean, the Alabama guy who's all math teacher,
Frank
right?
Vogel.
Yeah, Frank Vogel.
Yeah. I think he was at Indiana. Did
Frank was?
I'm almost positive that he worked on the Bobby Knight.
Oh, really? Oh, see, I knew.
Yeah,
I can't like him because he was a Lakers.
I threw out a rabbit hole there for you for that.
Right?
But I do want to go. So the catch-22. So how do we hurdle the catch-22?
Right now you're just trying to grow the sport, right? And I think if I put my Shark Tank hat on, then I would say parents participate because their kids come, right? And so what you've got to do is make it easier for everybody else to connect to the sport. And that so when I got to the Mavericks, right, the NBA tried to tell me that we sold basketball. And I'm like, no. When you go to a Mavericks game or any professional sporting event, you don't remember the score, you don't remember the jump shots, you don't remember the home runs, you remember who you were with, and you remember the experience that you had. And so I think the business of rowing has got to understand what business they're in from a consumer perspective, so that when grandma and grandpa, aunts and uncles aren't this year going, okay, let's go, Melissa Cuban, for 30 seconds at the end of the race.
You have a spaghetti brain too.
Right, yeah. At the end of the race, there's got to be something there to connect them that makes it easier to understand during the race.
Yeah.
And there's got to be, and it's visual, right? Because you want to be able to cheer, you want to be able to connect. And so you've got to make it easier to watch so that you see the whole thing.
So approachable and interesting and interactive.
And just make it, because everybody knows it's a boat race, right? And everybody knows everybody's, pulling their brains out trying to succeed, but you can't watch it. And so, and everybody.
We're working on that, right?
Well,
but this doesn't exist at all of the different ones. Yeah.
Right. So because now it's just, you go to Sarasota to watch 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Yeah.
And so you've got to make it so that you connect the whole time.
Have you watched the live stream and the Jumbotron?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've watched the Jumbotron, but I've watched the live stream.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. The and I remember even when I was very young, my first exposure to rowing, which confused me to no end because the commentators are talking and the camera angles are constantly changing, and I was like, is this the same race? I'm confused because they were going this way.
Because what it's like I was watching Stokes, right?
Yeah, Stokes Ferry.
Yeah, and so they don't even know which boat's in which lane sometimes, because it's really hard to tell.
And sometimes the challenge challenge there is that the lanes assignments, depending on what's happening, if there's, you know, a draw or a scratch or something happens with a piece of equipment, the referees don't always have communication because they're a mile and a quarter away.
Well, that's part of it, right? That's what you've got to deal with, right?
For us to go, something happened, we know that something happened, and that's also on us. That's
because it's rare that someone's just watching because I'm a rowing fan right now, right? To watch high school level, right? Or basic clubs.
Yes.
And so you've got to be able to connect to the people you know where the parents are connected in order to have them say, you know, my kids graduated, but I got into rowing, and I still want to continue to connect to it.
You know,
that's the next challenge for rowing.
Yeah, and you know
it's a real challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, this is. What other venues are a mile and a quarter long? It's
no, this venue is perfect, you know, for so many things that you can do.
Yeah, it's just the viewability and the things that you can just have access to.
Is this the best venue in the USA?
Definitely.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah,
no,
definitely.
By far.
Because there are very few. So the buoy lines themselves are also attached to submerged cables, and they are basically like balloons, you know, and most courses have to be removed and then put back in. It's a lot of effort to take it in, take it out. If a motorboat goes by, if motorboats are allowed, it can pop a line and the whole thing will go awry. All of a sudden, you've just dropped a bag of rice on the floor, and you have to pick it up one by one, you know. Right. So to be able to not have to take it in and out, you know, unless it's a hurricanes type situation or something like that, that's basically the only time that these things have to change. I mean, the fact I mentioned earlier that David and I literally drove a Chevy Spark. Well, we sat in the back seat. So imagine calling races like this.
Right.
But you get to be right there the whole time. That, again, makes it even more exciting, but that's something that doesn't exist in other places.
I understand that Sarasota has a great club here, right? The Scullers?
Yes. Well, there are several teams in the area that are very good, and they've expanded. Sarasota Crew, Sarasota Scullers. There are masters programs down here as well. Yeah, so there's a lot of rowing.
There's an article about several of the kids. They're right now rowing for Harvard.
Yeah. Yep, there are lots of athletes. I know that I tried to recruit some athletes from here when I was recruiting in the NCAA on the women's side, but they have had lots of athletes over the last at least 10 years as that program has continued to grow. I want to say they had upwards of 300-plus people involved.
So do they use this facility to train?
They don't train here. There are some teams. There's a canopy back there that's kind of it's their structure now. It has the big MVP emblem on it, so there are a bunch of boat racks back there. And so there are some people that actually Dragon Boats and Outriggers also use this regularly, but Sarasota Crew does not train here. I know that a lot of people will come here for training camps collegiately, high schools. I've run masters camps here where people just come down here in the winter time because everybody loves to visit Florida.
Especially in the winter.
And then to come and row where it's nice and you kind of know what you're going to get in terms of the weather.
Especially January, February, March.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic.
Exactly. You know, I actually have no more questions for you all. And
this is amazing. This is amazing.
You've been fantastic.
I got a question for him.
Go ahead, Dave.
What was the year you took over the Mavericks?
2000.
So
I did read that.
20, as long as you're married.
Close. 23 years. Crazy.
We have some racing that we do need to get back to, so hopefully you will take a look at the live stream and tell us what you need more of. What will help you? Because every time I get to sit down here, I realize I'm like, word vomit is going to happen at some point. Something weird is going to come out of my mouth, and I own it. I go, I don't even know what I was talking about.
When I watch, the more personalities, the better.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let me say this to you.
So what you're saying is...
we have production meetings at ESPN.
Okay.
So when you go over a production meeting, as soon as the production meeting ends, the producer will say, well, I know one thing, Dickie V. When the game starts, everything we've talked about. I watch the game. I make believe I'm talking to my buddies.
Yeah.
I think there's too many people out there. I watch baseball, for example, or I watch football, even basketball. They technically make it so boring that my mother and father have no clue what the hell they're talking about when they were watching. Yeah. They want to hear stories. They love Joe Garagiola in baseball and people like that.
I haven't heard that.
Tell stories. Tell a story and still, learn about the players. Do your research. Make it a little specific. But I watch NBA games now. Every screen and roll, every high screen is analyzed. 90% of people know what the hell they're talking about.
I got it. With that, we do have to wrap this up here because we have a long day of racing, and they are not going to wait.
Well, Lindsay,
they're not going to wait.
I was going to say the one thing that I was going to say with that is that I have to put this out there as a funny little. I always ask for bio information so that we know. There are so many teams here. And there was a note in there. I got to put this out there for all the coaches listening. There was a note in here that says, no one ever reads this. I read it. We try to fit that stuff in here as much
No,
as we
it
can.
helps, right?
And it gives us stories to tell.
So from a parent's perspective, I'm waiting for my daughter's race, right?
Yeah.
And so there's the race before that, because they, the schedule because of the water and everything. And the more insights that you provide, the more color you can provide about the race, the better. It makes it more interesting.
Where they're from, who's been here before, how did they even the basics, even the small things.
Do you get real nervous in the race?
Yes, I get nervous when she races.
Is Maverick's name?
Yes, more so. More so.
Right.
There's a lot more at stake.
No question. I watch my kids play tennis. I can't watch.
I can't watch.
My stomach churns.
For sure.
You all are fantastic. I
been
could
great,
sit here
Lindsay.
all day long.
Great job, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you all so
done.
much.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I look forward to meeting your daughter and hearing what she thinks about the book.
Who, Alyssa Cuban?
Yeah. Who was that?
I'm not afraid of using her name.
So it's Lindsay Shoup here with Dick Vitale and Mark Cuban. Thank you for listening. If you remained with us out there, there was a lot of great conversation. I know I learned some things out here. That's what I love about being behind the mic. I always learn and absorb from the people that are around me. We are going to bring you back to the racing starting at 1 o'clock. I know I have Grace Latz over here, not Grace Luzak. Grace Latz over here, and also another phenomenal athlete to bring you all the action and information. And there is Maurice. Maurice Scott back up in the tower as well. So we will do our best to give you all of the information that we can so that you can see what we see and live these races live along with your friends and family and people that are out there. Thank you.
And we are back with the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for the second half of our day. We had the privilege to hear that awesome interview.
Fantastic interview. Lindsay Shoup with Mark Cuban and Dick Vitale. I mean,
awesome.
Amazing opportunity to just sort of showcase how broad the community of rowing is, you know,
Right.
being able to have this venue in Sarasota, Florida, and pulling in that energy from, like, you know, from Vitale, and then Mark Cuban's daughter, we won't say any names.
What do you say, Melissa Cuban?
Melissa Cuban?
Melissa Cuban.
You know, it just goes to show, I feel like rowing is one of those sports where you see it in the background of commercials like Lindsay alludes to, or, you know, somebody knows somebody who rows. And so it's really cool to see just like how far that kind of like degree of separation is within the rowing community, and just show some other people in sport. So, and that's why we're here, is the sport of it all.
We are.
We're currently watching the women's U15 quad with coxswain, AB semifinal 1. Maritime over in lane 0, Saratoga, lane 1. Lane 2, Oregon Unlimited. Lane 3, First Coast. Lane 4, TriStar. Lane 5, NorCal. And lane 6, Litchfield Hills. It does look like Maritime has an early lead coming through that, I'm going to assume, around the middle 1,000, followed closely by Saratoga over in lane 1, very closely there. Then First Coast, just a 1 lane over in lane 3, and then TriStar in lane 4, and a little bit there in lane 2, Oregon Unlimited. So definitely a fun race here. A little bit younger athlete, so U15, meaning all these athletes are under the age of 15. And they're with coxswain. So they've got these 4 athletes, 4 rowers with 2 oars each. And then they're also led with a coxswain who helps with the steering, helps with the mental aspect of the race unfolding. So it's really a great opportunity to have such young athletes engage in a sculling event. The quad is a pretty speedy boat, happens fast, very technical, and to have another mind in there with the coxswain to lead that technical charge is a huge asset.
And as we talked about it before, right before the break, we had the men's U15 quad with a coxswain, and now this is the women's U15 quad with a coxswain. And typically with quads, you don't have a coxswain in the boat, but with these, specifically these younger athletes, 13, 14 years old, those are just developing into high school. It gives them the opportunity to not have the pressure of trying to steer the boat and not having the pressure of, you know, worrying about the motivation within the boat, because you have that coxswain, but they can focus on the sculling aspect of it, and that's all about, that's like the development. And so in the quad, it's where it really starts. I mean, a lot of times you won't throw a younger athlete into a single. You'll throw them into the bigger boats just for safety reasons and things like that. And so typically,
and be able to have an example to follow too.
Yep.
Like I think a huge part of the development piece is to be able to model what your teammates are putting. Like I think a lot of rowing, we obviously have coaches who are able to lead a program, but you learn so much from the people you're really rowing with in the boat.
Right. And so that's the importance of this particular event. And they've done, I mean, throughout the seasons, most major races have this Cox quad for the younger athletes to compete as well. And again, I mean, this is your next generation. This is your future, you know, your future 1V in high school. This is your future 1V in college. This could be your future Olympians coming down the course, and it builds the importance of the competition. This is where it starts.
Right.
This is where the hype is built. And so as these athletes right now are approaching or coming through that 500, definitely show them some love right on the beach, because there's enough people to let them hear you, feel your energy as they're coming down. And it looks like we will have...
It's definitely looking like Maritime has a little early lead over there in lane 0. And then it's kind of a bit of a toss-up there through the middle of those lanes. I can spot a little bit of Oregon Unlimited kind of throwing some lanes out there, throwing the blades about. And also out there, I would say over in the far side, so maybe TriStar and First Coast, a little bit of NorCal.
And so, yes, they're approaching that 250 here, and this is going to be a tight race. Like, nobody has open water.
Nobody has open water.
And so, yeah, as you said, Maritime is leading the pack, followed by Saratoga, and it will look like First Coast will be in that third spot, being contested by TriStar and Will that be
Oregon Unlimited?
Will be following behind them.
Yeah.
So.
And a little bit more of a spread between the crews. One difference, I guess, more of a spread between the coxless quads and the quads with coxswain, just because it's a little bit more added weight. So each athlete has to handle a little bit more chunk of what's going on in the boat.
Right.
And so sometimes we see a little bit more spread, but like every single race we saw thus far, this last 150 meters, things starting to close in together. Maritime still leading that charge. Next, Saratoga. But I think that First Coast potentially kind of vying for that second place.
Oh, absolutely. They're pushing. And, yeah, I mean, it's definitely lane 3 is going to be Maritime. They're pushing. Lane 2 away,
and I think First Coast kind of edged
that second
out.
Spot.
Yeah, they did.
And then followed by lane 4, which will be Treasure Coast, or sorry, not Treasure Coast, TriStar, coming through for that 4th spot.
And then Oregon Unlimited, and then followed up by Litchfield Hills and NorCal. Again, a really great opportunity for a lot of these younger athletes to say, hey, I competed in the Youth National Championships.
Right, the big of the big. Like, this is the mecca of U.S. rowing and youth rowing. This is the end of the season for them, but before the summer season starts. And so,
and so a lot of them will be able to still compete in their respective finals. So we've got other A finals, we've got B finals. Like, there is a lot more racing opportunities for these younger athletes to put into their toolbox of, rowing experiences, and we will probably see some familiar names and faces in the upcoming years.
And so we will have the semifinal 2 underway here very shortly, and that will be Miami Beach in lane 0. Lane 1 will be Dallas United. Lane 2, Los Gatos. Lane 3, Oars. Lane 4, Long Beach Juniors. Lane 5, Newport Seabase. Lane 6 will be Detroit, and lane 7 will be San Miguel Academy.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I personally have moved closer to the Midwest, and I've been around the Detroit Boat Club a little bit more now, and it's interesting just from some perspective of seeing where some of these junior clubs are practicing. Some are used to practicing on open lakes, like really large bodies of water. Some are on a river or a very exposed and open river like Detroit is. Some are very small, narrow rivers, like I think we both have rowed in Philly. And the Schuylkill River has, even though it's not super tight, it has areas where you've got to be practiced in your steering. And also water sort of acts differently in those sorts of landscapes. We have to think often with river racing, you think about flow, you think about current, you think about wind. And one of the special things about this course is that it's pretty level across all of the lanes from 0 to 7. We talked earlier today about like the depth of the course as well. There's no deep spot, and sometimes you don't think about it. It's a little bit like surfing, where you kind of, the underground topography of the race course influences a little bit of what happens with the water.
And that, you literally just nailed the hit the hammer on the nail, right?
Something like that.
Something like that. But anyway, that's, in Philadelphia, like prime example, that island, like at the end, you know how that's lane 6,
right.
And the way the island is built, it almost stops the current in lane 6, and so that's the difference between that and then lane 3, where you have clear way, and you have that current going on, going underneath you. And so lane 6 is typically the slower time of the 6 boats, and so that luck of the draw, it kind of sucks, and but it plays a huge role.
A huge role. And so when you don't have such a level race course, like the seating is really important. That's why everybody in the time trials in the first days tries to race their hearts out, because they want to get the priority seating, the priority lane draw. But what's great about this course is that it's super level across all the lanes. You also notice we don't have any bridges over this course, which, as somebody we've both rowed small boats, I tend to notice that the current through a bridge sucks me in. It sucks me into a pillar. So that's why you notice, as a world-class venue, you don't see any sort of viewing bridges across the course as well.
Or wind. Like the wind will, depending upon how the wind is, the angle of the wind, you could get a weird crosswind or a headwind, tailwind. It just depends on where that wind is coming from. And so, again, that's why, Nathan Benderson is such a mecca for racing, because it gives equal opportunity across the board.
Right. They've had so many high caliber events here, from I mean, we're here at the Youth National Championships and also the NCAA. I raced here in 2017 when they hosted the World Championships, and I remember that during that 2017 Worlds, at that time, they had broken multiple world records on this course. Again, because of the wind, the calm waters, like with the wave attenuator that's out there too, to sort of mitigate any sort of like splash or sway from maybe the crews that are on their warm up.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of it's still an outdoor sport. It's still a water sport, still very much impacted by all of the factors that go into nature, but it's kind of one of the best controlled environments for our sport.
Right.
You know, the erg, I guess, is the most controllable way to measure anything, but this is very, very close. There's a lot of what we call GMS or gold medal standard times that are met here, be it for, you know, the Olympic level or the collegiate level or the youth level. And that's one of the reasons why we host trials here or national selection regattas here, because of that fairness, because of how great it is across all of the lanes.
Right. And you know it's a good course when FISA gives that stamp of approval. So.
Yeah, not everyone gets it.
And so it looks like we're going to be off with this semifinal 2 of the women's U15 Cox Quad. And again, as a reminder, in lane 0 it'll be Miami Beach, lane 1 Dallas United, lane 2 Los Gatos, lane 3 Oars, lane 4 Long Beach Junior, lane 5, Newport Seabase, lane 6, Detroit, and lane 7, San Miguel Academy. And it looks like Miami Beach may have taken an early lead here across the pack, especially in that first, 25 strokes here.
Oh, yes.
But it'll be followed by,
I believe, Oars. Oars is kind of throwing themselves in the game here.
They are.
And then across for third, it does look like Dallas United, Los Gatos, Long Beach Junior, and Newport Seabase are about level through these initial high strokes.
And again, you love to see the zigzag, because it really shows like, hey, the time trial is so much different. I mean, we keep repeating it over and over and beating a dead horse, but that's what it is. It's like so much different when you're, side by side next to a crew, and people react differently under certain pressures. And so it is very evident, especially when one crew appeared to, do the fastest in the time trial, but in this race, you'll see them, lag behind a couple crews that they beat by a few seconds.
Right. Absolutely. And with the younger athletes, this is just more experience of kind of building up that mental resilience, of kind of that balance between the internal mental focus and internal within yourself, internal within your boat, and then balancing that with the external of what's happening out on the race course. Other people are making moves at their different times. Maybe there's a crosswind. Maybe there's, there's other factors out there that can kind of disrupt your plan. And so this is an opportunity for these athletes to kind of practice that. For many of these athletes, it's definitely going to be their first youth national championship, being our younger category, but it's a really amazing opportunity to just try that on.
Right. And so again, I'm looking at these. I'm looking at each of these boats and just looking at the timing with each of them. And again, it's as a 13, 14-year-old student athlete is awesome to see. Awesome to see them sculling. Awesome to see them building up what they've learned all year into this one special moment. And so it looks like, again, that Miami Beach will be leading the way here, and followed by Oars, who is holding on to that second place. And I think it's safe to say that Dallas United and Los Gatos are kind of fighting stroke for stroke at this point right now for that third place in this event.
Yeah, and then contact with Long Beach Junior and Newport Seabase over there on the left side of the screen, or the higher lane course numbers. There's kind of a battle going on over there. Starting to get a little bit more separation between those two, and then Detroit and San Miguel Academy over in lane 6 and 7. But still a strong lead from Miami Beach, followed out by Oars, and then those two in the middle between them, Dallas and Los Gatos. And I think Los Gatos took a little bit of a move there. That may have been a great call on the part of their coxswain to pull together those crews, tighten up the blade work, kind of surge ahead, just hair for hair.
But Oars is doing a very good job with responding to that. They haven't been able to close between that second and third place. They haven't been able to close much distance. And so being able to respond and not get carried away, like not using so much, just as you said, the technical part, not moving the boat faster just because you're pulling harder, but moving the boat faster because you're technically sound, you're efficient with the blade, and you all are getting in on one stroke and bringing it in together. And that's how you can build speed as well. Like, it's not always power. It's not like the big massive eights that you have coming down. Like these, it takes a finesse.
Yes,
for these boats, for the sculling.
Especially within sculling. Maurice and I have both spent a fair amount of time in quads, and I would say it warms my heart to see so many young athletes in quads, but it's exactly as you said, it's that efficiency. Sometimes when I coach athletes, I talk about the equation of speed being ease over efficiency. So in like ease over work, ease over effort. And so it's like you have to balance the work with the recovery or the work with the rest.
Right.
So that's off the water, whether it be with your training and then being able to recover off the water here, especially in Florida, the hydration, staying out of the sun, things like that. And that at that big picture level, maybe when they're back at home, being able to balance the work of practice and being able to go back home. Maybe it's there's coursework, whatever they've got there, but then also bringing it down to the very technical level of you're exuding so much force and all of your brain power and all of your body your body is screaming with this lactic acid to try to get as much work in and as much effort through the blade as possible.
Right.
And then you let it go and you let the boot move underneath you to try to carry you up to the next end for the next one. So another coach that kind of echoed that sort of ease over effort equation was like, oh, well, if you look over the course of the race, you're really only exuding effort half the time.
Right.
As the ideal recovery ratio or whatever, stroke for stroke. He's like, oh, it's a 7-minute race, but you're really only exuding effort for 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Because of that recovery.
I mean, your body's still working hard.
Right.
Your heart rate's high.
I wish it felt like that.
Yeah. But I mean, just that balance that you have to work with under pressure. I mean, we're talking about our heart rates. You're talking about talk about diminished brain power at a race.
That's what I was going to say. Like, I mean, the oxygen is being sucked from like that. So it's the good thing about this sport is the same thing over and over and over again. So your body can just naturally, and that's why we practice so many meters and all of that, because you build in that habit, and sometimes it could be bad habits, but you build in the habit of
you just
rowing.
try to change.
But
just take some feedback in.
Yeah, but I mean, typically a lot of times, I know for me, I'll just speak for me. I'll embarrass myself. Like when I'm done a race, like I feel like I just get like disheveled, and I'm like, I don't even know what's going on right now. Like, because you push yourself so much, and like the oxygen is going back to your brain, and now you're like starting to think more. But like once you cross that finish line, it's just like, what just happened? Like,
yeah, it's absolute jello upstairs. Yeah, and so I think it's great to be able to have a coxswain, like in these events, to be that little
be the
voice,
brain in the boat.
Be the brain in the boat, and the athletes get to be the brawn.
Yep.
And so great job on the part of Miami. They're pulling out ahead. I think they probably have a little bit of open water coming into the red buoys into the last 250 meters. And then I would call the second so far in this race being Oars, followed by Los Gatos and Dallas United. Still contact with the 2nd through 4 placing boats in this race, and the others of Long Beach, Newport Seabase, Detroit, and San Miguel Academy just out of reach of these top 4, but still having a great race going on there.
Yeah, and it looks like Oars is still holding on to that 2nd place. I mean, they're doing a very good job with sending that boat in and solidifying their spot, their placement right now. We're coming into the last
those
150,
red buoys, yeah.
Those red buoys, and so we'll see if Oars can hold and solidify that 2nd place spot, but they will still be contested by Dallas United and Los Gatos.
And I'm watching the Miami Beach rowers taking a look out to their left-hand side. They see that Oars is coming, and we'll see how much room they can eat up before that finish line bell.
And Miami, that first place finish, followed by Oars, and very, very closely contested with Los Gatos, followed by Dallas United.
That was a great race by these younger crews. I mean, to be able to learn how to push yourself, and again and again, this is the first time that they've pushed themselves. They're practicing that habit of excellence and challenge all the time, and then to be able to do it in a new environment side by side.
And we have a good race here between lane 4 and 5, which will be Long Beach and Newport Seabees. That was very, very close.
Another photo finish. Again, if anyone out there is tallying up the photo finishes in this race, please let us know. I know that Marisa and I are on Instagram, so let us know if anyone's tallying that up, because I am interested to know.
Yes, somebody slide in the DMs and let me know, because I'm very, very keen to find out how many, because it's a lot.
It is a lot. So our next event is the men's U16 Coxed Quad, AB Semifinal 1. Over in lane 0, we have Belen Jesuit. In lane 1, we have Vashon Island. In lane 2, we have Maritime. Lane 3, Austin. Lane 4, Vero Beach. Lane 5, Row America. Lane 6, White Marsh Boat Club. And lane 7, South Jersey.
And it looks like we will have Belen Jesuit leading the pack here. And I would say that second place may be Maritime, maybe. I would say Maritime,
I would
but
believe so at
very,
this
very
time.
close.
3 is still kind of up for grabs. Still, I would say this is probably around 750, closing in on the 1,000. Still a lot can unfold here. Again, the boats are a little bit heavier per athlete because they have the coxswain, so like it takes a lot more to try to improve your distance per stroke against your other competitors. So typically in these events, you'll see a little bit more of a spread, and it's kind of a battle, a slog to try to get some of that mileage back off of your off the field. But I think that the 2nd through 4th place is still going to be tight as they cross over the 1,000.
Yeah, I'm seeing some familiar names here. Vashon Island's from Seattle's an island over there, and I just learned about them actually at opening day for the Windermere Cup.
Oh yeah.
And I stopped by. They had a scrimmage with Renton Rowing Club, and the heart and soul that both of those teams have. They're young and they're growing. I know Renton had a single sculler that was sent here as well, Izzy, and they've just been, that was the first time that they've ever had a boat there, and it's a community program. And so seeing both, the Renton as well as Vashon Island as a very small club, seeing them here and showing their spirit and presence is awesome. And they're just going to build from this. This is where it starts.
Absolutely. And it looks like, obviously Belen Jesuit doing a great job there in the lead. They did lay down the fastest time in the time trial. So this is not a surprise to see them doing an excellent job here, but I'm sure, at least whenever I transitioned from a time trial to side-by-side, I was always racing the other semifinal happening either before or after me, because these athletes don't know how they did. They're either warming up or they're on their way to the recovery dock. They don't know what's happened with the race that they're going to be competing against. So I'm sure they are racing the clock.
Yeah, and so it looks like they're pretty much on Belen Jesuit is pretty much on an island of their own, but it looks like Maritime and again Vashon Island are duking it out to hold that 2nd place, and I would say that will be followed by Vero Beach in that light blue boat that will be in that fourth place contention. And we are now approaching that last 500 of the race here. Actually, we're approaching the 250 of the race here, the sprint. And so this would be pretty cool to see these athletes and how they've been taught how to sprint.
Oh, definitely. I'm looking at the Belen Jesuit blade work. I think they're doing an excellent job of all 8 of those yellow blades entering the water at the same time, releasing at the finish at the same time, right like a metronome. They're moving together very well.
You can see the boat run out there. That's Belen Jesuit, just south of Miami is where they're from. They normally come here in full force, the Yellow Hulls. They are a local name. People know them really at this regatta, especially at the junior level, to be very, very strong in the quads and in the 8s in particular. And being, typically a little bit more of a slight crew, they can be very, very quick when it comes time to ramp up for the sprint. Right now, being in the position that they are in out there in that yellow hull with clear water over the crews behind them, they seem to be remaining very well composed. They aren't sprinting, so to speak, yet, so I'm sure they have more gears that we'll see unravel throughout the course.
Island, Maritime, they're going stroke for stroke right now.
And you can see them sprinting. So Belen
Jesuit
sitting
Island
out in front.
is putting it out. Are they going to hold them off? And that's going to be a photo finish here. Yep. We knew it. We called it, didn't we?
We did.
Vashon Island Maritime. I don't know who got that one. I'm going to say Vashon Island.
We'll see. We'll see. And then the next we've got is that Vero Beach. And then Austin in the bucket hats. And then followed up very closely by this closer lane south, Jersey, then Row America Rye, and then White Marsh Boat Club, rounding out this semifinal one of the men's U16 Coxed Quads.
And we will have coming up next will be the men's U16 Cox Quad semifinal number 2, where we will have in lane 0, NorCal, lane 1, Los Gatos, lane 2, Miami Beach, lane 3, NorCal, lane 4, Long Beach Juniors, lane 5, Maritime, lane 6, Canisius, and lane 7, Whitefield. Correction, Whitfield. And we are underway in those first 250 meters, and
early leads over there in that third boat.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. And then also, obviously, NorCal, Los Gatos, NorCal, that's a second NorCal boat here, Long Beach, all hanging in there, still contact within this point in the race, still within that first 500 meters.
And I love it. It's almost like a East Coast versus West Coast here.
It is.
Got NorCal and Miami Beach.
Yeah, definitely. All familiar with the warmer weather?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I was like, I'm jealous of every single last crew that's here right now because they have way better weather than in D.C. or Philly.
So at least a little bit of familiarity with maybe rowing on warm water. I know there's a difference between rowing warmer water and colder water. Having grown up in rowing in Wisconsin in the Midwest, sometimes it feels a little bit different. And so what's cool about these youth events, getting the experience of rowing in different types of water, whether we were talking about different types of water within a river, a lake, this kind of controlled course, but then also the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air around you really affects just like some of these factors that lead into your race experience.
Now, what have you felt? That's very interesting that you say that. What have you felt the difference in between like cold water and warm water? Because I've never thought about it that way, and so I'm very curious to what's your experience?
I was going to say, once upon a time, before we did qualification through World Cups, even at the Olympic level, to see if you could actually qualify to go race at Worlds or race at the represent Team USA, we still use time standards. And when they would do the time standards and you're racing up in New Jersey, they would wait till the water got the warmest, because warmer water. It all has to do with not physics, chemistry, the density of the water. Salt has an impact as well, so it changes the buoyancy of the hull itself through the expansion and the contraction relative to the temperature and whether there's salt in the water or not, other particulates. But then you also have to contend with the heat and humidity that your body is through as well, which leads to sweating that is not necessarily as effective, because sweating is meant to be a cooling mechanism, but in the humidity sometimes it just doesn't really create that cooling effect because it's not evaporating.
And especially rowing in a tailwind as well. I think, I love rowing in a tailwind because the race goes by faster. But the benefit of a headwind is that it wicks you of that feeling. It doesn't feel quite as warm. But in a tailwind, you're moving with the wind if you're rowing effectively, and it feels like the wind is kind of sitting around you.
And it sets you up. Headwinds set you up, where a tailwind, you got to be very, very more technical than
headwinds separate crews and tailwinds tend to group crews because it's a shorter race. They move a lot faster. So right now it's NorCal though that's looking to walk away from the rest of the group, but they are being hotly contested. Los Gatos right next to them, Miami Beach. So NorCal there in that blue hull, and you've got Los Gatos out of California, and you have NorCal also out of California. So maybe they've seen each other throughout the year. Maybe they have a long history of competing against one another, and right now they're side by side and duking it out. I gotta put it out there, tribute, the throwing punches as they come down the race course, having that fun. You cannot do anything about the lane next to you. You literally cannot touch them. Boxing out, not real here. You can't touch them at all. All that you can do is take a fantastic stroke, Push your legs as hard as you can, exhale and do it again, and see if that helps you walk away from that team. As these drone angles change, it might seem like there's a lot of jockeying for position changing here and distance between the two holes happening, but there isn't a lot of change occurring even with every stroke. And as a rower, you're going and you're like, this is the one, this is the one, this is the one, thinking that might be what breaks them. And when they hang there, man, you have to just keep asking yourself for more and more and more. One more stroke.
Yeah, and
you're seeing this right now. I mean, they're duking it out right now. Los Gatos is not letting them get away, and they might be clawing back and trying to take a seat here. But NorCal is fighting back. They're not letting them get anywhere close. So this is going to be a nice sprint. I'm calling it right now. We are going to see something real special between NorCal and Los Gatos, because they're holding on to each other. It's almost like a line that's connected. Imagine a line that's connected between the two boats.
350 meters to go. Two boats neck and neck here as they're coming to the finish line. So a fantastic way to start racing back up after lunch. All of you sitting on shore just ate lunch. Maybe you're a little lethargic. Well, out on the race course, they are not lethargic. This is a battle all the way to the end on the far side of the course between NorCal and Los Gatos. A beautiful blue hull. You can see the sprints have already started happening because 250 meters to go for those two holes. But look what's happening in the middle of the race course too. It's two boats again neck and neck between Miami Beach and the other NorCal entry that is in this race as well. So Miami Beach and NorCal in the center with Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach Juniors, another team that's been here numerous times. They want to use the last 20 strokes to see if they can get back up into the lead that NorCal has on them. But right now, the NorCal entry has the advantage over Long Beach for that top 4 spots as we go through here. But out in front, NorCal has answered the call that Los Gatos has thrown down to maintain the lead right now, but it is going to come down to the wire. You never know what's going to happen until the finish line comes and the race is over. Right now, NorCal has about a deck advantage as they are ramping it up yet again, finding another gear to get another layer over Los Gatos. It's going to be just about a deck unofficially for NorCal over Los Gatos, coming across unofficially in second. But look at Miami Beach and the other NorCal entry again to the line, and as they come across, another blue hull is going to make it about a half a length over the other NorCal entry, with Long Beach Juniors just a little bit of open water back of NorCal, with our next two crews coming across the line looking like Maritime and Canisius, with Whitfield rounding out this field in the second AB semifinal of the men's U16 Coxed Quad. So top 4 will advance to the A final. The next 4 will advance to the B final, into either way it's Sweet 16.
Either way, Sweet 16, of course.
And next up, we will have the women's U16 Cox Quad semifinal 1, where we have in lane 0, Marina. Lane 1, we will have North Bay. Lane 2, Hockaday. Lane 3, Saratoga. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Hockaday B. Lane 6, South Jersey. And lane 7, Y Quad Cities.
And it's really interesting every time we following coxed quads. And it's different between the U15, the U16, the U17. And it's interesting to have that cross comparison between age categories. So there is a lot of development happening in these spaces, and it's a lot from the same team. And to be able to split amongst your competitors by age is an interesting way of switching things up. So youth is all of our top, those top rowers in one combination, and these are limited by age.
Right.
You know, and a challenge of that, too, from a coaching standpoint, is at the beginning of the season and the end of the season, at what point do you decide who goes where into what? Because technically someone who's younger can race up. And is your team large enough, deep enough? You know, how do you know where to put people? I always like to just say fastest fast, the fastest race with the fastest, and whatever that category happens to be that allows for that, you know, is where we go, you know. But I know that there are strategies out there to put people in different, depending on, you know, to put them in the U16 or put them in the U15. But, you know, that just, again, goes to show, like, you can learn by racing up. You can learn by racing with people of your own age. Right. There's a lot of opportunity throughout the season.
Oh, absolutely. And it looks like right now we will have Marina Aquatic Center leading the way. And to be honest, it's going to be kind of hard to tell who's in second, because we have North Bay, Hockaday, Saratoga sharing shots with each other right now and coming up into that second 500.
And Los Gatos kind of throwing it down there, too, throughout the middle. Early on in the race, I mean, we've seen a lot of these teams be able to compete. In a lot of the progression seems to be seeding those faster time trial crews over in lane 0 and then level of cross. But we've been seeing so many things can change over the course of 2,000 meters. And we love to see just like a bit of a change up from what you expect. So I think over there in that Los Gatos, they are leading a charge. I believe they might have taken the second place.
Right, yeah, they have. They've definitely taken it up a notch and may have made a move and now are holding on to that spot. But both Saratoga and Hockaday are not letting them get away that easy and still have some connection with that stern deck in their bow ball.
We appear to have lost sight here with our times of the previous race.
Yeah.
But just to remind everyone, we are in the women's U16 Coxed Quads. This is the first of the 2 AB semifinals. In your first left to right, as the referee would read, lane assignment-wise, Marina Aquatic Center, they were your fastest qualifiers out of the time trial. So that's playing out well here for them. They have open water over the rest of the boats in the field right now. That's to give you all some perspective in terms of the vernacular that you might use as an educated spectator out there. Open water, that means you have at least 3 seconds or so on the rest of the field. If you were to look to the side, there would be literally water between the next tip of the next boat that you would see. So literally empty space is what you're seeing. So Marina Aquatic Center following to suit with what they showed in the time trial right now out in front of the rest of the field. And then you have a cluster there, lane 2, 3, 4, a couple of lanes over from them. It does, as Grace mentioned just a moment ago, Los Gatos over there is having a great race right now as they look as though they're at least in the top 4, if not the top 2 right now. On the inside from them, we have also Hockaday, looks to be in there as top 3 with North Bay rounding out your 4. And right as I'm talking about North Bay, I'm now starting to look at 2 of the crews on the far side of the course with Hockaday B and Y-Quad Cities looking as though they are having a good third 500
for sure.
That is allowing them to close some gap on the rest of the field. Saratoga is also in there, and it looks like Saratoga and Hockaday B are pacing each other right now, along with Y-Quad Cities. So very close between Saratoga, Hockaday B, and Y-Quad Cities in that kind of second tier of speed. But still, Marina Aquatic Center out in front.
Yes, and Los Gatos still holding onto that second place, but they are being strongly contested again with North Bay and Hockaday right next to them. So we'll see if they can hold through that third 500 into that last 500 for that sprint.
500 meters to go. Less than 2 minutes or so, depending on or right around 2 minutes or less, depending on how fast you're covering this 2,000-meter race course. So you know that you've done this amount of work. You want to make sure that from this point you stay clean. That's going to allow what physical effort you have left in you to be more effective. That's what you're looking for. You want to stay as clean as you possibly can, even though your brain is dumping out of your ear because you are so exhausted at this point. You know, you sometimes I know I would just go completely blank after the first 45 seconds of a race. So it was pure flow at that point.
Right.
I must say, if I were in a U16 quad right now, I would probably be overthinking everything because that type of flow does take a lot of strokes to learn.
It does.
But here we are. It's an opportunity from a young age to get more strokes and more races under your belt to be able to develop that sense of flow. You know, what a great concept to be able to at least dabble in, experiment with at a young age.
Right, and so, yeah, Marina Aquatic Center, they are hailing out of Los Angeles, and apparently, you know, that rowing all year round might be doing them some justice here.
It helps a little bit to row a little bit more often. You know, and hopefully they're cross-training a bit as well, even though that was something about coaching in Florida. We had the option. We could pick when it was time to be on the machine and the time to be on the water. Well, you have to make sure that you stay in touch with the machine because of the accountability and the simplicity of it too, you know. But as we're talking about Marina Aquatic Center, who is out in front, we got to talk about these 3 crews that are having a neck and neck. It's going to be another photo finish. That's going to be the repeat term of the weekend, which is basically redundant of last year. Photo finish after photo finish after photo finish. Those 3 crews that are now now looking like they're going to be a part of this picture are Hockaday, or North Bay, Hockaday, and Los Gatos. Those are the three crews right now. North Bay, Hockaday, and Los Gatos, who look as though it looks like Los Gatos has the advantage on Hockaday and North Bay. North Bay may have a small advantage over Hockaday. As the crews come into their last few strokes, you can see a little bit of tailwind picking up, which means you have to stay even cleaner, because we just mentioned a moment ago, in a tailwind, the boat can actually get a little bit tippier.
Yeah, and so, but it looks like North Bay has made a move on Los Gatos, and Los Gatos is trying to answer, and they do answer, and they will get that second place, but North Bay is very, very close behind, followed by Hockaday.
About a quarter of a length, a little over a quarter of a length for Los Gatos over North Bay, who had just a little bit more than that, right about a length or 3/4 of a length over
You got
Hockaday.
Y Quad Cities coming up, whew, and that will definitely be a photo finish between Y Quad Cities and Hockaday B.
With Saratoga coming in 5th. We had Y Quad Cities and Hockaday B come in after them, and South Jersey and the Blue Hull coming in, rounding out this field of 8. A lot of races within races. We call that a race within a race. You have something happening on this portion of the course with a couple of boats that are close, and then over here with a couple of boats that are close, sometimes without the perspective where, you know, when you have a camera, if a crew gets lost outside, I love being up in the tower, because you're like, you know what? I can see on that side that even though this team's not in the picture right now, that something is happening.
Something's
it's the
there.
beauty of being on the 4th floor.
Yes, the views. This is what we live for.
The views, absolutely. Gosh, whenever there isn't a regatta going on, you can actually take the stairs all the way to the top, to the roof of this finish tower.
Ooh.
And so when there isn't a race happening, I encourage you, if you're local or if you get here ahead of racing or stay after, take the stairs. Shoot, people actually exercise by running up and down these stairs.
There's a lot of stairs.
Yeah, but take the stairs to the top, and it's so flat in Florida. If you're up there around sunset, it's a beautiful place to be.
Love it.
Yeah.
And so we are now going to be underway with the women's U16 Cox Quad. And so we will, in lane 0, we will have NorCal. Lane 1, we will have Maritime. Lane 2, Row America Rye. Lane 3, Miami Beach. Lane 4, Atomic. Lane 5, Connecticut. Lane 6, Port. And lane 7, TriStar. And it looks like our lane 0, NorCal, will be leading the way in the beginning of this race. But it will be followed by Maritime. But again, as we were saying before, we have this little zigzag going on here, where there's not really a clear, like, if you just looking at this right now, not even looking at the time trials, you wouldn't really know who had the fastest time. And that's the beauty about these semifinals. As you said, anything can happen. Is different. Time trials are different from the semis, but is a beautiful thing, because we don't know what's going to happen.
And we're about 750 meters into the race right now. Anchor points for those of you watching at home. You can see the wave attenuator on the left. You can't see it anymore, but there is a 500-meter mark right around that public restroom. It's that cement structure back there that's a larger landmark that helps you keep an eye on where you potentially are in the race. And then every time you cross another 500, you have bigger billboards by sponsors and things like that in the background. The 250s then have, just the smaller yellow and black. It's like a bee. or almost like the placards that are in the background from there. Early leaders were NorCal, but again, this zigzag is happening. I think something that this shows, is it just shows who's fast at what points in time. Right. So if I were faster or slower than someone in a time trial, did it happen in the first 500? Did it happen in the third 500? And so we've seen crews that were a little bit behind off of the start walk up and make even, which created for these photo finishes that we keep seeing.
Right.
So then you have those small staggers. We've already mentioned that some of the time trials with the times that came down the course, they actually were just tenths or hundredths of a second between one another. So
without them even knowing.
Yeah, until they cross. You don't have that feedback of the person being in the lane next to you. You just have the time when you go back and look at it, officially posted at herenow.com. And so to know that and then to get in the race, you're like, well, it's anybody's race.
Right, exactly.
A tenth of a second could turn into 10 seconds. You just never know what happens when you're on the course next to the next crew. NorCal out in front early, Maritime trailing them. Those are your current front runners. Those were also, they came in second and third out of the time trial, just in terms of overall times posted. So that is playing out as the time trial would have suggested. Row America Rye is just a back off of them, dropping back off of what Miami Beach is doing. So Miami Beach appears to be solidly in third place right now.
And holding on to that stern deck of Maritime. Like they're right along that side here, and so we'll see if they can continue to make a move and close that gap up a little bit. I mean, top 4 go, and so at this point of the race with their spot, is it more so, hey, let's just solidify our spot here while we're in this 4th place or 3rd place finish, or do we want to go for lanes? And so that decision obviously has to be made as we're approaching this last 500.
And so with on the outside, I mentioned Row America Rye in between Miami Beach and Maritime, who are Maritime currently in 2nd, Miami Beach currently in 3rd. But because Connecticut is battling it out with Atomic, it's hard to see the Connecticut hull because it is a dark hull. They're just sitting back of Atomic right now. But that little battle that's happening over in lanes 4 and 5, respectively, is starting to put a pressure on Row America Rye. So that's going to push those two crews on the far side of the course. Sometimes that can be challenging to have that blank space.
Yep.
They're harder to really know because they are farther across the lanes away from you. So, this course is, I can't remember the exact width of the race course itself, being that it's 8 lanes wide, but the fact that it's 2,000 meters long, it's a few hundred meters wide there. So imagine, okay, I need to try and keep track of what a foot difference, even though that person is 150 feet away,
Right. Right, yes.
meters away from me, something like that. So it makes it very challenging to have that space in there. NorCal still out in front, Maritime behind them, Miami Beach looking like they're trying to scoot up into Maritime. They really didn't. You mentioned that already, Maurice.
They are, and then like I said, I mean, it's just, again, do they want to fight for that lane, or do they just want to fight to punch one of those 4 tickets into the A final? And so again, it's looking like we're having some opening up of water here. NorCal is responding, entering the beach and into that last about, what would she say, 150 meters, and they have a very commanding lead. So if they keep that up, they're going to punch that first ticket into the to the finals, the A final.
Atomic is out there fighting hard to see if they can overtake Row America Rye. 2 white hulls. Connecticut was nudging Atomic along, and now Atomic, because of that pressure that Connecticut was applying on them, now Atomic is really putting some pressure onto Row America Rye. Atomic's out there in lane 4. Rye is in lane 2. Still NorCal well clear of the next closest boat, which is still Maritime in in the pink hats. And then of course you have Miami Beach there in the quintessential Miami Beach blue and also pink. It is going to come down to the wire between Row America Rye and Atomic as the finish line is approaching. We are deep into the red buoys for all 8 crews that are out on the course right now. So stay clean, find more legs. Stay clean, find more legs. Blades to the water. It is going to be tight between Atomic again and Row America Rye. Miami Beach is in a position where they can see the other crews. They just need to stay clean and do what they need to do. It does look as though Row America Rye is hanging on to it over Atomic. They have just about a half of a length, but they know that the pressure is being applied, so keep all the way through to the line. You never know until that buoy, that horn goes off. It is just about 3/4 of a length, now into a half a length that Atomic was able to regain, just about into a half a length. But Row America Rye seems to have come across in 4th place to round out those top 4 positions there. Atomic across unofficially in 5th, with Connecticut right behind them, and then TriStar and Port rounding out the field here this afternoon. I was about to say this morning. My goodness, it's always sunny here. The sun's always up. It's Florida, Sunshine State.
Right.
Afternoon. It's the afternoon.
And so it looks like we will now be underway with our men's U16 8s here. The semifinal A/B, where in lane 0 we will have Row America Rye, lane 1 Saugatuck, lane 2 CRI, lane 3 St. Joe's Prep, lane 4 Three Rivers, lane 5 Sarasota, lane 6 White Rock, and lane 7 Atomic. And I love the different color boats here. It's just very aesthetic.
And then you have the clouds in the background and the reflection on the water. It is beautiful. These boats, as we get into 8s, same number of oars of what we just saw. The fastest moving boat on the water is the 8. If you are equally trained and at an equal level in terms of skill, the 8 is the fastest. The quad is the next fastest after that. A quad might be able to beat an 8 off the line because of the quickness and the dexterity. But the 8 itself would then have the efficiency to then continue with that speed and would ultimately be the faster boat on the water. I know when I was rowing, we would actually race in the women's 8, we would race the men's coxed 4 because the world records were similar. Our world record was faster, and so we were meant to be faster, which we were.
Love that.
But it was great to have that boat class, right, to be able to spar with like that. So here we are. You know, we keep talking about rowing small boats. Small boats help you be better at big boats.
For sure.
We love speed. We're human.
We do. So,
you know?
yeah, naturally, the big boat is definitely going to be faster.
It makes it fun. It's going fast. There's a lot of things to look at. Even when things are going awry, there's just a lot to look at. And so it makes it interesting by its very nature, you know. But it is also that quintessential team. You know, we sat up here and we talked about it, too, with Mark and Dick Vitale. We're sitting up here, and just the idea of that team nature. One single individual can all of a sudden want to just leverage this whole thing and try to make it go faster. But if you decide that you're going to make the boat go and you go harder, your effort can actually be absorbed and lost in that moment.
For sure.
So you have to listen. You have to feel. That way, you're going to be the most effective. When everybody's ready and goes together and gives it the right amount of pizzazz all at once, adds a little mustard,
absolutely,
the boat's going to go better.
Absolutely.
So
you know better. You know better.
We've all been racing. We know that moment, right, where you're like, you can just go ham all of a sudden, but the boat's not going to go. That's 200 pounds of a hull plus 9 bodies in there. You cannot do it alone.
No.
You kind of have to do that enough times, though. You have to go ham at the wrong times and realize that it's less effective.
Like, I'm not going anywhere.
Right? You got to get it wrong to learn what's right.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
And so, right now, what's happening out there, Maurice?
It looks like Row America Rye is holding it down in that first place spot, followed by Saugatuck. And I would say in third will be CRI, but right next to them, maybe White Rock that is holding on.
Yeah, it looks like White Rock might actually be there in that top 3, but definitely very close between White Rock and CRI right now. Row America Rye and Saugatuck. All of these are names that you will say if you get to do youth nationals repeatedly, you will say these names over and over
and over again. So you better make sure you pronounce them right.
Regardless of pronunciation, you get to. It's really cool to start to see the traditions develop, and then when a team maybe once upon a time was the only team in that area, you start to see other teams start to grow in that area, and it really is this butterfly effect, those concentric circles. Beautiful shot that we have overhead, just under 3 seconds of time probably for Row America Rye over Saugatuck right now. Still CRI. It looks like CRI is in third by just a hair, maybe a deck over who did we say it was over there? White Rock over White Rock. And then between them, we've got a close race happening as it does appear to be Sarasota that is putting on a little bit of mustard right now toward the end, which we've seen in crews before. They aren't in those top 4, and they are actually looking like they're 5th or 6th, maybe 7th at this point, but they're looking for it.
What's up with that 4th place? Like, that 4th place ticket has been, in my opinion, you correct me if I'm wrong, has been the highly contested spot. That last spot into the A final has been so contested.
That's how it works, right? You put the standard out there. Grace, what are you seeing out there in terms of what is it about 4th place?
I mean, it is a hard place to be because, I mean, it's the vying for the 4th spot, right? So, I mean, anywhere's from 3rd, 4th, 5th, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. I mean, it has been tough. I mean, I think that's the emotional tipping point, right? Between the advancing into an A final versus advancing into a B final. Now, all of these athletes will get to race another time against each other, but that is the tipping point of where they want to see themselves.
And we're absolutely going to have a race for that 4th place spot for sure. I mean, again, you'll have Row America Rye, Saugatuck, and CRI, but St. Joe's Prep, Three Rivers, Sarasota, White Rock, they are all within contention for that 4th place spot, and we're entering the island now, and so we have about maybe 300 meters to go, and somebody has to make a move like now. These are big boats. These boats move fast.
And you're going to see them. Yeah, this is the men's U16-8, so you're going to see the speed happening. You're going to see the sprint starting to happen. I see your foot shaking over there. There's stuff internally happening. You can feel the energy, right? So it is Row America Rye. They have just about broken Clearwater over Saugatuck, or at least they want to. It's about 3 seconds. They want to hunt that line and put a statement on this semifinal to take them on a springboard into the A final. Saugatuck, CRI next after that. White Rock on the far side of the course, putting themselves in that top 4 positions. But I'm definitely keeping my eye on the energy happening in the Sarasota boat there that's next to that Three Rivers boat. Three Rivers had the advantage, but Sarasota really wants it. I love seeing the emotion get poured, even if the overtaking doesn't happen. You can see that they want it. Now we just need to impart the technique and put all the things together. It does look like Clearwater. It is Clearwater for Row America Rye over Saugatuck. Saugatuck with Clearwater over CRI, quintessential red hull and red everything from CRI. Next group,
White Rock is coming up now.
It is
and
White Rock.
Three Rivers is contesting that, and then right in between is Sarasota. So
Sarasota pushing Three Rivers and White Rock by nearly a margin and by nearly a boat length as well. So there was overlap, but then there was also spacing, but it's still close racing.
Close. Yeah. And again, anything can happen at these moments. Like, I mean, I'm sure we've all seen it throughout our careers. I mean, in that last 100, somebody catches a digger or catches a crab, and it's just like, no.
I got to bring one thing up here. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Talking about with David Wine out here, he would say something about the guys from St. Joe's Prep wearing their white T-shirts. I don't know all the things that David would say in this moment, but he would certainly have something to say with the fact that these are men's U16, and that's probably part of the reason why they're in those white T-shirts. You got to earn your uni there with that program. Yeah. And then Atomic also bringing it across the line as well. Throwing out the shouts. Love all those little tidbits that you get to learn. It's a really cool place.
That is interesting.
You know, speaking of shouting out, thank you to everyone out there listening to us today and yesterday and tomorrow and the next couple of days, because I love having the chance to sit here and listen to other people that love this sport and the things that I get to learn every time I get to sit up here and put on this headset and pretend that I know something about rowing. And, you know, getting to watch it from one of the best seats in the house. If it's not in the tower, it's in the back seat of a car driving up and down the wave attenuator. That's really the best seat in the house. Maybe that's a new fundraiser.
Hey, yeah, get a seat. Get a seat on that.
Right on the bell ball of the race. But just thank you for listening. Thank you for supporting everyone that's out here. Thank you for supporting the sport and helping it grow. It just makes it more and more interesting, more and more stories that we get to tell and share and watch unfold before our eyes.
Yes,
at these races.
Yep. Love it.
Off my soapbox.
Yeah, I mean, again, another sunny day. The clouds are starting to dissipate a little bit. We're getting a little bit more sun, a little bit of increase in temperature here. Not too bad. The athletes are doing a great job of staying hydrated on and off the water, but still one of those factors you have to consider when you're racing in a hot environment such as this. But next cruise coming up, some of them have a little bit of experience with this. So we're on to the men U16 8's semifinal 2. So over in lane 0, we'll have Marin. Lane 1, PNRA Mercer. Lane 2, Newport Seabase. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Moorestown High School. Lane 5, St. Ignatius. Lane 6, TriStar. And lane 7, SA. St. Andrew over there in lane 7. So a lot of these crews, you know, some from all over the country, right? Some of them are familiar with rowing in this hot weather. They've had a couple of practice rounds between the time trial and now, or maybe they came a couple days early to get a couple runs down the course. But they are now off.
We're off clean from the start. You know, you got to see a wonderful start. We're a little bit backed out in terms of distance. I know those drones, they can't hover directly above the boats. They can only get so close. So
and
it's a safety thing, too.
It's safety, and it's also a bit of a distraction. I know drone footage was sort of coming out towards the tail end of my national team career, and it's kind of like, what the heck is that huge bee?
The buzz there. Yeah. That's a very good point. You know, you're sitting at the start line. It's dead silent, and then all of a sudden the buzzer happens, and then it takes off, and all the noise starts to happen. Yep. Internal noise, too. You have to quiet your brain so that you can just dial into what you and your teammates are doing, just like all the races that we've seen before. And I have to say, I got to do some of the commentary at the San Diego Crew Classic. Marin came out in full force in every possible 8. So to see them here already with about a length on, what are we, 300 meters into this race, and they have almost a length over the rest of the field right now, that is similar to what was happening out at the Crew Classic on both the guys, the men's and the women's sides out there. So they're going to be fun to watch, among other crews. Everyone out here is fun to watch, but I mean, that's an interesting trend to see that program has traditionally been very large. And kind of has ebbed and flowed over the years, but this is one of those years where they have flowed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've got our second closeness race happening within this race is definitely across PNRA Mercer over in lane 1. And then we've got a bit, I mean, it is too close to call between lane 2 and lane 7, all the way across from Newport Seabase, Pacific, Morristown, St. Ignatius, TriStar, and St. Andrews. Yeah. I mean, that is close.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we're 500 meters into the race now. We're past 500 meters, so all crews are into the second 500 meters of the race. Every stroke of the way, I would say it's not even an inch from Marin per stroke. It looks to be like 6 to 12 inches per stroke. So they look confident in how they're approaching this race. And that's we were talking earlier that, and we've said this several times, and it was actually something that Dick Vitale also mentioned, preparation, confidence. Like if you prepare properly, you are going to feel confident going into something. And it seems as though these young folks have certainly prepared, and they're going into this confidently. Marin right now with open water over the rest of the field. PNRA Mercer is currently in second, but with every other crew out there still very much in viable contention for a top finish in this particular race. This is the second of 2 AB semi-finals. So this will sort out who will go to the A final versus the B final. Either way, these are your top 16 crews in the men's U16 8 in the country this year. You have, PNRA Mercer, we have very close between Newport Seabase, Pacific, Morristown, St. Ignatius. TriStar is starting to fall a little bit off of the pace, but St. Andrew there is also right along with those four middle crews of, again, Newport Seabase, Pacific, Morristown, St. Ignatius, and SA. Those crews are going stroke for stroke.
And maybe a little bit of push of Newport Seabase ahead of Pacific. Hard to spot with the angle right now, but a beautiful shot just across the race course as we come over this next meter mark, the 1,000. So I believe over there in the white boat Pacific, kind of holding on by a seat onto Newport Seabase, but potentially a move. We talked about race plans. I mean, people choose to make their moves different points of the race, but it looks like that, yes, indeed, that Newport Seabase has taken a little bit of a lead over Pacific off to their starboard side.
You know, now we're getting into this third 500 that we keep talking about, and again, Marin's still out in front. There is a little separation now starting to happen. PNRA Mercer has about a length, so they have, some confidence as well in what they are doing compared to the next two crews with them. So Newport Seabase and Pacific are the two crews that are with them. Very helpful to see the contrast of the white shirts and the light-colored hull, and it's right there with Pacific, so they're easy to spot there in that kind of center lane. They also look to be going very straight.
Yes.
Shortest distance between 2 points, very straight down the race course. That might seem like such a simple thing when in fact it's not. The coxswain is literally crouched down with 8 people in the way.
Yes.
8 people sitting in your line of sight. I've never sat there from that position. I literally don't physically fit in the hull.
Yeah,
so
way too tall.
I still, the nuance of being very, very good at that to anticipate what happens, because if we as rowers miss a little stroke, that's going to shoot the whole thing out of whack. And they have to respond in that moment, unexpectedly.
Unexpectedly, and especially in a sweep boat. You may have a little bit of difference in strength between your port and starboard side, and the coxswain has to accommodate for that.
Yeah, make those small adjustments the entire time, potentially, down the course.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you want to be able to match and row straight. So if you were able to isolate this and have it be a pair, one or either side, you'd grow straight either way. But in reality, that doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
You have different technical things fall into place where you get a little bit more leverage. And so these coxswains, these athletes in that seat are constantly making small adjustments, just trying to do a little bit here or there, not trying to disturb the run of the boat, because the athletes, the rowers, are feeling that change with them. So they are constantly on the ball between steering, between calling the race and executing the race plan.
I mean, and look at this, 250 meters to go. Marin has executed the best race plan so far in this particular moment, with PNRA Mercer right behind them. But that race in those center lanes between Newport Seabase and Pacific, that is the hottest one happening right now. 2 lanes over, St. Ignatius has the advantage on Moorestown. Meanwhile, SA has the advantage on TriStar. So St. Andrew with the advantage on TriStar right now. That is a lot of crews out on the water, a lot of strokes already having, oh my goodness, as I'm talking about that, with Pacific and Newport Seabase, now that the sprints have started to happen, Newport Seabase has picked it up. They've elevated a little bit over Pacific, so they have an advantage on them. But that other race happening between Moorestown and St. Ignatius is pushing St. Ignatius into where Pacific is right now. So they've got overlap and contact with St. Ignatius. I'm just taking a look at the coxswain over there, maybe took a peek to make sure that St. Ignatius doesn't come back in too much at this point. Very few strokes left to go, and they have about a length. There's just a hair of overlap, which might break to Clearwater by the time they cross the line. Marin unofficially in first in a perfect line down the way. So Marin unofficially in first, followed by PNRA Mercer, then Newport Seabase, then Pacific after that, followed by St. Ignatius, then Moorestown. Over here on the far side, it looks as though SA, the advantage they had on TriStar was able to overtake it and regain the lead from them and cross just under half a length ahead of St. Andrew.
And a good spread between the winners of this race all the way through 7. You know, over the course of 2,000 meters, to have lane 0 through 7 be, you know, really still contact either way, aside, you know, Marin did take that lead and had that open water, but that's a pretty deep field for me to see at a U16 event.
A fully connected field.
Yeah.
Everyone in contact with somebody out on the course.
So next up, we will have the women's at U16 8, AB Semi 1. So over in lane 0, we will have Marin. Lane 1, we will have Greenwich. Lane 2, Capital. Lane 3, New Trier. Lane 4, Austin. Lane 5, Moorestown High School. Lane 6, River City. So we've got 7 boats in this race. They will be taking off shortly, again, in the women's U16 8, semifinal 1.
And as we pan up and take you, imagine that you're in a plane flying over the race course and you're traveling along with us to see as much of this race as you possibly can. What would you want to see? What would you be looking for? If you're out here all day repeatedly watching these races, what can you spot that is similar? What can you spot that is different? You don't have to know everything about rowing to start picking up on small consistencies or inconsistencies, and that's going to give you information. And then you can just start asking people. Ask a coach, ask a vendor, maybe ask, I mean, especially the vendors that are maybe in the boat manufacturers, like talk to people about that. Like, why is your boat different than that boat? What's so special about it? Learn more about it. There are, I promise you, an endless number of things that you could learn as you wait for your loved ones to come down the course. Looks like we do have a start in this next race. That's going to be the women's U16 8s, the first of the 2 semifinals. These are the AB semifinals, and we have a set of 7 boats this time, all the way from as the referee reads. So when we read you these lanes, it's set up as if you're riding along in the referee boat, or you are the coxswain in the boat, in which case, left to right, it is Marin next to Greenwich, then Capital, then New Trier, then Austin, then Moorestown High School, and River City. It's almost like an inverted U that we're seeing here. We've been seeing on the far side lanes there because as you go travel all the way across the course, the crews with the faster times out of the time trials are over on the far side in terms of like predictable speed. Normally it's set up in a chevron pattern as it would create kind of an inverted V, an arrow down the course. Beautiful shot to show you 500 meters into this race, which is we have Marin there in that lane with clear water out ahead over Greenwich there in second place. A very tight race between Capital and New Trier, but we are just getting into the beginning of the second 500 here. Lots of race left to be rode. I'd like to think of the start and the sprint as the special teams portion of the race. The hardest part of the race to really nail is the middle 1,000.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Or even the middle 1,800 meters, you know.
Yep.
The whole race. No.
All 2,000 is hard.
All 2,000 is hard. Because that's the daily training. Like that stuff doesn't happen overnight. It's not something that you can just like tune up really quickly in a moment. Whereas starts and sprints, you can kind of tune those up, fine tune them as racing season really gets, into the deep heart of that. It's all the miles and meters that you put in and the weightlifting and the circuits and the team stuff and the recovery and everything that goes into the day in and day out training that allows you to have a confident middle 1,000. And shoot, here we are. I mentioned Marin a moment ago. I had to double check my paper because it was men's U16.8 in lane 0 from Marin, followed by women's U16.8 in lane 0 by Marin. I already mentioned some of the profile that I saw back in April at the San Diego Crew Classic. Those lanes are staggered very similarly, and so this is exactly what we were seeing happen there. So very interesting to see a similar trend occurring now that we're away from the Crew Classic and on the national stage here. Marin Clearwater over Greenwich. Greenwich also historically a very, very fast crew. Capital also historically a fantastic crew as well. Out of Northern California. A little shout out to Sarah Puttycombe. That was Mary Whipple's twin sister. Coaches that program. That's where they both started out. So long history, cool, see it, be it type of thing, right? You got some great role models out there. Next crew from there, who do we have? New Trier. I love that you knew to say New Trier.
Oh, New Trier, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Midwest. Midwest all the way.
Good representation. That's the beauty of having a lot of different voices up here is that we all bring unique knowledge up to the chairs and the mics here.
Absolutely. And
I'm gonna toss it to you.
We were talking about, seeing some repeat names here of different programs and with the addition of a lot of new programs. But I think strongly, and we've talked about this before, that success is a habit. And so sometimes when you see that modeled by your teammates, or you see it modeled first here when you go to a competition, and you see the times that people throw down, how they're rowing, you see live streams like this, a lot of people, myself included, will just pour themselves into video review, whether it's my own racing or I'm learning how to row better and I follow maybe some other top tier crews. And to be able to have that kind of knowledge passed down or be able to see that firsthand, not with it just on the race course, but in practice every day. So a lot of time you see that repeat success year over year because you're mentoring by example through how are you modeling the success, and success is a habit.
The idea, and then being able to watch, every person on any given team brings the best. Someone is the best at each person on a team is the best at something.
Yep.
So keep an eye out and watch for those habits that do accumulate to become success over time. Very, very small, subtle behaviors.
Yes.
It is, I always say that the winning is the byproduct of behavior. We didn't set out to do this thing. We did the small things along the way, and the rest took care of itself. Right now, it's Marin taking care of all 4 quarters so far. As we get into the last 500 meters of the race, this is the most that we've seen any spacing between the crews so far. Greenwich also has a decent margin over the rest of the field. Capital currently in 3rd. New Trier still right next to Capital. Capital has quarter of a length there or so.
That's what I would say.
I can imagine that New Trier at this point is going to look for a sprint because that's still within striking distance. That is too close to call. 300 meters to go, 250 meters to go for Marin, 300 meters to go for Greenwich. More than that for everyone else out on the field. And over on the far side, which is the closest side to the spectator beach, we've got some action happening there with River City. River City currently over Morristown and looking to overtake Austin.
Yeah, so as these 8s come through these last few strokes, we want to hear some pump-up vibes from the crowd out there. Give them a cheer, give them a hoot, give them a holler. They're going to need it because there is a tight race unfolding, especially from lane 2 over to lane 6. Those crews closest to you can feed off of your energy. So do give them that. They are emptying the tank here as they come into those final 250 meters of the race.
I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, like, what are these coxswains saying? I want to know. I want to be a fly on the wall. I want to be in that boat. Give them a holler. We have 250 meters left for all crews. All crews are well within that now at this point where you're sprinting. And usually how that goes is I don't even count 10s at that point. It's 7s. There's 7 strokes at a time. For some reason, 7 is my default number in my head. I had a teammate whose number was 1. 1, because now you're on gasping on nothing but willpower fumes. This is pure adrenaline at this point. This is beyond training. This is a race. This is the national championships. This is an AB semifinal. This is the difference maker between the B final and the A final. Look at the race. It's a couple of seats between Capital and New Trier right now. New Trier is pushing hard, but Capital still has the advantage. It's about a half a length now for Capital as they approach that line right about almost spot on to a half a length over New Trier. Those are your top 4 crews in this particular race unofficially, with a very tight race to the line for the next 3 between Austin, Moortown, and River City. It looks like Austin, and then you have River City, and then Moorestown sandwiched in between, but just a matter of seats for each one of those. If you're a spectator, when we say seat, we just mean, like, think about the distance between the riggers themselves, like the cockpit where one person might sit.
Yep, so the distance between one rower to the next within the boat. And again, I mean, that's probably, what, about 3 feet, 4 feet?
Somewhere
maybe?
like that. Divide that 60 feet minus the stern and bow deck. The hardest thing that used to get me when I first was, what do I call that, was the deck, when people would say a deck. And I'm like, is it a deck? Where technically is a deck?
Deck? Is it a patio? What are we talking about?
Well, and each hull is different. Every boat manufacturer, the length of that deck, and the deck of the boat being either the stern deck or the bow deck, is the part that is closed at either end where the people aren't sitting, right? So the stern deck is behind the coxswain, the bow deck is behind the bow seat. And for those of you most of you out there might know, but maybe you don't, the easiest way to remember the numbers seating is what position in the boat does the person cross the finish line?
Yep.
First, second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you count from the bow. There is no 5 out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the coxswain, right? That is a very easy way to remember which way you count from when you're looking at boats. So next race on the course, what do we got, Grace?
We've got our women's U16 8, still at that semi, and this is the second semi, again, for that AB spots, the AB final spots. Over in lane 0, we have Row America Rye. We've got lane 1, St. Andrews or SA. Lane 2, Saugatuck. Lane 3, White Rock. Lane 4, White Marsh. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes. Lane 6, Oars. And lane 7, DC National. Really strong strokes there out of Row America Rye and SA in lane 0 and 1 early on. And then the race through the middle 4, Saugatuck, White Rock, White Marsh, and Oakland Strokes. Neck and neck still just off those high strokes.
Yeah, we are certainly into the second 500 of the race. These referees, again, are keeping everything on time because we're going to go after 6 o'clock here with the racing. I said 5, but on the schedule, because that's what I saw yesterday, we are going to be here racing, delivering you information until 18:19. You all do the math, right? It's 6:19 p.m., so it'll be just about 6:30 when we wrap up here tonight, which actually, just to remind everyone out there, we'll have that toast in the tower right about 6:19 p.m. if you're still around. But out there in front, you already said Row America Rye and St. Andrew are right there, and they look like they jumped out early on, but it's a very tight race between those two crews who are out ahead of the rest of the field right now. Still a lot of strokes left to be taken here. This point that, we definitely, when we were doing NCAAs last week, there was a lot that would happen right around the 1,000. People, teams were taking moves just before, teams were taking moves just after, and then in that third 500 was that difference maker. You see a lot of things change, and we've started to see that happen a little bit here, not as much of an extent, which maybe shows equivalency of training here. You have the
next level of athlete.
Yeah. So here we are. We have these crews out here on the course right now. It's three very, very, very tight races happening here. So the two boats out in front of Row America Rye and St. Andrew. Right now, St. Andrew has a lead by, oh gosh, it looks like they're lengthening it out a little bit. It was Row America Rye, and then they walked up through that second 500, and now it almost looks like they're taking half a seat per stroke that they take. So maybe they were making a move right there. Fun to watch. It's fun to see that happen, right?
It is fun to see. I was going to say, when I'm visualizing myself in that boat, and I think that they made a call, maybe something for like being long and strong. You know, I think that there's a little bit more run, a little bit more recovery happening, allowing the boat to slide underneath them and maximizing that run between each and every stroke taken.
Yeah, and you can see that Row America Ride doesn't want to let that happen. They are putting the effort out there, but whatever the coxswain called in the SA boat, it has allowed them, you know, they have a bucket over there too. I'm seeing that as well.
Yeah.
That's not the magic,
The
but
battle
it's
bucket.
allowing that person to be more effective by having it set up that way, you know. So whatever they did through the middle portion of that third 500, that there you go. It played out to exactly what I was.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think I can read the future.
Read the crystal ball.
Yeah. So, but here we are, SA. Now they're out. Looks like they're about to break to clear water over Row America Rye, which means about 3 seconds of time that they were able to take on them in that third 500 or so.
That is incredibly impressive.
That is impressive. Still fighting hard, Row America Rye. Both of those boats, because of that out front battle, it's putting distance between them and the rest of the field. Those middle four crews are your next battle that's happening. Saugatuck, White Rock, White Marsh, and Oakland Strokes. Those four boats are all well connected as we are approaching 300 meters to go for those four crews. Meanwhile, Oars and DC National are having a duel out on the other side as well. So every boat out here is having a tight race in some way, shape, or form. A very interesting race in their own rights. So it is St. Andrew, though, who in this women's U16 8, this is the second of two semifinals, really revved it up as soon as that 1,000 meters hit. They made a call. They made a decision. They didn't just make the call. They made the decision and then acted on that decision in the moment, even in the fatigue.
Right. All 8 or all 9 together, including the coxswains, moving as one. And I am thoroughly impressed with the middle four, Saugatuck, White Rock, White Marsh, and Oakland Strokes. They have had a neck-and-neck race the entire 2,000 meters. So coming into the red buoys, it'll be very interesting to see who's able to most effectively edge their bow ball out in front.
Because, again, this is going to be top four.
Top four.
And next four. This is how this is going to advance. So we see two out in front. As long as they stay clean, it looks like Row America Rye and SA are going to advance. Just stay clean. Again, unofficial all the way to the end. But we do have Saugatuck, White Rock, White Marsh, and Oakland Strokes. It looks like Saugatuck has a spot, and Oakland Strokes potentially do as well, with White Marsh falling off the pace just a little by about 3/4 of a length behind White Rock. But right now, Grace and I are getting up and down over here. We got to be able to see what's going on. Saugatuck and Oakland Strokes, those are also two programs that are perennial in terms of names being repeated out here. So Oakland Strokes and Saugatuck coming across unofficially in third, Oakland Strokes unofficially in fourth, White Rock in the red hull right next to them, and White Marsh next to them coming in just after White Rock. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats across the line. Did I miscount? That is 6 boats across the line.
I mean, 6 boats for those 4 spots. I mean, what a race.
And Oars and DC National bringing it across the line, and now it does look like Oars is the crew with the orange hats that is out in front of DC National. There is still just about overlap. Oars might have taken it to just about breaking clear of that bow ball of the DC National crew, but a very close race. Only in the last 500 meters was there a large distinction made between those two crews.
Absolutely great. We're going to have a lot. It's going to be a really heated finals, whether it's A finals, B finals, C finals, D finals.
No pun intended, even though we're in Florida.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
thank you for playing into that one.
It's just so exciting to see all of this racing unfold. And so our next event, the men's U17 single, the AB semifinal 1. Over in lane 0, we've got Row Boston, Simeon John. In lane 1, we have Potomac. In lane 3, we have Litchfield Hills. In lane 3, we have South Eugene. Lane 4, Burton Beach. Lane 5, Golden State. Lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center. And lane 7, Y Quad Cities. Now, a bit of a change up here between the programs that we see with a lot of these 8s and then some of those that are able to provide the singles. And the singles at the youth level. I mean, we've talked about, every boat is hard to race, but the single especially is a tough one. You don't have those teammates to push you. It's you. It's between the ears.
You just got a bunch of teammates all of a sudden, though.
That's true. That's true. And for a singles race, this is still fairly tight. That lane 0 through 5 initially. It's how many times have you raced a single between the two?
Oh gosh. Well, when I first started training, it was all in singles, but NSRs and things like that, and the number 3 to 4 races per race. But yeah, and then in practice, so enough times, but never here.
Never here.
I've raced a double and a quad here, never a single.
Yeah. And what about you, Maurice? You've raced a single a couple of times.
I've definitely raced a single a couple of times, but I feel like not enough. I haven't raced a single enough. And so that is my focus for this year is to race in a single a lot more. And speaking of that, I'm seeing some familiar names here. Tony Madigan from Potomac Boat Club, no bias, bleed red.
Familiar to you.
Very familiar, very familiar. But remember how we talked about how, the younger crowd and either racing up or racing down? Well, I will have to say that lane 1, Tony Madigan, is only 15 years old and racing
the U17?
The U17. And so he's done very, very, very well. He won states in the single in Virginia, and he will train with the high performance team. And again, it goes to show like having that mentorship type of vibe, and depending upon what you like your club and which capabilities, whether you have some really good masters rowers technique wise and it just adds on. And again, I'm sure a lot of these athletes have that, and that's why they're here today.
Another thing that I really love about having clubs that offer multi-layered, so if you have a high performance group, if you have a masters group, if you have a junior group, is that you get to see rowing in all of its forms, and you get to experience people in loving the sport in all the different ways, and seeing that you can row until you're 85 years old or more. That you can row for a very long time, especially when you find your place in your community within it. Simeon John right now at a Row Boston is who is out in front. He came through with the fastest time out of the time trials. Your guy out of Potomac, he came with the 4th fastest time out of the time trials. He looks to be potentially up there in one of those next 2 or 3 spots here, because again, 8 individual crews out here, 8 individual people out here on the course right now, but only 4 advanced to that A final in this U17. I love that you let us know that was, racing up. You're 15. That's going to help pull you along. It's going to help. And I know that athletes that I bumped into when I was down walking around a little bit earlier, there are various places that you can go on talking about racing up, whether it's an ODP camp or a selection camp or an HP camp or something like that, or within your own program. There are lots of camps throughout the summer if you do choose to go and row and just experience rowing with just seeing how other people love expressing themselves through the sport, and just having that opportunity to share that love.
And I think, it's just like the appreciation, again, how we talked about, with the pre-race stuff that when we were down in like the pretty area with all the couches and whatnot. But everybody, comes from these different backgrounds, and they have been taught differently, whether you West Coast, East Coast, South, North, or whether you were trained over in Australia or trained over in England or whatever. When you bring those techniques and the things that you've learned together, it just makes us just a much better rower, because you're getting the bits, like different places focus on different things. But when you bring that together, in my opinion, I think it just makes you better, because it's globalization. It's that combination of culture all into one.
You're learning the best attributes from all the different things.
And not making the same habits that us old people.
And this is that microcosm.
Yeah, exactly. So.
To bring it back, in the races that we've seen so far, there has been kind of inversion and staggering from what we saw to the time trials. But this race is playing out actually pretty similarly as to the predicted speeds were. Look, I'm seeing, I love it when I see people. So Simeon John over there in lane 1, or out in the lane, even though he's out in front like that, even though in the single out in front, still going for it, right? How can I get better? How can I practice this before the final? Put in a statement. That's
what does it feel like?
Yes, yeah, that's important. That's very important. Tight race between Tony Madigan, Kyle Pennington, and Kai Page for those 2, 3, 4, exactly as I just read them across for those next 2, 3, 4 spots. Over here in the blue hat, that does look to be Daniel Grossman out of Golden State in the next position, but out of those top 4 spots, but having a fantastic race here today, just ahead of Grant Gottner out of Burton Beach, with Goose Fainsod out of Marine Aquatic Center and Graham Matlock out of Y Quad Cities to round out this field here. You're in the U17 single here.
Yeah.
You're the top 16 singles in the country right now.
And they all of their technique looked pretty good too. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, all over the place catching diggers as you're coming through the lane. Like, they were pretty clean coming through and not getting off of their mark.
And we're starting to see a little bit of ripple happening. Nothing crazy in terms of the conditions, but not as flat as it was this morning. But exactly what you said, Maurice, is something that I personally started to see begin happening about 4 years ago. Was this transition where all of a sudden across the board the racing got tighter and the rowing got cleaner, which we talked a little bit about, just efforts to educate more, have exposure to better rowing, the opportunity to go to these different races. You see what that looks like. That's another beautiful thing about having video, is you can watch more racing and see what's happening out there, and how can I mirror that? Because maybe you don't have a coach, maybe all you have is a single, and so you're just learning by watching others. That is a lot of how this works. I'm going to stop gabbing because we have another race already well underway, because we are staying very much on time here, and we are deep into this race, because at this point we're 500 meters to go. We are already 500 meters to go, so I'm going to tell you who's out there. This is going to be the next eight boats as well that also passed through that time trial, doing pretty well here. Belen Jesuit, Coeur d'Alene, Row America Rye, Cambridge, Star, Tempe Juniors, Triad United, and the Port Jefferson are all represented right now. Top four move on to that A final, and there are some very tight races here to go right now. There are no Hail Marys happening out there. This is pure willpower, though, at this point.
It is, and I'm looking out there, lane 1, Elijah Harrison. He's 15 years old and just started racing this spring. Is excited to his progression throughout his career. I know he's got a great model. I know Coeur d'Alene sounds like a far ways away, but he actually has a model in his older brother, Isaiah Harrison, who is one of his coaches. And so, I mean, I think it's great when you have an older mentor, and especially in-house, if it's a brother, to be able to model. And, I mean, what an opportunity for a 15-year-old to be
currently sitting in second.
In this race.
Yeah, we're seeing that, again, Marcus from Belen Jesuit is commanding this race right now, followed by Elijah, and close behind, I think, are battling out for that third place spot is Brendan as well as Moses. Brendan Chapman and Moses Lewis, as they're going back and forth for that third spot. And then you will have Oscar Spencer sitting slightly behind them.
Just sandwiched in between, anything can happen in these races. I know that you could be a length down at the 1,000, but if you make the decision, oh my goodness, I might be able to go a little bit harder. You can find
why
that.
not?
Yeah, why not? Right now, I think Marcus Manticon out of Belen Jesuit kind of made that decision, certainly from start to finish. Belen local. I'm sure he's got family and friends here to help encourage him along in that single. Certainly the coaches that are doing the same. Elijah Harrison out of Idaho, right? Coeur d'Alene's in Idaho. All the way West Coast coming here. Definitely a different probably conditions temperature-wise than used to. So to come across in second to advance unofficially. After that, lane 3, we've got Brendan Chapman out of Row America Rye unofficially advancing about just under a half of a length. For fourth place was Moses Lewis over over Oscar Spencer out of Cambridge, followed by Harwin Singh, and then we had Hugo McDonald and Calvin Hurricane.
Looks like we got some split screen action here.
Getting
fancy.
I know. I think we're watching a little bit of the start of the women's U17 single. The semifinal 1, again, the AB semis. Over in lane 0, we have Redwood Scullers. Lane 1, Cambridge. Lane 2, Oak Neck Academy. Lane 3, Concord. Lane 4, Three Rivers. Lane 5, Parati. Lane 6, Seattle Scullers. And lane 7, Row House.
And again, we're starting to see a trend here of, like Lindsay said, repeating these programs' names over and over again. Redwood Scullers, Cambridge, Oak Neck Academy, Three Rivers, Concord, Parati. I know Parati. I've seen them a lot of times last summer at the Summer Youth Nationals. Seattle Scullers, very small program, but very dominant in a lot of the races that they enter. And Row House out of Miami. And so, it's these sculling programs are really the foundation, are really like that. That foundation in U.S. rowing in terms of the building great scullers. It's potentially to be on that national team one day.
And I'm always curious, right? So what was the decision made where we said, we're going to focus on sculling. That's what we're going to do. rather than doing both things and keeping it to a certain size. And what is the option? Is it choice, or is it there aren't that many people in the area? And so then that allows you to have a little bit more personal coaching potentially. There's a lot of all the pros and cons to all the different models out there.
Oh, absolutely.
I honestly think, here in the U.S., we kind of put emphasis on the big boats, but everywhere else in the world, I know in Australia when I went over there to compete, they told me that I couldn't race in a sweet boat. I had to learn how to scull first. And so, and also over there, I'm pretty sure you can't get into a sculling boat until you're 15, 16 years old. Like you're not, you're in a sweet boat, you're not allowed. And so I think that decision is already made. You can't, there is no decision.
It becomes a question of scalability at that point, butts and seats and the affordability of the seats and all of that kind of stuff. Back to Olivia Petrie right now out of Redwood Scullers is the person that is out in front, I believe. Came in, I don't have the number right in front of me, but came in first out of the time trial by the better part of about 10 seconds, and we were seeing exactly that. Did you have something that you're looking at there?
I was looking up in the notes here. So Reese over there in lane 4, representing Three Rivers, was the Midwest champion in the U17 single, and last year she finished 3rd in the U17 single in the B final. So it's neat to see how she may advance throughout this regatta year after year to row single back-to-back years is pretty. I tip my hat to you.
And we do read the notes. We're here reading the notes.
We really read them.
Yes. We only get so many of them, and we like to use them whenever we can. If it comes up in the moment, by our multiple brains combined, we give you the best that we can in the moment, because really, what else can we ask but the best we got at any given thing on the fly?
Exactly.
And that's also, again, the beauty of having 3 voices up here. We can watch what's going on, keep an eye on what's going on, but also keep an eye on a few other things to see what we can give you.
Absolutely.
Gosh, look at that. That is a beautiful shot. You know what I love seeing about the overhead shots is that to make a single go perfectly straight down the course, not easy, especially if there's any sort of wind that might be, out there whatsoever. If it's a quartering a little bit on the tail, then it might push you a little bit to one side or the other. And all of these crews are going nice straight down the middle of the course. They want that shortest distance between 2 points to give them the best opportunity to lay down the best speed. Right now, we know that Redwood Scullers is out in front.
A massive lead.
Yeah, tight race in between with Emma Kirk out of Cambridge, Okonek Academy, another program that has strong sculling in there. Looks to be in 2nd place right now, just a hair ahead of the Cambridge single sculler right now. On this inside lane, though, out of Eden Alfie, out of Row House, you can see her peeking over her shoulder because she knows everybody's ramping it up right now and wants to sneak in for one of those top 4 spots. It's going to be a photo finish because she is pouring it on. I'm seeing a sprint. That's called dropping the hammer.
Yep.
I think she is moving into that 4th spot.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4. It is.
And this is about awareness
tight.
right
and
here.
Yes,
this
when there are that many, keep going. Trust and know that it is not over until the very, very last. Every stroke, all the way. Go, go, go.
Oh, wow. I don't know who got that one.
That was 3 boats across for 2 remaining spots to punch the ticket to the A final.
Eden pushed that one. She pushed from, that back of the pack.
And here we go with the final 2.
Wow.
Also, that also might come down to a photo finish as well, as per the requirement.
Wow,
right?
that was
Per the
awesome.
requirement, 1 per race at least.
Yeah, that is our trend. We must have at least 1, if not 2, photo finishes per race. So that is something that we haven't seen as such a dig. Right, out of the athlete out of Row House there.
Yeah, she killed that
was
one. She was
big,
amazing on that.
Yeah, that was. I can sense it. I can feel it.
She tasted the blood in the water, and she said, "I'm hungry, and I want it now."
Yeah.
And so that might have gave her that ticket punch,
that little
inch
in the hinge.
Yep.
The door went.
Yep. You gave me a little bit, and I just kicked it down.
And I made the decision to go for it, no matter what the result is. Again, unofficial. We have no idea what would have happened there for how this will advance. Got to go to herenow.com to figure out what the next progressions will be for finishes like that.
Yeah, I'm going there right now because I'm very curious at that point.
Well, then you'll be able to let us know. Make sure that it
Yes.
says official, and then let us know. And let us know how many photo finishes are on that next one. We are well underway to semifinal 2. And more interesting racing is about to happen, is already happening on the course with all kinds of staggering occurring based on that, again, predicted speed Where you get your lane is based on where you fell in the ladder of the time trial. But right now, we are blowing all that out of the water, aren't we, Grace?
Yes, we are. I mean, real colorful boat spread here, too. I mean, again, not seeing it so even. Lanes run 0 through 7, but a little bit more of that scatter, like you said. So over in lane 0, we have Brighton. Lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Rogue. Lane 3, the Port Jefferson. Lane 4, Great Bay. Lane 5, New Orleans. Lane 6, Ridgewood. And lane 7, Lake Las Vegas.
I just like saying Lake Las Vegas.
I also like saying New Orleans.
Are y'all
Like
ready?
Rogue.
Are y'all ready for these
We're
results?
ready.
Because it's official.
We're ready from the last race. Yep.
Eden beat her out by that, like a millisecond.
So so that's official on here.
That is official.
So you saw it. That was called dropping the hammer C, and we heard the little creak of the door. So that athlete on the inside in the previous race in semifinal 1 on the nearest shore was able to sneak in there for one of those spots to advance. Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
And you could see it. That was the visual representation of that concept right there. A little bit more calm action happening out here on the course through that different angle. Sometimes the different, just whether you're close up or not, it might seem like it's moving faster or slower than it actually is within the boat, because I can guarantee you right now, if these athletes are at 28, 30, 32 or more strokes a minute, it feels high and hard and fast.
Especially in a single.
Yes.
You're moving yourself out there. And it looks like, again, interestingly, a little bit more of a lead from the middle of these lanes. More so than just having it be a spread at 0 to 7.
I just saw a moment where those two athletes in the picture right now, right there in the center, peeking to the left and right, just going, okay, where am I right now? Where is everyone else on the course? Do I need a little bit more? Is this enough right now? Because sometimes you know what your whole full race feels like. And so then you go, can I just continue here? Is this pace right? Okay. Then when I need it, I'm going to use my next gear, that sort of thing. I was in the middle of a race where I was in a single, and when I peaked, I couldn't help but peak. And what happened when I peaked was it threw me off my own race. And I thought I needed to do something different because I was understroking everyone else. So then I started taking up my stroke rate, and it made me less efficient.
Right, getting in your own way.
Yeah, and so just making sure that if you are peeking out of the boat, okay, use that as awareness, but don't allow it to infiltrate your plan. Stick to your plan.
Yeah, let it add to your race, not take away.
Yeah,
and
that's a great way to put it.
It's a hard choice to make, but with all the practice in racing and putting yourself out there, again, we're seeing repeat athletes here in the single from this year to last year, having that practice of being able to allow that thought in or reject it out and stay within your gunnels. And really good race there, I think, over in lane 1, Redwood Scullers, and then, followed really closely there by Rogue and Brighton, either side of her, out to the left, or out to the rowers' left there, Great Bay and New Orleans, Ridgewood and Lake Las Vegas. A little bit farther back, Port Jefferson, but a really tight race in singles nonetheless between Brighton, Redwood Scullers, and Rogue.
And it's totally silent. It is totally silent. It is a dramatically different experience being out there in the single compared to being in any sort of team boat. It is just so much quieter, and because the smaller the boat gets, the longer the race that it actually becomes. And so when you have these smaller boats that create these longer races, it's really interesting when they come across. I mean, it's always interesting, but when they come across and they stay that tight and close together, even in a longer race, which you've already mentioned. The shorter races tend to group cruise, and the longer races tend to spread them out. This isn't the case with at least 3 or 4 of these boats. So again, to show up here on the same course, 250 meters to go, all the training, all the strokes that you've taken, and to be this tight to create the same speed is just so impressive. Half a length separating first, second, and third right now, or first to third, I should say, because first and second right now look to be neck and neck. And a third place currently is sitting there sandwiched in between. That is those front lanes of Brighton, Redwood Scullers, and Rogue. Brighton and Rogue are the two crews that appear to be on the move. Rogue might be on the move, but then we're trading it with Brighton for first place right now, and then a couple of lanes over. So from Rogue, 2 lanes over out of Great Bay, Ava Cathy seems to be the other athlete a few lanes over that is
Holding on.
Yeah,
Holding on
and
there.
pacing those top 4. So it looks that Great Bay athlete looks to be the one that maybe had the biggest move in the first half of this last 500 to make up the most ground. So look for her to have quite the sprint maybe in this A final should we go through there. That's a learning opportunity. Very tight still between Rogue and Brighton. You can see the athlete Amelie Requejo out of Rogue taking a peek over. She definitely wants it. That's the dig, right?
She's going. She's going
2 races in a row.
Oh, she's walking.
Yeah.
She's walking.
She took a little gander out there.
She walked. She just walked
half length,
right on
half
through.
length. Took a peek and then dug for it and went. That again. Saw the creek and took it. Wanted to get. That was a statement. That was a confidence piece. A confidence. Rogue, Brighton, Redwood's Colors coming across. 2 lanes over. Great Bay coming across. Those are your current top 4. And look at the second half of racing here. All the way on the inside. Lake Las Vegas. A little bit of
Lane
open
6 and
water.
5.
Yes,
going
but
stroke
then
for
we
stroke.
have Ridgewood and New Orleans. Nolans, as you said, almost Balbal to Balbal, with the Port Jefferson also right there as well by a deck.
Wow.
In singles.
And we need to take a quick commercial break before we bring you the action of the next race right now. We will do the best we can to come back with you as soon as possible. Coming back, returning after this with the men's U17 doubles. And it looks like we do not have a commercial that we're upcoming. Grace, what do we got?
We have got the men's U17 double, the AB semi-final number 1. So over in lane 0, we've got Miami. Lane 1, we've got Redwood's Colors. Excuse me, lane 0 was Miami. Lane 1 is Redwood's Colors. Lane 2, Vero Beach. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Detroit. Lane 5, Lake Fallon. Lane 6, GMS. Lane 7, Wilmington Youth.
Again, more names that we just keep hearing. Wilmington Youth, GMS, Detroit, Oakland Strokes, Vero Beach, Miami, continuing to come out with throwing all the punches, giving all of the things, laying down some really great strokes out of that crew, out of Miami. I definitely recognize Montero there. These names, that's the fun thing about getting to do this, is that you read every detail.
Yeah.
And then if your brain retains it, you're like, oh man, yeah, look at them doing well. Here we go. So it is Miami out in front right now with Clearwater with a tight race, maybe half a length or so between Redwood's Colors and Vero Beach there in the next 2 lanes, maybe lengthening out. It looks like Redwood's Colors taking a little bit more, lengthening it out because they're in 500 meters to go. And so you cross that point and then you have to, that's a gut dig, but also you can still have the confidence even though you're in that gut dig.
Right. Still keeping it clean because, again, it's never over till you cross the finish line. And then it seems like a real thick race further back over between Detroit, Phelan, GMS, and Wilmington Youth.
Yeah, and it looks like Miami is just cooking right now. I mean, they're just powering through, opening up that field here and going on their own lonely island to the finish line.
And I'm curious to see who's going to be taking 4th there because those boats off to the left-hand side of our screen, closer to us to the beach, they need to hear your energy. That is going to be a tight race.
Well, those 2 crews between Oakland Strokes and Detroit are there. Oakland Strokes and Detroit, it's those 2 crews that are side by side, and the pressure from the inside 3 lanes of Lake Phelan, GMS, and Wilmington Youth, that tertiary race is going to put pressure on the secondary race, which is going to decide who takes that 4th spot, because top 3 have slid away from the rest of the group, but Oakland Strokes and Detroit, those are the 2. If you know someone from Oakland Strokes and Detroit, give them everything that you have right now, because this is the difference between the A and B final here for those young folks and those 2 crews. Miami well clear of the field out in front, with Redwood's Colors coming in 2nd, followed by Vero Beach is going to currently in 3rd place as they come to the line, and it is neck and neck. There's too close to call. Not a perfect angle for us to know what's going to happen between Oakland Strokes and Detroit.
Detroit is picking it up.
It's just ball, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Every
Detroit
stroke that they take, Detroit has the momentum here. Detroit definitely has the momentum by maybe 2 feet, 3 feet every single stroke. Stay in your lane.
Detroit might have took that one.
About a deck.
Wow.
About a deck over the course of those last couple of strokes. strokes. And look at this right here, 3/4 of a length for the crew out of GMS over Lake Phelan and Wilmington Youth. Too close between Lake Phelan and Wilmington Youth for me to call. That's not our job.
Yeah, no.
We use digital things for that. My eyes are not that keen.
So, yeah. We'll take it on over to a commercial. After, again, another great race. More photo finishes here.
I've fallen in love with this FLX design. Everyone I put into the boat kind of raves about it, and I've just seen good jumps in speed.
The FLX especially, it just feels great as it moves through the water. It's very responsive. It reacts to what you want it to do and runs out really nice in between the strokes.
And we are back from our little commercial break with the men's U17 double A/B semifinal, where semifinal number 2, we're in lane 1, we will have V Skulls, lane 0 V Skulls, lane 1 Oregon Unlimited, lane 2 Germantown Friends, lane 3 Belmont, lane 4 Rockland, lane 5 Conestoga, lane 6 Seattle Scullers, and lane 7 Episcopal School of Dallas.
Again, a really good lead here, sort of in that outside lane, the V Skulls lane, doing a great job. But that second through fifth, really pretty tight there across all crews.
And we have a nice little drone shot here.
Yeah, definitely. So I think it's showing us that V Skulls out in lane 0 is out in front. Then I would say second is Germantown Friends. And that Philly. And then probably a hair ahead, Oregon Unlimited over Belmont, skipping a lane over. And then what would you say? Probably Conestoga, Seattle Scullers out there in that next position.
Yeah, it's still very, very tight, and the way this angle is, I mean, it's very hard to see that minor because it's tight. But I'll agree with that one. It looks like V Skulls is definitely taking a lead here throughout the first half of this piece, and it looks like they are not letting up one bit. So we'll see if they can maintain that. But they'll be followed by close behind by Germantown Friends, and then it'll be Oregon Unlimited, and then Belmont, I will say, will be in that first 4 contention. But Rockland, Conestoga, Seattle Scholars, and Episcopal School of Dallas are not out of it. So.
Yeah, and I can see Oregon Unlimited really holding on to that contact with the stern deck of Germantown Friends out to their left. I mean, I remember being in races, and when you've got overlap on a crew, you do not want to lose it. You want to do everything within your power to keep that contact as you go down the race course.
Exactly. And so again, it's all about that responding and being able to. I mean, if you see a club or a team trying to move on you, do you have to pick anything up, or can you just hold off that move because they're going to slow down after that move? And so you then make your move after. It's all about the strategy and the and just the way, especially with these smaller boats again, because it's a longer race. You're exerting yourself. You got to learn. You got to know yourself, know your body, and learn. When am I going to burn out all these matches? I mean, I have a set amount of matches. When am I going to burn them? Is it going to be the first 500? Is it going to be that third 500, or is it going to be the last 200 where we just light the fire and just go?
Absolutely. I mean, and it's tough in those small boats because it's also yourself and it's also working with your teammate. And again, not having a coxswain in here to sort of communicate that in real time. You either build that with your teammate in your training, and then you also have these trust experiences in the races. They have all gone through their time trials yesterday to advance until today. So V-Skulls out there. And they were clearly the lead of this pack yesterday in the time trial. Oregon Unlimited was second, but very closely followed behind by some of these other crews in the race. So it's interesting to see the spread again when you compare time trial to side by side, especially in the small boats. I think it's definitely a mental game more when you don't have the coxswain to tell you when to make these moves and when to stay on the ball.
Right, exactly. And so, again, we have this little sliding effect here. We don't really have, like, the zigzag. We have a little zigzag. I'm on the outside lanes here with Conestoga, Seattle Scholars, Episcopal School of Dallas.
Germantown kind of having a little bit of an upset as far as the intended or expected seeding in this race, kind of pulling out ahead of the crews next to him. Oregon Unlimited, they are definitely ahead of the field, then followed by Belmont and Rockland and Conestoga. A little bit farther behind the pack, Seattle Scholars and Episcopal School of Dallas. But again, it's really fun to see that change.
Right. Right, and so that's like having that, that chip on your shoulder. You're just like, oh, well, we were seated, here, but that doesn't mean that that's where we're going to finish.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's really interesting to watch. So Germantown Friends was about 4 seconds to maybe 5 seconds behind the crew that's out in front currently, but I would wager to bet that gap is smaller today than it was yesterday.
For sure, because they can see them right there. And again, it's a different vibe, the different mental execution that you have to have in comparison to that time trial where it's just you and your teammate depending upon the boat that you're in. And so this is a little bit different because now you got somebody to pace off of. Now you got you see somebody, you need to beat them to the finish line. And I like what you said earlier about the crosshairs to the finish. Like that just captures that moment. Like we are trying to get there the fastest, and that is our target.
And tunnel vision is definitely what people have when it comes to the last 250 meters. Like all of these U17 men's doubles are right now. Definitely seeing V-Skulls out there in front. And then a battle here. We did see a little bit of a flip-flop, I believe, between Oregon Unlimited and Germantown Friends. They have a really interesting race happening there. They are then followed by Belmont. Rockland having a really neck-and-neck race against Conestoga next to them. And then Seattle Scholars and Episcopal going for it here in this race.
So like V-Skulls will come away with that first ticket punched to the A final, and it looked like it'll be followed by Oregon Unlimited, who will punch that second ticket, and then third will look like Germantown Friends will punch that third ticket with one more ticket on the line, which looks like it will be going to Belmont, and Rockland will follow right behind, and Conestoga follow right behind them.
Yeah, and interesting, you know, you're talking about the matches, and like if everyone's starting out with the same set of matches at the beginning of a race and being able to plan when are you going to take out those matches? Are you going to kind of burn a couple at the start to get the race up and going, and then how are you going to expend that energy as the race goes on? And it's interesting to see some of that switch up occur, like Germantown Friends out in front, and then Oregon Unlimited coming in. You know, they decided to burn a little bit hotter, a little bit faster in the last 500 meters, and I think that really changed the game for them.
Exactly. So that pretty much followed the progression of the time trials in and of itself in terms of that first 4 finishes. So
right, but a different unfolding in the middle of the race. You know, like it may have been the end, but I'm not sure if that would have happened had they been side by side yesterday.
True. Very, very, very true.
Yep.
And so we will now be underway with the women's U17 double A/B semifinal 1, where in lane 0 we will have Y Quad Cities, lane 1 Waterford, lane 2 Litchfield Hills, lane 3 unaffiliated, lane 4 Near Reed, lane 5 Conestoga, lane 6 Row LA, and lane 7 Founders.
Yeah, and we do have a little bit of note here because we do read the notes here up in the file. So if you send something, we will probably read it. For representing Litchfield Hills, both of these athletes, Willow and Addie, have been best friends for years. Addie took 20th last year in the U17 single, so great to be able to have the small boat experience of rowing this event by herself. Willow has joined her, has a background in competitive dance and active parkour enthusiast. As a fellow dancer myself.
Hey, that's what I was about to say. You got some commonalities there.
I mean, it's all about balance. It's all about range. It's about composure. Again, I think a transferable skill from that environment to this one is you spend a lot of time preparing your routine, your race on your own. And then when you step on that stage is yours. You try to keep what you've set to plan and what you plan to execute with your team, your squad, within what on the dance floor is or the stage, if you will, and this is within your lane. So these two athletes really well positioned for the mental aspect of this double.
That's what I was gonna say. Like whenever I'm watching like any type, like I'll randomly see some things pop up where it's like a dance recital of some sort, and it's like very like tranquil. And it's like the person is just very calm within themselves, and they are the focus is within their body, like they're living in the moment. And so again, I'm not surprised with you becoming an Olympian, and because that focus you learned through dance, and it transferred over into your rowing, and now look at you.
Okay.
Being amazing.
Look at that. Amazing Grace.
Yeah, Amazing Grace. Yes. Love that.
Isn't that Amazing Grace?
Please, is that your Instagram? Because if it's not, it should be.
It should be. I know. I mean, and it's a pretty popular one, so it's kind of hard to get. But, I do agree with you. I think dance had a huge part in being able to jump into rowing, and I think a lot of athletes come from a lot of different sports. I think we've all talked about yesterday how we got into the sport of rowing came from just trying out a lot of different things. And I think, again, when you practice with other people, say it's the Masters, we were talking about leveling up our rowing and kind of following other people, you probably did that in your other sports.
Right.
And being able to take little bits and pieces of these other sports, bringing it into rowing is just makes everything faster.
And just performing as we're seeing here today.
Yeah, and it looks like that is paying off for that Litchfield Hills double. Out in front, definitely Y Quad Cities. And then a little bit of a tussle between Waterford, Litchfield Hills, and the unaffiliated boat out in lane 3.
Yeah, we have a little split screen here because they're now underway with that second race, and we will quickly let you guys know what lanes they are for the semifinal 2, which will be North Palm Beach in lane 0, Norwalk River lane 1, Artemis lane 2, lane 3 is Atomic, lane 4 will be First Coast, lane 5 Bainbridge Island, lane 6 Camp Randall, and lane 7 North Carolina.
And as we come into the red buoys, it does look like Y Quad Cities has that lead, but right after them, that field is fairly level. And again, in a small boat, you can make decisions quickly and effectively. We've seen it happen in the last couple of races, down to the last 10 strokes of a race. But it does seem like Y Quad Cities has that lead, followed then by Waterford. But kind of a toss-up there between Litchfield Hills, Nereid, and Conestoga. Difficult to see from the finish line tower, but every single boat across this field bringing up the rate together. You can see in their body language, everyone is hunting down for that finish line.
For sure. And why Quad Cities, I'm not surprised. I mean, they've had very, very strong finishes here and a very strong showing, and they will walk away with that first ticket punched to the A finals. And we will have a battle for third and fourth here and fifth. And we will be followed by Waterford. And then who's going to get that third place? We have
Litchfield Hills. Litchfield Hills. I mean, again, kind of down to the line. And then those next three boats, the unaffiliated boat, Conestoga and Row LA, rounding out the field with Founders. That's like, again.
That was so close. And I mean, I only have 2 eyeballs, so I couldn't even determine who was in that third, fourth, fifth.
You have an eyeball on each one. It's hard.
USRowing needs to invest in giving us announcers like at least 8 eyeballs for 8 boats.
Yeah, but just like some more eyes.
More eyes.
Yeah, but also, I mean, again, someone out there, please tally the amount of total photo finishes. That is my goal for the day, to figure out how many has there been so far. Because even within this race, probably 2.
Yeah, that was 2 within that one, the one semifinal of the 2 semifinals. Like, yeah.
In a small boat race, like that is amazing. Because again, the smaller the boat, the longer it takes to cross, from the start line to the finish line. Just inherently, slower than an 8. So you would expect the margins to be bigger, not smaller. To have 2 of them in one race is just fantastic.
And so, yes, for this next race coming down, I got some, because I read the notes. I do. And I got notes sent to me as well, which is amazing, because we were talking about how the younger athletes will race up. And from Bainbridge Island Rowing, I got the inside scoop. Some people know her as Caroline in this double. They call her Dally for most people will call her Dally, but her name's Caroline, and she is the youngest teammate on varsity, aging at 14 years old, racing in the U17.
That is impressive.
And so, yeah, this is where it starts, as the foundation that's building. She's racing up, and we can only imagine as she gets older and develops into, a great rower, a great sculler, where she will be in the next 2-3 years.
So many years ahead.
And she's already top 16 in the U17, and she's only 14 years old.
That's fantastic. And it does look like North Palm Beach having the lead at this point, but a little bit of a switch up. Artemis ahead of the boats either side of them, ahead of Norwalk River and Atomic. It's the Potomac person next to me. I keep thinking that and messing that up. Atomic.
Tongue twisters for days.
But I've rowed on that course that they practice out of in Tennessee. It's a beautiful race course, very similar to this in that the calm water, the fast water. We're seeing so many fast races here.
Except for the fog. The fog is crazy over at Oak Ridge. It is wild.
But, I mean, I think it's paying off here, because these boats are staying very internal, not a lot of looking side to side to check in where others are at. Something that I do in the thick of a race like this is try to use my ears, not my eyes, so that I keep the boat centered, trying to be as efficient as possible as I'm compromised in my sprint here with my mental capacities, and trying to work together with my teammate to get us across the line. So definitely really fast rowing here into the last couple strokes by North Palm Beach.
Followed by Norwalk, but they're being strongly contested by Artemis, and right behind them will be Atomic. So this will be a very, very, again, interesting race. Will they race for lanes, or will they just be content with where they are right now and save the juice for tomorrow?
We'll have to see. Fast racing, whether it's the A final or the B final, especially in this race. Definitely even a race unfolding in the 3 closest lanes here between North Carolina, Camp Randall, and Bainbridge Island. So everyone out there on the beach, give them a shout and a holler as they cross towards you, cross in front of this dock here on their way to the finish line.
And it looks like 4th place will definitely be contested. I mean, there's enough room to make a move right now. And it looks like, will that be lane?
Pretty level.
That'll be lane 4. Yeah, lane 4 looks like we'll be pushing up onto lane 3, but lane 3 is going to hold on to punch that last and final spot for the A final.
And still racing their hearts out there in those other 3 lanes between Bainbridge Island, Camp Randall out of Wisconsin, and North Carolina. Fast rowing, especially in a double. And again, like we're talking about leveling up, or aging up. It's fantastic to see the depth of field at a U17 level and how that will maybe translate into the upcoming years and the youth events, or maybe again like the athlete you're highlighting who can come here again next year.
Right.
I mean, that is a really fun thing to follow year over year.
Yeah, I'm sure there's other athletes in this race or any of the other races again that's racing up, and again that just shows that we are getting faster, like younger. Like the younger we are, the athletes are just over the years. Again, I don't know what the kids are getting being fed these days, but I mean it's just like Jesus.
A great line that I love out of the Gina Davis Foundation is "See it, be it."
Yep.
If you see something ahead of you, then it gives you the, maybe I could do that. Just
Right.
that little. We talked about the creak of the hinge of what we saw out of some of the racers toward the finish line. But it is that idea that when you see someone else doing something, that maybe it gives you the thought that maybe there's a way for me to do that too. And so then you get interested in it. Now my personal crusade as a coach is to keep people healthy through that. And there are ways to do that. I was just downstairs with Maddie Vogt, who is one of the Pan American athletes who will be here for the meet and greet. Some of you may have met her and her partner Veronica as well earlier today at the 776 BC tent. Amazing people. Maddie was just downstairs doing some down dogs and sun A's, and meaning those are yoga moves.
Yes.
But they're helping her glutes. They're helping her stability. They're working on her overall central to peripheral stabilization, which is going to help her last longer in the sport.
Yeah.
Right.
Speaking of, sorry.
Oh, no, it looks like we're, following this race here in this men's U17 Cox 4 AB semi. Sometimes this happens. We haven't seen this yet so far, this regatta.
False start?
Potentially a false start. So all crews did take off the line, but something that the referees spotted, whether it was the head referee
The
or
initial
maybe the
alignment or
aligners.
something like
there
that,
could
yeah.
have been a false start. It could have been maybe going off before planned. So all of these crews are pulling back into the starting blocks to restart this race. So again, there will be a restart in the men's U17 Cox 4 in the semifinal 1.
And it's all about fairness, and I trust our officials to make the right call. And so again, this is the biggest race of the year, and this is where champions are crowned. So we want to make sure every single athlete has that equal opportunity to compete for that top spot.
Definitely, and these referees, they practice just as much as the athletes as far as, they're qualified to be here too. They've all had to put in their hours at different regional events. There's a bit of a mentorship or apprenticeship that happens with reffing, and they are the ones that help create new rules and be able to facilitate the fairness across all of our racing here, either at the youth and national championships or our regionals. And honestly, the best seat in the house is for a referee chasing a race at a chase launch. If you're interested in becoming a referee, we'd love for you to be there. USRowing needs more licensed officials across the country to help out more than our 200 registered regattas. To become a free referee, visit usrowing.org and learn how to become a referee by checking out that Become a Referee page under the safety header in the menu of that USRowing website.
Guarantee you as well that there are Olympians, retired athletes, with all sorts of layers of experience in rowing that are referees. So you would join a pretty interesting crowd of people. They're very professional and very specific in terms of personality. Awesome every time I get to interact with them and see them from race to race. I can only imagine what it would be like to be in that inner circle, because they really have quite the perspective on what goes on behind the scenes to make all this work over a mile and a quarter. A mile and a quarter is a very large venue.
Yeah, it is.
It's a contained, controlled space. It's not running on streets. It's a contained, controlled space that is meant to be as fair as possible. But here we go. We have a start now. We are underway once again. Go ahead and set the field for us here.
All right. So over in lane 0, we have Canisius. In lane 1, Pacific. Lane 2, Oregon Unlimited. Lane 3, Belen Jesuit. Lane 4, Saugatuck. Lane 5, Brookline. Lane 6, Gainesville Area Rowing. And lane 7, Texas.
Again, non-surprising to see an early lead in that lane 0 crew, but then a bit of a fight happening between Oregon Unlimited and Belen Jesuit. So 2 lanes and 3 lanes over from that leader, and then Pacific kind of in that current 4th place spot, but the other 3 crews on the outside, the Brookline crew, the Gainesville area rowing, and Texas, holding on to the momentum that's happening in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, we have like a very interesting race here because, I mean, we have lane 0 leading the pack here, Canisius. Definitely not surprised. They are a powerhouse program. I mean, I remember them when I was rowing in high school, and then trained with a lot of those guys when I went to the Naval Academy crew camp. And so they definitely have some power hitters. But for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot, I mean, you have Pacific, Oregon Unlimited, Belen Jesuit, Saugatuck, all pretty much trading strokes for strokes with each other right now, fighting, and looks like they're going to be fighting for placement. One is not letting go of the other, and we're going to have a race to the finish, and we'll see how they respond to each other going through that 3rd 500 meter piece here. And again, as we talked about it, that's the dark pain cave. That's that where you really want to train in that specific zone to replicate what you'll feel during this race, because that pain, I mean, sometimes you're like, dang, why did I sign up for this? And you like question yourself.
You go to the pain cave 2 to 3 times a week tops, and then you spend the rest of the time recovering from having been there.
Exactly.
And learning how to row properly so that you can apply the physiological adaptation to what happened. So again, we are once again 8 boats across, 4 boats that will advance right from this semifinal. So Pacific, Oregon Unlimited, Belen Jesuit. Oregon Unlimited had a little bit, maybe a deck lead over Belen Jesuit, and Pacific. But Belen in the yellow hull, that very, very iconic Belen yellow hull that is now on the move, taking the advantage over from Oregon Unlimited. About 10 or 15 strokes ago, it looked as though they wanted to do that and they were going to make that happen. It is kind of 3 boats moving in a small arrow right there on that side of the course, but also a tight race happening between Brookline and Gainesville. So GAR over there, another Florida program as well, having a very tight race flanked by Saugatuck and Texas. Saugatuck with the advantage over Texas right now, but it looks as though Texas is on the move. If Texas remains on the move, because we're just in the 3rd 500, there's plenty of race left to be rowed. I said that about Texas, and maybe it was Texas's move that gave a sense of urgency to Gainesville, because Gainesville has now moved out just a little bit over that battle that they were having with Brookline just a few moments ago. When I say just a little bit, do not take this for, oh, here we go, Gainesville's going to go for it. No, we're in the 3rd 500. If you take a couple of seats, a few more seats, expect them to be taken back. But again, Pacific, Oregon Unlimited, and Belen Jesuit, it looks like Oregon Unlimited might still have an inch or two, but that's almost 3 boats across. I'm going to toss it over to my partners over here so that I don't commandeer every word of what's happening, because I know I'm not the only one enjoying it.
No, you're doing a fantastic job. Sometimes when the spirit of the race catches you, you just got to flow with it.
Just let the words flow. I've had words ever since I was 2, so I'm going to share them with you all.
Love it.
Yeah, definitely a really good, strong race for that 2nd place spot. Yeah, Pacific, Oregon Unlimited, and the Belen Jesuit group. They are in the
Pacific might have the advantage now.
They might. It's just so hard. So it's got the one out in front, a race for 3, a race for another set of 3, 4 boats across. I mean, I love when there's layered racing within racing. And so there's definitely some good pushes happening here.
And Lindsay said it best. Like, I mean, when you have these little mini races within a race, it opens up the field even more, because you have Pacific, Oregon, Belen Jesuit all striking one punch after another, but they are now also separating from the rest of the pack.
And it's also pushing Canisius.
It is, exactly. So it's amazing how this turns out. But also with that rest of the pack, so you'll have Texas, Gainesville, Brookline, Saugatuck, they're also pushing themselves, and so again, that race within a race, I mean, you're going to see faster times within this, because they are pushing that envelope.
And it's that sense of urgency that's created maybe in a different position. It literally makes you even more uncomfortable. And you have to. This is the cool thing. I mean, this is not the cool thing about rowing. This is one of the cool things about rowing, is that you have to make those decisions on the fly. No timeouts, no midpoint, no halftime, no substitutions.
None.
You have to think on your fly. You have to literally be in that you're sitting in that moment where your body just wants to go into survival mode and be like, what is happening right now? And then you also have to make the decision to go, I want to be here and I want to back these people up. So now what's happening? Kanisha's had open water. That angle there made it seem as though, here, let me look out the window instead of staring at this image. What is happening right now?
Yeah, well, Belen Jesuit
Kanisha's still there. Belen, all three of those boats between Pacific, Oregon, and Belen, they've all traded places in terms of where they wanted to be. Pacific was the sleeper on that one. It looks like 500 meters to go. Started to take the advantage, and now they have almost 3/4 of a length.
They might get out ahead.
Pacific is definitely ahead with Belen Jesuit maybe 6 inches over Oregon Unlimited right now. And then on the inside, this other race that is happening between Saugatuck, Brookline, and Gainesville. Saugatuck has just had a monster last 700 meters to put themselves back into that race. Saugatuck came back and took over the lead from Brookline and Gainesville. They were I shouldn't say out of it, but they were back by about a half a length or so, about 600 meters ago. And look what they did. They inverted that. So they ended up taking basically a length to then come through by a half of a length over Gainesville area, who came in just unofficially ahead of Brookline over Texas as well.
And that's the importance of
races within races, man.
It is. And I love how you said that, the whole no timeouts and no substitutions. Again, I'm not biased or anything, but I believe that rowing is one of the most physically elite sports in the world just because of that. And I was reading, World Rowing, I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on it, did a study, and I say this every live stream because it still blows my mind, is that for every 2K, it's 2 full NBA basketball games, like playing back to back. That is the mental and physical strain on the body. And so to think that you have kids out here from 13 years old up to 18 years old putting themselves through that and walking away like, yes, I did this, and like it in comparison to a professional, one of the biggest professional names in the world is just like, we're about this life.
I sometimes the way that I reflect on that is either we forget pretty quickly. We're good at forgetting, or we're just not that smart. Because we keep coming back for more.
I know, we keep coming back for more. But I'd argue to say, especially being athletes, we talked about building the habits of success and habits of excellence. A lot of these athletes are also great student athletes. They're great students. They're probably excelling in other areas of their life outside of sport.
Sport, in my opinion, when done right, is quite possibly our most powerful tool for positive social change.
I agree. 1,000, 1,000,000.
When
I just want to give you a hug right now. I just want to give you a hug. Yes. Preach.
High five across the way.
Yes.
We can actually high five. There it is.
I don't know if you guys hear the high five.
There it is.
In this tower. High fives all around.
I hope that you all down there are having as much fun as we are up here watching all of your loved ones race their hearts out in a sport that we also love. But again, we won't digress. We're going to get back to the action that's on the course so that you can not just see sort of what's happening, but also get a little insight onto what might actually be going on on the race course. Let's set the field for this next one.
We shall.
And then we'll keep talking about this stuff later.
Yeah. Rowing.
Second of 2 semifinals in the men's under 17 Coxed 4.
We will have in lane 0 Cincinnati Juniors, lane 1 Saugatuck, lane 2 OKC River Sport, lane 3 PNRA Mercer, lane 4 Capital, lane 5 Annapolis Juniors, lane 6 Rowe, New Jersey, and lane 7 Lakeside. I love it. I'm seeing some more familiar names. Annapolis Juniors here, community program. Rowe, New Jersey, same thing. And so PNRA, Philly all day. Love it. OKC River Sport. Yeah.
PNRA is Princeton, but yes.
Yeah. Well, no. Not area. Philly area.
Yes. Close neighbors.
Yes.
Close neighbors. This is definitely a similar part of the year. Cincinnati, just part of the year, part of the country. Cincinnati Juniors, that's a common name. Saugatuck, common. OKC River Sport, common. Congratulations, Eric Gerke, if you're out there, right? Children on the way, living out there in Oklahoma. Anyway,
oh, nice. And Oklahoma City just having like a great resurgence in their rowing scene as well.
Yeah.
I mean, hosting some of our up and coming and national team athletes at the U23 level at OKC and over at the University of Oklahoma. I mean, it's a fantastic new kind of area to have popped up, a geographic area to support the sport of rowing as well.
And with Sarah Trowbridge, retired national team athlete now at the helm at Oklahoma. Look out for Oklahoma as a state for rowing. Middle of the country. We needed that spot. We need wind because it's in the northeast, it's in the southeast, it's in the south, it's in the southwest and the northwest. Well, what about the middle? So look at the middle growing. Back to what's happening on the course right and now. We have an opposite angle, so now we're looking from the far side toward the near side of the beach, but sort of that similar angular trajectory that we are seeing where Cincinnati juniors are out by 3/4 of a length looking to extend out, and it does look like, if my perception of my eyeball, they're just inching away per stroke from Saugatuck, who is currently sitting in second place right now. After that, it is PNRA Mercer, but with OKC Riversport very close behind there by just under a half of a length off of that lead that they have them for that third place position into fourth.
And Annapolis
look over,
is right there.
Yep, and look over 2 lanes away with Annapolis juniors putting on a move. You see that move, Maurice?
I did. They're creeping.
Yep,
They're creeping.
Yep. I know when I'm not the person speaking on the mic and I'm sitting over there, I'm like,
somebody say something right now.
So I see it too. Someone give it to you.
Yeah, Annapolis is making that move. They came to obviously make a statement, and based off of the lane assignments here, they are one of the slower boats of the 6 according to time trial. But now they are demonstrating that no, they are a top 4 crew, and right now they looks like they'll be sitting in that 4th place spot in contention for that 3rd place spot.
250 meters to go.
Exactly, 250 to go. So who's going to get that spot? Will we have some of the other crews come up and try to take that spot back from Annapolis, or will Annapolis walk on through and try to get that 3rd place spot?
Ooh, Saugatuck pouring on the heat. They're sprinting. They definitely are. We saw that just a moment ago because they were sitting outside of those top 4 and then overtook 2 boats in the last 500 meters. So that's happening right now. No one has been comfortable in this race. Cincinnati juniors were out front. Saugatuck is eating away their lead, and then a couple of lanes over, you have PNRA Mercer and Annapolis. That's going to be 4 boats across. Go for it. Have fun with this sprint race.
I'm now standing up and trying to get the good angle here. Still kind of hard, but as soon as they get past these signs right here, I think I'm gonna have a good idea of who's going to be commanding this lead. But again, we have Cincinnati juniors in first right now, and Saugatuck in second. But we will now have a duke out.
OKC Riversport emotion happening right now.
They are
moving. They are sprinting.
They are moving on through, and so we will have. Looks like PNRA will be trying to take that.
Oh my
move
goodness.
on through.
OKC Riversport with the most massive sprint that we're seeing out of here.
Wow.
They might have it. It's backed.
Are they going to get it? Oh, wow.
That's one of those stroke per stroke. Are you at the catch? Are you at the finish?
I think PNRA maybe had that one more stroke out.
I don't have any money to put on that.
and good.
I won't accept that.
We got to go to a photo finish for that one. But man, such good racing. Then finishing it out with Capital Annapolis, Row, New Jersey, and Lakeside, just kind of filling that out. That was a tight race.
That was OKC Riversport
that was a major
blazed
sprint.
that
major
last
sprint
250.
Happening there. Yeah, major sprint. Very close with Annapolis, PNRA Mercer, OKC Riversport, Saugatuck, Cincinnati juniors were out in front. They got out with enough of a margin that all of the pushes that were happening behind them didn't
matter much.
It did not put them in a position where they gave up. They did not relinquish their lead, nonetheless.
So, the next race we have up is the women's U17 Coxed 4 AB semifinal 1. Over in lane 0, we've got Saugatuck in lane 1. Lane 0, Saugatuck. Lane 1, Holy Names. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, PCRA. Lane 4, Lakeside. Lane 5, Annapolis Junior. Lane 6, Austin. Lane 7, Row, New Jersey.
Yes, and it looks like right now we will have Saugatuck leading the pack right now. And I'll say followed by Newport in lane 2, and then in the third we will have Lakeside in that 3rd place contention, and looks like we'll be having a stroke for stroke battle right now for 4th with Holy Names as well as PCRA.
And over on the spectator side of the race course, on the side by the Wave Attenuator Annapolis Juniors, Austin and Row, New Jersey, having a side-by-side kind of triple race right there in those 3 lanes. So that's a very tight race right now for this first 1,000 meters as we get into the second 1,000 of the race. So tight across the board for those three crews. And with the effort starting to wear, the weather starting to wear, the heat starting to wear, the weekend potentially, all of the stimulation starting to wear on you, this third 500 will tell us quite a bit in those close races. Still Saugatuck out in front. Newport is also on the move here, being the aggressor in that situation, starting to separate themselves out from Holy Names in between those two crews. But it is Saugatuck and Newport now kind of just continuing to extend just ever so slightly, just trying to sneak away from the rest of the group as there are others that are maintaining contact with one another. Say, you know what, we're going to do our thing over here. We're going to sneak away while you all distract each other on the other side of the race course.
And can I also mention the fact that half of this race is Saugatuck, Annapolis Juniors, and Row, New Jersey. In that first race, they also had boats in there as well. So each club has 2 representatives in this semifinal, which speaks volume for those programs.
And that's a very dense, highly concentrated area of rowing there out of New Jersey and moving up around the New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut area there, of course.
And so, yes, right now we will still have Saugatuck leading the pack, but not by much, as Newport will be on their heels and holding on to their stern deck. And then third, that's kind of hard to tell
tight
here.
Between Holy Names and Lakeside. Yep, tight between Holy Names and Lakeside, because we have them a couple of lanes over here, the 2 in between. So Holy Names is the crew that is sandwiched in between, but back off of the pace of Saugatuck and Newport. And then you have Pelham County on the other side of the Newport boat that's just in that the blue hull that's off to the left of the picture right now. And you have a Lakeside in another blue hull that is in the foreground of the picture. They have just clear water over Pelham County. And as they are continuing to advance down the course, getting into the last 500 meters, depending on where you are as it falls. If you can look in the picture right now, you can see the orange buoy. We just had the billboards showing you that last 500-meter mark of the race between Lakeside and Holy Names. They were your next 2 crews that were kind of tightly vying for a similar position.
And we were talking about the depth of teams, but I'm also just a shout out to Holy Names here. We're reading in the notes that the team, it kind of draws from a school that's only 550 students. And so about a fifth of that school actually ends up on the rowing team. So out of that smaller program, being able to put together a really competitive four here in this women's U17 Cox
awesome.
Floor.
And we've seen their names.
Well, and with Holy Names too over the last several years,
I've seen their names.
Their coach, but you've seen their name come up.
Names, yeah.
Their coach, Caitlin McLean, was a coach that had been involved with the national teams at the junior level for a while. Now coaches at the Division II level at Seattle Pacific. So moving around with the trajectory, kind of expanding that level, that experience and that knowledge throughout the Seattle area.
Love that.
Super cool to see that. Yeah.
Very strong. Seattle is a very strong area for rowing.
So let's see what's happening on the inside of the course. I can see all the people on the beach run along, move along right with them. Tight race between Austin and Row, New Jersey. It looks like Annapolis Juniors were able to move up and away from that a little bit, maybe a half a length up and away from that 3-boat race that was happening. Lakeside is certainly on the advance. It's still between Lakeside and Holy Names. They are very close, even though they are multiple lanes away from one another. Saugatuck seems to have ramped it up. I love it, again, when I see crews that are out in front still practicing their sprint. Because as you said, Maurice, I love that you said that you got to know what it feels like.
Yeah.
Right? Don't think that you're going to have, I'm going to save that. It doesn't exist if you don't experiment with it.
Right.
And so that's what we're seeing. Saugatuck running away from that. And then we have Newport coming in right behind them. And then followed by Holy Names. But they're being creeped up on by lane 4, which will be Lakeside.
Oh, and then close racing here, lanes 5 through 7 as well, as they come into the last 10-15 strokes of this 2,000 meters. So between Annapolis, Austin, and Row, New Jersey, really, really tight.
Austin and Row, New Jersey are going to come down to yet another photo finish.
Yep.
Photo finish count. What are we at?
Absolutely.
This has got to be a record of photo finishes per regatta per day.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
We should start comparing that year to year. How many did we get last year? Now let's do it this year and see what we've got.
Right. I'm like, if anybody can tell me the accurate number and let us know what that number is, I will, I'm a huge Pit Viper person. I will give you a free pair of Pit Vipers if you can tell us how many photo finishes there are today. Let me know, and I promise you will get a free pair of Pit Vipers. Guaranteed.
Well, the next race we have is the second semifinal of the same event, the women's U17 Coxed Fours. Lane 0, we have Saugatuck B. Again, we've got a repeat club in this event. In lane 1, we've got Los Gatos. In lane 2, again, another one, Pacific. Lane 3, Nereid. In lane 4, Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, CRI. And Lane 7, Pittsford.
Tighter racing that we're seeing already on the course.
Tighter racing, yes. So, you know, obviously Saugatuck B out there, Bao out in front, followed closely by Los Gatos, but then the next three between Pacific, Nereid, and Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough, fairly level across, followed shortly in the Red Hull, San Diego, then CRI and Pittsford.
San Diego, name that we haven't said much today, but certainly a crew that's been particularly in this event. We've seen here at the national stage in the past. I love seeing all the different boat hull colors too. It helps us as commentators know where they are.
Oh yes.
I saw the red. I was like, it's either going to be CRI. Oh, nope, it is CRI or San Diego.
San
Oh, it's
Diego.
both
One
of
of
them.
the two.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
They're the only ones that I know that just have these bright red skulls.
So we're getting into the second 1,000 of the race, the third 500 of the race, and we've already had tight racing happening so far. Not a ton of separation across the field right now. A lot of boats still in contact, as we would expect. If the trend continues throughout the weekend, it'll only get tighter and tighter as the racing continues, and technical dexterity continues to improve. More strokes under your belt, more opportunities to be at the start line. You can continue to improve over the course of the weekend. Right now, Saugatuck B is out in front. You know that they've sparred with their own teammates every day in and out of practice. They've probably intermixed lineups until they got to this point of ultimately who's going to sit where. And even though they've had maybe about a better part of a length, it is Los Gatos right now on the move, looking like they're moving back just stroke per stroke into about half of a length of that Saugatuck B lineup. It's hard to tell if they have that small margin just because they do have a darker hull, but it does look like Los Gatos is currently in second place, but still very, very tight. Pacific, Nereid, Brongfield, Acton, Boxborough, those are the next three crews. So it's basically 4 boats across currently sitting in second place. Back from them, it's San Diego. Back from them, it's CRI by about a length. Back from CRI is Pittsford by about another length. But right now, that 4-boat race for second place is basically asking silent questions of Saugatuck B.
Asking silent questions. I know, and we talk about how it looks calm here from the finish tire from these drone footages, but
it's graceful. It's lovely.
So lovely and
actually
relaxing.
There's spit flying.
There's spit flying. Drool. I mean, it's feeling real ugly in that boat right now.
Yeah.
I mean, smooth, obviously, too. I mean, it's kind of this weird balance of feeling like your body's on fire, but you're also moving fluidly. And so it's kind of this dichotomy that I think brings me back to it, because it's just so exciting to feel that when you have it under pressure. So definitely they are in the thick of it for places 2nd through 4th, and all contact across the field. Each boat has contact with the one next to it.
500 meters to go. Saugatuck, Pacific, and Nereid are the next 3 crews. Broomfield, Acton, Boxborough on that blue hull. That's a quintessential color for them. It's maybe just starting to fall off of the pace right now as we get into the last 500, but we've seen some great sprints out of crews, so maybe they have a couple of different technical cues that they can do as they get into 250 meters to go. Horses to the barn. You smell the finish line.
Horses
that
to
it
the barn,
gives you
yes.
that kind of like, okay. I'm okay with going a little bit more right now. There are fewer strokes left at this point. Saugatuck, though, even though that secondary race is happening for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place right now, Saugatuck is still just sitting at the same margin. It's not comfortable margin. It's the same margin. If I'm in that boat, I want to see myself move just, even if it's an inch away, that tells me that I'm able to be moving faster rather than just sitting. Sitting is a difficult place to be.
Right. So as we approach the as I would like to say, the grand beach, the finale, or not the finale, that's tomorrow or Sunday, and
the semifinale.
Semifinale. There we go. We will see.
Semi-final occurrence. Yeah.
Anyway, but we see Saugatuck still leading the way here, followed by Los Gatos, and it will look like we will have Pacific sitting in that 3rd place spot, and we will have
Have Nereid right next to them,
Nereid,
very
there
close.
we go.
You know, just as the Saugatuck Cruise, it's interesting to see similar profiles across different guys and girls, different age groups here. Saugatuck looking to sprint a little bit, which pushed them out to clear water now at this point, so they were able to move away from Los Gatos a little
Nereid
bit.
is trying to make a move.
Yeah, Nereid is putting pressure on Pacific. It's going to end up in another photo finish as we are, maybe not a photo finish. It's about a decade now that Pacific responded to the move that Nereid did. They pushed on them, Brumfield, Acton, Boxborough, and that blue hull with San Diego creeping up on them about 3/4 of a length for Brumfield, Acton over San Diego with just Clearwater. San Diego just broke to just Clearwater over CRI, who is a couple of lengths ahead of Pittsford.
And we are now underway with the men's U17 quad here, the AB semifinal 1, where we will have in lane 0, Long Beach Juniors, lane 1, Newport Sea Base, lane 2, Belen Jesuit, lane 3, Camp Randall, lane 4, Texas, lane 5, Detroit, lane 6, Atomic, and lane 7, Olympia area.
A little bit more representation from the Midwest here, a little bit, you know. Near and dear to my heart, Camp Randall.
I was going to say Camp Randall was one I was going to bring up. Go for it.
Yeah, Camp Randall out of Madison, Wisconsin, Detroit, and I mean, Atomic's a little bit there in the Midwest-ish.
Ish. The
it's
ish,
close.
emphasis on ish.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
But then a lot of West Coast teams and a little bit of Southeast kind of sprinkled in here.
Tell me about Camp Randall. This is actually the first time that I've
they had a fantastic pair a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So they across different disciplines, obviously, and they usually have a couple of crews here that do pretty well.
Nice.
On the guys' side.
They've got a nice little setup there out on the outside of the Isthmus there in Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay.
So they row on there's Lake Mendota and Lake Monona. They row on Lake Monona. So
say that 5 times fast.
I know, Monona, Wingram, Winnebago. There's a lot of crazy lake names out there in the Midwest, the Land O'Lakes.
Yeah. So right now, Long Beach out in front, Belen Jesuit is you can see the emotion. They know you can sense that this is part of their race plan. Less than 500 meters to go is turn up the speed. They are known for having solid sprints. They are known for being able to be quite exact, even at higher rates. But to be able to carry that trend over and over, even though athletes, graduate off of the team, that's part of that habit. There is a long tradition there of moving these boats pretty quickly. So it is Belen Jesuit looking to put the pressure on the leader of Long Beach Juniors with Newport Sea Base sandwiched in between. But Grace is just pointing out 4 boats behind that are going to bring it to the line in
fourth place is a tough fight between Camp Randall, Texas, Detroit, and Atomic. I mean, the crews
dead level.
Dead level. It is level across, and who is going to reach into the depths of their souls to pull out a fantastic sprint here. We want to hear your energy out there on the beach.
Yeah, I'm going to feel the vibration
Detroit.
in the tower.
I'm seeing that dark hull of Detroit on the advance, on the move, on the hunt here to separate themselves from what's happening. And just as I say that, the blue unis of Camp Randall are responding to what's happening. I love that about these quads because they change speed so quickly. So quickly out there.
Detroit is trying to move up.
Yes.
This is it. This is the last spot for the A final.
Here, ooh, hard to tell.
Detroit is trying to move. Oh my! Detroit might have.
It's make a move, respond, make a move, make a move, make a move, make a move. So between Detroit and Camp Randall, that was very tight. Texas sandwiched in between a seat or two to Texas.
Maybe.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot of close racing there. It was really fantastic.
I'm gonna have to say Detroit. I like. That momentum was amazing.
Like, whether they got it or not, it was great momentum.
You called it. Like
on the advance. Look for the depth perception. I'm telling you, it's rods and cones. Look to the side of the hull, and you'll see what's moving better.
I'm going to hairnow.com to see that, and we will be back soon with the official result of that.
We can give you more information.
Yes. And so we are back with the men's U17 Quad AB Semifinal 2, where we have in Lane 0, Norwalk River, Lane 1.
Nereid.
Norwalk
River.
Yes.
Nereid.
Lane 2, Maritime. Lane 3, we will have River City. Lane 4, we will have Woodlands. Lane 5, we will have Miami Beach. Lane 6, University School. And Lane 7, St. Benedict's Prep.
And I mean, it's really interesting to see these crews come from across the country. I mean, across the 3 announcers here having just different knowledges of different areas of the country. I mean, there's so many clubs here. How many clubs did you say, Lindsay, were here?
225, something like that.
I mean, that's a long list
yeah.
for a member.
Yeah,
That's
225
a
clubs.
long list.
And Blades, good luck or spotter.
Right.
You know, it's also it's quite possible that when crews come over here, they could be sharing equipment too. You never know because you come from all over the place.
No, I did see a few of those, and it almost like tricked me up. I was like, wait a minute, that's not.
Yeah. That happens at the collegiate level too.
Yeah.
It's just that's part of the community.
And honestly, also
you need something, take ours.
Yeah.
That's community.
That's community, and it happens at the international level as well. I remember for the 2017 Worlds here, we had a number of NCAA crews lending their boats to different countries because some cargo ships had gotten held up. And so, I mean, goes to show how much our rowing community really wants to carry the baton and sort of share what we've got, because we all.
You never know if you're the best until you got to make sure that everybody has the chance to be on the water. You got to get everybody out there to truly know, you know, and to have the best possible racing.
And speaking of that, we have the official results, and I would like to say that I am 2 for 2. So Detroit edged out Camp Randall.
They were having on the advance.
So the time 6 minutes 47 seconds, 0.54, and we have Camp Randall at 6:47.66. So that
5.4. So here we are. We're seeing a very similar trend happening. More close racing, but this time out in front for the top space, not that third or fourth spot. Norwalk River, another one to say 5 times fast. Nereid, Maritime, and River City. Those first 3, though, are the 3 that are nearly neck and neck. Norwalk River with a slight lead, a slight advantage over Maritime, it looks like. Maritime is a team that has produced some solid sculling and has that ballooned out for that program over the last couple of years. So expect them to be very professional all the way to the line, never to roll even an inch. And now that there are 500 meters to go, the Nereid boat made some sort of call because now they're on the move. They are putting some pressure, but Norwalk River looks like they're walking just a little bit. But as I say that, it also looks like River City has said, hey, we're starting to sprint. So we're about to watch these quads pick up speed very, very quickly. And so that means position changes could happen even faster.
Even faster. In quads, that position, that jockeying for position can change very quickly. It's a technical boat. It's a fast boat. And when the athletes respond to each other and they pick up that rate and effectiveness, things can happen so quickly. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that. River City really pushing into Maritime and Nereid and Norwalk. I mean, that is a 4-boat race right there.
And tight with Woodlands and Miami Beach as well. Miami Beach and their kind of quintessential blue hull with the hot pink tops. Woodlands out of Texas, they've got some green on them. Those are 2 crews that both train in hot environments, but certainly probably rarely see one another. Woodlands does have the advantage on Miami Beach right now, but again, you never know because that's also a crew that can be a little bit sneaky in that sprint. They could get up in there as well. The Norwalk River tried to walk away. They had about a half of a length. Nereid isn't giving them any more. They're not going to let them have any more than a half of a length in this race.
And Nereid definitely just picked it up quite a bit here.
River City and Maritime are going at it for second and third place. They are balbal to balbal, neck and neck. The bow man in that Maritime crew looked across, and it's back and forth, back and forth.
And that looks like that's going to be a photo very, very close.
I think, it's interesting with that surge towards the last
I think River City might have got that one.
River City was on the surge during that, but now this is followed in by Woodlands, Miami Beach, University School, and St. Benedict's Prep.
You know what we saw there? Norwalk River came across with just under a half length, somewhere between a half and a 3/4 of a length. Maritime and Nereid, that was those top 2 crews. Norwalk River and Nereid, top 2 crews, but then Maritime and River City, it was definitely a who's on the surge right now, who's going to be where in that picture. Just to add that to the tally.
Yes.
Yep.
We got a whiteboard up here, people.
All right.
Try to tally all these photo finishes.
My pinky finger looks like a whiteboard. My pen is got blue all over it, just marking all the races.
It's been a really fantastic day of racing here at the 2023 Youth National Championships. I mean,
You couldn't ask for anything better. The clouds have cleared out a little bit more. I mean, maybe a little bit more wind than this morning. Slightly. So the temp's gone up like a few degrees. Not terrible.
Convection currents, that's how it works.
Yeah,
Even though in the video here we are watching these crews, all of these boats, they're going to have another race to happen on either tomorrow or Sunday, depending on how they advance, because we've got a few B finals this afternoon. We've got B, C, and D finals all day tomorrow. A finals and on Sunday, some B finals as well, or A finals on Sunday. But already on the course, so these young folks in these boats right now, as soon as they finish, they're going to row underneath of the bridge. They're going to row around the area to the recovery area so that they can get a little cool down action happening, and then make sure that they get out of the sun, get some fluids in their systems, make sure they replace some of those electrolytes, and make sure they get some good food and feet up to recover as much as possible. I know that ice baths are starting to get to be a little bit more popular, so maybe you hop in there and either have some compression tights or that cooling effect. What's the cooling for? It's really about the expansion contraction. Helps you just circulate the blood so that your system can clear. You don't want to sit in there for too long.
No.
But it's also about your personal preference. I always liked hot and cold contrast. If you can't find ice, you can always take a cold shower, alternating cold, hot, 10 to 30 seconds at a time. Just keep going hot, cold, and that'll help you out, especially if you don't have ice. I preferred that even when you did have ice. We are well underway here, about 1,000 meters down in the next race. We're back to the women's side with the women's U17 quads AB semifinal. This is the first of two. Multiple minutes already down in this race, and not a lot of separation has occurred. Miami in the dark hole with maybe just under a length of a lead over Redwood Scullers. Redwood Scullers, a strong program off of the West Coast, so definitely speed coming out of that lane. Maritime once again happening here, so showing the depth of that program, the focus on sculling happening. I know Sharon Kriz used to be at Saugatuck. I know that she went over to Maritime and has helped the sculling out over there. I know that every coaching staff has more than one person, so build the culture among the athletes, build the culture among the coaches, grow the team, teach them the skills, teach them the lessons first, right? Two things. As coaches, we coach winning and we coach life lessons, and we never sacrifice the win for the life lessons. So using the sport to teach those life lessons. Right now, we don't realize it in the moment that there are lessons happening. It's the takeaways after you have those experiences, and sometimes it takes 50 years to realize what your sport taught you. But nonetheless, it teaches you so many valuable lessons.
That ceiling is high for the sport. The learning ceiling, the growth for the sport, you're always learning.
Always. I'm sitting up here learning from what's happening with these young people.
Exactly.
You know, that's just how this all works. Miami got out to, in about 1,000 meters, they took about a length, but now they're just sitting at that length. Redwood Scullers is not allowing them to take any more of that. Maritime, again, is that crew next to them. They have they are not open water over the next crew. Long Beach Juniors now right there next to them as well, trying to maintain contact with what Maritime is doing, because that could help slingshot them, give them kind of the reassurance that they're still in it, right? That they're a part of what's happening in terms of the front speed. But what's dangerously close right there in the middle of the pack is Long Beach and Norwalk River. Norwalk River is walking again. We just heard that name in the previous race on the men's side, and here we are on the women's side with Norwalk River producing some speed right now. So 4 crews: Miami, Redwood Scullers, Maritime, Long Beach Juniors. Those are your first 4. Norwalk River is going to currently be in 5th, attempting to apply pressure to Long Beach Juniors to see if they can get back into those top 4 spots. It is Row Georgia that is starting to drop off of the pace that the other crews are setting right now. South Jersey and Camp Randall are ahead of Row Georgia right now, in that order exactly. This is almost the perfect diagonal line across.
It really is. It's showing, pretty much it's showing what the time trials have told us again. But we are going into, that last 500, so it might get shaken up a little bit.
Redwood Scullers is starting to feel, they can smell the fatigue of the Miami crew.
Yeah, they can.
We aren't into the last 500 meters yet, so there are a lot of strokes left to be taken.
Yep.
And when you look at it, you really want to make sure that your crew is still pushing and not pulling.
Right.
And as you fatigue, you start to do whatever you can, and sometimes the hands get in the way.
Yep.
Mary Whipple used to like to say, arms ruin everything. You got to make sure you rely on those legs, because once again, even tired legs are stronger than strong arms.
I gotta keep
How can I get them out of the way? Yes. I'll never forget rowing a single, and the coach is literally just saying to me, stop pulling with the arms. Stop pulling. And I didn't quite understand what he meant until I literally my arm's just out there, just hanging out in front. And then all of a sudden, yes, do that again. Obviously, there's like a delicate balance between what that actually means. I'm not going to be super awkward in it, but he genuinely meant stop yanking it. Just let it go. Let it push. Push, get out of the way so the boat can do some work. And here I am. I'm going to now go back to the action because Miami, with all the strokes that were happening, Miami had that early lead. Redwood Scullers heard that little creak in the door.
Yep.
Let's see
that's
what
been
they
the theme of this.
Can they
regatta.
convert on that creak in the door? What do you think?
I mean, it's going to be a tough one to call. I mean, we've seen so much of that happen today. Specifically, we knew this morning. This afternoon, we knew from this morning that today's racing was going to be the toughest and the tightest. Everyone's trying to get that first 4 spots to go into the A final, but everyone will be able to race each other again in the A or B final.
So Maritime is the crew that's in third. It's still Miami Redwood Scullers, and then Maritime, and then next to them, because this race between Norwalk River and Long Beach Juniors with the advantage. They have a little bit more spacing on Norwalk River than they had about 500 meters ago. But Norwalk River is still right in there if they believe all the way down. Both of those crews, though, looking like they have some energy popping off of them. Norwalk River in particular, you can see the zeal. I see zeal, I see like exasperation, whatever words I can throw out there of just, you can see them digging and wanting it. They are trying to drop that hammer, and Long Beach Juniors is doing everything they can to hold them off. This is a very tight race for that 4th spot to advance to the A final. Long Beach Juniors still has about a half of a length, and they are not going to relinquish it. We are going to run out of strokes. Valiant effort by Norwalk River to get back up into that. That's less than 2 seconds.
Wow.
Less than 2 seconds. It's probably right around a second and a half. That's what a half a length kind of is. Miami got out there. That was enough that they were able to maintain their lead to come across in first. In Redwood Scullers, followed by Maritime, followed by Long Beach Juniors, then Norwalk River. Then we had South Jersey come across, flanked by Roe Georgia and Camp Randall on the outside of that. Again, go to herenow.com for all of the official results and photo finishes. If you have no idea what we're talking about with photo finishes, click on photo finish. Even if it wasn't a race that you watched or knew anyone in, click on it and see what we mean by photo finish.
And they look so crazy and wonky, like the distortion that happens to try to find the preciseness and how many, honestly, down to what, half an inch,
tenths, hundredths, thousandths of a second.
It's just, it's crazy that you're able to pull that out of this image, and the image looks so crazy.
To the point where within the same boat, oars might look like they're clashing into one another. That's how stretched it becomes. No rest for the weary from the commentators or the spectators or the referees out on the water or the people giving water to the crews that are crossing the finish line, because we're already almost 1,000 meters into the next race. What a beautiful shot that it is. Let me gather my thoughts. What race are we even on right now?
We are now on the women's U17 Quad AB semifinal number 2, where we have in lane 0 Narragansett, lane 1 Woodlands, lane 2 Redwood Scullers B, lane 3 Hockaday, lane 4 Rockland, lane 5 Marina Aquatic Center, lane 6 Oregon Unlimited, and lane 7 Germantown Friends.
Germantown Friends is one that we haven't mentioned a ton today, but certainly over years past they have been here regularly. So getting teams here and then looking to see if you can advance it, right? So where do we want? We need to get there, and then we want to go up and up and up from year to year, or just keep getting there, you know. As crews are deep halfway down into the race, that's a beautiful shot as we cross that buoy marker there. You can see that out of your periphery. None of these boats have coxswains, so we're back to straight up quads. Quads with no plus. There's an X, which means a sculling boat. The minus means no coxswain. The plus means with a coxswain. Means with a coxswain. So right now, these 4 athletes in each of these boats, 2 oars per person. So 8 oars, 4 people, 1 hull, 0 clear voices. You're going to get gasps, you're going to get sounds, you're going to get hints. You might not even hear what the person is attempting to articulate, but if you've practiced your plan in advance of the race and you kind of have an awareness of just how much you've been pushing, how long you've been pushing, you know, oh, that must be the point where we do this thing that we've practiced before now. I heard, okay, that means go somewhere along the lines. Narragansett, perennial in the sculling events out of Rhode Island. They are a crew all the way on the inside, having produced some solid speed through the time trials. They're in that far side of the race course because of how they placed in the time trial. Next to them, it looks like Woodlands out of Texas is your current second place. After that, we have another Texas program of Hockaday in there as well in your top 4 right now. So Hockaday appears to be in third. And 2 lanes over from them, Marina Aquatic Center, also another program that I have heard come out of my own mouth numerous times. So those are currently your top 4 as this race is winding down, and we are about to get into the last 500 meters. Who's going to sprint first?
Ooh, it's a hard one to call.
I think everybody wants to wait till the last minute to sprint, but everybody's looking at who's going to sprint, and then as soon as one person sprints, like, oh, we got to go now too. Like it's like a chain effect. It's like the dominoes. Like you just knock one domino down, and then they all.
It's a bit of a gamble. It's a bit of a gamble. Who's going to go, and do you respond then? Do you stick to your plan? It all depends on what kind of surge
Those
momentum
are the subtle
you have.
questions that get thrown out. Like here's I've been keeping this ace in my back pocket, and who's going to throw it out first?
Right.
Yes.
Right? What other card are you playing? Maybe it's a 2. But if you have a good poker face,
you never know.
Still can come out with the win.
Look at Marina Aquatic. I think they may have started to throw down that ace card as early as they could, followed really closely by Hockaday and then Woodlands and Narragansett. I mean, that is 4 boats of really solid sprinting. We haven't even gotten to the red buoys yet, but it's already neck and neck across those 4 boats.
And Marina, I totally, yes, they out of the corner of my eye, as soon as you said that, I thought, yeah, they're on the advance relative to the other crews. They aren't necessarily into that top or top 2 positions, but they need to be top 4 to advance to that A final, but they are certainly on the surge right now. The momentum is with them. As we come into the picture, you are on the course. Keep an eye out. I know the sun is bright, but the crews are smoking just like the sun is. They are approaching the last 250 meters, those red buoys, and what's happening with spread, the empty lanes in between, is allowing people to sneak in. They don't necessarily know, but what really matters, tunnel vision all the way to the line. Stay in your hole. Don't look out, because that tiny bit of effort is effort lost that your legs can no longer use because you looked to the left. Stay in your lane. Use all of your energy to focus. And now Narragansett seems to have ramped it up. They know what's coming. Less than 250 meters to go. They're staying clean, tidy, releasing in front. Blades are coming out clean. Boat is gliding right along. So they know that they're ahead of Woodlands right now. But what they may not know, at least probably in the Woodlands crew, is that Hockaday and Marina Aquatic Center are neck and neck here. Marina Aquatic Center made that early surge, and they are currently sitting in 4th. Will the momentum carry with them to get them ahead of Hockaday and Woodlands? 2 Texas programs, a California program. What is happening? About half of a length behind is Marina Aquatic Center, but they are solidly in one of those top 4 spots. A photo finish between those 2 Texas programs.
Yet another photo finish.
I mean, I'm saying that. I don't know, but
it definitely has to be. You can hear it.
The naked eye.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can hear it by the referee's horn as well. They had 1 horn for 2 crews, so it's going to be very interesting to see that photo. We've also then had Redwood Scullers cross the line, followed by Oregon Unlimited, and then Germantown Friends.
Won the varsity women's A.
We won the women's Masters F trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started bout number 4, ended up winning.
And we are back with the men's U17 at 8 semifinal 1, where we will have in lane 0 Sarasota, lane 2 Marin, lane Sorry, lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, NorCal. Lane 3, White Rock. Lane 4,
the Bowl
School. Lane 5, Space Coast. Lane 6, Chicago. And lane 7, Jackson Reed High School.
Yeah, a couple of Florida teams. I know I had the privilege of being able to coach a little bit down in Jacksonville out of the Bowl School. They have a fantastic body of water they can row out of there. And again, I mean, they're used to a little bit of heat. We'll see if they bring the spice to this race.
Right now, we're back to 8, so these races are going to go by a lot faster than what we just saw. I think by the end of the day, I'm going to have blue pen all over my face here. I'm so excited about what I'm writing down.
You should see our papers right now with all these, like,
Sarasota, notoriously fast. Marin, notoriously fast. NorCal, notoriously fast. All of these programs are going to produce solid amounts of speed. Marin, again, another one of the crews that watching them at San Diego Crew Classic just came down the course in commanding fashion with a lot of confidence. They are right in between local Sarasota crew as well, in between them and NorCal. So Marin and NorCal likely to have seen each other throughout this season so far, coming out of a similar portion of the country, out of mid-northern California there. But right in there right now at Sarasota and Marin is our leaders, with NorCal very close in that top pack. Current leader right now, it looks as though Marin might be looking to take over the lead from Sarasota. Sarasota was certainly out in front, but I'm not going to bet on the angle that I have for what I see.
And again,
that actually wasn't a very bad angle.
I mean, and Austin, things have been changing so much over the
but
course.
It's fun to be right.
It's fun to be right. It's nice to be right. But, you know, if you're in the boat, it's kind of nice to be have the announcers be wrong a little bit, because you'd be the underdog. You'd be like, oh, no. Sometimes I remember being in races and being able to hear a little bit of the commentary coming out of the tower and being like, nope. I want to hear my name up there.
Becoming the
and
villain.
I actually had that thought when some of these races do come down. I keep that in mind because I know that some of them, especially in the blind boats, can hear you in the boats that don't have coxswains. And if I know they're charging, that's why I just went, go, you know, guys, there, go, it's close, just to let them know where they are if they can't see it, you know. And speaking of charging, here we are. Marin was on the move. Sarasota was the early leader, but you could see Marin with that confident advantage. Maybe it's because it's a dark hole. It's like a little, like it's sneaky in there. I don't know. Like it just makes it seem like it's on the advance. They're rowing a bucket as well. You talked about that earlier on. Maybe that's again allowing that athlete to get a little bit more on it, have a little more guidance, someone to follow to their own side in a more perfect mirror. So 3 crews are standing out from the rest right now are Sarasota, Marin, and NorCal. Not in that order. It's Marin, Sarasota, NorCal. That's the order as we see them right now as they get into just about the last 500 meters of the race. The next crew over there is Chicago. It looks like Chicago out there in the second from the nearest to shore lane wants to be that contender. However, White Rock is also right up there with them. And with again, these 8s are going to change speed. They're going to pick up a lot of speed. This is U17 men. You know that there's some horsepower in there. They're going to make something happen.
Absolutely. I think they're going to start to hear the cheers from the crowd on the beach. I think that's really going to fuel these outside lanes of Space Coast, Chicago, Jackson Reed, and the Bowl School. I would not be surprised if they make up a little bit of ground here in these final 350 meters.
Especially if they can smell Chicago. They're gonna we want to stay in touch with them, which might push and pull at the same time. So White Rock and Chicago look like the 2 crews that are the closest for that 4th spot. What do you see, Maurice?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell from this angle here, but it looks like we will have, I would say Chicago. Chicago will be leading that charge, but not too far behind White Rock. So
some grittiness, some gutsiness, I know, out of those folks out of Chicago. They definitely have some coaches and staff out there that are supporting them to be quite gritty and just take care of the basics, manage the basics, have fun with this thing, and let's find some speed.
Yeah, and let's take care of business. Looking to clean up here in Sarasota.
But White Rock right now, White Rock may have retaken any sort of advantage that Chicago had.
You may be right.
Yeah.
It does look like they have gained a little bit of an edge unless Chicago wants to fight back. They are going to start to hear a lot of these fans coming across the beach here, and sometimes that little extra motivation puts a little pep in their step.
And Marin, throughout the last 500 meters, has started to walk away from the rest of the crews. And I bet you that coxswain is asking for clear water. Sarasota is ramping it up. You can see the blades striking the water a little bit higher. But it does look as though Marin was able to break to a full length over current unofficial second place Sarasota, who is unofficially 3rd, coming across as NorCal. And it is White Rock who, through that 3rd 500, was able to step away pretty significantly from Chicago, who is being pressed by the Bulls School. Space Coast coming in after the Bulls School.
Followed by Jackson Reed.
The maturity, being in the middle of a race and having lead changes happen in the middle of a race. That's tough if the lead was taken from you. It's exciting if you gained the lead.
Yes.
The race overall is an opportunity for everyone to learn. Was that our plan? Could we get a little bit more in the first quarter if we were the trailing crew? Where could we maybe clean it up just a little bit, even if it's 1 or 2 strokes?
Yeah, and being able to have this live stream and be able to review the video. Between what happened in your own race, because I think sometimes we remember a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Or you couldn't see all the way across. It's 8 lanes. That's a lot of information to row and race in, and then be able to look at the other semifinal for that event and compare notes. All right, what worked for us against the other crews that we will later see in our respective final?
That's the really nice thing about the time trial, is that you don't have the result of what you see happening around you dictate how you did. You get to go, okay, what worked? And assess that before you have that peer comparison, because that is a true measure of how you truly feel about how you did. So if you do go back and watch these videos, I encourage you to watch them on silent. Don't listen to anything. Don't listen to anything.
Don't listen to us.
No, seriously, right? Like, don't just watch it on silent and watch what you see, right? Without anyone else's knowledge or bias. What do you see? And that, because you and you alone are the only ones that know what really went into everything that happened out there.
Absolutely.
I'm seeing right now 8 boats across.
Yeah, me
with
too.
with the exception of maybe one crew that was trying to poke out a little bit, but no, as soon as I say that, it's 8 boats across with a small stagger at this point in the race. We are just about 500 meters in. We're about to see that public restroom over there on the side. Who's out on the course right now?
Yeah, so for this men's U17 8 AB semifinal 2, over in lane 0, we have Row America Rye. Lane 1, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 2, Row America Rye B. Lane 3, Central Catholic Pitt. Lane 4, Atlanta Juniors. Lane 5, CRI. Lane 6, Pacific. Lane 7, Newport.
Yeah, like Lindsay was saying, it's pretty much like 8 boats across.
Yeah.
At this point, at least from this angle, from the screens that we're seeing. And
a little bit of St. Joe's Prep, I think, kind of edging out ahead over in lane 1 there, that second boat on our right, if you're looking at the live stream or the Jumbotron. A little bit of edge there, just over Row America Rye, but Row America Rye A and then Row America Rye B kind of right there with them. But again, this race for 4th. It's race after race here.
It's been a dogfight.
Every single event here, it's been a tough field.
Yeah, it's legitimately have been a dogfight for it's almost like every other race is just at 4th place.
Every race feels like a final.
Yeah.
You know, every race has this pressure and margins like a final, and all of these athletes will be able to compete in an A final or a B final, but top 4 go to the A final, and that's what all of these boats are fighting for. Now, it looks like they've crossed over the 1,000, and St. Joe's Prep out in front with both boats from Row America Rye. And then, again, a fight for that 4th place spot between the Row America Rye B, Central Catholic Pitt, Atlanta Juniors, CRI, Pacific, and Newport. Too hard to tell from the side angle and from the finish tower here. Very difficult. Probably the only ones who know right now are the coaches riding bikes alongside the race or the referees in the launch behind them. Again, one of the best seats of the house back there.
Right. One day we'll get a camera on those launches too, and just to have that, like seeing the faces of these athletes and just capturing that moment, that would be like sick to see.
I know, yeah. In some races they do that. They will follow. They'll have seats on launches. I know in Britain,
Henley, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Henley Royal Regatta does that. So it's kind of a fantastic opportunity to follow the race. I mean, even here at Sarasota, we've got a couple different lanes that we're seeing being utilized by bikes, either coaches or supporters who've been able to bring or rent their bike to follow the race. And they are probably shouting their little souls out, but you can not hear anything out on the race course. You know,
especially in an 8.
Especially in an 8, and it's also going deep into the depths of the rules. It's not allowed for communication, at least digital communication, between the athletes in the boat and coaches off-site. Yes.
Oh,
so you want to make sure, even if you're trying to record yourself or whatnot, you know, you don't, having a cell phone, it's not allowed.
So you want to make sure that you are following the rules in the particulars and the details, because we all like to review our own video. Coxswains like to review their audio.
sure.
And, you know, but you want to make sure that you're within the rules. So the referees who are there on the receiving dock and the launch dock check for those sorts of things to make sure there's no unfair advantage, no external information. Everything that's happening with these athletes is coming from the athletes. I think that's a hard part as a coach. You help prepare these athletes and parents and supporters as well. And once they launch off that dock, it's up to them.
The little birdies that just, you know, they go out the nest and this is it.
They learn to fly.
You're either going to fly or you're going to drop.
It's where sparrows become eagles.
Yeah.
So definitely a really strong race here. I think St. Joe's Prep, they may have taken a little bit behind Row America Rye A, but Row America Rye B just ahead of Central Catholic Pitt, and hard to tell with these other colored boats here. I mean, the red out there, CRI, I can see them from far away, but where they stand against Atlanta Junior is hard to tell, but very close. And then a race between Pacific and Newport out there in lane 6 and 7.
And we're approaching that beach now, so we'll have like about, well, we're more than in the beach at this point. So we have about 100 meters to go for the first boats to cross the finish line here, and we will have Row America Rye and St. Joe's Prep going stroke for stroke with each other.
It's going to be ramping up for the sprint, less than 20 strokes for those two crews, and these are two eights that have been in this position numerous times. They have been on this water before, especially over the last 8 years, at least for teammates that have been here. It is less than a half of a length, but the sprint is going to go to the benefit of Row America Rye. It seems to be a little bit more effective than St. Joe's, but no less gritty is in the lane right next to them. Those two crews stepped away from the rest of the field. In third place right now is Row America Rye B, also staying very gritty all the way down to the line. After them, it looks like Central Catholic Pitt, and then you have Atlanta Juniors and CRI. Very tight. CRI has the advantage, but having a little bit of steering right now that you can see. Holy smokes, there goes the stroke rate, too, out of the Atlanta Juniors.
They're trying to go now.
I think Atlanta Juniors
made a decision.
They executed it very well.
Made a decision and took advantage. Look what's happening over here with the next two boats, Pacific and Newport. Also, it's just a deck. It's a deck for Newport at the very end. A deck. That is what, six, you know, you're a wingspan or two. Like that is, when we talk about these margins, look at the boat. It's a deck. That's the bow where the no one is sitting. And now divide that among 1.25 miles of racing. What's the distance? 5 laps on a track. And those are just the margins that we're having. Amazing. There's like 4 races across.
It's crazy.
I came running in from the other side, and here I am.
Yeah, I know. You just
oh, my goodness gracious. Here we go.
Love it.
Yeah.
Got to build the hype. Believe the hype.
It's a fast one out there.
And up next, we will have the women's U17 8 A-B semifinal. Number 1, where we will have, again, lane 0, Row America Rye. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, Newport Seabase. Lane 4, Sarasota. Lane 5, Dallas United. Lane 6, Oars. And lane 7, Pacific.
I do want to interrupt myself here and bring up the fact that I totally misspoke earlier because we had an extra sheet and I misread this. Apparently, I need eyeglasses. These are our last 2 races of a fantabulous, amazing, incredible, fast, fun to watch, fun to call, fun to hang out with these 2 amazing, wonderful individuals.
Oh, stop it. You're making me blush.
Come on now. I mean, it's easy to have fun when you get to hang out with people that are also having fun. Right?
It's very true.
It's good,
very true.
Good people, right? You
My eyes are getting glossy, guys.
My eyes are getting glossy as I'm staring at these boats take off from the water all the way across. Like, it is... in the first couple of strokes, there is very little to be had among these crews. These boats, we are back to 8, so they don't get off the line quite as quickly as a quad just because of the weight of the boat itself. But once it's up to speed, they are the fastest moving boats. If you were to look at all the U17 women here and then have them equally trained, equally technically savvy, this would be the fastest moving boat of that age group, of that category of athlete out on the water. So as we got out into those first 20 strokes or so, remember, it's usually 5 high and then 10 or 20 still kind of high, and then you're going to go with maybe a sub-length and then that stride out that is the best stroke of the race. And it looks like, you know, we still see some relatively high stroke rates here, but at this level, we'll see some lengthening out pretty early. Row America Rye is that team that is taking advantage of having a solid special teams in the beginning of the start sequence, and now they are looking to capitalize on that. You might have a fantastic start, but really what matters at the end of the day is the meat of the race.
Yes.
You've got to also, now we took care of the start. Next step, let's take care of the next 500. Next step, let's take care of the next 500. And Row America Rye seems to be dividing this race out into those segments. They took care of the start. Now they're going to get into their base rhythm. And
The meat and
already,
potatoes,
the
right?
meat, right? The big, the thick of it, the critical middle 1800.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, you know, just
flavor of the
what are
race.
we 300? You know, getting into about 500 meters down into this race, and Row America Rye has about a length on the rest of the field, but that length hasn't changed that much in terms of the rest of the boats on the field are still maintaining contact with one another as well. You want to tell us what else is happening out there?
I mean, I think it's really impressive to be following Dallas United out in late 5. And, you know, we haven't seen early leads out from that direction of the course, so it is nice to note that they are throwing down their cards here early, and they're really putting a good amount of pressure over on Marin and Oakland Strokes over there in lanes 1 and 2.
And Oars is going right along with them. What that does, you have one crew make a move, and you don't want to let that crew go, especially if you're away from the front, the top-end speed that's on the course right now. So Oars is doing a really nice job maintaining pacing with Dallas United there. But because that dark hull, I know you mentioned that earlier, that it does make it kind of hard to see just where that bow ball is. You can literally see just the bow card. That's like that, that white identifier on the end of that darker hull out of Oars. But Oars and Dallas United doing a nice job on the far side of the course. Meanwhile, Row America Rye is still out in front. They are now clear water, open water ahead of Marin and Oakland Strokes. Those two crews definitely see each other. Marin is the crew that is ahead of Oakland Strokes right now. What I'm curious. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Marin trend is going to be.
Yeah, it'll be
this
interesting.
race.
I mean,
does it follow suit? Will it follow suit?
Will it follow suit? Who knows? I mean, they've seen each other at these different regionals. They're not that far from each other. They probably scrimmage against each other for, you know, fall and spring races both. So not the first time they've seen each other. They probably know a little bit of intel about what the other crew is going to do. So they are both staying internal but aware of what's happening
Some
around
historic
them.
coaching staffs over time too, either coaches that have been there for a very long time or coaches that coached there and then moved on to great things. I believe Derek Burns, who is the current coach at Stanford, coached at Oakland Strokes somewhere along the line, did very, very well there.
Right.
Stanford just won the NCAA championship on the women's side. So
absolutely,
just the coaches, the trajectory of the different things that are happening too, and the legacies that are created and continued through the athletes that can carry those programs really through from year to year. We coaches don't do anything. It's the athletes. Still, Row America Rye out in front, but with that race between Oakland Strokes and Marin, it looks like Oakland Strokes is ahead of Marin right now still, but both of those crews are going to put pressure on one another that might keep them a little closer to Row America Rye than if it were just those two crews. If you take it away one of those two crews right now, so you see three boats really in your foreground. If you're watching the video, you see Row America Rye out front, you see Marin in second. Excuse me, I misspoke a moment ago. Marin in second and Oakland Strokes in between. If you were to remove any of those, either Oakland Strokes or Marin, that gap might be a little bit bigger than it would otherwise be, simply because of that peer comparison point of we got to do this now. We got to go now. And meanwhile, who is that moving on the outside there on the far side?
I mean, Dallas United still pushing out there.
That.
Yeah. Dallas still out there. Newport Seabase also kind of holding on to that Marin move. Just like you're saying, those crews out in front, bringing these other crews across the field with them.
You know, you pointed that out with Dallas United over on the far side. It's not easy to be away from the top end speed and still create that speed. It's also kind of a nice little moment for the coxswain if they can think of it on the fly to be like, you know what, we're way over here. Let's sneak in there and get one of those spots. And that can be a really cool piece of encouragement.
And they are within striking distance of that from that outside lane.
And our still leaders, Row America Rye, are 500 meters in. The rest of the crews are crossing into 500 meters to go, not 500 meters in. And I see this one crew right here. It looks like the fourth lane over Newport Seabase. Looks like they just want to make sure that they are at least top 5, if not top 4, because the sprinting is starting to happen on the outside lanes as well. Oars is sprinting also. That's what happens. Horses to the barn. They can smell it. They can smell. We can smell the finish line. When we know it's there, you get a little more confident in how many strokes you actually have left in you.
Right. And once you get closer to the beach, you hear the cheers get louder, and it's like, okay, this is it. Let's go.
Yeah, it must be here. It must be here.
We didn't come all this way for nothing.
Yeah. Great race rode by Row America Rye because there is a lot of speed out on the course. So to separate themselves out like this, it's a very impressive row by them right now. Marin keeping it together. You just want to stay clean at this point. They're currently in second place still with enough of a lead over Oakland Strokes that if they stay clean and make sure that they don't open that little creak of the door, that they can maintain the advantage over them right now. But it's still, that team that you mentioned early on, Dallas United, you saw that advance happening. They have put themselves in it as well, putting pressure on Newport Seabase. So those two boats might come down to a photo finish.
I think they may. I mean, Newport has been charging from the 500-meter mark till here. They have been gaining speed on Dallas United for that 4th place spot. So it will be interesting to see who keeps this momentum as we come down to the line. It is stroke for stroke. I believe that Newport Seabase has momentum, but Dallas at the moment is out in front. It is a very interesting race here for this spot.
This is for the last ticket.
Yeah.
This is the last ticket for this semifinal. I believe so far that Dallas United has a bit of a lead.
Dallas United will take that one.
Over Newport
just under
Seabase.
half a length. Yep, just under half a length for them. But that was a move. That was a perfect example of a move that was 1,900 meters long.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yep. And then we have got Oars crossing the line here, followed then by Sarasota and then Pacific.
You know, and that's what I keep trying to put out there is, what are you seeing? Can you see just imperceptible advances in speed? Like, can you just see this little bit of trajectory happening where somebody is just going just a little bit where it's there's just a slight bit of motion.
Yeah.
And then if you can see that motion continue out of the corner of your eye, you made that call a while ago, and it wasn't a major thing, but by the time that they came to the finish line, it was significant.
Yes.
That's a 1,900-meter move.
Yes, it's a 1,900-meter move. And just imperceptible, just small little tweaks here or there, whether it's technical or mental, that really pay off over the course of 2,000 meters. So we are now on to the last race of the day, the second semifinal of the same event, the women's U17 8s. Over in lane 0, we have Greenwich, lane 1, Cincinnati Juniors, lane 2, Row America Rye, lane 3, White Rock, lane 4, Chicago, lane 5, St. Andrews, lane 6, Atlanta Junior, and lane 7, Indianapolis.
Two crews out of Atlanta that row on the same body of water out of St. Andrew and Atlanta Juniors.
There we go.
They know each other very, very well. They are literally just like skipping stones.
Yeah, a stone's throw.
They are very, very close to one another. So you know that they have seen one another more than just right now. We are already underway. We are off and running. Those referees, again, doing a fantastic job. They've been out there in those boats all day,
keeping this
long.
On time. We had a restart. There's some things that happen out there, keeping everyone channeled into the starting blocks on time and keeping things running.
At this point, we are getting into about 500 meters down in this race, and look how tight this is. Way to finish our second day of racing, our first day of side-by-side action, our full day of AB semifinals with a barn burner. I haven't used that phrase yet. I got to throw that out there. It's going to be a barn burner.
I love it.
It's a barn burner right now because all these boats are side by side. No one is really stepping away.
You might feel it a little bit over there in lane 0 by a little bit, but Cincinnati Juniors and Row America Rye neck and neck. White Rock and Chicago not letting them walk away with it. St. Andrew right there with them. Atlanta Juniors still in contact with their fellow Atlanta counterparts, and Indianapolis still overlap. I mean, there's overlap across all crews, but it does look like Greenwich over in lane 0 edging their bow ball out ahead. Cincinnati Juniors in second at current rate, but you never know. As we've seen every single race, there has been some sort of photo finish or change up in what occurs. It does look like the Row America Rye, I would say, maybe third, but White Rock, Chicago, and
St. Andrews having a good row of it here. We saw that happen in their 4 earlier on, but Greenwich is certainly a known entity historically as far as 8s go. They've had very, very fast pairs in the past that have gone on to race at the junior national level and that sort of thing. Just all of these, the crews that are starting to see, maybe we're starting to see just, we see sculling, some crews prioritize sculling events. We see some crews prioritizing. So right now seeing Greenwich produce some speed, it looks like maybe just a little over half to 3/4 of a length of a lead for them right now. They came out of their time trial. That's why they would have been in that lane with one of the top, some of the top end speed out of that cluster in their particular event. So if the trend continues, that is where they would be as to be predicted. But St. Andrew there, all the way across the race course, they aren't necessarily in second place right right now, but to be in that lane, maybe there's something about that lane that you picked out for Dallas earlier on.
Yeah, you know, lane 5's got something going on because between St. Andrews.
It's got scrappiness, apparently.
Yeah, they're kind of like, let's go. So St. Andrew over in lane 5, lane 4, Chicago, and lane 3, White Rock, kind of going for a race here for that 4th position.
And lest Cincinnati Juniors, they look to be in second place right now, very tight with just a small margin over Row America Rye. So those look like maybe they're at least, second for Cincinnati Juniors. Very tight between Row America Rye and Chicago and SA right now. SA looking like they're vying for that second place spot with Cincinnati Juniors. When we get a better angle on it, we can give you more information, but they are certainly up there. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews for 4 spots with, let's not count out White Rock right there. They are in it as well. 6 crews looking at 4 spots to advance to that A final or the B final that will be held later this weekend. But certainly one crew out in front by just a bit. That is still Greenwich out in front. They have not gotten to a full length yet. Cincinnati Juniors is not allowing that to happen. And right now, as we're starting to see this, it does look like Cincinnati Juniors is separating out to that second place.
Right. Yeah,
They're taking control of that spot.
It does seem like that. And then again, White Rock and St. Andrews, I mean, they are going for it. I mean, Chicago, it's all in the thick of it. That 1,900-meter move we were talking about in past races, I mean, this is one of those most exciting races that you remember for a very long time. Being stroke for stroke with another crew to your port or starboard side, staying internal as possible and just trusting your coxswains being able to make those calls, to be able to tell you where you are, that your bow ball is ahead or you're right on that seat, and they're both pushing each other towards this finish line.
So 4 spots are on the line. Row America Rye, Chicago, and SA are those 3 crews that are going to, one of those is not going to go through to the next level. Those 2 darker hulls are St. Andrew and Chicago side by side. It looks like St. Andrew with the advantage, but Chicago fighting hard. Greenwich has gone away with this at this point. They are continuing to extend their lead as the strokes tick by rather than the opposite trend occurring. So they look to be like they want that first place position moving through. I say that Cincinnati Juniors is going, hey, time for our sprint. Here we go. Watch out, here we come. And they are doing that quite early because that's well ahead of the red buoys because they know there are 4 spots on the line, but their coxswain is also aware of the fact that St. Andrew and Chicago St. Andrew and Chicago are fighting hard on the far side of the course with Row America Rye as well. So Chicago, St. Andrew, Row America Rye. It looks like Chicago has maybe regained the advantage from St. Andrew, and Row America Rye has the advantage on Chicago. So strokes winding down. Never leave it in the hands of the judges. Pour it all out there and take what you want because it is still up for grabs until that horn sounds.
Yep. Last race of the day, we see all of the referee launches following this last race coming all the way down to the finish line.
Here we go. They're going to ramp it up. I saw some people jumping up and down because you can feel the energy that's happening out there. I know that there are cowbells. Even if these aren't your teams, go ahead and ring them. Give them a holler. This is rounding out day 2 right now. Greenwich still out in front. Cincinnati Juniors behind them, separating out. They know they are going for that second place right now. Row America Rye looks like they might have the advantage, but Row America Rye, Chicago, St. Andrew, those are the 3 crews that are going to round out who's going to take the 4th one. It looks like Row America Rye has a decent margin in their sprint over Chicago. Chicago with the margin over SA right now. The pressure is happening. Chicago looks like they are the ones that have decided to be in the top 4 right now. St. Andrew still fighting hard. I love the emotion that I'm seeing.
That surge.
You can see the sprint. You can see the effort. You can see that they want it, but they are still shy of Chicago. But again, keep on going. Every stroke, push the legs until you hear that horn sound, and then keep going.
Yes.
Keep going even more strokes.
Oh. They've taken everything they could out of this race. It came down to the finish line. They just ran out of race course. But Indianapolis still laying it on just ahead of Atlanta Juniors. I mean, so many fast races.
And you can see the elation, out of the Chicago crew that came across in 4th. They were very pleased with that performance to be able to have another opportunity to be in the top 8.
Yep.
Top 8 in the country.
Love to see it.
Yeah, Elite 8. That's what it is, right? The finals will be Elite 8s because here in Sarasota we have the opportunity to race 8 boats across, which is rare on this amazing course that we have. So that rounds out our second day of racing all of the boats across. I don't even know how many races we were able to cover today, but thank you for being here. If you were here all day, you are fantastic. You are a rowing enthusiast.
Yes.
If you were at home listening all day, you are a rowing enthusiast.
And if you're on the live stream, please tally up those photo finishes because
go to herenow.com and count them.
It's got to be crazy.
Yeah, but here we are. We started at 7:30 this morning. We are going to start back again tomorrow. We are going to begin again around 7:30 in the morning, wrapping up around 5. It's Pride Day. We've got some really cool things going on tomorrow. 9 o'clock, there's a pre-race stretch class, and then we're going to have at 10 a.m. tomorrow, there's a diversity, equity, inclusion, and meet and greet happening. So B, C, and D finals will also happen tomorrow. A and the remaining B finals will happen on Sunday. I'm Lindsay. I'm up here with Maurice and Grace, and we are going to send you away from the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth National Rowing Championships with a commercial.
And back with us later. So just tune in afterwards for a little post-game
banter.
Yes. So we'll cue up this commercial, and we will see you shortly.
I've fallen in love with this FLX design. Everyone I put into the boat kind of raves about it, and I've just seen good jumps in speed.
The FLX especially, it just feels great as it moves through the water. It's very responsive. It reacts to what you want it to do and runs out really nice in between the strokes.
We are live with the post-game show. Me, Maurice Scott.
I love it. We can hear ourselves echo here. I'm Lindsay Shoup.
And I am Grace Latz.
And so we are the voices that were hiding in the tower all day long. And if you are still here, we are bringing you, look, this is what we look like. You can see us on the Jumbotron right now. We're all talking to the people at home. Normally when it comes to commentary, they put you in the tower and no one sees you or knows you exist.
Right.
Who are those voices? Where do they come from?
They're just the voice from above.
They're all
I
pale
put
by the end of
hashtag
the weekend
voice of
and everyone
US
else is
voices of
sunburned.
USRowing. That's what we are.
Yeah,
But here we are, we're real people, and we are thoroughly enjoying just loving what's happening out on the race course. I love that I've gotten to watch this. I was just telling Grace, just watching this over the last several years just continue to evolve, where it just makes you love and appreciate this sport more and more.
Right.
You know, whether it's the empathy, watching and putting yourself in and out of the shoes of the people that are actually creating the action and putting out the effort, pouring out every beat of their heart and every breath of their lungs on the course, you know, with every stroke that is taken. And you just can't help but smile. You know, you can feel the energy change. You can feel,
absolutely,
you know, yourself just loving it.
It's the grit. It's the grind. Like, this is what it's all wrapped up into this. I mean, this was the semifinals. This is where you punch that ticket for that medal contention race. And, you know, we've seen all the hard work and effort. I mean, even through, I mean, each and every one of us has been announcing races this whole season, some junior races. And I can definitely attest to these regional regattas that a lot of these schools and programs have punched their ticket to come here. And they fought there, too. So it just didn't start here.
Yeah.
The grind did not start here.
It never starts here.
No, it just could end here. But I mean, as announcers, y'all keeping us busy. We still don't know how many photo finishes, but multiple per race, every single event down the line, you know, all the way across different youth events, different 15, 16, 18, you know, it's just like all across the board, just really close racing, really high quality racing. I think at the youth level is really impressive to see, making it tough, keeping us on our toes, trying to make sure we're seeing all these moves. Literally, you can't see us up in the tower. We're literally off our seats by the last 350 meters of what we can see, and we're trying to relay that excitement to you all.
I'm pretty sure like Lindsay like dove and like back like when the eights were in the last
it's
like
a sprint,
200,
man.
she
you
literally
communicate
sprinted
the energy,
from one end of the room. It was like, oh, I gotta get that.
I'm channeling my inner David Wyant. That is something that I picked up from him because he would always rev it up, you know. And when I did get to do some of the Olympic commentary, they wanted to pass it off to this guy to my partner who was fantastic at it. He started to love rowing by the end of the week, which also was a communication of how interesting this sport is.
Yes.
People at the beginning of the week that don't know a lot about it, by the end of the week they're in love with it. But it was hard for me to pass it off because I was like, but I see what's happening and I just want to share what that is, you know, and keep that energy, that momentum really, you know, building in all the way through, because you can really see. I call it the emotion. I only started calling it that a year ago when I started watching Rutgers race at the NCAA championships, where just you can see the emotion, the desire to perform, to make the boat go faster somehow with all of your will. And so if you can cite that from a spectator standpoint, that's the human element that we will never lose. Right. You know, that is the thing that really makes boats go, is just that passion that you see come poured into every stroke down the course. I think part of that, you know, watching so many close races happen throughout the day. I feel like it's been a month of racing packed into 2 days.
I know, it's fantastic. I mean, I haven't been to this course as an announcer very often. I've been here on the race course as an athlete, and I knew that it was close, but to see so many back-to-back races be so close.
I was insane. It was all day.
All day.
But it kept the energy. Like, I mean, when you're announcing for about like 8 hours, it can be like get tiring because you're staring at a screen. But today was like, I mean, the energy was so high, and you know, I got some studs, Lindsay and Grace up there, just like keeping that vibe up. But just seeing these athletes and the how close these races were. I mean, you have no choice but to get off your behinds, get to that beach and yell your team on. You have no choice, because that can be that deciding factor that ignites the fire in that boat to punch their ticket to that 8 final.
And we called it earlier this morning. We were like, we know that there's going to be some really tight racing today. This is one of those turning points for teams and for boats, whether or not they go into the A final or the B final. And so it was very, very exciting, I think, for that reason, but also the fans and the stands, all of the whole area pulling together and being able to hear that when you're in the thick of that race moment is just like another added added layer to that story and feeling around rowing.
It's the vibration.
Yes.
There's literally sound waves that create vibration, and when you have more people cheering, when you have buildings that things can echo off of, you can literally feel that.
Right.
Goosebumps too.
Internally
Right.
and externally, and that does elevate things. It makes the boat a little lighter, makes it a little perkier when you're getting down to the finish line.
Yeah.
This whole day was a full day that started around 7:30 this morning, a little bit ahead of it. So for those of you that are watching, either here on site or at home, we do start a little bit in advance to kind of give you a preview of what's coming up for the day. And then apparently we wrap up the day as well with a little post post action to kind of give you a recap.
I mean, we had such an amazing event today. I mean, we were talking about the event kind of ramping up from the athlete side, but also from an event standpoint.
Yeah.
So this morning, I mean, we had all of these racing, and then we had meet and greets with both myself and Lindsay over at the 77BC
as well as
tent.
Maddie and Veronica, who are part of the Pan Am group that went down to Chile earlier this year, and it came back with some great speed, some medaling things happening
some
down
good
there as well.
hardware to represent Team USA, and you have an opportunity to meet them. 6:30 tonight is Toast in the Tower, which is another event we'll be having today. You got a fantastic opportunity to have a cool little midday interview.
Right.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
So, we had a fantastic midday interview with kind of, international legend in sport commentary, Dick Vitale, as well as Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks. Dick Vitale has been with ESPN since 1979, called their first major NCAA basketball game back in 1979, which is pretty phenomenal. Mark Cuban is a rowing dad, proud rowing dad. So just so much fun to talk to them about the value of the sport, the value of a venue like this, the community, what it does for the community, how rowing itself is a unique community, but also opportunities to bring more people into it, how we can make it even more interesting. What do you need as a naive spectator to help make it better? Because we know as rowers what it's done for us, how it's made us better as human beings, and why we love it. So we want to do whatever we can to get it out there and invite people to be a part of it, and,
open arms.
Speaking of being a part of it today, we also had the opportunity, people could go out and test out coastal rowing shells.
Yeah.
So literally, if you're out there in the ether watching, show up, and you'll have an opportunity. You can try rowing machines, you can try coastal rowing, you can go touch the equipment, ask the questions, meet people to learn, because we want to share this incredible experience. We all grew up doing other things other than rowing. We played a lot of different sports, we did a lot of different endeavors. There's movement, there's all the different things in the background, but rowing is the one that we chose to pursue to the highest level. And now from this seat as well. It's a new seat. It's a different type of seat. This is a little more comfortable.
Yeah, just a little bit, slightly, and it doesn't slide.
A little less lactic acid in this seat.
A little less sweat in the seat too.
Yeah.
But as we wrap up the day here, it's starting to get a little windy out here. It was really nice for most of the day. It's still quite nice, do not get me wrong, but as the day kicks up and the sun gets hotter, we do start to see a little bit of wind. But we'll be back with more action tomorrow. Tonight, again, there is that Toast in the Tower. If you are around for that, that is at 6:30 to really celebrate current rowing, just people that are on the up and up, which is really wonderful to see. People that love the sport, still in the thick and the heat of all the full-time training, traveling internationally, wearing representing Team USA. And then we're going to start up again around 7:30 with the racing itself. Will start then. We'll bring you a little preview slightly ahead of that. Racing will run through until probably around 5 o'clock. Tomorrow is Pride Day, so there will be some activities in the local community that will be that'll be going on for that, as well as here on site. BC and D finals will happen tomorrow at 9 a.m. For those of you who are racing before 9 a.m., this won't help you, but at 9 a.m. there's a pre-race stretch class, so maybe you're a coach or a parent or a friend that wants to go and check that out, see what that's all about. 10 o'clock, if you have diversity, equity, and inclusion interest questions, you can go on over and meet Jess Jackson, who is with US Rowing. She works in diversity, equity, and inclusion with US Rowing. You can literally ask her whatever you want to ask her. Just go meet. US Rowing is here in full force because as an entity, we want to meet people. We are here to answer questions. We are here to just do whatever it is that we need to do to get more people in the sport.
Yeah.
What
and tell
else
the
do we
stories
have?
of it too.
What
I
else
mean,
do-
we're talking here as announcers, and it's so wonderful whenever people add a little bit of notes into their biographies that we get to read. And kind of color those stories with a little bit of background. I mean, that's so interesting. It obviously is in the thick of racing, those bow balls, those milliseconds, but it's also the stories of how people got here.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's a lot of what we've talked about, a lot of interest there. We talked about, how can we advertise rowing a little bit more, sharing these stories.
Yeah.
So thank you for everyone who's tuning in and listening to all of us go off on tangents and thinking about our rowing
Ranting.
stuff.
Love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But that storytelling aspect is so huge. So I think the more we know, rowing is growing.
Yeah.
Rowing is growing.
Yeah.
Hashtag that. Hashtag that. So I think that's that. We should be wrapping up now.
Yeah, so this is day 2 of the 2023
Yes.
U.S. Rowing Youth National Rowing Championships. Day 3 will be tomorrow, and your A finals and remaining B finals will happen on Sunday. If you aren't here yet, you're missing out. There's a lot of cool stuff happening. Great vendors, great personalities up in the tower and down here on the ground walking around.
Don't get FOMO. Either tune in on a live stream or be here in person, whichever one.
There you go.
It's available for everybody.
There you
It
go.
is available for everybody.
And with that, I'm Lindsay Shoup.
Mari Scott.
And Grace Latz.
And we will see you tomorrow.